Chapter 156. Entering the Cursed Land, What is Happening? A Rift Within Our Ranks. Jiang Yuanjie gaped, sensing that events were unfolding at a bewildering pace. Qing fixed his gaze upon Wang Sheng, perplexed by his actions. In contrast, Xuan Lingyi, Duanan, and Ai Li bore no expressions, as if they had anticipated Wang Sheng's impending strike. Hai Chou's eyes widened, a black long blade disintegrating into myriad points of light in midair, the blood spirit shattered, its lifeless body collapsing into a pool of crimson. Wang Sheng rummaged through Hai Chou's corpse, ultimately retrieving a token inscribed with the image of a desert, Hai Chou's Lord token. Kun Shan muttered, astonished, realizing Wang Sheng had turned against his own. It was evident that Wang Sheng had long harbored ulterior motives regarding the Hai Chou Alliance. This was his contingency plan. Should he fail to seize the Lord token from Ji Jia, he would lay claim to the one possessed by Hai Chou. With ease, Wang Sheng dispatched Hai Chou and seized the desert token. Approaching the stairway that originally led to the rooftop, he now encountered the enigmatic 7th level. Wang Sheng's expression was one of exhilaration as he clutched the desert token, advancing toward the 7th level, the token suddenly radiating a brilliant light. On the path to the 7th level, an invisible ripple emerged, enveloping Wang Sheng in the luminous embrace of the Lord token as he entered the 7th level. Ai Li produced a token adorned with a flame motif, offering a light-hearted smile to Qing and the others before following closely behind Wang Sheng. Meanwhile, Xuan Lingyi and Duanan remained on the 6th level. Jiang Yuanjie stepped forward, attempting to access the 7th level, but an unseen barrier confronted him, causing him to collide and create ripples. One must possess a Lord token to enter. Xuan Yi exclaimed. Qing and Ji Jia exchanged glances before both made their way toward the 7th level. The Lord token in Ji Jia's possession erupted in light, enveloping her and allowing her to enter the 7th level with ease. Qing, initially concerned due to the uniqueness of his Lord token, a golden steel standing a meter tall, soon breathed a sigh of relief as the steel within him glimmered, shielding him as he safely traversed into the 7th level. In total, 5 Lord tokens existed, aside from Qing and his companions who had already entered the 7th level. One remained. However, the owner of that token had yet to appear, perhaps already consumed by the white mist. Observing Qing and Ji Jia entering the 7th level, Duanan and Xuan Lingyi shared sardonic smiles. What are you two laughing at? Jiang Yuanjie bellowed. Ling Fei, fists clenched, was poised to confront them. After all, they numbered 6, plus the presence of Rat Old 3, granting them a decisive advantage. His anger was still simmering, recalling how Wang Sheng had closed the museum's entrance at a critical moment. Had it not been for the cursed flower on Qing's brow absorbing the curse's power from the door, they would surely have been trapped outside, overwhelmed by the blood tide. Come at me if you dare, Duanan retorted nonchalantly. Xuan Lingyi chanted a Buddhist incantation, a sizable bump adorning his bald head. Yet he wore a smile. They paid no heed to Ling Fei and his companions as they advanced to launch an assault, fully confident that these individuals could not possibly slay them in an instant. At that moment, they could simply crush the black chip and escape with ease. Xuan Ling silently scoffed, deeming the fools before him naive. He had gleaned some knowledge of Wang Sheng's identity, which was indeed formidable and incomparable to that of ordinary prodigies. You rejoice far too soon, Yang Jie admonished. Duanan then shook his head and remarked, Wang Sheng has long since acquired numerous clues and secrets. The 7th floor of the museum is the land of curses, containing the mysteries of Kunlun. He informed everyone that Qing and Ji Jia would never return once they entered. For Wang Sheng possesses means to obtain the Kunlun secrets and will surely eliminate Qing and his companion. Xuan Yi furrowed his brow, sensing Duanan's arrogance and feeling a flicker of concern for Qing and the others. From the expressions of Duanan and Xuan Ling, it was evident that Wang Sheng seemingly had some method in place to secure the Kunlun secrets. Upon entering the 7th floor of the museum, Qing and Ji Jia were astonished, as though they had stepped into an entirely different realm. From the exterior, the museum appeared to be merely 6 stories. Yet they had arrived at the enigmatic 7th floor, a boundless expanse. Qing inhaled deeply, whispering, "Is this the land of curses?" According to the clues he had gathered, the land of curses was said to be adorned with flowers, shrouded in ethereal white mist. The scene before him indeed mirrored this description, within the museum's mysterious 7th floor. Flowers stretched as far as the eye could see, resembling the cursed blossoms and exuding wisps of white mist. However, this mist was not as dense as it had been during the emergence of the cursed flowers. It was thin and did not obstruct vision. Qing also noted that the mist contained no trace of cursed energy, and the cursed flowers were diminutive, akin to ordinary fog. Perhaps these cursed flowers have yet to mature, Ji Jia speculated. Qing nodded and gazed into the distance, where the mist appeared thicker, and the cursed flowers loomed over a meter tall. With no sign of Wang Sheng or Ai Li in sight, Qing hesitated momentarily before venturing deeper into the land of curses. The cursed flower at his brow flickered with a violet glow, surrounded by toxic vapors. Upon entering the land of curses, the cursed flower on Qing's brow manifested an inexplicable urge to detach itself from him. This was fortuitous for Qing, as his primary objective in coming here was to resolve the affliction of the cursed flower. As they delved further, the cursed flowers around them grew larger, and the white mist began to harbor dark energy. These flowers were on the verge of maturation, having already begun to cultivate the curse's power. Just as Qing intended to caution Ji Jia about the black energy, which could induce excruciating pain and provoke coughing of blood upon inhalation, potentially freezing the blood under cold conditions, he was taken aback by Ji Jia's presence. She was enveloped in a flickering azure glow, a protective aura of the azure dragon, which remarkably kept the cursed energy at bay. Qing was astonished, for the power of the curse was enigmatic, of exceptionally high quality, even beyond the capability of Xuan Lingyi's medicinal aura to dispel. He realized that the force within Ji Jia was remarkably unique, surpassing even the origins of the cursed land. Ji Jia had once encountered an opportunity that transformed her blood into that of a dragon. Although she could not consciously wield the dragon's strength, it would manifest automatically during attacks or under specific circumstances. They ventured into the depths of the cursed land, where the cursed flowers towered over 3 meters in height, their petals adorned with dense black patterns. Protected by the power of the azure dragon, Ji Jia was immune to the curse's proximity. In contrast, Qing felt the cursed flower at his brow flickering with purple light as the curse's energy encroached upon him, only to be absorbed. Qing's eyelids twitched. With each fragment of curse energy absorbed by the flower on his brow, the toxic essence within it grew stronger. Furthermore, the cursed flower was also nurturing the curse's power, even entwined with the bloodlight from the previous bloodbaths. This cursed flower was becoming increasingly peculiar, boasting 12 petals, more than the usual cursed flower. Suddenly, Qing's gaze was drawn forward, where a colossal cursed flower emerged, its blue petals radiating a radiant glow. This was the very cursed flower he had encountered initially in the museum. He observed that it had significantly grown, its size becoming even more formidable, and at its core, a vertical pupil was present. He had previously witnessed the might of this pupil, which could unleash a black light, slicing through the structures of Thunderstorm City like a blade. As Qing and Ji Jia approached the cursed flower, they noted its utter stillness. It appeared to be absorbing the power of the surrounding cursed flowers. Ji Jia noticed a particular phenomenon. Qing's gaze sharpened as he too recognized the situation. Beneath the massive cursed flower lay intricate black patterns connecting it to the surrounding cursed flora. It was evident that the nearby flowers were shrinking in size, their internal curse energy being consumed. Suddenly, Qing noticed a damaged petal on one of the cursed flowers. This particular flower, over 3 meters tall, bore familiar damage on its petals. It was indeed the cursed flower they had encountered in the laboratory of Forest City. Chapter 157. Divinity. Qing's expression shifted in surprise. He could not fathom why the cursed flower, once seen in the laboratory, had materialized here. Despite the damage to its petals, the rest of the flower was robust and powerful. Yet it too was diminishing, its internal strength drained, entirely absorbed by the cursed flower that had appeared in the museum. A resonating hum emanated as the cursed flower before Qing blossomed with blue light, transforming from 6 petals into 7. It had absorbed the power of all the cursed flowers within this land, seeking to fulfill its own potential. This cursed flower had evidently attained its own sentience. It harbored grand ambitions and had undergone a metamorphosis. The cursed flower nestled in Qing's brow, with its 12 petals, perhaps represented the most complete form of a cursed flower. Before me stands the cursed flower, distinct from the rest. When first encountered in the museum, it bore merely 6 petals. However, at this moment, having absorbed the energies of other cursed flowers from the land of curses. It has transcended its shackles and undergone a metamorphosis. The cursed flower now boasts 7 petals, its cursed power radiating like beams of light, enveloping its form. While the central vertical pupil appears even more profound, adorned with black veins resembling strands of blood. Ah, from a distance, a cacophony of anguished cries reaches my ears. Mu Qing's expression shifts, for the voice is familiar. It belongs to Wang Sheng. He and Ji Jia hasten towards the source, concerned that Wang Sheng may have encountered some misfortune. The colossal cursed flower seems to be in a state of unconsciousness, remaining still and indifferent to Mu Qing and Ji Jia, merely continuing to absorb the power of the other cursed flowers. Behind this 7-petaled cursed flower lies a desolate ruin, pockmarked with craters and strewn with rubble. Could it be that 2 giants once clashed here? Ji Jia gazes upon the scene, her red lips parting in astonishment. Mu Qing, equally taken aback, perceives the devastation before him as a clear indication of a fierce battle. The remnants of this conflict are immense. Before Mu Qing lies a sizable pit, unmistakably the outline of a hand. In the distance, various imprints of fists and palms can be seen, each mark colossal in scale. It is nothing short of astonishing. Mu Qing envisions 2 fearsome giants locked in combat at this very site. At that moment, Ji Jia tugs at Mu Qing, pointing ahead. Before them stands a great mountain, overrun with cursed flowers, shrouded in a thick mist. Yet as Mu Qing looks closer, he realizes this is no mere mountain. It is, in fact, a colossal giant, towering several thousand meters high, truly awe-inspiring. Legends speak of a deity who once battled here, ultimately falling at Kunlun. A melodious voice resonates from behind Mu Qing and Ji Jia. As a graceful figure emerges from the mist, she possesses azure eyes, her golden hair cascading down to her curvaceous form, clad in form-fitting jeans that accentuate her perfect silhouette. Mu Qing's gaze sharpens, electricity crackling around him. Before him stands Ai Li. With a light laugh, Ai Li extends her fair hand, intending to rest it upon Mu Qing's shoulder. But Ji Jia's eyes flash with cold intensity as she brandishes an ancient bronze sword towards her. Ai Li awkwardly retracts her hand, a drop of blood seeping from her fingertip. Surprised, Ai Li acknowledges the potency of Ji Jia's blood spirit. The bronze sword emanates a hazy glow, threatening harm even before contact. Oh well, it matters not. You shall not survive much longer, Ai Li states bluntly. She reveals that Wang Sheng is undergoing a legacy. For a deity once perished here, and what Wang Sheng is about to acquire is the secret techniques of that very god. Mu Qing's eyes flicker with astonishment. The revelation from Ai Li has struck him deeply. The objectives of the various factions have always been elusive, but from Xuan Lingyi, he learned they sought the dual blood spirits and the Kunlun secret techniques. However, if Ai Li's words hold true, it is highly likely that the primary aim of these factions is to obtain the deity's legacy. The secret arts of Kunlun, previously mentioned by Xuan Lingyi and Wang Sheng, appear to be the so-called divine inheritance. If this is indeed the case, then the inscriptions on that stone tablet must be genuine. Mu Qing recalled the information he had obtained on the 6th floor of the museum, which spoke of a cursed land where secret arts existed. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed, and the ground began to tremble, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Mu Qing and Ji Jia turned in astonishment. The great mountain before them stirred, with massive stones cascading down its slopes. Ultimately, a colossal figure emerged before Mu Qing and the others, settling into a cross-legged position, its body marred by numerous wounds. The left side of its abdomen hollow, revealing only a row of bones. Mu Qing noticed a large, gaping wound in the center of the giant's forehead, still oozing blood, hinting at a being that had perished countless years ago, yet the blood in that area seemed to retain a semblance of warmth. It appeared as though some force had forcibly excavated the giant's brow to extract something of significance. Mu Qing touched his own brow, where the cursed flower shimmered with an eerie purple glow. Upon witnessing the giant, the cursed flower on Mu Qing's forehead grew fervent, as the surrounding white mist surged with a torrent of cursed energy. His entire being was enveloped in this malevolent force, yet he remained unscathed, for the cursed energy was devoured by the flower at his brow. What exactly is that thing on your forehead? Ellie inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Mu Qing. Ever since encountering him, she had been perplexed by the cursed flower on his brow, sensing an amalgam of energies emanating from it. being from the Western Church. Even now, she could detect a potent mix of evil, bloodlust, and venomous energy from Mu Qing's brow. Ellie had previously confided in Wang Sheng, expressing her suspicion that Mu Qing had also acquired something pivotal, as the flower on his brow bore an uncanny resemblance to her own cursed flower. However, Wang Sheng dismissed her claims, convinced that the artifact in his possession held the utmost significance, firmly believing that Mu Qing could never usurp the divine secrets before him. Mu Qing cast her a sidelong glance, opting to disregard her, while Ellie remained unfazed, her laughter ringing like silver bells. "There's Wang Sheng," Ji Jia exclaimed, her sharp eyes catching sight of him. There stood the giant, now motionless after settling down, its height towering over 1,000 meters. Wang Sheng was positioned at the giant's chest, right over its heart. The skin at this location was torn, revealing the heart within, resembling a vast stone, completely drained of energy and overgrown with moss. Wang Sheng approached the giant's heart, an expression of reverence upon his face, meticulously clearing away the debris that clung to it. Subsequently, he retrieved a glass vial from his spatial ring, which shimmered with light, containing a thread-like creature within. Wang Sheng shattered the vial, and the thread-like creature burrowed into the giant's heart. In an instant, a tremendous roar erupted from within. The heart had begun to move. Chapter 158. The cursed deity. With a resonating sound, the petrified heart trembled, and fragments of stone cascaded down, revealing a vibrant crimson heart pulsating with life. With each beat, a rune burst forth, piercing into Wang Sheng's body. Sitting cross-legged, Wang Sheng closed his eyes, absorbing the information encapsulated within the rune. This was the essence of inheritance. What manner of race is this? Could it truly be a deity? Mu Qing raised his gaze, more astonished by the colossal figure before him than by Wang Sheng's situation. How could it possibly be human? Ai Li, however, appeared amiable, patiently explaining to Mu Qing and Ji Jia. Currently, humanity lacks beings of such formidable caliber. It is said that they hail from the cosmos, akin to fierce beasts. Ai Li, in truth, was not entirely certain of the specifics. She informed Mu Qing that this giant arrived alongside the fierce beasts and engaged in a cataclysmic battle with their leader, ultimately falling into Kunlun. The power that dissipated upon its death formed the present Kunlun secret realm. The title of deity was merely ascribed due to its overwhelming strength surpassing that of human warriors. This giant, chronicled in ancient texts many years ago, is known as the cursed deity, skilled in the art of curses. Mu Qing was astounded. He found this world exceedingly wondrous. Realizing that beyond Earth's confines, there existed such entities, towering thousands of meters high, their power so formidable that humanity deemed them gods. He had initially believed that the cosmos was solely inhabited by fierce beasts, yet it appeared to be a vibrant realm teeming with myriad powers. The so-called Kunlun secret technique was indeed a divine inheritance. Should Wang Sheng acquire it, he would undoubtedly pose a grave threat to us. Mu Qing's expression turned serious as he grasped the gravity of the situation. At that moment, beneath the giant's heart, Wang Sheng sat in meditation, the heart rhythmically beating, mystical runes surging into his being. His body began to emit a radiant glow, and he uttered strange incantations, black patterns undulating in harmony with his voice. The power of curses manifested as dark lines, enveloping Wang Sheng entirely, rendering him eerily enigmatic. The heart radiated a dazzling brilliance, adorned with runes, though only partially covering its surface. This indicated that Wang Sheng had assimilated half of the secret technique's inheritance. Once he digested all the runes upon the heart, he would fully command the secret arts. "We must stop him," Ji Jia declared in a serious tone. Her visage glimmered, a bronze ancient sword held firmly in her grasp, emitting a dragon's roar. A hazy azure light blossomed around her graceful form, her alabaster thighs round and resilient. With a delicate step, she leaped high, charging towards the heart of the giant. Mu Qing did not hesitate, promptly following suit. Ai Li advanced as well, clad in form-fitting jeans that accentuated her perfect curves, her physique rivaling Ji Jia's. She aimed to intervene, conjuring a divine spear in her hand, but her expression shifted slightly, halting her actions. She noticed a transparent crystal in Mu Qing's possession, emanating an alluring and profound energy wave. While the average individual would undoubtedly deem this a treasure, in reality, it rivals some of the more potent grenades available on the market, possessing an astonishing explosive force. Ellie harbored a lingering apprehension towards the transparent crystal in Mu Qing's grasp, having previously endured a harrowing explosion that nearly rendered her unconscious. She refrained from intervening, wary of Mu Qing's crystal, yet her confidence in Wang Sheng remained unshaken. She believed that even if Mu Qing and Ji Jia were to strike, they could not thwart Wang Sheng from attaining the legacy. She was certain that those items were bestowed upon him by Mu Yu. Ellie firmly believed that these transparent crystals were concocted by an alchemist, and the only alchemist associated with Mu Qing was his father, the once renowned prodigy who had vanished for many years, Mu Yu. After a brief interval, Mu Qing and Ji Jia finally arrived at Wang Sheng's location. They found themselves at the heart of a giant. Before them lay a massive, vibrantly red heart, pulsating with life, its blood vessels curling like serpents, each beat resonating powerfully. A multitude of runes adorned the surface of the heart, with only 1/3 remaining. It would not be long before he attained the legacy. Strike! Mu Qing commanded softly, unleashing a bolt of ethereal blue lightning with a swift motion of his hand. Ji Jia, wielding a bronze ancient sword, delivered a fierce slash, sending a beam of sword light hurtling towards Wang Sheng's brow at an acute angle. Suddenly, an eerie sound emerged, reminiscent of an insect's chirp, followed by the appearance of a diminutive creature crawling forth from Wang Sheng's collar. This creature, dark and formidable, bore a hardened exoskeleton adorned with barbs, its appearance menacing, with limbs resembling sickles, initially the size of a grain of rice. The creature swelled dramatically as a burst of radiant light enveloped it, transforming into a beastly entity, with a singular eye and 10 pairs of limbs. It even boasted a pair of transparent, razor-sharp wings. It emitted a ferocious roar, its sickle-like appendages gleaming as they tore through Ji Jia's sword light and Mu Qing's blue lightning with ease. The cyclopean insect proved formidable, effortlessly assisting Wang Sheng in fending off their onslaught. Wang Sheng was truly repugnant. Ji Jia furrowed her brows in distaste. Generally, women harbor a profound aversion to insects, and despite Wang Sheng's striking handsomeness, it was unexpected that he would carry such a creature with him. The sound of the insect's numerous legs scuttling against the ground sent shivers down her spine. Mu Qing, wielding a golden sickle, was taken aback as he recalled Wang Sheng's previous display of power, where a bead transformed into a sun, exuding immense might while also emitting the sound of insects to manipulate emotions. It seemed that many of Wang Sheng's abilities were intrinsically linked to insects. Was the Wang family known for breeding such creatures? Mu Qing scoffed, then charged forward with the golden sickle. The sickle gleamed with sharpness. Yet the insect's sickle-like limbs were equally formidable, clashing against his weapon with a resonant metallic clang. As arcs of electricity enveloped him, brilliant white lightning erupted, accompanied by ethereal blue bolts surging from the void. He danced upon the electric currents, engaging in a fierce struggle with the cyclopean insect, which, despite its formidable strength, had already attained the 3rd tier of bloodline prowess. However, Mu Qing was still able to contend with it. After all, this cyclopean insect lacked any martial skills, merely qualifying as an ordinary 3rd-tier bloodline creature, far removed from the prowess of true prodigies. With a sweep of his scythe, accompanied by 9 streaks of blinding white lightning that erupted, ethereal blue electricity descended from the void. The cyclopean insect cried out in pain as its hard black exoskeleton shattered, green blood gushing forth. Ji Jia attempted to intervene, but a shadow obstructed her. It was, astonishingly, a white worm. This worm appeared plump and pale, yet its gaze was fierce, revealing a row of tiny, glistening fangs within its opened maw. Chapter 159. Curse of Rain. Ji Jia found herself blocked by the worm, which was comparable to a 3rd-tier bloodline warrior, spewing corrosive venom capable of eroding flesh. A torrent of venom burst forth from the worm's mouth, forming a toxic rain that wafted an acrid stench, utterly repugnant. Ji Jia frowned, her bronze ancient sword illuminating with a gleam as she unleashed a series of sword lights. A dragon's roar emanated from her, as the azure sword light transformed into miniature azure dragons. This offensive was strikingly potent, and under the influence of dragon might, it exerted a profound suppressive force on the worm. Meanwhile, Mu Qing maintained the upper hand, his feet dancing upon bolts of lightning, moving with astonishing speed. The cyclopean insect possessed formidable attack power, yet it was unable to land a blow on Mu Qing. His form was intermittently shrouded in black mist, vanishing and reappearing behind the cyclopean insect, where he struck down with his golden scythe, entwined in searing white lightning. The insect's body was cleaved in half, its wound charred and emitting wisps of blue smoke. With a single finger pointed, a water serpent surged forth, piercing through its head, blood splattering across the ground. He turned swiftly, delivering a palm strike, as ethereal blue lightning vanished into the void. Crack! The worm's body was violently struck by the blue lightning, creating a gaping wound from which green blood gushed forth relentlessly. Ji Jia coordinated with Mu Qing, her bronze ancient sword erupting in resplendent radiance as she raised it high, then suddenly slashed down. A hazy azure sword light pierced through fiercely, akin to an azure divine dragon cleaving the air above. The worm was severed in two, and a torrent of blood soared into the sky. An ordinary third-tier bloodline creature was no match for the combined might of Mu Qing and Ji Jia. Ji Jia's hand trembled, and a beam of sword light shot forth from her bronze ancient sword, aimed to sever Wang Sheng's head. Yet, at that moment, the giant's heart throbbed, sending forth an invisible ripple that dissipated her sword light entirely. The giant's heart continued to beat, reminiscent of a drum. Thud, thud, thud. Waves of invisible ripples expanded outward, fracturing the area surrounding the heart. Even the giant's formidable body could not withstand such ethereal forces. Mu Qing and Ji Jia were at the forefront of this assault, violently coughing up blood, their garments torn asunder. Ji Jia's fair thigh bore numerous wounds, bleeding profusely. She commanded her bronze ancient sword, unleashing a myriad of azure sword lights. But as the invisible ripples surged forth, they shattered completely. Only Wang Sheng, seated in meditation, remained unaffected. These unseen ripples seemed to exist solely to protect him. Mu Qing found himself immobilized, ensnared by intangible ripples that occasionally tore at his flesh. He listened intently, realizing that the sound of insects was emanating from within his heart. A wave of recollection washed over him. Initially, his heart had been petrified, but after Wang Sheng introduced a slender, worm-like creature into the giant's heart, it had revived. Was it possible that this thread-like insect had taken control of the giant's heart, compelling it to bestow its legacy upon Wang Sheng? A sense of dread enveloped him. What manner of insect was this, possessing such terrifying abilities? Wang Sheng, in his mind, became shrouded in mystery. According to Eli, this giant hailed from a race of cosmic origin, its power extraordinarily formidable, once revered by humanity as a deity. No, he must devise a plan. A flicker of anxiety coursed through Mu Qing, for he understood that once Wang Sheng acquired the complete inheritance of the cursed divinity, he would undoubtedly not spare him and Ji Jia. Just then, a sudden warmth radiated from his brow, and to his astonishment, the cursed flower detached itself autonomously. This was unexpected. The cursed flower had long resided in his forehead, and the last time it departed, it had sensed a grave danger and abandoned him without a second thought. Reflecting on the previous departure of the cursed flower, Mu Qing's expression darkened. Veins throbbed on his forehead as he pondered the flower's lack of compassion. He believed the cursed flower possessed a degree of sentience, yet it displayed an alarming indifference, choosing to flee whenever peril approached. The most infuriating aspect was that once the danger dissipated, the cursed flower would return, behaving more like a rogue than a loyal companion. Just as Mu Qing prepared to unleash a tirade of curses to vent his frustration, he noticed something amiss. The cursed flower was racing toward the giant's brow. There, amidst the giant's forehead, lay a gaping wound, crudely excavated by brutal hands, presumably the work of a fearsome beast. At that moment, the cursed flower radiated a resplendent violet light, entwined in toxic vapors as it approached the giant's brow. The area appeared akin to a celestial abode, shimmering with brilliant luminescence, which surged into the cursed flower. The flower quivered gently, and as the radiant light flowed in, its 10th petal unfurled, soon followed by the 11th. To Mu Qing's astonishment, the cursed flower fully blossomed into 12 petals, and at its core, a surge of bloodlight erupted. The 12th grade cursed flower suddenly shattered, scattering countless symbols across the sky, reminiscent of a deep, starry river, shimmering with brilliance. The intertwining bloodlight coalesced into the form of a petite girl. She was no larger than a palm, yet exquisitely crafted, resembling a porcelain doll, her skin translucent and her lashes long. Were this girl to stroll down the street, she would undoubtedly captivate a throng of admirers, even enthralling the elderly ladies engrossed in their square dancing. The myriad symbols, dazzlingly radiant, transformed into a celestial river, all converging upon the girl. She emanated a luminous aura. Her large eyes suddenly wide open, radiating an unparalleled brightness, her smile akin to that of an angel. The delicately featured girl extended her chubby hand, and, with a gentle wave, her entire form became suffused with symbols, vanishing from sight in an instant. Qing stared in a daze at the unfolding scene, only to feel a sudden heaviness on his head. He looked up and discovered that the little girl had somehow perched herself atop him. Ji Jia was equally stunned, unable to comprehend the situation before her. She was familiar with the curse flower on Qing's forehead, which had once been a deadly poison, later absorbing some curse energy and other forces, transforming in an unknown direction. Now, inexplicably, the curse flower had left Qing's brow and migrated to the giant's forehead, where it absorbed brilliant energy and birthed a girl. This girl then returned to Qing's side, her palm-sized form perfectly balanced on his head, her face radiant with a beaming smile, her laughter sweet and innocent. "I am Zhou Siyu, greetings, Qing." The little girl introduced herself, her visage alight with joy, adorned in a purple robe that exuded an air of mystery, inscribed with intricate patterns. "Zhou Siyu?" Qing gasped, utterly astonished that this ticking time bomb nestled within his brow had transformed into a little girl. "How do you know my name?" he inquired, tilting her head, her tiny, translucent feet swinging. She replied, "Because I wanted to know, so I know." She seemed akin to a whimsical sprite. Qing was perplexed. What did it mean to know simply because one wished to? Suddenly, a jolt coursed through his heart, a wave of ripples sweeping over him and Ji Jia, increasing the wounds upon their bodies. "Ah!" Zhou Siyu clutched at Qing's dark hair, her cheeks puffing up. Her body glowed as she uttered an exceedingly complex incantation. The patterns on her robe shimmered like a galaxy, and a multitude of symbols emerged. Not far away, the heart that had been throbbing violently came to an abrupt halt, and a thread-like worm emerged from it. The worm let out a shrill cry before wilting and disintegrating into mist. Qing and Ji Jia were left astounded. Zhou Siyu possessed such extraordinary powers. The little girl, brimming with familiarity, puffed out her chest and declared proudly, "This is the art of cursing, capable of causing one to perish silently and without a trace." Chapter 160, The Art of Cursing. "What exactly are you?" Qing asked, his mind racing with disbelief. The venom once cast upon him by the spider woman had morphed into this remarkable girl who wielded such formidable powers. The so-called art of cursing was indeed terrifying. As Zhou Siyu recited her incantation, the worm within the heart met its demise instantaneously. A triumphant grin spread across Zhou Siyu's chubby face as she chirped, "I am the embodiment of the knowledge of the curse god. Of course, I am powerful." She explained to Qing that the spider woman had once obtained a fragment of the curse god's essence but failed to grasp its intricacies, instead infusing it into Qing's being. The poison she had inflicted upon him was, in fact, a part of the curse goddess essence, continuously strengthening through the absorption of curse energy. Zhou Siyu's emergence was a result of absorbing the powers of the blood bats and the energy of the statue, leading to her peculiar transformation. She furrowed her brow slightly, uncertain of the precise nature of her own origins. Zhou Siyu expressed that the revival of the curse's origin should have been the reincarnation of the curse god, yet it had unexpectedly transformed into her, endowed with the entirety of the curse god's memories. The reincarnation of the curse god. Qing's countenance turned pale with astonishment. For the first time, he sensed the terrifying nature of the colossal figure before him. It was incomprehensible that one could reincarnate after having perished for countless years. Such occurrences are unprecedented. Perhaps only beings deemed divine possess the ability to enact such profound methods, rebirth after death. At that moment, Wang Sheng, who was in the midst of receiving the curse god's inheritance, suddenly turned ashen, blood gushing forth from his mouth. His complexion was ghostly pale, gasping for breath as black veins spread across his body, emanating an intense chill. He had acquired 90% of the curse's secret techniques, yet the final core remained elusive. Zhou Siyu shouted from above Qing, indicating the urgency of the situation. Wang Sheng had employed a peculiar silkworm to replace the energy source of the giant's heart, facilitating the inheritance of the curse's secrets contained within. However, Zhou Siyu's unexpected appearance disrupted his plans. This girl, akin to a diminutive sprite, possessed a mind brimming with boundless knowledge, the memories of the curse god. Her aura, weaker than that of an 8-tiered bloodline, rendered her curse techniques feeble. Yet the silkworm was exceedingly fragile, perishing in an instant. Qing. Wang Sheng immediately realized what had transpired. He understood that it was the girl above Qing who had slain the creature within the heart, leading to the failure of his curse inheritance. His eyes turned crimson with fury, an overwhelming aura erupting from him, reaching the level of a 3rd-tier bloodline. Had it not been for this unforeseen incident, Wang Sheng would have obtained the complete inheritance of the curse's secrets and potentially advanced to a 4th-tier bloodline. But Zhou Xiyu had thwarted his efforts at the critical moment. The Spider-Woman had once mentioned that someone would break through to the martial master level. Did she foresee that Wang Sheng would acquire the curse's secrets? Qing increasingly sensed the Spider-Woman's enigma. Now, although the Spider-Woman still possessed intelligence, she seemed entirely ensnared as a puppet of the cursed flower within the museum. Be careful, Ji Jia suddenly cried out. From within Wang Sheng, a translucent worm emerged, rapidly expanding into a fearsome flying insect. This creature was formidable, also possessing the strength of a 3rd-tier bloodline, and it lunged towards Qing. Qing, quickly evade. Zhou Xiyu shrieked, her chubby hands clutching Qing's hair tightly. Qing activated the lightning flash technique, one of the martial skills bestowed upon him by Yu, enhancing his speed. In a matter of moments, he deftly dodged the insect's onslaught, its sharp mandibles piercing the ground like a spear. It's an insect tribe. Good heavens. Zhou Xiyu's adorable face reflected sheer terror. Qing, you must slay this creature, she exclaimed, tugging at his hair. Qing felt as though his scalp might be torn from his head by Zhou Xiyu, who seemed to have an unusual fixation on his crown, clinging there persistently. With a whoosh, the flying insect charged once more, its speed remarkable as it left behind fleeting afterimages in midair. Qing swung the golden sickle in his hand, channeling his original force into it, causing it to burst forth with a dazzling radiance. A magnificent burst of golden radiance erupted, forming a crescent strike. As the mystical artifact unleashed its terrifying power in his hands, a surge of green blood splattered forth, severing the mouthparts of the flying insect, which then plummeted to the ground. Qing, treading upon bolts of lightning, instantaneously appeared before the creature, unleashing a ghostly blue lightning bolt from his palm, sending the insect hurtling backward, its body charred. Simultaneously, a water serpent surged forth, piercing through the beast's form entirely. Qing, to your side. Zhou Xiyu desperately tugged at Qing's hair. Before Qing could comprehend the situation, Wang Sheng had already materialized beside him, bringing down his Tai Chi diagram with a mighty blow. An overwhelming force enveloped Qing, causing him to cough up blood as his internal organs trembled violently. Wang Sheng was aflame with rage. He pointed a finger, causing illusions of flowers to dissipate, and a terrifying beam shot forth, aimed directly at Zhou Xiyu, who was perched above Qing. Although he was unaware of the porcelain doll-like girl's true identity, he was acutely aware that she wielded sorcery, the very essence of a cursed deity's power, which had disrupted his inheritance. His legacy had been on the brink of culmination, poised to break into the 4th-tier martial artist realm and attain the complete divine inheritance, only to be abruptly interrupted at a critical juncture. This ignited Wang Sheng's fury. Despite possessing the power of a 3rd-tier bloodline, he had suffered a backlash due to the interruption of his inheritance, rendering him somewhat weaker. Qing, save me, Zhou Xiyu cried out. In this moment, Qing maintained a semblance of calm. He too pointed a finger, sending forth a water serpent that surged forward with fierce intent. This was no ordinary water serpent. Rather, it was an embodiment of droplets conjured from the myriad water's barrier, infused with terrifying energy. With a resounding explosion of light, a tempest roared forth. Both Wang Sheng and Qing were forced to retreat, blood spilling from their mouths. Wang Sheng, however, bore the brunt of the injuries. Droplets of water pierced through, astonishingly unscathed by the violent energy. He waved his hands, manifesting the Tai Chi diagram, akin to Wu Duanan's Bagua palm, capable of both offense and defense, shielding him. Regrettably, the droplets, coalesced from the myriad water's barrier, shattered the Tai Chi formation, each droplet weighing several hundred pounds, a truly formidable force. A tremendous explosion erupted as over a dozen droplets detonated, their destructive power rivaling that of transparent crystal. Wang Sheng found himself in a dire predicament, blood flowing from his wounds. Ji Jia hastily advanced, his bronze sword emanating beams of light, cutting through the earth with fierce precision and carving deep ravines. The two joined forces, seizing the opportunity presented by Wang Sheng's weakened state, intent on vanquishing him. Seeking death, Wang Sheng roared in fury. The Tai Chi diagram surged forth, shredding the sword beams. In the next moment, he bit into his own fingertip, droplets of blood oozing forth, mysteriously hovering in midair and forming eerie patterns. A wave of cursed energy began to permeate the atmosphere. Chapter 161. Haunted by spirits. Suddenly, Qing paused, his veins swelling as a chilling aura manifested within him. He felt a constriction in his breathing, gasping for air but unable to draw in oxygen. Bloodshot veins spread across his eyes, enveloping him in profound discomfort. Ji Jia noticed Qing's unusual behavior and sought to assist her, but in the next moment, she felt a suffocating sensation engulfing her mind. Suddenly, she dropped to one knee, drenched in fragrant sweat. Wang Sheng sneered. This was precisely the inheritance he had obtained from the cursed heart of the deity, a forbidden curse technique. The curse technique is a collective term encompassing numerous incantations. Although he had only recently acquired it, he could still cast some of the most fundamental spells. This technique originated from another race, belonging to a realm beyond Earth, fundamentally distinct from human martial arts. Wang Sheng recited the incantation. Though inexperienced, he wielded the most basic of spells, able to manifest the power of the curse. The curse technique was enigmatic, intangible, and directly affected both Qing and Ji Jia. It was a suffocation curse, the most rudimentary of all curses. Zhao Siyu cried out. But no one responded. Both Qing and Ji Jia were in immense agony, drenched in sweat, their pupils bloodshot. Zhao Siyu tilted her head. Being the only one unaffected by Wang Sheng's incantation, clad in a robe adorned with shimmering symbols, an invisible force shielding her. She closed her eyes and softly murmured something. Mysterious symbols appearing around her as black lines emerged from the void. As these black lines touched Qing and Ji Jia, they both sighed in relief, their breathing normalized, and the sensation of suffocation vanished entirely. How is this possible? Wang Sheng exclaimed in disbelief. The inheritance he had painstakingly acquired was unexpectedly unraveled by another. I am but a manifestation of the memory of the cursed deity. Such trivial curses can be dispelled at any moment, she declared proudly, standing tall. Qing had just begun to regain her composure when she heard her words and stumbled slightly, thinking to herself, if you possess such abilities, why must you proclaim them? Zhao Siyu's existence was indeed extraordinary. She was not human but akin to a small sprite, a transformation of the essence of the cursed deity, endowed with all its memories. This was the reason she could dismantle Wang Sheng's low-level curse. After all, her mind held the memories of a deity, vast as the cosmos. Wang Sheng's gaze sharpened, radiating a cold glint. He had heard Zhao Siyu's words. She possessed the memories of the cursed deity. Although he had acquired the majority of the curse technique's inheritance, it was still incomplete, riddled with gaps. If he could capture Zhao Siyu, it might be sufficient to fill in the missing parts of the curse technique. Zhao Siyu's mind was brimming with the cursed deity's memories. She possessed knowledge of its secrets. Even with her limited power, the curses she could cast were enough to injure first- and second-tier warriors. Wang Sheng charged forward, utilizing the Tai Chi diagram as he came. The dual blood spirits of the sun and moon manifesting, unleashing the full force of his third-tier bloodline. He was undeniably a prodigy, far more formidable than his peers, embodying the dual blood spirits of yin and yang, perfectly harmonious. As he chanted the incantation, two lengthy and obscure spells emerged, black lines spiraling from his pupils. This is the five senses curse, blindness and deafness, Zhao Siyu shouted, instantly recognizing the incantation Wang Sheng was invoking. Qing and Ji Jia sensed a mysterious force influencing them. Their vision dimmed until it was engulfed in complete darkness, and their ears seemed to lose all function, rendering them unable to hear any sound. However, they remained calm, for Zhao Siyu had provided prior warning. Soon, a wave of enigmatic energy enveloped their beings, restoring their sight and hearing. It was Zhao Siyu employing her abilities to dispel the curse. Her porcelain doll-like visage appeared slightly pale. Although she possessed remarkable intelligence for one so newly born, her power was merely at the 7th tier of vitality. After dispelling the low-level curses cast by Wang Sheng twice, she appeared fatigued, having expended considerable energy. Joining forces, Mu Qing and Ji Jia unleashed a surge of azure lightning that darted into the void, striking towards Wang Sheng, while Ji Jia also manifested streams of sword light. Wang Sheng countered with the Taiji diagram, now at the third tier of bloodline. On the verge of breaking through to the fourth tier martial artist, his strength formidable, Mu Qing felt an immense pressure. For his limited primal energy prevented him from continuously conjuring the water droplets of the 10,000 waters barrier. In that moment, the only way he could contend with Wang Sheng was through the 10,000 waters barrier. With a soft exhale, Ji Jia's ancient bronze sword radiated a hazy glow, and a sword light pierced through, transforming into a cerulean divine dragon. Yet, Wang Sheng swatted it away with a palm, the Taiji diagram materializing to engulf the sword light, reducing it to mere fragments. He then unleashed a powerful punch, the Arhut fist, its golden brilliance striking Mu Qing, causing him to cough up blood. Wang Sheng was imbued with profound primal energy and proficient in numerous martial techniques, alternating between the Arhut fist and the 8 trigrams palm. The pinnacle martial arts of the Wudong and Shaolin schools, the flower-picking finger and Taiji diagram, were wielded by him to their utmost potential, exuding an unparalleled aura. Boom! Ji Jia was struck by the Taiji diagram, coughing blood repeatedly, her scarlet hair cascading chaotically as she collapsed to the ground. In a critical moment, a shadow of a blue dragon flickered across Ji Jia's form, absorbing much of the force. A true dragon's protection? The words of Zhou Siyu, hidden above Mu Qing's head, stunned her, as if she had witnessed something extraordinary. However, Mu Qing paid her no mind, for he was locked in a fierce battle with Wang Sheng. The opponent's strength was astonishing. Alternating between the Arhut fist with his left hand and the 8 trigrams palm with his right, radiating brilliance, with the sun and moon shining behind him. Simultaneously, Wang Sheng muttered eerie incantations, the most rudimentary of curses, which still affected Mu Qing. Black patterns spread near Wang Sheng's eyes as he covertly wielded the power of curses. Mu Qing struck with a palm of thunder, only to feel an invisible force slice a narrow wound across his ankle. Enveloped in black mist, Mu Qing instantaneously shifted behind Wang Sheng, wielding a golden scythe and swinging it downward. Wang Sheng, already aware of Mu Qing's tactics, could not react in time but quickly uttered a brief incantation. Bang! Mu Qing's left knee buckled, causing him to kneel, the golden scythe slashing into the ground. A crescent of golden light cutting forth, yet it failed to injure Wang Sheng. The cursed secret technique was exceedingly formidable. Wang Sheng had just acquired it, and was already able to influence Mu Qing's combat. This fellow's talent appears to be quite remarkable. Zhou Siyu was taken aback. She possessed the memories of the cursed god. Even she acknowledged that Wang Sheng had an extraordinary talent for comprehension, perhaps rivaling that of Mu Qing in a state of cosmic fusion. With a hum, Wang Sheng pointed, and blossoms erupted in the void, beams of light piercing forth. Aimed directly at the crown of Mu Qing's head, he intended to pierce the heads of both Zhou Siyu and Mu Qing simultaneously. Haunted by ghosts, Zhou Siyu shrieked, not in incantation, but in human language. Chapter 162, Bloodline Sealed. As Zhou Siyu uttered those 3 words, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Black patterns spread through the void, casting the surroundings into darkness. Ghostly flames materialized in midair, and decaying corpses emerged from the ground, wailing mournfully while reaching for Wang Sheng. His countenance turned pale with terror. He found himself immobilized. How could this be? The incredulity washed over him. He was aware of the curse of being haunted by ghosts. It was a part of the inheritance he had received, albeit a more advanced curse that required at least a martial artist's prowess to wield. He could hardly believe that Zhou Siyu, whose aura suggested she was merely at the 7th tier of vitality, could unleash such a curse without even reciting the incantation, simply invoking its name in human language. I'm tired, Zhou Siyu murmured softly, resting atop Mu Qing's head with her eyes closed. Strangely, she remained firmly anchored there, impervious to Mu Qing's vigorous movements. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng was chanting incantations in an attempt to dispel the curse of being haunted by ghosts. However, despite his formidable talent, he had only just acquired the secret arts of the curse and could not master such profound spells instantaneously. Moreover, the curse not only immobilized the body but also the rotting corpses entwining Wang Sheng released tendrils of mist that infiltrated his being. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he gritted his teeth, With each inhalation of the mist, waves of excruciating pain surged through him. Seizing the opportunity, Qing swung his golden scythe in a sweeping arc, unleashing a golden crescent imbued with dense, blinding white lightning. With a piercing sound, Wang Sheng was bisected, a torrent of blood spraying into the air, staining it crimson. Yet at that moment, his severed body began to glow, the blood evaporating until he transformed into a segmented fat worm. A white radiance flickered in the air as Wang Sheng reappeared, pallid yet unscathed. Not a single wound to be found. "You shall die?" Wang Sheng exclaimed in fury. Qing's earlier strike was lethal, and few would have survived it. However, Wang Sheng had resorted to a trump card. The grotesque fat worm that lay on the ground was a precious artifact known as the substitute worm, capable of absorbing a fatal blow once. Had Qing's scythe struck him, it would have surely led to his demise, but thanks to the heirloom bestowed by his family, he had narrowly escaped death, an extraordinary stroke of fortune. The worm, though repugnant in appearance, was invaluable to Wang Sheng, who had not anticipated utilizing it against Qing. Wang Sheng extracted several elixirs from his spatial ring and consumed them, his complexion instantly becoming vibrant. The spatial ring that the third rat had seized from him merely contained herbs and luminescent plants. The truly valuable items were stored in another ring. Once again, an overwhelming aura emanated from Wang Sheng, yet Qing remained undaunted, wielding his golden scythe with a sweeping motion. This relic of the secret realm significantly enhanced Qing's power, enabling him to pose a threat to Wang Sheng, who possessed a third-tier bloodline. A bolt of eerie blue lightning struck Wang Sheng, leaving a charred wound on his back. The thunderous strike from Qing's palm was something even Wang Sheng could not evade, as he could not discern the trajectory of the lightning. The potency of that blue lightning was considerable, inflicting upon him a measure of injury. Seeking death, a glint of cold light flashed in Wang Sheng's eyes as a translucent insect emerged from his collar, resembling a firefly. This creature radiated a blinding glow, akin to a miniature sun, flapping its wings and swiftly approaching. Qing sensed an instinctual, lethal danger. He hastily retreated, aware that this firefly-like insect possessed some dreadful power. Wang Sheng moved with remarkable speed, appearing before Qing in an instant, the Tai Chi diagram descending upon him. Qing swung his golden scythe, golden light enveloping him as lightning crackled around his form, preparing to defend himself. Yet, it was evident that Wang Sheng's strength surpassed his own. Given that he was only a second-tier bloodline, managing to contend with Wang Sheng was already a formidable challenge. Qing coughed up blood as he was forced to retreat, even resorting to detonating a transparent crystal, which unleashed a dazzling cascade of energy that knocked Wang Sheng back, inflicting considerable harm. However, a smile appeared on Wang Sheng's face. The firefly-like insect touched Qing and transformed into a tiny luminous point, burrowing directly into Qing's heart. Frowning, Qing initially felt no immediate change, but upon introspection, his countenance shifted dramatically. A chirping sound emanated from his heart, as a strange force began to spread within him, infiltrating his bloodstream. He realized that his bloodline power was diminishing, his primal energy sealed, rendering his aura increasingly feeble. Ultimately, Qing coughed up blood, devoid of any aura. His bloodline completely sealed. His dantian and mind were filled with potent primal energy, yet he found himself unable to summon it. His body felt as if it were ensnared. The firefly within his heart released an enigmatic force, transforming into a lock. Ji Jia approached and noticed the changes in Qing, her face paling in astonishment. Unprepared for such an unexpected turn of events, Wang Sheng's gaze was chilling. He felt regret within, realizing that had he dispatched Qing sooner, none of this would have transpired. He had been on the verge of acquiring the complete curse secret technique, but Qing's interference had led to failure and backlash. Most painfully, he lamented the loss of 3 precious insects. Thunder rumbled as a fissure tore open in the sky, casting a multitude of radiant hues into the realm, accompanied by various sounds. What exactly transpired within the secret realm? All the students eliminated from the college entrance examination have provided feedback to our federal agency, expressing that a terrifying crisis has emerged. Even the prodigies of the Mu and Ling families have been eliminated. A wave of dreadful mental power has swept through the entire secret realm, as federal powerhouses outside the Kunlun secret realm have intervened, each at least possessing a 9th-tier bloodline, employing their spiritual prowess. However, At this moment, a thin veil of white mist has enveloped the Kunlun's secret realm, imbued with the curse's essence, completely thwarting the probing of mental energies. It is futile. We are still unable to discern any information. Outside the fissure, a collective sigh can be heard. The outside powerhouses endeavor to extract some information, yet they find themselves at an impasse. It's best to guide the individuals first. Over by the fissure, numerous federal powerhouses seem to be congregating. Wang Sheng gazes at Qing, harboring intentions to eliminate him, yet he realizes that time is no longer on his side. The 3-day limit has elapsed, and the federal powerhouses are set to open the Kunlun secret realm to conclude the examination. At this moment, all individuals are ensnared by an unseen force, gradually ascending into the air, being ushered away by the federal powerhouses from the secret realm. Chapter 163. Departure and Enigma. Wang Sheng possesses an acute awareness of time. He understands that he cannot afford to kill Qing. Thus, he decisively employs a precious insect, a firefly, which enters Qing's body, sealing his bloodline powers, rendering him unable to harness his primal force. He is enveloped in a beam of white light, lifting him into the air as he coldly regards Qing. Qing has thwarted his plans, yet now he is rendered powerless. Wang Sheng observes the slumbering figure of the cursed Cu above Qing, committing her visage to memory, for he intends to leverage the Wang family's influence to acquire her later. At that time, he may also complete his fragmented curse techniques, and, should he be willing to pay a considerable price, even enlist an alchemist to transplant the memories within Cu's mind into his own. Qing takes a deep breath, attempting to summon his primal force, yet neither his dantian nor his mind responds. It feels as if all his strength has vanished, leaving him as an ordinary person. However, he is acutely aware that his power still exists, merely sealed away by an enigmatic force. He strives to maintain his composure, though the loss of his abilities incites a sense of panic within him. A glimmer of hope lingers in Qing's heart. Perhaps he can enlist the aid of Ku Fei and the higher-ups at Shihu University to resolve the issue of the insect lodged in his heart. At the very least, he believes that his mysterious father might possess a solution. And the enigmatic Cu above him has demonstrated her capabilities in the past by employing a curse to eliminate the silkworms within the heart of a giant. Calming his emotions, Qing finds himself suspended in the secret realm's atmosphere, noticing the beam of light enveloping him has pierced through the cursed land, revealing glimpses of the outside world. They are located on the 7th floor of the museum, a place known as the Cursed Land. Here, cursed flowers abound, shrouded in white mist, a site where a formidable giant once met its demise. Yet, the power of the federal warriors penetrates this space, utilizing the black chips within their spatial rings as conduits to usher them into the outside world. Beneath the resplendent column of light, Qing ascended into the heavens. Above him loomed a vast chasm, a portal signifying escape from this accursed land. He cast his gaze downward, his brow furrowing in sudden dismay, for the ground lay desolate. All traces of the cursed flowers had vanished. It was well known that this cursed domain had once been adorned with blossoms of malevolence, including a colossal flower that had unfurled its 7th petal. Turning his head, Qing was jolted to discover that the towering giant had also disappeared. What remained of this cursed land was mere ruins. Everything else had simply evaporated. How could this be? In the distance, a piercing scream echoed, the voice of Ai Li. Wang Sheng, too, felt a peculiar unease, unable to fathom the abrupt disappearance of the cursed flowers and the giant, as if they had never existed at all. Was it due to the rupture of the cursed land? Qing pondered, lifting his gaze to the vast chasm before him. They had indeed escaped the cursed territory, now witnessing the visage of the 5 great cities. The white mist had dissipated, leaving them suspended in the sky, surrounded by several other beams of light belonging to Xuan Lingyi and his companions. Meanwhile, a multitude of light columns could be seen in the distance, aside from Thunderstorm City. The other 4 cities were brimming with them, numbering at least in the thousands. Clearly, the primary issue lay within Thunderstorm City, while a significant number of students had survived in the other cities. However, it was worth noting that this number was considerably diminished, as past examination cohorts had exceeded 50,000. Qing soared towards the elongated fissure in the sky within the column of light, which not only allowed for levitation, but also possessed remarkable healing properties. He sensed that the light column could enhance one's primal energy and fortify the physical body. A true boon. Yet, unfortunately, Qing found himself unable to wield his primal energy at this moment. As beams of light disappeared into the fissure above, Qing remained toward the rear of the group. As he approached the fissure, a powerful force surged toward him, seemingly intent on pulling him away. With a final glance reminiscent of the Kunlun secret realm, his palm trembled slightly as he beheld the entire Kunlun secret realm, adorned with cursed flowers. The sky city formed by the amalgamation of the 5 great cities was swiftly enveloped by white mist, vanishing from sight. The glow of dawn enveloped him, and he had fully departed from the Kunlun secret realm. The sensation of weightlessness dissipated, and by the time he regained his bearings, he found himself in a vast plaza, surrounded by ancient and elegant architecture. A group approached him. It was Xuan Lingyi and the others. Kun Shan introduced to the group that this immense plaza served as the cultivation ground of Kunlun Mountain, where numerous disciples had previously gathered each day to practice their arts. In the distance, he could faintly discern a mountain shifting. This indicated the position of the Kunlun secret realm, the great mountain ceiling itself, signifying the closure of the entrance to the realm. As the group inhaled the fresh air outside, a sense of relief washed over them. Jiang Yuanjie surveyed his surroundings, soon catching the gaze of students from West Lake University nearby, instantly straightening up, exuding the pride of a peacock. This examination experience had been fraught with numerous events, and Jiang Yuanjie had garnered considerable benefits from it all. His cultivation has ascended to the level of a martial artist, wielding a golden spear and a star core rocket launcher, while also forging connections with the prodigies of various powerful factions, reaping considerable rewards. Jiang Yuanjie spotted Xinguang, who had evidently dedicated himself to rigorous training in recent days, as his cultivation had reached the 10th stage of vitality and blood. Among the students of Shihu University, Xinguang was no longer considered weak. Just as Jiang Yuanjie intended to greet him, a towering figure obstructed his path. It was Yu Hua. This prodigy from Tianyu Palace, adept in swordsmanship, had once weighed a mere 130 pounds, but after feeling displeased with his physique, he resolutely chose to embark on a weight loss journey, culminating in his current hefty several hundred pounds, resembling Jiang Yuanjie in stature. He approached Jiang Yuanjie and began discussing weight loss techniques, even recommending some of his own methods. Xuan Lingyi and Yang Jia temporarily departed to seek out their elders within their factions. Yang Shan accompanied Yang Jia, finding an elder of the Yang family. This elder, clad in a blue robe and exuding a gentle demeanor, presented several large pieces of spatial crystals to Yang Shan, urging her to refine them when time permits. Qing remained entranced by the earlier sight of the Sky City, formed by 5 great cities, where cursed flowers bloomed abundantly amidst rising white mist. He pondered whether it was related to the elusive cursed flower that had vanished, which had already unfurled 7 petals, possibly possessing some unique abilities. Moreover, a persistent intuition whispered to him that he would encounter that cursed flower once more. Qing, let us seek out the principal, Ji Jia exclaimed, pulling him away before he could fully comprehend the situation. Chapter 164. The astonished Vice Principal Qing felt a cool, soft hand grasp his arm. Ji Jia understood his current predicament, as he was unable to channel any of his innate energy. Ji Jia's father, Ji Xiangtian, served as the vice principal of Shihu University. Wielding the power of an 8th-grade bloodline and having entered the realm of martial supremacy, she sought her father's assistance, hoping he could extract the luminous creature from within Qing. Not far off, Duanan's eyes ignited with jealousy. From his viewpoint, Ji Jia and Qing appeared exceedingly close, hand in hand, stirring feelings of displeasure within him, his countenance turning icy. "Where's my father?" Ji Jia inquired of a teacher. This teacher, possessing a 6th-grade bloodline, was momentarily taken aback, then replied, "Vice Principal Ji has been unaccounted for since the day of the mock examination." His expression was slightly deferential, for he recognized that these 2 individuals had emerged as formidable talents from the recent entrance examination, their cultivation levels surpassing his own. Ji Jia furrowed her brows, perplexed by her father's unexplained absence. It seemed he had not reappeared since the mock exam and had not accompanied the principal to the current entrance examination. What of the principal? He accompanied the federal authorities to Kunlun Taoist Temple, the teacher informed her, explaining that the principal, along with heads of other universities and powerful figures from various factions, was engaged in discussions at Kunlun Taoist Temple. This was due to significant issues arising from the Kunlun secret realm, where nearly all inhabitants of Thunderstorm City had perished resulting in alarmingly high mortality and elimination rates. What is happening? Jiang Yuanjie and Yu Hua approached. Meanwhile, Shen Yi, Yang Jia, and others arrived, noticing that Ji Jia appeared somewhat anxious, while Mu Qing wore a rather grim expression. "Who is that girl perched atop your head?" inquired Shen Yi, as a mouse on his shoulder spoke curiously. This mouse, no larger than a fist and smaller than Zhou Siyu, was none other than Mouse Old 3. It had recently ascended to a 5th-tier bloodline. When the formidable beings of the Federation escorted Shen Yi and the others, it employed a remarkable technique to shrink its body, assuming the appearance of an ordinary mouse, and departed the Kunlun secret realm alongside Shen Yi. This ability had been imparted to it by a fierce beast within the Kunlun secret realm, which had similarly used the technique to escape. Although this method was extraordinary, it came with drawbacks. In its diminished state, it could hardly unleash any of its formidable power. And aside from its hardened body, it might struggle against even a student at the 6th level of vitality. Mouse Old 3 jumped onto Mu Qing's shoulder, gazing intently at Zhou Siyu, who was resting atop Mu Qing's head. It trembled violently, its eyes filled with terror. The power of curses. It bared its teeth, its fur bristling, while its little legs quaked in fear. The mouse harbored a deep-seated dread of curses, having witnessed its former friends and rivals meet tragic ends due to their effects. Mu Qing informed the group that the girl above his head was a manifestation of the cursed flower on his brow, though he was perplexed as to why she particularly favored dwelling atop him. The others expressed their astonishment, only to learn from Mu Qing that he was unable to harness his original power, which left them all in shock. Insects? I have never heard of the Wang family possessing such abilities. Shen Yi furrowed his brow. Yang Jia shook his head in agreement, admitting he too had no knowledge of it. Perhaps Wang Sheng has stumbled upon some fortuitous opportunity, thus acquiring such a technique, Yu Hua speculated, standing beside Jiang Yuanjie. With the two having come to regard each other as brothers, as it was indeed rare to find another of similar heft. My master has also arrived. He may be able to resolve the issue within you, Shen Yi asserted, a hint of pride in his demeanor. He hailed from the revered Shen family, situated in the Shenangjia region, a lineage known for its remarkable combat prowess. However, Shen Yi harbored an interest in medicine and had apprenticed under a formidable healer. This healer, known as Yong Yi, was a close friend of Ku Fei. Shen Yi clarified that his master was dubbed the mediocre physician merely due to the connotation of his name. Your master is called the mediocre physician, yet your name denotes the divine physician, Yang Shan chuckled. Amidst laughter and chatter, Shen Yi confidently promised to enlist the aid of the mediocre physician to help Mu Qing rid himself of the insects within, which reassured the others, who trusted in the healer's abilities. Yu Hua remarked that the esteemed mediocre physician seemed to be a being of at least 9th-tier bloodline. Jiang Yuanjie leaned closer to Mu Qing, expressing that this formidable healer, proficient in medicine, should be capable of addressing his internal troubles. Nevertheless, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Mu Qing felt an unsettling simplicity in the matter. He shook his head, attempting to rouse the slumbering Zhou Siyu, who continued to snore, wrinkling her nose. Zhou Siyu seemed to possess knowledge of certain circumstances. Mu Qing had once heard her mention the term insect clan and was astonished by it. For someone like Zhou Siyu, who bore the memories of a deity, what could evoke such surprise must indeed be extraordinary. 3 figures hastened toward them. They were the vice principals of Shihu High School, Lin Yuan, Tai Lai, and Lei Kai. All 3 were formidable 8th-tier bloodline warriors. Yet upon learning of the arrival of these prodigies, they rushed over. Their eyelids twitched in astonishment as they beheld Mu Qing's close association with several outstanding individuals. Lei Kai's heart brimmed with joy. Mu Qing, Ji Jia, and Yang Shan were all students from his eastern campus. Once a prime suspect in the corpse incident, Mu Qing had now unexpectedly allied himself with the celestial families of the Shun and Yang, as well as the prodigies from Kunlun, having just come from Duan Su's side. They initially believed that the principal's carefully nurtured Duan Su would emerge as the foremost among Shihu High School, but it now appeared that he lagged considerably behind Mu Qing. Duan Su only had a tenuous connection with Yu Hua of the Tianyu Palace, and he was currently outshone by Jiang Yuanjie's association with Yu Hua, rendering him even less significant than Mu Qing. What? The 3 vice principals' expressions changed dramatically upon learning that Mu Qing was unable to wield his original force. Lei Kai stepped forward to investigate Mu Qing's condition and indeed observed a radiant insect nestled within his heart. He attempted to harness his mental strength to obliterate it, but found it akin to a mud ox sinking into the ocean, creating not even the slightest ripple. The other two principals also advanced to assist, yet they were equally powerless. What could be done? Lei Kai grew anxious, harboring resentment towards Wang Sheng of the Wang family. Tai Lai informed everyone that due to an incident within the secret realm during the college entrance examination, no scores would be issued, and subsequently, the Federation might announce a task. Many factions would keep a keen eye on this task, and individuals who performed exceptionally would be courted by significant powers. Some prodigies would not be concerned by this, as they were already backed by substantial factions with ample resources for cultivation. However, for Qing and Jiang Yuanjie, they needed to align themselves with a formidable force. Fear not. Xuan Yi will invite the esteemed medical practitioner to examine Qing, Jiang Yuanjie assured. The expressions of Lei Kai and the other two turned to shock. They were momentarily dazed, never having anticipated that a student from their institution would have such connections, considering that even they had never encountered a being surpassing the 9th tier. Chapter 165, The Monarch. At Kunlun Mountain, a scene of tranquility unfolded, with ethereal cranes occasionally gracing the sky, shrouded in mist. These were the fierce beasts tamed by the Kunlun warriors. A throng of students gathered in the Kunlun Taoist arena, their numbers overwhelming. Many educators from various institutions were incensed, lamenting the alarmingly high mortality rate among students in this year's examination. One individual from a particular school began to curse, as most of their students had entered Thunderstorm City, with only a scant few surviving. At that moment, an extraordinarily violent aura swept through, silencing all voices. Shadows materialized, appearing right before everyone, yet remaining faceless. Jiang Yuanjie widened his eyes, while Mouse 3 stood atop Qing's shoulder, both straining to discern the figures before them. Their eyes became dry and strained, unable to clearly perceive the forms that danced in the distance. As for Qing, he was in an even more dire predicament. His innate power was sealed, allowing him only a faint glimpse of a dozen shadows. Kun Shan informed them that these were the legendary sovereign bloodline warriors, transcending the 9th tier. Which one is Qing? A voice suddenly boomed from one of the figures, an overwhelming aura radiating into the heavens. The sound echoed across the entire Kunlun Taoist Academy, resonating like a resounding bell. Qing stood frozen, and the expressions of those beside him turned vacant. Numerous students began to murmur among themselves, inquiring about a student named Qing. Is it some mediocre healer seeking you? Lei Kai's forehead glistened with sweat, uncertain whether the sovereign warrior harbored malice or goodwill. That voice does not belong to my master. Xuan Yi remarked in astonishment. Could it be a friend of your father? Yang Jia speculated, aware that Qing's father, Yu, had once been a prodigy in alchemy. Although he had been out of the limelight for years, it was likely he had ascended to the ranks of a top-tier alchemist. Among those who interacted with elite alchemists, most were indeed sovereigns. The three vice principals stood dumbfounded, unable to fathom how this connected to Qing's father. Qing's countenance grew grave as he spotted a figure in the distance, Lin, casting a chilling gaze in his direction and making a throat-cutting gesture. He instantly comprehended that peril loomed. It was highly probable that Lin had orchestrated this scheme from the shadows. Qing, the resounding voice echoed once more, this time enveloping Qing in an ominous aura. According to a coalition of powerful factions including the Mu, Ling, Wang families, the Sun and Moon Group, Wudong, Shaolin, and Kunlun, Qing was accused of violating examination protocols and suspected of cheating. He was alleged to have conspired with monstrous beasts to slaughter thousands of his fellow humans. Guilty. Henceforth, the federal powerhouse Qing Shu would oversee the trial and execution. Chains of radiant light materialized from thin air, ensnaring Qing's body. He found himself unable to summon his innate power, merely a spectator to his own confinement. Even if his bloodline power were not sealed, he lacked the strength to resist. In an instant, all gazes converged upon Qing. The students erupted into chaos, some voicing their outrage and curses, as the death toll during the examination had been staggering. Conversely, the higher-ups from various factions and institutions calmed down, possessing martial prowess that rendered them astute. How could a mere Qing, lacking even the level of a martial artist, possibly impact the examination? Many influential figures understood that Qing had offended a remarkably capable prodigy. Moreover, with the examination's unfortunate turn of events, The Federation required a scapegoat to channel the collective ire of the masses, and Qing, having been reported by multiple powerful factions, fit the bill perfectly. The sovereign figures hovered in the air, their forms no longer obscured. They appeared as imposing middle-aged men, their faces etched with authority. A figure suddenly stepped forward, clad in a trench coat, with a gaunt visage. With a mere flick of his finger, the creature known as Mouse Lao San, perched upon Qing's shoulder, let out a pitiful cry before collapsing to the ground, reverting to its original form. Mouse Lao San stood at an imposing height of 2 meters and had previously consumed some of Ji Jia's blood. After fully digesting it, coupled with certain gains from the Kunlun secret realm, he had ascended to a 5th-tier bloodline. However, a martial artist of that caliber was no match for a king and was swiftly cast aside. Truly a ferocious beast. The appearance of Mouse Lao San immediately dispelled any lingering doubts among the students. Kun Shan, what is happening with your Kunlun? Yang Jia furrowed his brow, sensing that matters were taking a dire turn. He had also heard that Kunlun had reported Qing. Uncle, Kun Shan is unaware of this, he shouted, appearing to have a close rapport with a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe among the dozen kings. Yet, the robed man shot him a glare, and an invisible force surged forth. Kun Shan clamped his mouth shut, desperately trying to speak, but finding himself unable to utter a word. Yang Jia approached to investigate, discovering that Kun Shan was merely silenced by a powerful force. Clearly, something had transpired that compelled even the formidable warriors of Kunlun to acquiesce. What on earth is happening? An elderly man approached. With silver hair and an imposing presence, he was formidable, though not quite on par with the kings hovering above, yet still significantly stronger than Lei Kai and his companions. This elder was none other than Ku Zhang, the principal of Shihu University and the son of Ku Fei. His countenance was grim, displaying signs of impending fury, though it was directed not at Qing, but rather at the kings in the air. If you claim Qing is guilty, then present your evidence. Ku Zhang bellowed, a gust of wind pressure emanating from him, seemingly challenging the kings above. Behind him, a dragon's roar echoed, a double-headed dragon that unleashed both frost and flame. What has come over the principal? Lei Kai and the other vice principals were taken aback, feeling that the events of the day were utterly surreal. The usually composed principal had erupted in anger when confronted by a host of kings, a behavior entirely uncharacteristic of him. Nearby, Duan Su, who had been reveling in the misfortune of others, felt his envy intensify upon witnessing the principal's actions. Previously, the principal had favored him alone, granting him all the benefits, yet now he was aiding Qing in offending individuals of royal stature. What has happened to old Ku? Some university heads familiar with Ku Zhang were equally perplexed. The power of the double-headed dragon behind Ku Zhang surged dramatically, its roar resonating as if it could withstand the aura of the king hovering above. Everyone sensed that Ku Zhang's strength was rapidly escalating, nearly reaching the pinnacle of a 9th-tier bloodline. What do you think you are? The king in the trench coat's expression turned icy, elevated above all. He was incensed by the roar of a mere 9th-tier bloodline. With a pointed finger, he gathered radiant light, warping the surrounding space, as an energy arrow materialized, accompanied by a tsunami-like force. The practitioners of Kunlun observed the waves rising in the air, an arrow conjuring a cosmic phenomenon. This arrow was aimed directly at Ku Zhang. Chapter 166. The bloodthirsty persona Ku Zhang stood unyielding, his aura of malevolence intensifying, as his once white hair gradually transformed into a deep ebony hue. A whisper of ice and fire emerged, as frost and flames surged wildly around him, coalescing into 2 colossal dragons that entwined and charged forth. Boom! An explosive surge of energy erupted in the sky, unleashing a brilliant radiance. The overwhelming pressure cascaded outward, piercing through the cloud cover, causing celestial cranes to scatter in fear. The thunder roared while the rain fell lightly, yet the dreadful intensity and light abruptly vanished from the air. Another monarch had intervened, clad in a white coat, with a scalpel tucked into the pocket of his garment. With a mere gesture, he dissipated the residual energy, ensuring that none within the Kunlun Taoist sanctuary suffered harm. Master! Shen Yi cried out. The man in the white coat smiled, swiftly appearing beside Shen Yi. He was none other than Shen Yi's master, Yong Yi, known colloquially as the Quack Doctor. At that moment, everyone within the sanctuary was struck with astonishment, including the dozen or so monarchs, who wore expressions of disbelief. Ku Zhang, wielding the power of a 9th-tier bloodline, had contended with a monarch without sustaining any injuries. He stood tall, with the twin-headed dragon roaring behind him. An expression of bloodlust etched upon his aged visage. Although Qing was bound by glowing chains, he remained composed, and upon observing Zheng's demeanor, a realization struck him. The bloodthirsty persona. Previously, Fei had informed Qing that Zheng, like his blood spirit, was a twin-headed dragon. And the emergence of Fei's dual persona was also a consequence of this lineage. Zheng's appearance was not to aid Qing, but rather to indulge his thirst for violence. His bloodthirsty persona was awakening. What in the world is happening? Xuan Lingyi asked the quack doctor, his expression tinged with urgency as he sought to understand why the monarchs had targeted Qing. The quack doctor shook his head, whispering to Xuan Lingyi that the crowd was too large for such discussions. His gaze then shifted to Zheng, his countenance grave. He and Fei had been close friends, yet Fei, driven by his bloodthirsty persona, had once sought to take his life, committing a grave transgression that led to his eventual self-imposed seal. Knowing Zheng, the son of Fei, the quack doctor, adept in his medical craft, sensed a troubling change in Zheng that bore resemblance to the madness that had overtaken Fei. Xuan Lingyi grew anxious. His bond with Qing compelled him to act. Yet Qing was the disciple of Fei. What kind of disciple is he? Step aside. The quack doctor waved dismissively, still observing Zheng's condition, contemplating whether to intervene. After a moment, he turned to Qing and then back to Xuan Lingyi, astonished. This young man is a disciple of that fellow Fei? The outside world believed Fei to be dead. Yet only he knew of Fei's self-imposed entrapment on the island in the midst of West Lake. Xuan Lingyi nodded vigorously. Not possible, the quack doctor replied, shaking his head. That fellow does not strike me as one who would take on disciples. He began to harbor doubts about Qing, then inquired, do you have any proof? With a radiant gesture, the quack doctor released the luminous chains binding Qing. Qing has regained his freedom. Quack, what are you doing? Roared the monarch hovering in the air. His name is Qing Shu, once a member of the Mu family, who later joined the Federation and attained a high status within its ranks. Naturally, the Mu family orchestrated the events surrounding Qing, assigning the task of eliminating him to Qing Shu. The monarchs from various factions chose to remain passive observers. Qing Shu initially anticipated a swift resolution to this affair. But unexpectedly, the principal of West Lake Academy intervened, followed by the quack doctor, also a monarch, who decided to take action. Qing Shu glanced at the man beside him, a burly middle-aged figure with a beard, sporting dark sunglasses and a cigarette. This man is the monarch of the divine family, known as the Quack, who has not aligned himself with any faction and is considered a lone wolf. He only developed a closer relationship with the divine family after becoming the master of Xuan Lingyi. The monarch of the divine family shook his head with a wry smile, his voice deep and resonant. We, the divine family, have no authority over him. If this fellow truly decides to unleash his wrath, we cannot stop him. The Quack's medical skills are astounding. In terms of expertise, he is arguably the foremost on Earth, having treated numerous monarchs and countless powerful individuals of the 9th-tier bloodline. Should he become enraged, he need not lift a finger. With a mere command, many would willingly fight on his behalf. The Quack ignored Qing Shu's rebuke. As he is known for his independent nature, he fixed his gaze on Qing, demanding evidence of his affiliation as a disciple of Fei. Qing hesitated, for he was not a true disciple in the conventional sense and possessed no proof. The cultivation method he practiced was merely a low-tier bloodline technique casually given to him by Fei. Xuan Lingyi fervently gestured towards Qing, assuring him that his master's connections could undoubtedly secure Qing's safety. Meanwhile, Qing Shu sought to intervene, but was met with the fierce advance of Zheng, whose face was full of murderous intent. His current state was peculiar. He was impervious to all words, an aura of malice enveloping him, eager for combat with formidable foes. Zheng was ensconced in an interplay of frost and flames, resembling a war god of ice and fire, and he faced Qing Shu without an ounce of fear, his eyes brimming with a thirst for vengeance. In Qing Shu's hands materialized a bow and arrow, gleaming with a cerulean hue and radiant with brilliance. Several monarchs gasped in astonishment, realizing that Qing Shu was poised to unleash his true power. The Mu family is renowned for its archery, and Qing Shu's bow was crafted by a top-tier alchemist. With a cold glint in his eyes, Qing Shu drew the bow. channeling an energy arrow that coiled with torrents of water. Behind him, a monstrous, terrifying shark emerged, colossal in stature, a fleeting apparition. This was the Mu family's inherited blood spirit, the frenzied shark. With a swift motion, he released the energy arrow, which transformed into the roaring frenzied shark, unleashing a torrent of energy that cascaded like a raging ocean. The might of this attack was formidable. Had it not been for the covert suppression of this energy by several other monarchs, the entire Kunlun Taoist temple would likely have faced annihilation. Mu Qingshu, exerting his full strength, found that Kejong, possessing only a 9th-tier bloodline, was no match for him, sustaining several injuries as blood flowed freely from his wounds. However, his face was a tempest of murderous intent as he roared, wielding the energies of ice and fire to their utmost potential. The sky erupted in a magnificent display of crystalline ice blossoms and blazing flames. Although Kejong found himself in a position of disadvantage, the numerous formidable figures above the Kunlun Taoist temple gazed upon him with profound respect. Here was an individual, endowed with a 9th-tier bloodline, daring to challenge a monarch. Even in a weakened state, Mu Qingshu found it impossible to strike him down directly. Fury surged within Mu Qingshu as the atmosphere darkened, unleashing a torrent of energy that surged forth like a boundless ocean, harboring within it a monstrous shark, its visage grotesque. His inability to subdue Mu Qing, obstructed by a mere 9th-tier bloodline individual, was a blow to his pride. The 3 vice principals of West Lake Academy and a cadre of teachers were filled with trepidation, bewildered by the inexplicable transformation occurring within their principal. Kejong's current state was peculiar. His eyes were bloodshot, and his aura swelled beyond the ordinary 9th-tier bloodline. At times, he clutched his head in agony, an excruciating pain surging through him as the dual-headed dragon blood spirit behind him flickered with an eerie light. In truth, Kejong was engulfed in torment. His rationality was submerged beneath an insatiable thirst for slaughter, his head pounding with the echoes of a voice that screamed in madness. He sensed that within the confines of his mind, another self was poised to emerge, a harbinger of dual personality. In the past, when Ku Fei exhibited a dual personality, he had slain countless individuals, and the Federation's manhunt for him persisted even now. What? Is there no evidence to present? The doctor's gaze was electrifying. Even without targeting Mu Qing specifically, he exerted immense pressure upon him. Mu Qing frowned, and then, as if struck by a thought, he retrieved a peculiar stone from his spatial ring. This stone bore mysterious patterns and symbols, the control stone. The doctor gasped in astonishment, meeting Mu Qing's gaze with realization, ultimately acknowledging the connection between Mu Qing and Ku Fei. The control stone was an artifact reserved for the principal of West Lake Academy, representing its greatest heritage, and had long been in Ku Fei's possession. With Ku Fei's self-imposed seal, the Academy had lost the control stone. The doctor believed that Ku Fei would never part with such a crucial artifact lightly. Even if Mu Qing were not his disciple, their relationship was undoubtedly extraordinary. Chapter 167. The outcry of monarchs. Since Ku Fei has entrusted you with the control stone, your identity no longer warrants further suspicion. The doctor approached Mu Qing. Mu Qing was momentarily taken aback, then distinctly felt the profound aura radiating from the doctor, akin to an unfathomable abyss. This was a monarch. Rest assured, no one present today will harm you, the doctor remarked with a calm smile, yet his tone brimmed with authority. He whispered to a few individuals, revealing that the masterminds behind this affair were the Mu family, the Wang family, Shaolin, Wudong, and several other powerful factions. The Wang and Mu families had formed an alliance, expending considerable resources to involve other forces. The Federation was disinclined to intervene in the conflicts of the major powers, and given the unexpected events surrounding this examination, they were quite pleased to have you as a scapegoat. He unveiled certain clandestine information, primarily indicating that Mu Lin and Wang Sheng were conspiring against Mu Qing, intent on orchestrating his demise. Such ruthless tactics. Jiang Yuanjie gritted his teeth. At that moment, Kejong, who was engaged in battle with Mu Qing, suddenly halted his movements. His gaze directed towards Mu Qing. Kejong's eyes fixated on a stone in Mu Qing's hand, intricately adorned with patterns and symbols, seemingly unremarkable. Yet, Kejong trembled, his expression returning to normal. He recognized the stone as the control stone, which rightfully belonged to Shihu High School and was meant to be passed down through each generation of principals. It represented the school's greatest heritage. Regrettably lost with the disappearance of Ku Fei, Ku Zheng had long believed his father was dead, never anticipating that he would witness the control stone, once held by Ku Fei, at this moment. Recalling Mu Qing's previous journey aboard the Long Shi No. 1, he shuddered, his gaze complex, tinged with a hint of resentment. He had partially deduced that Ku Fei was still alive and had some connection to Mu Qing. What are you hesitating for? Mu Qing shot forth an energy arrow, accompanied by a torrent reminiscent of a vast ocean. Thud. Ku Zheng sustained grave injuries, a massive gaping wound appearing in his abdomen. Blood splattered across his body as he was flung away. The moment he glimpsed the control stone in Mu Qing's possession and remembered his father, Ku Fei's image reinvigorated his suppressed murderous persona. Yet, the very absence of that bloodthirsty persona allowed the killing intent he had cultivated to dissipate, leading to his severe injury at the hands of Mu Qing. Numerous teachers and vice principals of Shihu High School rushed forward, panic-stricken, producing various potions to tend to Ku Zheng's wounds. Quack! Are you truly intent on protecting this brat? Mu Qing, exuding righteousness, once again conjured an energy arrow, aiming it at the quack. Today, Mu Qing must perish. Another sovereign stepped forward, voicing his stance. Indeed, Mu Qing has violated the examination regulations and colluded with ferocious beasts. He deserves the death penalty, remarked another sovereign nonchalantly. These two sovereigns hailed from Shaolin and the Wang family, respectively. Subsequently, a Wudong sovereign also spoke up, declaring Mu Qing's inevitable demise. The faces of all students from the Kunlun Taoist Academy turned pale with shock, and the teachers and higher-ups from various prestigious schools were equally astonished. It was the first time they witnessed sovereign-level figures unite to eliminate a martial arts student. Waves of terrifying auras enveloped Mu Qing, yet they were all thwarted by a singular figure. Ah, what a lively scene. Zhou Siyu suddenly awoke, rubbing her sleepy eyes. She paled upon seeing the horrifying figures in midair and quickly buried her face in Mu Qing's hair. Whom have you provoked? Zhou Siyu's voice reached Mu Qing's ears. Mu Qing could only manage a wry smile, responding, "These are all enemies I've stirred up within the Kunlun secret realm." He found himself in a precarious situation, feeling utterly uncomfortable, as his life was no longer within his control. Before Mu Qing stood the quack clad in a white coat, his demeanor carefree as he cheerfully retrieved a scalpel from his pocket, an aura of terror surging forth. Although he specialized in medicine, his prowess was no less formidable than that of other sovereigns. The quack physician should not mislead himself. The rulers of the Wang family rebuked him, and one by one, the sovereigns emerged to denounce, intent on slaying Mu Qing. In truth, most of them were unfamiliar with Mu Qing. The only ones truly intent on confronting him were the Mu and Wang families. Moreover, Wang Sheng's background was not ordinary. Even the Western Church's Ali had extended her full support to him, while the prodigies of Shaolin and Wudong acted like mere subordinates. The Wang family had long allied with several other formidable forces, and under Wang Sheng's covert machinations, they summoned sovereign-level figures to eliminate Mu Qing. Although Wang Sheng was aware that Mu Qing had lost his strength and could not wield his original power, he still deemed it prudent to resolve the matter swiftly to avoid prolonged complications. Furthermore, Wang Sheng understood that the curse of Siyu above Mu Qing harbored the memories of a deity, and he was determined to seize it, compelling the sovereigns to act. Everyone present believed that Mu Qing was doomed, for there were over a dozen sovereigns in the air, most of whom denounced him. A mere quack physician could not withstand such opposition. The quack furrowed his brow, but resolved to stand before Mu Qing nonetheless. Do you see? One must not be overly ostentatious. Offending formidable prodigies can lead to dire consequences, admonished a university president to his students and faculty. Others utilized communication devices to record the unfolding scene, as it was indeed significant news. A student suspected of colluding with the Beast Clan amid examination issues. Beside Mu Qing, the third rat's countenance turned ashen. It felt its demise was imminent, certain that once Mu Qing was slain, humanity would not spare it. It felt a deep sense of frustration. Having once basked in glory within the Kunlun secret realm, it now faced a life-threatening crisis as a fifth-tier martial beast. It had believed that leaving Kunlun would lead to a bright future, only to encounter death's embrace. Pardon me, everyone, but this young man is under the protection of the Yang family. An elderly woman suddenly emerged from the crowd. She was advanced in years, leaning on a cane, her silver hair occasionally accompanied by persistent coughs. Yet, The expressions of the sovereigns in midair grew solemn, for they sensed a terrifying aura emanating from her, one that surpassed their own. Mu Qing's expression also turned grave. He recognized this elder as a member of the Yang family, who had attained the rank of sovereign many years prior. Coughing, the elderly woman approached Mu Qing, offering him a warm smile before standing alongside the quack. Her gaze swiftly sharpened, her posture straightening as she surveyed the surroundings. The sovereigns were taken aback by her formidable presence. She was a fearsome ruler. Thank you. Mu Qing expressed his gratitude to Yang Jia and Yang Shanshan. Fully aware of why the Yang family as sovereign had appeared, it was undoubtedly due to their request. Yang Jia shook his head with a smile, indicating that the true thanks should be directed towards Yang Shanshan. He felt somewhat disheartened when he sought the Yang family's sovereign. The elders had hesitated, yet when Yang Shanshan spoke, they immediately acquiesced. Yang matriarch, it's good to see you well, the quack remarked with a faint smile. The elder cast him a sidelong glance, coughing as she replied, I am merely fulfilling a request from our little princess. In the midst of the turmoil, the leaders of the Wang and Mu families wore expressions of deep concern, yet their resolve remained unshaken. The coalition of their formidable forces, bolstered by the presence of powerful figures from the Western Church, was not something that a mere Yang family or a solitary wanderer could withstand. Merely the two of you cannot suffice. A figure clad in a white robe stepped forth, a representative from the Western Church, known to share a close rapport with Ai Li. What if I were to join as well? A robust and boisterous voice suddenly echoed throughout the Kunlun Taoist arena. Chapter 168. The emergence of Ku Fei. The voice reverberated in the air, and upon hearing it, Mu Qing was momentarily taken aback, for it was all too familiar. Meanwhile, the quack physician's lips curled into a subtle smile, his face betraying a glimmer of anticipation. A colossal shadow appeared against the sky, revealing a flying ship adorned with dragon motifs. The Longshore No. 1, a magnificent airship forged by a grand alchemical organization, symbolized noble status. Ku Zheng, already grievously wounded, struggled to rise, blood still seeping from the gaping wound in his abdomen, his eyes fixated on the ship above. A figure leapt from the vessel, an elderly man clad in opulent garments. Ku Fei. Mu Qing gasped in astonishment, taken aback by the unexpected appearance of his adversary. The quack physician chuckled, chiding, Old man, you truly are not dead. Beside them, the matriarch of the Yang family appeared slightly bewildered, though she seldom interacted with the outside world. She had heard whispers of Ku Fei, the notorious figure from over a decade ago. How is it that you are still alive? Mu Qing's expression shifted from shock to a darkening scowl. Ku Fei, you are now a wanted fugitive of the Federation. Do you not fear being captured by us? While the other leaders shared in the astonishment, their expressions remained relatively placid. The former principal of Shihu Academy had been lauded as the closest to a sovereign. And at that time, most of the powerful figures present were merely at the 9th-tier bloodline, far inferior to Ku Fei. Yet, Ku Fei's sudden appearance, still at the 9th-tier bloodline, contrasted sharply with the newfound powers of those present, who now wielded sovereign might. A flicker of fear danced in Mu Qing's eyes, although it was deeply buried. Having joined the Federation early on, he had once pursued Ku Fei alongside others at the 9th-tier bloodline, during which Ku Fei had awakened his bloodthirsty persona, capable of contending with sovereigns, ultimately leaving Mu Qing as the sole survivor. Haunted by the memories of his torment at Ku Fei's hands, Mu Qing was now filled with murderous intent. Having achieved his own breakthrough into sovereign status, Ku Fei had become a thorn in his side. He longed to exact his revenge, believing that only through this act could his future cultivation progress smoothly. Advancing forward, Mu Qing gripped a translucent longbow, drawing an arrow and unleashing it with the force of a celestial phenomenon, as the heavens themselves seemed to tilt. You are but a 9th-tier bloodline. How can you hope to contend with me? He declared coldly. Ku Fei, however, bore a smile, a hint of disdain glimmering in his eyes. Indeed, he was merely a 9th-tier bloodline, and by all accounts, it seemed implausible that he could stand against Mu Qing, the sovereign. However, at that moment, Ku Fei's expression underwent a series of transformations, at times wicked and filled with a thirst for blood, at others gentle and remarkably composed. This state had previously emerged in Ku Zheng, a manifestation of another personality's birth. What was happening? Mu Qing furrowed his brow. He distinctly recalled that Ku Fei's dual personality dilemma had been resolved. Both original personalities had faded into oblivion, giving rise to a comparatively normal third persona. He has grown stronger. Despite the years that have passed, his prowess remains superior to mine. The physician's countenance turned grave. Elder Yang, bewildered, was at a loss after hearing the physician's words. She was aware of the physician's relationship with Ku Fei, yet now he had become a figure of great power. While Ku Fei still bore the 9th-tier bloodline, why would the physician claim that Ku Fei surpassed him? With a roar, a colossal dragon appeared behind Ku Fei, his blood spirit emanating an overwhelming aura of dread. This dragon possessed 3 heads. A terrifying tempest erupted from Ku Fei, shattering the skies above. How is this possible? Mu Qing was astonished, as were the dozen or so kings beside him. The power unleashed by Ku Fei, with his 9th-tier bloodline, had ascended to the level of kings. Those who had yet to grasp even a single boundary martial technique were unworthy opponents. Ku Fei howled, the gales swirling around him coalescing into a tornado. Storms manifesting from thin air. The entire realm darkened, the winds howling as if the apocalypse were upon them. Numerous students preparing for their college entrance examinations screamed, while teachers and principals from various institutions sprang into action to protect their pupils. Fortunately, at this critical juncture, the Kunlun Taoist sanctuary erupted in resplendent rays, its grounds adorned with mysterious symbols, safeguarding each student's safety. This Kunlun sanctuary was indeed extraordinary, possessing considerable power. His blood spirit has transformed. The attributes of his elemental force have shifted. Mu Qing's mouth felt parched as the storm swept towards him, primarily targeting him. He distinctly remembered that Ku Fei's elemental attributes were a rare combination of ice and fire, yet now they had morphed into wind. Moreover, Mu Qing had already reached a minor mastery of boundary martial techniques. With a mere thought, he could summon a tempest. He conjured 9 energy arrows, the surrounding expanse manifesting like a vast ocean, yet the arrows shone with a brilliance akin to the sun. This archery technique had also been employed by Mu Lin. Yet in Mu Qing's hands, it became even more formidable, as if 9 suns were descending from the heavens. This was the true power of a king, evoking feelings of inadequacy among the students and teachers of the Kunlun sanctuary. However, as storms coalesced around Ku Fei, he stood within the eye of the tempest, seemingly a deity commanding the winds. A thunderous roar resonated as the entire Kunlun sanctuary trembled. The storm obscured the sky, shredding the 9 suns. Blood poured forth, staining the vast expanse crimson, while Ku Fei stood tall, unscathed in the astonished gaze of all. It was Mu Qing's blood. A distinguished king had been wounded by the 9th-tier bloodline of Ku Fei. Qing Shu, possessing boundary martial techniques, it is only natural that you are no match for him. A king from the royal family, Wang Rong, approached with a smile, as if the void before him were level ground. Possessing formidable strength that surpassed Mu Qing Shu, Wang Rong had cultivated the art of barrier techniques to a minor success. His expression remained calm, showing no surprise at Mu Qing Shu's defeat by the 9th-tier bloodline of Ku Fei, for he too had mastered barrier techniques and understood their terrifying prowess. I shall assist you in subduing this individual, proclaimed Wang Rong, a radiant sun rising behind him, emanating a brilliant light. As Mu Qing Shu glanced in that direction, it was as if he beheld a second sun, instantly feeling parched as the temperature around him began to rise. Wang Rong extended his hand, and a blazing, colossal hand materialized in the void, radiating an overwhelming brilliance that was both dazzling and intensely hot. Mu Qing Shu, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, retaliated by summoning a roaring water dragon, intent on engulfing everything in its path. A quack physician attempted to aid Ku Fei, but was obstructed by a bald figure, resplendently clad in golden robes, wearing a smug smile reminiscent of Xianling. This was a king from the Shaolin sect. Old Madame Yang was also intercepted, standing before a king from Wudong. Although the Wudong king was not a match for the seasoned Old Madame Yang, Wudong's martial arts focused on yielding to force. Thus, this Wudong master opted to evade direct confrontation, choosing instead to maneuver and distract. Prepare to meet your end. Mu Qingshu's face contorted with rage as he unleashed a formidable strike. A massive dragon formed from countless streams of water surging toward Ku Fei. This was a powerful martial technique of the Mu family, known as the water dragon finger. The water snake finger, which Mu Qingshu practiced, was merely a fragment of the water dragon finger, destined to evolve into its more potent form through deeper comprehension of the technique. Wounded, Ku Fei's storm of energy was shattered by Wang Rong's assault. and a water dragon descended upon him, causing him to spew blood. Golden flames erupted from Wang Rong, creating a sea of fire imbued with profound runes. This was the manifestation of his barrier technique, achieved at a minor success. Should he desire, he could conjure an independent space wherein he could command the very essence of solar fire. Ku Fei had once asserted that to confront barrier techniques, one must employ barrier techniques in return. He had previously triumphed over Mu Qing with such techniques, but now, facing Wang Rong, who possessed both barrier mastery and kingly strength, he found himself outmatched. Ku Fei, you have committed grave sins, taking countless lives. Even after more than a decade, it cannot be undone, declared a king who stepped forward. This man, with a square face and an aura so fearsome it seemed to conjure a tempest, was even more powerful than Wang Rong and Mu Qing. He was a king of the Federation who had remained an observer, believing this was merely a private feud between the Wang and Mu families concerning the death of an inconsequential student. Moreover, the Federation assigned him a task, requiring him to resolve the incidents occurring within the Kunlun secret realm. It was precisely intended to utilize Mu Qing, who had offended the Wang and Mu families, as a scapegoat. Subsequently, compensations would be provided to the various universities present, allowing the matter to be swiftly laid to rest. However, this Federation sovereign could not have anticipated that Mu Qing possessed the capability to draw forth a figure of sovereign stature for his protection. Initially, the sovereign believed the situation would gradually deteriorate. He discerned that several prodigies surrounding Mu Qing were in contact with their respective sovereigns. Nevertheless, the arrival of Ku Fei presented him with an opportunity, as Ku Fei was a wanted criminal within the Federation, notorious for having slaughtered numerous students at Shihu University, committing heinous crimes. What was originally a concern of the major powers, he could now intervene decisively, employing formidable measures to control the current situation, lest it descend into further chaos. The Federation's sovereign was formidable. As he extended his hand, a colossal palm emerged from the clouds above, its might and size incomparable to Wang Rong. Clearly, this Federation sovereign's prowess surpassed that of the other sovereigns by a considerable margin. Alas, Li Chao had made his move. The quack's expression shifted dramatically. His initial confidence stemmed from the belief that Li Chao, the Federation sovereign, would refrain from intervening due to the entangled grievances of the major powers, which the Federation typically would not involve itself in. However, Ku Fei was different. With a bounty on his head within the Federation, Ku Fei's presence provided Li Chao with ample justification to act. Mu Qing also recognized Li Chao as the very powerful figure who had previously opened the Kunlun secret realm. Boom! The immense palm descended upon Ku Fei, an overwhelming surge of energy radiating outward, bathing the surroundings in brilliant light. Mu Qing's expression tightened in anxiety, uncertain of Ku Fei's fate. The quack, engaged in battle with the Shaolin sovereign, remained vigilant towards the conflict involving Ku Fei. Witnessing Li Chao's assault, a heaviness settled in his heart. No matter how formidable Ku Fei's barrier technique, he was merely a ninth-tier bloodline martial sovereign, utterly incapable of contending with Li Chao. A trace of amusement appeared on the faces of Wang Rong and Mu Qing, as their hearts were already convinced of Ku Fei's impending demise. Li Chao ranked among the elite sovereigns on earth. Mu Qing cast a glance at Mu Qing, malice evident in his gaze. Meanwhile, Wang Rong was eager to act. Having received a commission from Wang Sheng, he was determined to capture the young girl hidden atop Mu Qing's head at any cost. They advanced towards Mu Qing with the intent to eliminate him, only to find the sudden appearance of Elder Yang before Mu Qing. What was happening? Wasn't she intercepted by the Wudong sovereign? Wang Rong pondered, his eyes trembling in disbelief. There stood the Wudong sovereign, now bruised and battered, ensnared by translucent green vines. Elder Yang wore a smile, leaning on her staff, her garments billowing as if stirred by an unseen breeze, while behind her loomed a towering tree. This tree, no less than 100 meters tall, perfectly intertwined with her being, and around them blossomed exquisite flowers and lush grass. The Yang family, renowned for their mastery over flora, stands as a formidable lineage, once hailed as the most powerful clan across the entirety of Huaxia during its zenith. At that time, the head of the Yang family, Blood Spirit, shared the same mutated lineage as Yang Shanshan, possessing the extraordinary ability of spatial portals. In their quest to restore the Yang family's former glory, the elders are exceedingly accommodating to Yang Shanshan's requests. She has established herself as a seasoned monarch, although her prowess does not rival that of Li Chao. She undoubtedly surpasses the likes of ordinary monarchs, such as Mu Qing. Taking a deep breath, Mu Qing felt the oppressive presence of two monarchs locking onto him, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Fortunately, the arrival of Elder Yang offered a reprieve. His gaze shifted to Ku Fei, concern gnawing at him regarding Ku Fei's situation. Mu Qing felt a wave of gratitude, for despite Ku Fei possessing only a 9th-tier bloodline, he willingly came forth to assist in fending off the monarchs from the Wang and Mu families. With a low hum, the Dragon No. 1 descended from the heavens. This colossal airship, imbued with intelligence, entered a state of alert upon detecting the perilous assault on Ku Fei. It emanated a golden radiance, and a large protective barrier materialized, adorned with intricate patterns reminiscent of a turtle shell, designed specifically for emergency defense. Li Chao furrowed his brow, unleashing a powerful punch that sent forth a blazing beam of light, striking the barrier, yet it merely trembled slightly. The defense of this barrier was astonishing. At that moment, Mu Qing suddenly sensed a searing energy emanating from his dantian. Surprised, he realized it was the golden tablet he had acquired from the Kunlun secret realm. The tablet had become unbearably hot, undergoing a transformation. Mu Qing, you must give that golden tablet to him, urged Zhou Siyu, her voice crisp and clear, as if she possessed knowledge about the tablet's significance. Nodding in affirmation, Mu Qing rushed to Ku Fei's side, having previously boarded the Dragon No. 1. The barrier posed no hindrance to him as he entered seamlessly. Upon seeing Ku Fei, bloodied and battered, Mu Qing was struck by the severity of Li Chao's attack, which had nearly shattered Ku Fei's bones. It seems I am still inferior to those two personas, Ku Fei remarked weakly, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. Chapter 170. Ku Fei becomes a monarch. Coughing violently, Ku Fei expelled a copious amount of blood. He had merely intended to check on Mu Qing's situation during the examination, only to find Mu Qing singled out by the monarchs as a scapegoat. Mu Qing, unwavering in his resolve, freed Ku Fei from his confinement, fully aware of the debt he owed him. Ku Fei's triumph over the monarch-level Mu Qing with his 9th-tier bloodline astonished all, yet he humbly claimed to fall short compared to his previous two personas. He confided in Mu Qing that had the earlier two personas still existed, they would have undoubtedly ascended to the monarch level long ago. Regrettably, he was the newly emerged third persona, sensing flaws within himself that hindered his breakthrough. Give him the golden tablet, Zhou Siyu insisted, perched atop Mu Qing's head, her small hand clutching his hair. She explained that Ku Fei's inability to advance stemmed from his soul being divided into 3 parts, 2 of which lay dormant. Refining this golden steel will lead to the merging of the 3 dormant souls within you. Zhou Siyu's delicate visage bore a grave expression. Ku Fei was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixed upon Zhou Siyu, who resembled a diminutive sprite, her form so tiny that she hardly appeared human. Mu Qing harbored no doubt regarding Zhou Siyu's words. Ku Fei's injuries were dire, and regardless of the efficacy, he promptly handed over the golden steel from his dantian to Ku Fei. This golden steel, acquired by Mu Qing within the Kunlun secret realm, served as the Lord's token of Thunderstorm City, yet it possessed a unique form and extraordinary capabilities unlike other Lord tokens. Ku Fei coughed repeatedly, his condition grave, lips pale and his body drenched in blood. Upon receiving the golden steel, his expression shifted, as he sensed a mysterious power surging into his mind, a refreshing coolness enveloping him. Channeling his original force, he enveloped the golden steel, and golden rays of light burst forth from its surface. As Ku Fei absorbed these rays, a faint white glow began to emanate from his wounds, healing at an alarming rate. His expression changed, astonished by the peculiar energy of the golden steel. With closed eyes, he concentrated on absorbing the energy from the steel, witnessing the bloodied hole in his abdomen begin to close. Mu Qing observed him in amazement, for behind Ku Fei, the blood spirit 3-headed dragon manifested. Initially, 2 of the heads had been unable to wield any power, their eyes void and hollow. However now, apart from the head representing the wind attribute, the other 2 heads exhibited transformations, entwined with frost and flames. Notably, the central head was assimilating the powers of the other 2. Once his dormant personalities awaken and merge with his current persona, it would signify his ascension to the rank of monarch, Zhou Siyu declared. Ku Fei was destined to have already ascended to monarch status. Yet his soul had fractured into 3 distinct personas, resulting in a flawed constitution. According to Zhou Siyu, this golden steel was crafted from a special material that possessed remarkable efficacy in healing the soul. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from beyond the barrier as the formidable federal warrior Li Chao personally launched an assault, relentlessly striking the barrier displayed by Dragon Number 1. The initial model, Dragon Number 1, was unable to withstand the repeated impacts of monarch-level power, and cracks began to form in the barrier. In that moment, Ku Fei found himself immersed in an arcane state, oblivious to the chaos outside, entirely enveloped in golden light. His blood spirit, three-headed dragon, originally embodying three distinct attributes, gradually began to shift towards the wind attribute as the golden steel was refined. The once dormant heads now roared, breathing fire and entwining with frost. Ku Fei's former gentle persona, adept in frost original force, clashed with his bloodthirsty persona, which excelled in flame original force. These two powers were in conflict. Though he had previously encountered an opportunity that led to the dormancy of these two personas, they had not vanished. Should they awaken once more, chaos would inevitably ensue. Now, having acquired the golden steel gifted by Mu Qing, the two personalities indeed awakened, albeit with merely the most fundamental soul fluctuations. Under the embrace of Golden Dawn, the souls of the other two personas began to merge with Ku Fei's current identity. Crack! The fissures on the barrier multiplied, spreading like a spider's web. This is dire. Mu Qing retreated, feeling an overwhelming force surge forth, shattering the barrier formed by Dragon Number 1 completely. Li Chao, stepping into the void, fixed his electric gaze upon Mu Qing. He unleashed a punch, radiant and resplendent, transforming into a beam of light that directly obliterated Dragon Number 1. A torrential rain of metallic debris cascaded down, for Li Chao's might was truly terrifying. With a single blow, he reduced Dragon Number 1 to ruins. Approaching Ku Fei, Li Chao aimed a palm downwards, believing that if he could slay Ku Fei, he might reap certain benefits from the Federation. However, at that critical moment, Ku Fei's previously closed eyes suddenly opened. Two piercing beams of light erupted forth as he stood upright, an aura of terror radiating outward, causing even Li Chao to involuntarily stagger back a few steps. How is this possible? Mu Qing shouted from a distance, realizing that the severely wounded, nearly dying Ku Fei now bore no visible injuries. Even more astonishingly, Ku Fei seemed transformed into an entirely different individual. He appeared remarkably youthful, looking no older than 30. With dark, healthy hair and a commanding visage. His posture was erect, and behind him, a three-headed dragon emitted a deafening roar, entwined by fierce winds. Ku Fei had ascended to the status of a king. His blood spirit had completely metamorphosed into a three-headed wind dragon, unifying the elemental attributes of its three heads, thus eliminating any discord. The golden steel shattered into ordinary stone fragments, its energy absorbed by Ku Fei, laying the foundation for his elevation to kingship. Taking a deep breath, Ku Fei felt an inexhaustible power coursing through him. A long blade materialized in Li Chao's hand, his eyes glinting with coldness, as an overwhelming brilliance cascaded down. Yet, Ku Fei's expression remained inscrutable. Within his eyes, tempests roared as he unleashed a punch, the storm coalescing into a colossal dragon that surged forth with a roar. Clang! The long blade in Li Chao's grasp trembled violently, blood erupting from his mouth as he was sent hurtling backward. His countenance was one of horror, mirrored by the astonishment of the other kings. The top-tier king, Li Chao, had been injured by Ku Fei, who had inexplicably just ascended to kingship. Wind. Ku Fei softly intoned, and a series of gales enveloped Kunlun Mountain, the clouds in the sky roiling tumultuously. Centered around Kunlun Mountain, storms converged, each one connecting heaven and earth, harboring formidable energy that uprooted trees to the sky. Chapter 171. The Mysterious Great Figure. The howling winds raged as, in the vicinity of Kunlun Mountain, at least hundreds of storms arose, the ground trembling as hurricanes swept flowers, trees, and rocks into the air. This scene resembled a natural catastrophe, akin to the apocalypse. With a swift motion, Ku Fei transformed into a wisp of wind, appearing beside Li Chao in the blink of an eye. With a mere touch of his fingertip, a dozen storms surged forth, ensnaring Li Chao. Li Chao's body emanated a radiant glow as he unleashed a formidable power, yet he remained ensnared by the tempest's grasp. Veins bulged from his skin, and mysterious runes shimmered upon the blade in his hand, while behind him, A blood spirit in the form of a lightning leopard crackled with ominous electricity. With a fierce swing of his sword, he distorted the very fabric of space, ultimately tearing through the storm. However, in the next instant, his pupils constricted sharply as he beheld Ku Fei's visage beyond the shredded tempest. With a pointed finger, Ku Fei summoned the surrounding storms near Kunlun Mountain to converge at his fingertip, manifesting a beam of white light that pierced through the air. Boom! A transparent gash appeared in Li Chao's abdomen, a torrent of crimson erupting forth, as the hundreds of storm-formed beams of white light swept outward, obliterating a distant peak. The mastery of barrier martial arts had reached its zenith. Wang Rong swallowed hard. As a practitioner of barrier techniques himself, he had spent countless hours barely attaining a rudimentary level, distinguishing himself among his peers. He understood barrier martial arts well. Upon Ku Fei's ascension to king, he had sensed an inexplicable might. Now, he comprehended that alongside his elevation to king, Ku Fei had also achieved a breakthrough in his understanding of barrier techniques, attaining mastery. Originally, the rudimentary barrier techniques could only envelop the entirety of the Kunlun dojo, but Ku Fei, now at the pinnacle of mastery, had transformed the entire Kunlun Mountain and its surroundings into his domain. Within this realm, as long as the disparities were not overwhelmingly vast, no one could rival Ku Fei. Not even the formidable Li Chao could withstand defeat. Ku Fei, opposing the Federation will only endanger those you seek to protect, Li Chao admonished. Aware that Ku Fei's emergence was to rescue Mu Qingshu. I have come here to prevent you from falsely accusing Mu Qingshu of baseless crimes, Ku Fei replied. His gaze sharp and his aura ethereal, yet terrifying. Li Chao scoffed, clutching his abdomen, from which blood continued to flow. He derided you. A notorious criminal sought by the Federation for over a decade, have already endangered him the moment you appeared to assist the boy. Li Chao's implication was clear. Even if the accusations against Mu Qingshu were unfounded, the Federation could still apprehend him due to his close association with the wanted fugitive. Ku Fei furrowed his brow, sensing the predicament. Though he could potentially defeat Li Chao, the mere association of Mu Qingshu with him in front of so many witnesses would provide the Federation ample justification to seize him. At that moment, a stunning woman clad in a white qipao approached, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, the hem of her dress barely concealing the upper part of her thighs. Her eyes sparkling like crystal, she exuded an enchanting allure. Despite not rivaling the king's presence in strength, she was nonetheless a powerful martial artist. The newcomer was none other than Ji Jia. Her exquisite form glimmered, and with an alluring grace, she positioned herself beside Mu Qingshu. What brings you here? Mu Qingshu inquired, perplexed. Yet his expression bore no hint of disdain. Because he understood that the woman before him possessed a terrifying talent and had mastery over barrier techniques, it was evident that, despite currently being a martial venerable, she already exhibited a degree of kingly prowess. News arrived from the federal headquarters. Ji Jia chuckled lightly, casting a glance at Mu Qing from a distance, her enchanting eyes shimmering with curiosity. She had assisted a significant figure from the federal headquarters on 2 occasions. The first was for Mu Qing, and the second, too, was for him. Had she not been aware of the background of that influential person, she might have even assumed that this figure was Mu Qing's father, Mu Yu, who had been missing for many years. Ji Jia handed a communication device to Mu Qingshu, which contained a recorded message. Upon listening to it, Mu Qingshu's expression changed dramatically. He was astonished, unable to comprehend why a prominent figure from the federal headquarters would extend help to Mu Qing. The federal headquarters, located high above the Atlantic, was perpetually engaged in battles against ferocious beasts and rarely intervened in other matters. Captain Li, Mu Qingshu shouted. Li Chao, realizing the gravity of the situation, received a voice message on his own communication device at that moment. His countenance shifted abruptly upon hearing it. It was a message from his superior. Eventually, with a somber expression, he pulled Wang Rong and Mu Qingshu to stand before Mu Qing. Ku Fei, on high alert, suspected that these individuals intended to eliminate Mu Qing through force. However, the next moment, Li Chao deeply bowed before Mu Qing in the presence of all the students and teachers at the Kunlun Martial Arts Academy, expressing his apologies. Due to my negligence in duty, I have caused you inconvenience. My sincerest apologies. Li Chao gritted his teeth, articulating each word with precision. Although the apology lacked sincerity, its weight was undeniably profound. Everyone was left in a state of shock. Mu Qing and Ku Fei were momentarily dumbfounded, and the onlookers were equally stunned. The students, who had gathered to observe, were bewildered. How could a king, one of the foremost in the world, bow to a mere martial artist? Is this a dream? Am I going mad, or are these kings deranged? Some students exclaimed, unable to believe their eyes. Most of the university presidents hurriedly recorded the moment, not to share online, but to permanently remember Mu Qing, ensuring they would not provoke him in the future. Even a king from the federal division personally bowed to a mere high school student. The implications were monumental, and the presidents instinctively understood the powerful figures behind this scene. Finally regaining his composure, Mu Qing felt somewhat at a loss, looking up to see Ziwei in the distance, clad in a white qipao, her alluring figure captivating as she winked at him. Mu Qing, why do they all treat you with such reverence? Zhao Siyu exclaimed, her small face reflecting her astonishment at the rapid turn of events. However, her words only deepened the embarrassment of the kings present, who felt a profound sense of humiliation. In conclusion, Li Chao affirmed that Mu Qing bore no blame. It was all a misunderstanding. He announced the successful candidates from the examination, reiterating that those previously eliminated remained unqualified, yet they would receive generous compensation from the federal authorities. Due to the lack of clear scores, Mu Qing and his companions must await a task issued by the Federation to evaluate their performance. Furthermore, the cancellation of Ku Fei's wanted status surprised him for an extended period. Let us depart, Li Chao declared, his countenance darkened, particularly as he bore serious injuries. Feeling that this venture had resulted in a complete loss, the several kings hastily departed, vanishing from sight. Chapter 172. The terrifying insectoid race of few kings remained at the Kunlun Taoist sanctuary, one of whom, a middle-aged king clad in a Taoist robe, trembled with emotion, on the verge of tears. He was the ruler of Kunlun Mountain, observing the devastated surroundings, feeling as if 1,000 curses raced through his mind. How infuriating! You engage in battle and leave, yet you have ravaged much of Kunlun Mountain's greenery and architecture without a hint of compensation. He pounded his chest in despair, his heart bleeding, for the arrangements on Kunlun Mountain were meticulously crafted, with many precious beast star cores placed throughout. As the high-stakes examination of the Kunlun secret realm concluded, the kings departed one by one. Mu Qing and his companions, under the guidance of the Federation's powerful figures such as Ziyu, registered their information with the Federation agency. Subsequently, they would be able to log into the Federation system via communication devices to undertake various tasks, equipped with an exceedingly refined functionality. Conversely, those students who had been eliminated were deprived of such privileges and must undergo a series of troublesome assessments to re-register their information into the Federation system. Moreover, the eliminated students lost the qualification to join significant forces, while Mu Qing and his companions, based on their forthcoming performance in a new task released by the Federation, could attract the attention of major powers should they excel. We shall take our leave now. I did not expect to owe you yet another favor. Ku Fei expressed his gratitude to Mu Qing. His heartfelt thanks stemmed from the influence the two personalities within him had on his being, regardless of their dispositions. Ku Fei once had the opportunity to silence both personas, yet it was merely a temporary fix. Should they erupt, it could cost him his life, or, at the very least, reduce him to madness. However, Mu Qing had gifted him a golden stone tablet, effectively resolving his issues with multiple personalities. Henceforth, Ku Fei's strength truly reached its zenith. It is worth noting that even when he possessed only 1/3 of his soul, he was already immensely powerful. Now, with his soul perfectly integrated, he had mastered the boundary martial arts. It can be said that he has now become one of the top rulers on Earth, surpassing the strength of the Federation's king, Li Chao. When Ku Zheng fell into unconsciousness, Ku Fei informed Mu Qing of his intentions to assist Ku Zheng, who had previously exhibited signs of dual personality disorder. The mediocre physician departed alongside Ku Fei, possessing considerable medical expertise that would certainly prove beneficial. Mu Qing watched as Ku Fei and the physician left, aware that Ku Fei felt a profound sense of guilt towards Ku Zheng and would undoubtedly be anxious upon discovering his prior condition. Ku Fei was determined to prevent a recurrence of the turmoil he once endured. In the past, his fractured personalities had rendered him akin to a madman, committing numerous misdeeds, even to the extent of threatening his own kin. One could only hope that Principal Ku would remain unscathed. Mu Qing, however, believed that Ku Zheng would not fall prey to the same fate that befell Ku Fei. After all, Both Ku Fei and the Quack were formidable beings. Even if Ku Zheng were to be dominated by a murderous persona, he would still be restrained. Their lineage bore a remarkably unique blood spirit. Zhou Siyu perched atop Mu Qing's hair, imparting her knowledge, which stemmed from the memories of the curse god. Through her, Mu Qing learned that the bloodline within Ku Fei was peculiar, destined to undergo a soul fragmentation that would give rise to alternate personalities. Should he encounter the right circumstances to suppress it, or merge the splintered souls, he would experience successive breakthroughs, enhancing his power. Conversely, if he failed to unify or restrain the fragmented souls, he would inevitably descend into madness. The bloodlines of your kind are truly bizarre, Zhou Siyu remarked, her face alight with curiosity. Mu Qing inquired about the insectoid entity within his heart, which bore a resemblance to a firefly. Before Ku Fei and the Quack departed, they had examined the creature within Mu Qing, yet bizarrely, they found nothing, for their probing mental energies were inexplicably devoured. This left the two monarchs unable to discern any concrete details. Even the Quack felt a twinge of embarrassment, for although his medical prowess was extraordinary, it was rooted in mental energy and his unique methods of spiritual healing. Now, wishing to treat Mu Qing, he discovered that his mental energy had been thoroughly consumed. They dared not investigate further, fearing that probing might empower the creature within Mu Qing's heart, thus endangering him. Young man, why not come to our Yang family? The kind-faced matriarch of the Yang family, who had yet to depart, extended an olive branch to Mu Qing. Behind her stood Yang Jia and Yang Shanshan. The old woman's keen eyes discerned the favorable rapport between her little princess, Yang Shanshan, and Mu Qing, as well as his good relationships with several monarchs. Even if his innate powers were currently dormant, akin to that of a cripple, there were still benefits to be gleaned from his association. In the future, Shanshan will care for you. As long as you become a member of Shanshan's harem, the inability to utilize your innate powers will not matter. The old matriarch's audacious proclamation left those nearby astounded. Grandma, what are you saying? Who is forming a harem? Yang Shanshan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her embarrassment palpable as she stamped her foot in protest. Yang Jia stood by, equally dumbfounded. What is the issue? The old matriarch glared at the two, her eyes narrowing into slits as she chuckled. Once your strength rises, what heavenly prodigy or mighty force will stand against you? You should indeed establish a harem, reigning over all. It was as if she envisioned Yang Shanshan's ascendants, summoning a multitude of beings from other realms, commanding them to topple a great power with a mere word. The old matriarch animatedly shared her vivid imaginings with Mu Qing, growing increasingly exhilarated. Ultimately, under the gentle nudging of Yang Jia and Yang Shanshan, the old matriarch finally took her leave. Young man, if you find yourself without a path ahead, do consider coming to our Yang family. She called out one last time before departing. Mu Qing was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this seasoned champion of the Yang family would prattle on so extensively, resembling a salesman. However, the notion of him becoming Yang Shanshan's consort was far too humiliating. He mused that if Yang Shanshan were to serve as his concubine, perhaps he could find some acceptance in that prospect. It seems the creature within you belongs to the insect race, Zhou Siyu remarked after a prolonged silence. Utilizing an enigmatic incantation, she barely managed to probe the insect nestled within Mu Qing's heart. Your previous opponent was quite peculiar, though he appeared human. He possessed numerous abilities characteristic of the insect race, she pondered, tilting her head in confusion. In her mind, Wang Sheng should have manifested as a grotesque insect rather than a member of the human race. The insect race is an exceedingly formidable entity in the cosmos, often regarded as adversaries by numerous species. Zhou Siyu's delicate visage grew grave as she conveyed some memories of the cursed deity to Mu Qing. The insect race boasts an immense population and possesses a terrifying reproductive capability, systematically eroding planets teeming with life. They frequently instigate warfare, compelling countless races to combat them for the sake of their worlds. Unfortunately, most succumb to the infestation, transforming entire planets into insect lairs. The insect race is akin to a malignant tumor in the universe, Zhou Siyu concluded emphatically. She asserted that the discord between humanity and the ferocious beast tribe was trivial in comparison. Should the insect race truly emerge, it was likely that humans and ferocious beasts would unite. Otherwise, both factions would inevitably face annihilation at the hands of the insects. Mu Qing's countenance paled. Upon hearing Zhou Siyu's words, a tumult of emotions surged within him. So, does this imply that Wang Sheng or the Wang family is connected to the insect race? He inquired. Zhao nodded, stating, either Wang Sheng is under the control of the insect race, or the entire Wang family is. She explained that these were the only two plausible scenarios. Furrowing his brow, Mu Qing yearned to relay this information to Ziyu and the other formidable federals. But Zhao obstructed him. As a mere martial artist, who would believe your words? Even if Ku Fei and the others were to speak of it, no one would take heed. She reprimanded. She perceived Mu Qing's current strength as woefully inadequate, even if he were privy to the insect race's existence. He lacked the standing to intervene. Are we to simply allow the insect race to emerge without taking action? Mu Qing recalled the clues he had encountered within the Kunlun secret realm. A contingent of powerful beings had once entered the Kunlun secret realm. Among them might have been his father. Their research primarily centered on the cursed flower, yet much of the data pertained to mutated insects. Moreover, those research findings indicated that the mutated insects had surfaced 3 centuries prior. Perhaps, 300 years ago, the insect race had already descended upon Earth, covertly commencing their insidious encroachment. Chapter 173. Planting the seeds. Is there truly no way to eliminate the insect race? Mu Qing implored. He was unwilling to resign himself to the knowledge of what seemed to be a monumental secret, one that bore implications for all life on Earth, while feeling powerless to instigate change. According to Zhao descriptions, every planet afflicted by the insect race ultimately faced devastation, with all living beings reduced to mere sustenance for the insects, transforming the entire world into a barren landscape riddled with insect tunnels. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope for humanity to forge an alliance with the Beast Clan, Zhou remarked. Mu Qing felt a heavy weight in his heart. The prospect of collaboration between humanity and the Beast Clan seemed utterly implausible. Every moment, human warriors hunted the ferocious beasts, while the beasts retaliated against humans, each side entrenched in a bloody struggle due to their differing natures. The idea of uniting these two races was nothing short of a fantastical dream, completely unattainable. He understood that the enmity between the Federation headquarters and the Beast Clan was profound, with the headquarters established above the Pacific Ocean, while the deepest recesses of the Pacific housed the core layer of the beasts. The conflict between the two was intense, rendering any form of cooperation impossible. Is there truly no way? Mu Qing asked solemnly. Zhou replied, if you wish to eliminate the insect race, you must rapidly grow powerful and compel both humanity and the Beast Clan to submit to you, thus uniting against the insects. A twitch crossed Mu Qing's lips. This notion was far too unrealistic. He took a deep breath, suppressing his thoughts, realizing that for now, he could only take one step at a time. Curiously, Mu Qing inquired, why do you enjoy being atop my head so much? He had previously noted Zhou's peculiar fixation on perching above him, refusing to descend. Because there is a certain aura within your mind that I find incredibly appealing. Zhou nestled within Mu Qing's hair, emitting a series of playful giggles. Mu Qing pondered deeply and, after repeated questioning, concluded that the essence attracting Zhou was the blood spirit residing in his mind, the purple lightning bamboo. The emergence of Zhou was enigmatic. She possessed the memory of a deity within her mind, yet held a fondness for Mu Qing, choosing to linger atop his head. All due to the purple lightning bamboo. Mu Qing instructed Zhou to use her incantations to eradicate the insect residing within his heart. Recalling that she had previously used her spells to eliminate the silkworms within the giant's heart from a distance. However, Zhou shook her head, explaining that one must at least reach the warrior master level to employ spells from afar. The firefly-like insect within Mu Qing's heart had formidable defenses and had absorbed some spiritual energy, making it impossible for Zhou to eliminate it with her current capabilities. Do not worry, it will be swift, Zhou reassured him, patting Mu Qing's head. Mu Qing felt exasperated. To reach the warrior master level, one would need at least a 4th-tier bloodline, yet Zhou was merely at the 7th stage of vitality. He sighed and departed alongside the individuals from Westlake Academy. Before leaving, both Xuan Yi and Kun Shan extended olive branches to Mu Qing, and even Yu Hua approached him to inquire if he wished to join Tianyu Palace. Mu Qing was taken aback, but ultimately declined. As he walked behind the 3 vice presidents of Westlake Academy, he intended to head to the academy's residential area. Each academy had been assigned a mountain peak, adorned with ancient-style architecture and attended by young acolytes. The grandeur of Kunlun Mountain was indeed remarkable. Wait, Noble human, do not leave me behind. A palm-sized mouse, speaking the human tongue, bounded after Mu Qing. It was none other than Rat Old 3. Following closely behind Mu Qing, Rat Old 3 had come to a stark realization of the external world's terrors. The moment it exited the Kunlun's secret realm, it had encountered a dozen kings, nearly causing its heart to burst with fear. Fortunately, it turned out to be a false alarm. It seemed that Mu Qing's influence was somewhat more formidable, compelling Li Chao to extend an apology. The Rat Old 3 discerned that Mu Qing's backing among the humans appeared quite powerful, prompting him to decide to continue following Mu Qing. Simultaneously, a flicker of conflict stirred within Rat Old 3, for by aligning with Mu Qing, there lay a chance to access Ji Jia's blood, potentially enabling a transformation of his own lineage. Conversely, should he seize the opportunity to depart and venture into the ferocious beast territory in search of his own kind, he might forfeit the chance to encounter Ji Jia's blood altogether. Ultimately, Rat Old 3 gritted his teeth, resolutely resolved to accompany Mu Qing, for perhaps through the metamorphosis of his bloodline, he could ascend to the status of a king. He diminished in size and hopped onto Mu Qing's shoulder. "Ah, a rat!" exclaimed Zhou Siyu as she glanced at Rat Old 3. The rat trembled at the sight of Zhou Siyu, who possessed the power of curses, a force he had always dreaded. Back in the Museum of Thunderstorm City, he had been utterly petrified, witnessing his usual fierce beast companions turned into puppets of curses. At that moment, Mu Qing recalled the matter of the cursed flower and inquired once more with Zhou Siyu. Yet this time, even Zhou Siyu seemed uncertain, for the cursed flower was birthed from the dissipation of cursed power following the demise of the cursed god. Perhaps the cursed energy interacted with some other force and underwent a transformation, she suggested. Mu Qing, Ling Fei, Ji Jia, and Jiang Yuanjie, accompanied by Vice Principals Lei Kai and others, arrived at a mountain peak near Kunlun Mountain. Awaiting them were Taoist youths, who promptly approached and guided the group into a spacious chamber. Despite the ancient architectural style of the Kunlun Mountain complex, it was replete with advanced electrical appliances. For Mu Qing and his companions, particularly Mu Qing himself, Vice Principal Lei Kai and others exhibited profound respect, treating them far from the manner typically reserved for students. They understood that Mu Qing stood alongside the illustrious, supported by a king. In stark contrast, Duan's treatment was considerably lesser, with only a few sixth-tier bloodline teachers accompanying him. In his quarters, Duan clenched his fists, feeling a surge of discontent. "Are you seeking to confront Mu Qing?" A voice suddenly resonated. Duan's expression shifted, and he swiftly turned, his eyes sharpening with vigilance. Before him stood a handsome young man adorned in opulent attire, radiating a powerful aura, none other than Wang Sheng. "It's you." Duan furrowed his brow. "I can discern that you seem to harbor some grievances against Mu Qing," Wang Sheng remarked, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Duan found Wang Sheng's demeanor increasingly perplexing and retorted, "What concern is it of yours?" Wang Sheng, however, perceived the flicker of jealousy in Duan's gaze. With a smile lingering on his lips, he remained unfazed, gently coaxing, "Mu Qing is now rendered powerless. He pales in comparison to you, in any regard. Do you not intend to seek a modicum of revenge?" As Wang Sheng spoke, a tiny, translucent insect was nestled at his collar, nearly imperceptible unless one looked closely, emitting a faint chirping sound. This sudden insect noise, though seemingly jarring, appeared to go unnoticed by Duan Su, whose eyes had taken on a slight crimson hue. As the sound of insects filled the air, blood vessels appeared in Duan's pupils, multiplying in number, while jealousy was almost visibly etched on his face. Wang Sheng nodded in satisfaction. The effect had met his expectations. Back in the Kunlun secret realm, when Duansu was under control, he had observed that Duansu harbored a certain jealousy towards Mu Qing and struggled to manage his emotions. Employing various methods, he induced a trance-like state in Duansu. Mu Qing was now utterly incapable of harnessing his original power. He was nothing but a waste. Soon, the Federation would issue a mission, attracting many participants. In the ensuing chaos, even if one were to kill Mu Qing, no one would take notice. Wang Sheng's voice was ethereal and laden with temptation. However, he had a powerful backing. "I dare not kill him." Duan's expression revealed a clear reluctance. Despite his jealousy of Mu Qing, he had always considered him a fellow student of Shihu High School and had never entertained thoughts of killing him. Yet, under the relentless influence of the insect sounds, Duan's demeanor grew vacant, as if he were a mere puppet. Kill Qing, and Ji Jia will be yours, Wang Sheng whispered. It was evident to anyone that Duan's actions towards Ji Jia indicated his affection for her. This statement struck like a lethal blow, erasing all traces of struggle in Duan's gaze. Kill Qing. He is but a useless person, unworthy of associating with Ji Jia. A surge of murderous intent enveloped Duansu. Wang Sheng departed with a chilling smile. After a considerable time, Duansu finally emerged from the strange state, oblivious to Wang Sheng's earlier presence. At this moment, a fervent hatred for Qing simmered within him. Under normal circumstances, Duansu would have found this peculiar. Yet he now felt entirely justified, as if Qing were his sworn enemy. Wang Sheng's manipulation had implanted the seed of a deadly resolve against Qing deep within his subconscious. Chapter 174. The Bloodline Technique of the Titan Clan. The following day, Qing and his companions once again set out for Kunlun Mountain, preparing to accompany the Federation's powerful figures to the Federation branch in Beijing. The conclusion of the college entrance examination signified their imminent entry into various factions, aiming to strengthen themselves and engage in battles against ferocious beasts, under the watchful eyes of Vice Principals Lei Kai and others. Qing and his group boarded the Federation's dedicated flying vessel, en route to the Beijing branch. There exists a sun-moon lake at the Federation branch, rich in profound energy. Make every effort to absorb it. On board the vessel, Ziyu addressed Qing and the others. She explained that their primary purpose for visiting the Federation branch was to partake in this grand gift, the Sun-Moon Lake, a remarkable sight formed through the latest technology that condensed various precious treasures. Indeed, entering the Sun-Moon Lake can at least elevate one by a minor realm, Ziyang affirmed. The Sun-Moon Lake at the Federation branch could even forge a king. Qing and his companions were astounded, gaining a deeper understanding of the extraordinary value of the Sun-Moon Lake from Ziyang's words. In truth, the authentic Sun-Moon Lake resided with the Sun-Moon Group, while the one at the Federation branch could merely be considered a semi-finished product. Ziyu sighed. Qing was taken aback as he recalled the so-called Sun and Moon Group. Many prodigies had perished within the museum of the Kunlun secret realm. Among them were those from the Sun and Moon Group. He had previously noted that the formidable forces conspiring against him, including the United Royal Family and the Mu clan, were indeed affiliated with the Sun and Moon Group. After a considerable period, the flying ship arrived in Beijing. Like Hangzhou, Beijing was initially a region. But to fend off the ferocious beasts, immense walls were constructed around the entirety of Beijing. Hence the area came to be known as Beijing City. It was evident, however, that the strength of the warriors in Beijing City surpassed that of Hangzhou, with the occasional sighting of martial venerates soaring from the flying ship. Upon landing, they arrived at the Federal Division, which occupied a vast area, replete with a sense of advanced technology, and one could even observe intelligent robots. The Federal Division was teeming with formidable warriors. A mere glance revealed that almost all present were above the rank of Martial Master, rendering their group of students, even those with blood energy at the 10th stage, somewhat insignificant. Ziyu guided everyone deeper into the premises, entering a space reminiscent of a basement, passing through layers of metallic doors. Before them appeared a small lake, shimmering in shades of gold and purple, swirling together. One could distinctly sense a potent wave of energy surging forth, reminiscent of the explosive energy encountered in the Kunlun secret realm. Unlike the dispersive energy explosion of Kunlun, the energy in the Sun and Moon Lake was all converging in one place. The fluctuations were intense, yet the energy remained remarkably solid, accumulating within the Sun and Moon Lake. Surrounding the lake were various advanced instruments, showcasing numerous precious plants and treasures being utilized. The Federal Division relied on these instruments to purify treasures imbued with energy, channeling them through transparent conduits into the lake. These instruments were exceedingly rare. Within the borders of Huaxia, only 2 locations possessed such technology, this one and the Sun and Moon Group. According to Ziyu, the Sun and Moon Lake at the Federal Division was merely a semi-finished product, while that of the Sun and Moon Group represented the pinnacle of perfection. The energies in the Federal Division's lake were a blend of purple and gold, whereas the true Sun and Moon Lake exhibited a flawless separation of the 2 colors. Numerous small chambers nearby were designed for the absorption of the lake's energy. Those who had already ascended to the rank of warrior, like Qing and his companions, were considered the first batch and enjoyed certain privileges. Jiang led Mu Qing into one of the chambers, where Rat Old 3 immediately reverted to his original form, towering at 2 meters with cunning eyes and a mischievous demeanor. Mu Qing, it seems like there's nothing here, Rat Old 3 remarked, scanning the surroundings and scratching his head. He was acutely aware of the survival instinct. Even as a 5th-tier bloodline beast, he humbled himself before Mu Qing. Should the opportunity arise, he would do his utmost to ingratiate himself with Mu Qing, particularly as he was quite fixated on the blood of Ji Jia within Mu Qing's spatial ring. Jiang observed Rat Old 3 with a hint of surprise on his face. Throughout history, you are the first to emerge unscathed from the perilous Kunlun secret realm. Jiang marveled, simultaneously expressing admiration for Mu Qing's extraordinary prowess. Typically, ferocious beasts disdain human interaction. Encounters between the two often culminate in conflict. For a martial artist to command a beast of martial master caliber is indeed remarkable. I am the first. The Rat Elder 3 was taken aback, quickly shaking his head in disbelief. That is impossible. A predecessor of mine once departed from the Kunlun secret realm to the outside world. He asserted that his predecessor was formidable, and previously, numerous beasts had employed various means to escape the Kunlun secret realm. Is your predecessor a 3-tailed rat? Jiang inquired curiously, seemingly recalling something. The Rat Elder 3 nodded, his expression tinged with confusion as to how Jiang was aware of this. Jiang grinned and remarked, your predecessor was indeed powerful. Having attained the 7th rank of martial respect, yet upon emerging, he was swiftly vanquished by that monarch, Mu Qing Shu. The Rat Elder 3's visage became one of utter shock. Soon, tears welled in his eyes, and his fur bristled with agitation. He could hardly fathom that his once proud predecessor, departing the Kunlun secret realm amidst the envious gazes of kin, had met such a tragic fate. I must grow stronger. I shall avenge my predecessor by defeating Mu Qing Shu, he bellowed. Jiang was speechless, sensing that this rat was woefully overestimating its abilities. It is crucial to remember that Mu Qing Shu is a monarch, and you, a mere 5th-tier bloodline rat, stand no chance against him. The Rat Elder 3 gazed up at Mu Qing with tear-filled eyes. Away with you. Mu Qing dismissed him with a kick. Suspecting the creature's desire for the blood of Ji Jia contained within his spatial ring, Jiang proceeded to explain certain matters regarding the secret chamber to Mu Qing, informing him that he could cultivate within it over the next half-month, a generous reward bestowed by the federal branch. He leaned closer to Mu Qing and whispered, though you have a powerful figure backing you, I must still caution you to be wary of the Wang and Mu families. With that, Jiang turned to depart. This secret chamber was neither too large nor too small, furnished with luxurious living amenities akin to a presidential suite in a hotel. In the center of the chamber, a square crystal embedded with a radiant purple-gold glow pulsated. The energy from the Sun-Moon Lake would flow through this crystal into the chamber, allowing for absorption at will. However, a dilemma arose. Mu Qing bore a wry smile. How could he absorb energy and achieve a breakthrough when he was unable to mobilize his own power? This presented a significant challenge. For others, even for prodigies, this reward would be bountiful, yet for Mu Qing, it felt akin to a mere trinket. Zhou Siyu tilted her head in contemplation and suddenly suggested to Mu Qing that there might be a solution after all. The primary reason Mu Qing could not activate his internal energy was the presence of a worm within his heart. Although Zhou Siyu had reached martial master level and could resolve this issue, that approach would be exceedingly slow. However, possessing the complete memories of the cursed god in her mind, she meticulously searched and ultimately discovered a method. She extended her small hand and struck Mu Qing's head with determination, causing black lines to radiate from her delicate palm and penetrate Mu Qing's mind. That is the power of curses, as well as the source of energy for Zhou Siyu's cultivation. Mu Qing felt a chill in his mind, and immediately, a multitude of incantations emerged within his consciousness. It was unclear what method Zhou Siyu employed, but once these incantations appeared in Mu Qing's mind, he comprehended their meanings with remarkable clarity. They constituted a bloodline technique. Could this bloodline technique resolve the parasitic creature within my heart? Mu Qing's expression bore skepticism. He possessed a bloodline technique himself, a gift from Kufei. Upon hearing this, Zhou Siyu's demeanor shifted, and she exclaimed, "The inferior bloodline technique you practice cannot be compared to the one I bestow upon you. What I offer is the bloodline technique of the cursed god." Her countenance was haughty, filled with self-satisfaction. What? Mu Qing's face was a mask of astonishment. He examined the bloodline technique in his mind closely. It was indeed rife with profundities. Zhuo Siyu informed him that this was the bloodline technique of the Titan race, the lineage of the cursed god. Moreover, when she imparted this bloodline technique to Mu Qing, she also conveyed the cursed god's understanding of it. Chapter 175. The power of Titans. Zhuo Siyu generously bestowed upon Mu Qing the bloodline technique of the Titan clan. In truth, this posed no significant loss to her, for although she possessed the memories of the cursed god, she was not the cursed god herself. Zhuo Siyu was born from a peculiar anomaly. Apart from her memories of the cursed god, she bore no other connection to him. However, the cursed god belonged to the Titan race, while Mu Qing was of the human race, and she harbored concerns regarding his ability to cultivate it. She too practiced the bloodline technique of the Titans. Although she did not belong to their race, her constitution appeared capable of accommodating any form of energy. As for Mu Qing, Zhuo Siyu could not ascertain whether his attempt to cultivate the Titan bloodline would yield unforeseen consequences. If successful, your strength could rival that of the Titans. If failure ensues, it may result in the rupture of your bloodline and demise, Zhuo Siyu concluded, speculating on the potential outcomes. Meanwhile, the third mouse, trembling, had initially intended to shamelessly request the Titan bloodline technique from Zhuo Siyu, but was taken aback by the inherent risks associated with cross-racial cultivation. One must try to know. Mu Qing gritted his teeth, resolutely choosing to attempt the cultivation of the Titan bloodline technique. If the parasitic creature within his heart remained unresolved, it would undoubtedly lead to endless troubles, especially since Mu Qing could distinctly feel the parasite continuously absorbing the energy of the world, growing ever stronger. If he did not address it soon, allowing the creature to gain power, he might never find a solution to this predicament in his lifetime. Mu Qing concentrated his energy in his dantian, calming his mind as he sat in meditation, endeavoring to cultivate the Titan bloodline technique. This technique was profoundly intricate. For others, even prodigies would require months to grasp its essence. Perhaps even a kingly sage would need a year of exploration to merely scratch the surface. Due to the profound nature of this bloodline technique, it exists on an entirely different plane. Fortunately, with the guidance of the cursed god and the connection to the Titan bloodline, Mu Qing found himself intrigued by the cosmos beyond Earth. Zhao Siyu had previously mentioned that the universe is teeming with diverse races, some possessing formidable technology, while others wield terrifying and mysterious powers. For instance, the Titans, once represented by the cursed god, are colossal beings that can grow to heights of several thousand, even tens of thousands of meters. They cultivate the Titan bloodline technique, which endows them with immense strength. The cursed god himself has experienced fortuitous encounters that granted him the power of curses. In comparison, humanity on Earth appears rather feeble, and the beast clan is merely the tip of the iceberg concerning the cosmic beasts, having dealt severe blows to humankind. Be cautious. If anything goes awry, halt immediately. Zhao Siyu observed Mu Qing anxiously, fearing he might transform into an alien, towering like the Titans. Mu Qing nodded and entered a state of integration with the universe. Armed with the cursed god's comprehension of the Titan bloodline technique, he accelerated his understanding at a terrifying pace. In a mere 10 minutes, Mu Qing grasped the fundamentals of the Titan bloodline technique. This is an astonishing speed, as even someone like Wang Sheng would require at least half a year to achieve such a breakthrough. With the combined forces of the cursed god's insights and his state of integration, Mu Qing's progress was nothing short of phenomenal. He even sensed an inexplicable resonance between the purple lightning bamboo in his mind and the Titan bloodline technique. As he endeavored to operate the Titan bloodline technique, he felt a trace of the purest and most elemental power being drawn from his own bloodline. This power was peculiar. It was neither primal force nor bloodline energy, but rather a certain essence distilled from the bloodline itself. According to the descriptions within the Titan bloodline technique, this force is known as the source power of the bloodline. The Titan giants possess a robust bloodline, inherently endowed with immense strength, and their bloodline technique can unlock the latent potential within, rendering them even more formidable. This essence extracted from the bloodline is referred to as Titan power. Mu Qing was secretly astonished, and even Zhao Siyu above him wore a look of surprise. When Zhao Siyu was born, she absorbed the power of the cursed god, a Titan giant, complemented by the vigorous bloodline power of the bloodbat, enabling her to cultivate the Titan bloodline technique and manifest Titan power. However, Mu Qing is human, with no ties to the Titans, yet he too could cultivate Titan power. This revelation took Zhao Siyu by surprise. Continuing his cultivation, in the state of integration, Mu Qing was able to perceive the principles of Titan power. He eventually discovered that the trace of Titan power within him was emanating from the small black fish. This discovery was nothing short of shocking. The small black fish was a mutated blood spirit, with its primal force being of the water attribute. How could it possibly condense Titan power? It was beyond comprehension. Zhao Siyu's face was filled with astonishment. Her eyes turned pitch black, with dark patterns emerging on the whites of her eyes. This was a secret technique derived from the cursed god. She discovered that Mu Qing's ability to cultivate the Titan bloodline technique was significantly linked to the two blood spirits within him. Zhao Siyu observed the mysterious power emanating from the purple lightning bamboo in Mu Qing's mind, intertwining with his bloodline technique as he practiced. It was the support of this enigmatic force that enabled Mu Qing to successfully channel the bloodline method. Moreover, the mutated blood spirit, the little black fish, residing in Mu Qing's dantian, was particularly extraordinary, for this bloodline technique was created specifically for the Titans. In truth, the Titan power within Mu Qing was a different kind of force, lacking the distinct aura of Titans, yet it was formidable and terrifying, not truly belonging to the Titans. Could it be that the little black fish within Mu Qing was an entity comparable to the Titan bloodline? Zhao Siyu covered her mouth, overwhelmed by the astonishing events unfolding around Mu Qing. She could hardly believe that a human blood spirit could rival the might of the powerful Titan giants. If this were to spread, extraterrestrial beings from across the universe would surely flock to Earth to dissect Mu Qing for study. Mu Qing had fully immersed himself in his practice, and under the influence of the fusion of heaven and earth, he had coalesced a trace of Titan power, integrating it throughout his limbs and bones. Ultimately, his mental energy was exhausted, causing him to faint. He had successfully cultivated the Titan bloodline technique and had begun the initial transformation of his physical body. It could be said that he could now defeat a first-tier bloodline warrior solely through the strength of his physical form. The following day, Mu Qing awoke. As he stood, he felt as though he had gained a few inches in height. His muscles had become significantly more robust, and a fierce aura enveloped him. He sensed an infinite power coursing within him, where even a casual punch could shatter the air. His strength had been greatly enhanced. However, the primal energy in his mind and dantian remained firmly sealed. Had he not successfully cultivated the Titan bloodline technique? Why was he still unable to harness the primal energy? Mu Qing pondered, perplexed. Zhao Siyu shook her head, explaining to Mu Qing that this was insufficient. Coalescing Titan power was merely the first step. Only when one cultivates to the point of generating a force of energy within can they address the issues within their heart, using this energy to eliminate the parasites within. Mu Qing's expression turned to one of astonishment. Energy? This was somewhat reminiscent of certain martial arts he had seen online. It was said that in ancient times, when humans practiced martial arts or national arts, they did so to strengthen their bodies. During an era before the emergence of fierce beasts, and when technology was not as advanced as it is today. In that time, true masters cultivated a force, capable of both promoting health and vanquishing foes. However, as the bloodline technique spread across the earth, everyone began to practice bloodlines, making martial arts seem rather weak by comparison. After all, reaching the pinnacle of martial arts and generating a force could only achieve feats such as shattering stones. While any warrior possessing a bloodline above the first tier could easily accomplish that, could it be that humanity's previous path was indeed correct, merely lacking the time for accumulation? Mu Qing speculated. He resumed his cultivation of the bloodline technique, seeking to swiftly restore his original power, relying solely on the Titan bloodline method. Meanwhile, in the chamber, Mouse Old 3 lay immersed in the energy of the Sun Moon Lake, absorbing its essence. Wisps of purplish golden mist emanated from the crystal in the center of the room, all penetrating into Mouse Old 3's body. The creature appeared exceedingly comfortable. His brows lifted in relaxation, seemingly asleep, yet enhancing his strength. Chapter 176, The Yanhuang Organization. Mu Qing found himself unable to wield his original power, rendering him incapable of absorbing the energy of the Sun Moon Lake. Thus, he generously allowed Mouse Old 3 to absorb it instead. Zhao Siyu, unusually, did not perch atop Mu Qing's head, understanding that he was in a critical phase and required undivided focus on his bloodline cultivation. This Titan bloodline technique did not generate original power, Rather, it continuously fortified the physical body, incrementally increasing Mu Qing's physical strength. Zhou Siyu hopped onto Mouse Old 3's head, also absorbing the energy from the Sun-Moon Lake, for she was still at the 7th stage of vitality, relatively weak. Her mind filled with formidable curses that she could not unleash. Mouse Old 3 harbored a deep-seated fear of this master, quaking at the thought of the curse's power. Days passed, and Mouse Old 3 awoke from his slumber, his face alight with joy as a powerful aura radiated from him. He had astonishingly broken through to the 6th tier of the bloodline. A 6th-tier martial artist stood at the pinnacle among martial practitioners, and upon breaking through to the 7th tier, one would attain the status of a martial master. Mouse, what in the world are you doing? You're making too much noise. Zhou Siyu, still half asleep, realized she too had been absorbing energy during her slumber, having slept for over 10 days. Throughout this time, Mouse Old 3 had awakened several times to digest energy, while Zhou Siyu required none, as the energy she absorbed was consumed almost instantaneously. Mouse Old 3 glanced at Zhou Siyu, his expression shifting to one of horror as he discovered that her cultivation had reached the 2nd tier of the bloodline level. He trembled, feeling overwhelmed. It was important to note that although the energy of the Sun-Moon Lake was immense, it was impossible for it to elevate someone at the 7th stage of vitality directly to a 2nd-tier bloodline martial artist. This strength placed her on par with Mu Qing. Don't be sleepy, I still want to rest, Zhou Siyu said, tugging at Mouse Old 3, wishing to sleep upon him. Mouse Old 3 was no lowly beast. Having long acquired the ability to speak, he was fully capable of taking care of himself, his golden fur remarkably soft and devoid of any unpleasant odor. Zhou Siyu found it exceedingly comfortable to sleep on Mouse Old 3, settling against his back. Wait, my little ancestor, Mouse Old 3 exclaimed, his eyes darting as he concocted a mischievous idea. Could you possibly share Mu Qing's bloodline technique with me as well? His gaze grew slightly red, saliva nearly dripping from his mouth. Having witnessed Mu Qing's successful cultivation, he felt that if a human could cultivate, surely he, a mouse on the path to transforming into a dragon mouse being, could too. Zhou Siyu, feeling drowsy, waved her little hand and said, Here you go. Just don't disturb me. She drowsily pressed against Rat 3 as dark patterns seeped into its body, embodying the understanding of the Titan bloodline and the curse god. Subsequently, Zhou Siyu fell into a deep slumber. Rat 3 was beside itself with joy, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. Although it had been captured by the detestable Mu Qing and forced into servitude, this little subordinate seemed rather promising. Having acquired some blood of the Dragon Maiden and now the Titan bloodline technique as well, Rat 3's eyes glowed crimson with a hint of madness. After all, this was the bloodline technique of a deity, and it was impossible not to be exhilarated. It began to practice, its entire form emanating a divine aura, as if envisioning a future where a colossal rat dragon being would sweep across the cosmos. However, unlike Mu Qing, who possessed the mystical state of heaven and earth merging, Rat 3's progress was slow, relying solely on its understanding of the curse god to gradually explore its potential. On the final day of its time in the secret chamber, Mu Qing had been practicing diligently for an extended period, his physical form becoming terrifyingly powerful. He aimed to utilize the last day to see if he could cultivate the vital energy that Zhou Siyu had mentioned. Yet, a piercing scream echoed through the chamber, abruptly awakening Mu Qing from his profound meditation. His eyes snapped open, radiating blinding light. Glancing beside him, he smirked, realizing that Rat 3's entire body was swelling uncontrollably. Oh my, Mu Qing, little ancestor, please save me, Rat 3 wailed, while Zhou Siyu gaped in disbelief. Rat 3's body had grown enormous, yet its head and limbs had remained unchanged, resembling a balloon about to burst from being overinflated. It then dawned on her that she had inadvertently bestowed the Titan bloodline technique upon Rat 3, which, due to insufficient innate potential, had led to this forced cultivation. Mu Qing, observing the inflating Rat 3, was at a loss for how to assist. Let me. Zhou Siyu stepped forward, leaping atop Rat 3's head and grasping its fur. As streams of dark patterns surged into its body, gradually, Rat 3's form began to shrink back to normal, an indication of the curse power at work. Gasping for breath, Rat 3 felt a pang of regret. Had it known that pursuing the Titan bloodline technique would lead to such peril, it would have refrained. Yet, curiosity gnawed at it. Why could a mere human like Mu Qing successfully cultivate the Titan bloodline technique, while it could not? Suddenly, Mu Qing's eyes widened as he sensed a significant surge in Zhou Siyu's aura, which seemed vastly more potent than before. How is this possible? He exclaimed, only to realize that Zhou Siyu had ascended to the third tier of the bloodline. This represented the pinnacle for martial artists, with the next tier being that of a martial master. Little ancestor is exceptional. Rat 3 marveled, feeling somewhat disheartened. It had spent countless years within the Kunlun secret realm, consuming innumerable precious herbs and luminescent plants, and only recently, after harnessing the energy of the Sun-Moon Pond, had it managed to break through to the 6th tier of the bloodline. Before him stood a remarkable young prodigy, having surged from the 7th tier of vitality to the 3rd tier of bloodline prowess. This astonishing feat was accomplished even with the majority of the energy from Sun-Moon Lake absorbed by him. Zhou Siyu's cultivation speed was indeed astonishing. Mu Qing was equally astonished, his expression peculiar, as he suddenly pondered whether Zhou Siyu might ascend to the rank of a martial master before he himself could even gather a trace of qi. On the final day, Mu Qing decided to forego the bloodline technique and instead focus on honing his martial skills. After days of harmonizing with the elements, his comprehension of water and thunder had deepened significantly. With a sudden flick of his finger, a gust of wind pierced through the air, echoing with the faint roar of a dragon, showcasing formidable power. This was the water serpent finger, but as Mu Qing's understanding of this technique evolved, it had transformed into the water dragon finger. Unfortunately, he was unable to summon the primordial energy from his dantian and mind, preventing him from fully grasping the true might of the water dragon finger. At present, he could only rely on his physical strength to execute this technique, which already rivaled the original water serpent finger's power, indicating that despite his inability to mobilize primordial energy, his cultivation of the Titan bloodline had endowed him with considerable strength. Furthermore, he had made some progress with the Thunder Flash technique, increasing his speed. He remembered wanting to refine the Thunderstorm Fist, but a recollection struck him. In the Kunlun secret realm, he had seen the statue of his father, Mu Yu, which was pivotal to the surge of energy in the realm. The clues they discovered within the Kunlun secret realm indicated that one of the powerful figures in the laboratory was likely Mu Yu himself. Both the secret artifact and the token of the city lord of Thunderstorm City were crafted through alchemical means, possibly by his father. Mu Qing wished to contact his father, but found himself unable to do so. His communication device persistently indicated that no one was answering. Furrowing his brow, he spent several hours attempting to reach Mu Yu, yet received no response. Ultimately, a message popped up on his device, sent by none other than his father, Mu Yu. This only deepened Mu Qing's confusion. If Mu Yu had sent a message, he must have been aware of Mu Qing's attempts to contact him. Why then had he not answered? Opening the message, Mu Qing noted its brevity. There were no warm greetings or inquiries about the impending examinations. Mu Yu merely urged him to join the Yanhuang organization by any means necessary to obtain a Thunderstar Core. Beyond that, there was no further information. The Thunderstar Core? Mu Qing furrowed his brow. He did not even know which faction the Yanhuang organization belonged to. Buzzing, his communication device vibrated, indicating someone was trying to reach him. Upon checking, he discovered it was Xuan Yi. What is the matter? Mu Qing inquired. However, Xuan Yi's voice came through, filled with incredulity. I have something to tell you. I think I've encountered a ghost. What ghost? Mu Qing asked, intrigued. Xuan Yi swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he replied. The prodigies who died in that museum within the Kunlun secret realm are still alive. They all appeared. Those who were destined to meet their demise, returning to their respective factions as if nothing had transpired. It seemed utterly unbelievable to him that those who should have perished in the Kunlun secret realm had resurfaced. Not only Xuan Yi but also Yang Jia, Kun Shan, and Yu Hua had sensed this anomaly. Xuan Yi cautioned Mu Qing to remain vigilant before abruptly ending the call, as he felt compelled to verify the situation once more. Mu Qing furrowed his brows, an unsettling premonition gnawing at his heart. When he departed from the Kunlun secret realm, he had noticed the curse flower had vanished again. A nagging feeling emerged within him that he would encounter the curse flower once more. Now, those illustrious figures, who had perished and become mere exhibits on the 4th floor of the museum, had inexplicably returned to their factions, sending a chill down his spine. Perhaps Xuan Yi and the others had misjudged the situation. Mu Qing reassured himself. After all, Xuan Yi had mentioned he would reconfirm, and it was possible they were mistaken. Taking a deep breath, he cast aside his distractions and exited the chamber. The time had come. He departed with Rat Old 3 and Zhou Siyu. Zhou Siyu leaped onto Mu Qing's head, while Rat Old 3 shrank to the size of a half palm and hopped onto Mu Qing's shoulder. Chapter 177. Journey to Hangzhou City. Upon leaving the chamber, Mu Qing encountered Ling Fei and Ji Jia. After absorbing a considerable amount of energy from the sun and moon pool, they had both advanced to the third tier of martial practitioners, with the next step leading to becoming martial masters. In contrast, Mu Qing felt somewhat inferior, as he remained at the second tier of bloodline. However, having practiced the Titan race's bloodline techniques during this period, he was not necessarily weaker than those of the third tier. Ling Fei and Ji Jia approached to comfort Mu Qing, having discerned his continued status as a second-tier bloodline, believing he had not absorbed the energy from the sun and moon pool. What a pity for the energy from the sun and moon pool, sighed Jiang Yuanjie, feeling it was somewhat wasted. In the distance, Duanan observed from the shadows, a murderous smile curling at the corners of his mouth upon discovering that Mu Qing's cultivation had indeed stagnated at the second tier. He had secretly contacted Mu Lin and began plotting to assassinate Mu Qing. As Mu Qing and Ling Fei departed the basement, they found themselves in the expansive federal branch, where Ziyu guided them to the federal hall. Here, numerous formidable individuals congregated, most of whom were martial masters of the fourth tier and above. To Mu Qing's astonishment, he even spotted a martial venerable expert, drenched in blood, dragging the carcass of a colossal beast, a silver tiger. Rat Old 3, perched on Mu Qing's shoulder. Sensed the beast's aura, it was clear that the deceased silver tiger was a martial venerable level creature of the 9th tier bloodline. The Gale Venerable was indeed a formidable member of the Yan Huang organization, effortlessly hunting beasts of equal rank. Nearby, spectators marveled at the sight. The reputation of the Gale Venerable was evidently substantial, and the blood on him was from the silver tiger, exuding an extraordinary presence. Regardless of the faction to which they belonged, anyone registered within the federal institution could accept tasks at the federal branch, most of which involved hunting beasts. The Gale Venerable handed the silver tiger to the federal staff, and immediately, someone presented him with a safe, a reward for the completion of his task. Mu Qing's mind stirred as he inquired of Ziyu regarding the Yanhuang organization and the so-called Thunderstar Corps. Ziyu appeared momentarily taken aback, responding that the Yanhuang organization was a force established by the upper echelons of our Huaxia, possessing strength considerably superior to other major factions and closely aligned with the federal headquarters. As for the Thunderstar Corps, she admitted she had not heard of it, though it seemed to suggest the core of a thunder attribute ferocious beast. Curiosity stirred within her. She could not fathom the reason behind Mu Qing's inquiry. Ziyu speculated that perhaps it was a task assigned to him by the formidable figure behind him. Mu Qing pondered deeply. The Yanhuang organization seemed to eclipse even the Wang family and other powerful factions. Yet, he was surprised that even Ziyu was unfamiliar with the so-called Thunderstar Corps. If one seeks clarity on such matters, one might consider joining the Yanhuang, Ziyu remarked. After all, as a member of the federal branch, her understanding of internal affairs of the Yanhuang organization was limited. She informed Mu Qing that the requirements for joining were stringent, necessitating exceptional performance to stand a chance of being recognized. Mu Qing nodded, formulating a plan in his mind, while simultaneously aiming to condense the energy of the Titan bloodline technique as much as possible. Subsequently, under Ziyu's guidance, Mu Qing arrived at the trading hall of the federal branch, dedicated to the acquisition of various ferocious beast cores, carcasses, pelts, and the like. He sold the carcasses and cores of the ferocious beasts he had slain in the Kunlun secret realm, resulting in a substantial increase in his personal account. This led him to reflect that indeed, hunting ferocious beasts was the most lucrative endeavor. In addition, Mu Qing procured several water attribute crystals, meticulously refined using advanced instruments by the federal branch, encompassing a variety of attributes. This was a distinct advantage of major factions. Had he sought to purchase them in the market, he would have only been able to acquire water attribute herbs and plants, which were not as effective when ingested directly. In the afternoon, all gathered at the federal branch, led by Ziyu and Ziyang, as they ushered the crowd into an airship. The federal branch had issued a mission, and Mu Qing, along with other high school students, would once again participate. If they excelled, various major factions would extend their olive branches. Mu Qing was somewhat astonished to discover that beside Ziyu and Ziyang stood a 9th-tier bloodline martial master, the very same live-phone martial master he had encountered previously. This mission will be led by the three of us. And your primary task will be to search for clues, Ziyang commanded firmly. Behind him stood a cadre of martial masters, all members of the federal personnel. Qing sensed that this mission was likely to be complex, given the presence of a ninth-tier bloodline powerhouse leading the charge. Lifeng martial master wore a smile, his gaze sweeping over the group, particularly lingering on Ling Fei and others. Clad in a blue shirt, he appeared to be in his 30s and hailed from the Yanhuang organization. His entrance was intended to scout for students with exceptional talents to recruit into the Yanhuang, a task assigned to him by the organization. As Qing and the others boarded the airship, Jiang Yuanjie and the others were already present. They had not absorbed energy from the Sun and Moon Lake, but had returned to their families, experiencing a boost in strength. Upon inquiring, Qing learned that Xuan Lingyi and the others intended to join other major factions. Their objective is the Federation or the Yanhuang organization, which can be regarded as the two dominant powers within the Huaxia territory. Have the issues with your heart not yet been resolved? Xuan Lingyi inquired. Qing shook his head, yet his expression bore no trace of despair. Once he refined his bloodline technique to produce vital energy, he would be able to eradicate the parasites within his heart. Yang Jia furrowed his brow and remarked, "We have all urged our families to apply pressure on the Wang family, but to no avail." Yu Hua and Jiang Yuanjie, seated together discussing weight loss methods, immediately chimed in. Indeed, the Wang family has allied with numerous factions and is utterly unafraid of our pressures. Rest assured, I can handle it myself. Qing replied with a smile. Upon hearing Qing's assurance, Xuan Lingyi and the others felt relieved, for they were aware that the rodent upon Qing's shoulder was a formidable beast of martial mastery. With Lao San the rat present, Qing was unlikely to encounter any mishaps. The flying vessel initiated its ascent, carrying students who had passed the college entrance examination as it soared into the distance. Intrigued, Qing approached Ziyue and inquired about the details of this mission. Clad in a qipao, Ziyue lazily stretched and said, "This mission has some connection to your Westlake University." Qing was taken aback, surprised to learn of the link to Westlake University. The task issued by the Federation would be closely monitored by various factions, and outstanding students would be recruited. In fact, this mission was originally proposed by the higher-ups of your Westlake University to the Federation, and we were meant to handle it while bringing you along, Zhang interjected. He informed Qing that their destination was Hangzhou, where peculiar events had recently occurred, resulting in numerous individuals inexplicably turning into mummified corpses. What? Qing and the others exclaimed in shock. Ji Jia, Yang Shan, Jiang Yuanjie, and Ling Fei, along with the students from Westlake University present, were all astounded. They had heard of the mummified corpse incidents, which had transpired even before the simulated examinations. At that time, Qing was the primary suspect among the school's higher-ups, and even Wang Haishan had covertly utilized the Wang family's influence to frame Qing as the perpetrator. However, after Qing participated in the entrance examination, the occurrence of mummified corpses resurfaced, which ultimately alleviated the suspicions of the school's administration. As the frequency of these incidents increased, it became evident that not only within Westlake University, but also among the residents of Hangzhou, such occurrences were becoming alarmingly common. This situation eventually drew the attention of the Federation's branch, which promptly dispatched personnel, with the Yanhuang organization's master Lin Feng volunteering to assist. Yang Shan furrowed her delicate brows and questioned, "Who is the culprit behind the mummified corpses? Even the Federation's powerful figures have been mobilized." The students from Westlake University had varying degrees of knowledge about the mummified corpse incidents. What exactly is the mummified corpse incident? Shani asked, as nearby Yang Jia and Kun Shan exhibited similar curiosity. Ling Fei recounted the mummified corpse incident to them, revealing that he was once a member of the Westlake University Student Council and had investigated the matter, even possessing a video recording. The mummified corpse incident was horrendous. In the video, a student walking on the road inexplicably withered away, transforming into a lifeless corpse. Yu Hua shuddered, astonished, and exclaimed, "Such terrifying supernatural events truly exist? Could it be something akin to the cursed flower?" Mouse Old 3 speculated. He had always harbored a shadow of fear regarding the power of curses, and the peculiar incident of the dry corpses bore a resemblance to curses. Chapter 178. Return to Westlake University upon hearing Mouse Old 3's conjecture. Qing's eyes sparkled with insight. Indeed, The bizarre nature of the dry corpse incident was reminiscent of a curse. He inquired of Zhou Siyu whether such a curse existed. Could it be that someone was secretly wielding a curse-like power, causing individuals to transform into dry corpses? Mu Qing found Mouse Old 3's speculation quite plausible. Suspecting that someone might be covertly employing a force akin to a cursed secret art to render individuals into dry corpses. There are indeed curses of a similar nature. Zhou Siyu affirmed with a nod, adding, however, to ascertain whether it is indeed the power of a curse, we must reach Hangzhou. Born from the essence of cursed power, she possessed a heightened sensitivity towards curses. Nonetheless, she cautioned Mu Qing that the likelihood of it being a curse was minimal, as the power of curses should only be found within the Kunlun secret realm, specifically with the cursed deity and the cursed flower. Although the distance between Beijing and Hangzhou was considerable, the Federation's flying ships were exceptional, crafted by a colossal alchemical organization, and their speed was astonishing. Gazing out from the flying ship, one could only discern a blurred environment, as they sped forth like a streak of light. In merely half an hour, they arrived at Hangzhou. The flying ship descended upon West Lake University, where numerous faculty members and senior officials awaited their arrival, including Vice Principals Lei Kai and 2 others. Due to Principal Ku's dissociative identity disorder, he had been taken away by Ku Fei and a quack doctor, leaving the 3 vice principals as the highest authorities at West Lake University. The vice principals were accompanied by a middle-aged man clad in a suit, the Lord of Hangzhou. The dry corpse incident was not confined to West Lake University. Numerous residents of Hangzhou had also fallen victim, inciting widespread panic. It is important to note that although the residents of Hangzhou lacked the prowess of those in Beijing, there were still many martial artists among them, including several at the 7th and 8th ranks. The Lord of Hangzhou appeared troubled, for the individuals who had turned into dry corpses were not merely ordinary citizens. They included several bloodline warriors, the majority being martial artists, with a few martial masters among them. Recently, a martial master had also succumbed to becoming a dry corpse. Xiang and the others approached to gather information regarding the incident, though they only gleaned a general understanding. The Lord of Hangzhou, a 9th-rank bloodline warrior and currently the mightiest individual in the city, stepped forward to address Xiang and his companions. He informed them that the dry corpse incident had initially caused immense terror, but after dispatching personnel to investigate, they had finally unearthed some clues. We have uncovered that the cause of the victims transforming into dry corpses seems to be a type of red insect, the Lord of Hangzhou stated solemnly, his brow furrowed in frustration. After days of investigation, with countless dry corpse incidents occurring throughout Hangzhou, mobilizing the city's bloodline warriors for inquiries had led them to discover that the culprit was merely some red insects. No one knows the whereabouts of the red worms. They are only aware that these crimson creatures have appeared abruptly, burrowing into the souls of victims and draining every drop of blood from their bodies. We even attempted to don iron boots, yet these red worms effortlessly gnawed through thick metal, creating gaping holes. The Lord of Hangzhou gritted his teeth, for many of his subordinates had already perished. Xiang and the others were equally astonished, grasping the gravity of the situation. They escorted the populace to the West Lake University, where over 10,000 individuals sought refuge, a truly staggering number. The school's administration had thoughtfully allocated several teaching buildings for Xiang and his companions. After discussions with the Lord of Hangzhou, they resolved to capture one of the red worms first. Everyone set out to investigate, confirming that these creatures predominantly resided underground. The Windfire Martial Sovereign bellowed. Present were students from various esteemed universities, all of whom had passed rigorous assessments and received accolades from the federal branch. Having absorbed energy from the Sun-Moon Lake, most had already ascended to the first tier of bloodlines. However, this level of power was still deemed inadequate by the Windfire Martial Sovereign, who doubted the efficacy of those assembled. The Lord of Hangzhou distributed photographs of the red worms, which were rather indistinct, yet obtained at the cost of numerous martial artists' lives. These red worms primarily targeted solitary martial practitioners, draining blood in a matter of seconds, a harrowing sight. Exercise utmost caution during the investigation, Ziyue admonished sternly. They intended to delegate the task, recognizing that the mission appeared perilous, leaving the main challenges to be tackled by the few 9th-tier bloodline warriors among them. Xiang instructed the group to split into smaller squads of a few or a dozen individuals to scour the city of Hangzhou. After some contemplation, The Wind-Fire Martial Sovereign decided to retain Muqing and others. Simultaneously, the prodigies from various major factions, including Shini, were also kept back. Following the conclusion of their college entrance examinations, Shini and his companions had returned to their families, their cultivation having advanced to the third tier of bloodlines, even approaching the realm of martial masters. In terms of true combat capability, they were now comparable to ordinary martial masters, thus qualifying to partake in the corpse incident. Muqing surveyed the surroundings, noting a total of over 10 prodigies, including those he recognized and several from other formidable factions. His primary focus was on Wang Sheng, whose aura was completely restrained, rendering his true strength inscrutable. Muqing felt a surge of vigilance. Recalling that Wang Sheng had already possessed third-tier bloodline power within the Kunlun secret realm, and now he might have ascended to the martial master level. Moreover, the presence of AI Li beside Wang Sheng posed an additional threat. She had mastered formidable barrier techniques at the minor completion stage. Among those present, Muqing bitterly mused, "I am likely the weakest, as my cultivation remains at the second tier of bloodlines." He could perceive the disdainful glances directed at him from Wang Sheng, Mu Lin, and others. In Wang Sheng's eyes, Muqing, who could no longer wield primal energy, was no longer his match and could be easily crushed. Yet, during their time on Kunlun Mountain, Muqing had showcased his influential backing, hinting at the possible support of a significant figure. This predicament thwarted Wang Sheng's ability to brazenly eliminate Muqing. He could only resort to assassination or employing others as instruments of his will. Shen Yi tugged at the hem of Muqing's garment, subtly gesturing with his eyes as he pointed discreetly towards several other prodigies. Apart from Wang Sheng and his companions, there were 6 other remarkable individuals clustered together, among whom the leader possessed an unusual gaze, imbued with an icy demeanor. Clad in casual attire, he bore one single eyelid and one double eyelid, an intriguing sight indeed. Yang Jia approached, informing Muqing that this individual was none other than Jiang Yuanjie, a prodigy of the Sun and Moon group, endowed with a pair of extraordinary eyes known as ghost eyes or yin-yang eyes. Muqing's body trembled, recalling Shen Yi's earlier words that a prodigy from the Sun and Moon group had perished within the museum. Suddenly, a piercing gaze fell upon Muqing. The prodigy from the Sun and Moon group observed him with pale skin and a faint smile playing at his lips. Chapter 179. The terrifying bloodsucker. The prodigy from the Sun and Moon group was indeed named Jiang Yuanjie. Wang Sheng's group had clearly noticed Jiang Yuanjie as well. They had been present in the museum and had witnessed his lifeless form with their own eyes. Ailey's expression grew somewhat rigid, but Wang Sheng's subtle cue steadied her nerves. Jiang Yuanjie approached to introduce himself, exuding politeness, while both Wang Sheng's and Muqing's factions observed with cold detachment. Although they were aware that Jiang Yuanjie had long since met his demise, none dared to expose this truth, for they could discern no weaknesses. Shen Yi furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the situation, yet could glean no insight. The fierce Wind Martial Sovereign was momentarily taken aback. Realizing that these dozen or so prodigies were divided into 3 factions, each harboring a semblance of animosity towards one another. Were these individuals entwined in vendettas? He inquired of Ziyue, who nodded in affirmation, casting a glance at Muqing, likely providing a brief explanation to the fierce Wind Martial Sovereign. Since emerging from the Kunlun secret realm, Muqing had been besmirched by the forces of Wang Sheng and Mu Lin. Had it not been for Ku Fei and the intervention of others, he might have fallen victim to Muqing's shoe's blade. Simultaneously, Ziyue apprised the fierce Wind Martial Sovereign of Muqing's circumstances, including his inability to harness primal energy. In truth, many factions had already become aware that Muqing had been rendered a mere shell of his former self, incapable of wielding primal energy. The dissemination of this information was undoubtedly orchestrated by Wang Sheng, who sought to ensure that Muqing could not align with any faction, leading to his eventual demise at the hands of Duanan. Indeed, upon learning that Muqing had become incapacitated for some reason, the fierce Wind Martial Sovereign's demeanor shifted. He could easily discern that Muqing's cultivation had regressed to a mere second-tier bloodline, while all others surpassed the third tier. In the eyes of the fierce Wind Martial Sovereign, Muqing's name was already crossed off the list. He believed that even if Muqing resolved his issues with primal energy, he would never catch up to the other prodigies. He was destined to be left behind by his contemporaries. At that moment, a teacher from Shihu High School rushed in. exclaiming that 3 individuals in the East Campus had turned into mummified corpses. The Lord of Hangzhou was taken aback, hastily rushing out the door, stepping into the void as he soared towards the East Campus. Initially, each occurrence of the cadaver incident resulted in only a single death. However, this time, a shocking 3 lives were claimed. Ziyu and her companions exchanged glances, hastily following suit. They had not anticipated that upon arriving at Shihu High School, they would be greeted by such a grim event. "We are going to," Mu Qing urged. They accompanied Ziyu and the others to the dining hall in the Eastern Campus. At that moment, the students had already been dispersed, revealing 3 emaciated corpses on the floor, their faces contorted in grotesque expressions. "It is indeed those red worms." The Lord of Hangzhou's expression darkened. Despite being a formidable 9th-tier bloodline warrior, he found himself powerless against the red worms. Upon examining the 3 students' remains, Ziyu and her group noted that their blood had been entirely drained. The martial sovereign of the Gale focused on the soles of their feet and discovered small punctures beneath their shoes, as well as corresponding holes in the ground. "Look!" Ziyang crouched down, noticing a small hole beneath a table in the dining hall. These were 3 second-year students, each possessing a cultivation level around the 4th stage of Qi and blood, making them top-tier among their peers. Regrettably, they had met with misfortune today while dining. The red worms had suddenly emerged from the ground, burrowing into their feet and siphoning their life force. Suddenly, Ziyu sprang into action. Mysterious symbols appeared between her brows, and her form radiated light, while ripples of moonlight danced in the air. Countless delicate crescent symbols materialized around her, swiftly spreading outward like a veil of ethereal light, enveloping the surroundings. The onlookers were taken aback by the extraordinary power Ziyu exhibited. Mu Qing's gaze sharpened. He recognized that Ziyu was employing a barrier martial technique, and judging by her display, she had already reached a minor mastery of it. With a gentle smile, Ziyu touched the ground, causing the crescent symbols to plunge into the earth, ultimately ensnaring the 3 red worms. "What a remarkable tactic!" the Lord of Hangzhou exclaimed, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. They had exhausted all means in pursuit of the culprits, only to learn that it was a swarm of red worms responsible. In contrast, Ziyu and her companions, having just arrived from the Federal Division, had swiftly captured the red worms using their unique method. Mu Qing observed the 3 worms restrained in Ziyu's grasp. These creatures bore a resemblance to leeches, yet they were entirely crimson, with numerous fine teeth visible in their mouths, each smaller than a finger. The Lord of Hangzhou instructed several subordinates to bring forth a wild boar, approximately the size of 3 men, bound tightly with chains. Ziyu nodded, releasing the restraints on one of the blood-sucking worms and placing it beside the boar. What transpired next was a horrifying spectacle. Upon reaching the wild boar, the worm quivered, not in fear, but in excitement, becoming incredibly agile as it lunged at the boar's abdomen, creating a small hole to burrow inside. Within mere seconds, the entire boar's body shriveled, transforming into a desiccated corpse. The worm emerged from the boar's carcass, attempting to escape into the ground. However, a cascade of crescent symbols descended, denying it any chance of escape as it was ensnared once more. The terrifying vampiric capabilities of this creature are truly alarming. The Windfire Martial Sovereign gasped in astonishment. Before him, the blood-sucking insect, though appearing diminutive, could drain all the blood from a human body in an instant upon burrowing within, leaving even those of martial sovereign lineage unable to survive. It was evident that after draining the blood, the insect's size significantly increased, becoming quite rotund. "What do you think? Is it a curse?" Mu Qing inquired of Zhou Siyu. Zhou Siyu shook her head, sensing no aura of curse power. "It is related to the insect race," she whispered, controlling her voice. Mu Qing shuddered, receiving crucial information from Zhou Siyu. The blood-sucking insect was indeed connected to the insect race. Stealing a furtive glance at Wang Sheng, he pondered whether this corpse incident was orchestrated by him. However, Wang Sheng's expression revealed nothing, leaving no clues to discern. Yet again, the insect race. Mu Qing felt a headache coming on, sensing the troublesome nature of the situation. According to Zhou Siyu, humanity was no match for the insect race. As the insect race had never emerged before, the true extent of the threat remained unknown, and humanity would not unite against it. Mu Qing contemplated whether to inform Ziyue and the others, yet the primary concern remained. Would they even believe him? Ziyue and Ziyang would likely be half convinced at best. while the city lord of Hangzhou and the Windfire martial sovereign would probably dismiss his words entirely. Ji Jia, a middle-aged man, approached from outside the cafeteria of the East Campus, his countenance icy and his aura formidable, reaching the 8th tier of bloodline strength. Ji Jia turned in curiosity, only to realize that the visitor was her father, one of the vice principals of West Lake University. Xiangfeng, where have you been all this time? Lei Kai complained. Ji Xiangfeng had vanished for a while after the mock examination, only resurfacing today, which had drawn complaints from the other 3 vice principals. A faint smile begrudgingly appeared on Ji Xiangfeng's cold face as he apologized, stating, I sensed my bottleneck was narrowing and attempted to break through, but alas, I failed. He shook his head with a sigh. The other 3 vice principals finally understood that Ji Xiangfeng had been secluded to attempt to break through. With his current 8th tier bloodline strength, should he succeed, he would ascend to the realm of the 9th tier martial sovereign. Do not worry. Although this attempt did not yield success, I have accumulated some experience. And the next breakthrough is not far off, Vice Principal Tai Lai said with a smile. Ji Xiangfeng also engaged in the investigation of the corpse incident. He approached Ji Jia, inquiring about various matters and expressing concern for her cultivation. Qing observed from the side, feeling it peculiar how Ji Xiangfeng seemed excessively cold, conversing with his daughter as though she were a stranger. Suddenly, a rumble reverberated through the ground, accompanied by a chorus of screams from outside. Qing turned to see that, unbeknownst to him, an energy barrier had manifested, enveloping the entirety of West Lake University. It is the protective energy shield for the school, Lei Kai exclaimed. The Lord of Hangzhou furrowed his brow, fully aware that the energy shield surrounding West Lake University was established to ensure the safety of its students. It was said that 2 elite alchemists were commissioned at a considerable expense to devise this protective barrier. Generally, this shield would only be activated in the face of dire threats, such as assaults from malevolent forces or monstrous tides. Who could have triggered the energy shield? Vice Principal Lin Yuan hastily made contact and soon received alarming news. The security department reported that the area outside the school was swarming with insects. Lin Yuan's expression turned to one of horror. The onlookers were equally stunned, their gazes drawn to the 3 blood-sucking insects in Ziyue's grasp. Could it be that all the blood-sucking insects had collectively emerged? Impossible. The Lord of Hangzhou shook his head in denial. They had studied the blood-sucking insects and recognized their strength lay in their razor-sharp mouthparts and fearsome ability to drain blood, while their bodies were exceedingly fragile, easily crushed by a mere brick. This vulnerability rendered them reliant on ambush tactics to siphon human blood, leading to the infamous dry corpse incidents. We must investigate, proposed the Windblade martial sovereign, prompting the group to rush towards the gates of West Lake University. The ground trembled beneath them, and they could see flying ships descending from the skies, unleashing fiery blasts and raining down specially crafted missiles. Those are my subordinates, the Lord of Hangzhou exclaimed upon spotting the ships outside the energy shield, his pupils constricting. He recognized them as vessels deployed to maintain order in Hangzhou, specifically designed to combat the beasts lurking beyond the city. The fact that these ships appeared without his prior inquiry indicated something significant had transpired. Upon reaching the gates of West Lake University, they found numerous teachers present, some of whom bore injuries. They are all insects of the insect race, exclaimed Zhou Siyu, tugging at Qing's hair. Qing stood in shock, glancing toward the area beyond the energy shield, his scalp prickling at the sight of a vast swarm of dark insects, diverse and daunting. Some insects were covered in spikes, spewing venom, while others sported translucent wings, soaring and exhaling flames. According to Zhou Siyu, these creatures belonged to the insect race. It was evident that the energy shield of West Lake University was on the verge of collapse under the relentless assault of the swarm. Determined not to succumb passively, the faculty of West Lake University stepped out of the energy shield, unleashing their formidable original force to engage the insects in battle. These educators were all formidable figures, boasting bloodlines of the 6th tier or higher, with at least the prowess of martial masters. Many believed the teachers lacked strength due to their long tenure in instructing students at the Qi and Blood realm, having not faced beasts for years. Yet today, the power they unleashed was astonishing. At the gates of West Lake University, each teacher manifested their blood spirits, radiating brilliant light that shredded through the bodies of the insects. In their commitment to educating the school, these educators had honed their martial skills to a terrifying level, unleashing a myriad of techniques that, for the moment, held back the tide of the insect swarm. Some educators, wielding a black Gatling gun, its entire body painted in darkness, unleash specially crafted bullets that emit blue flames. The rapid-fire sound reverberates through the air as torrents of bullets rain down, obliterating the bodies of the insects, showering the surroundings in a cascade of green blood. This Gatling gun had long been housed in the exhibition hall of Westlake University, originally designed to combat fierce beasts. Despite the insects' fragile forms, their offensive capabilities are formidable, and their numbers are boundless. Before long, casualties among the faculty of Westlake University began to arise. One teacher, possessing a 6th-tier bloodline, wielded a long blade enveloped in swirling blue vapor, freezing every insect it touched. However, after he had slain 3 of the creatures, the ground beneath him suddenly caved in, and from the depths surged a massive black centipede, over 100 meters long, which devoured him in a single bite. A cloud of blood mist erupted, shocking those sheltered within the energy barrier. This black centipede was undoubtedly a formidable creature, at least a 9th-tier bloodline, its gaze chillingly cold. As it feasted upon the teacher's remains, it surveyed its surroundings, assessing its next target. Abruptly, the centipede shifted its focus, not towards the teachers, but towards a flying battleship soaring in the sky. There were 13 such vessels, armed with an array of weapons and missiles. Each strike from the flying ships consumed immense resources, as these specially designed munitions required substantial financial investment. Nevertheless, such bombardments inflicted considerable damage upon the swarm of insects. A single missile could decimate a substantial number of them. Beware! The Lord of Hangzhou discerned the centipede's intent and shouted urgently. He leaped into the air, determined to intervene. But he was too late. The black centipede, remarkably agile, launched itself upwards, sinking its fangs into the battleship. These combat vessels had a fatal flaw. Speed and maneuverability were sacrificed in favor of enhanced firepower. This became their Achilles heel, as the black centipede soared with astonishing swiftness, appearing merely as a fleeting shadow to onlookers. With a thunderous crash, the centipede shattered a large portion of the battleship, resulting in an explosion that bloomed in the sky like a firework. Debris from the vessel plummeted, creating a massive crater upon impact, engulfing countless insects in a fiery inferno. The black centipede remained unyielding, indifferent to the demise of its kin. Possessing intelligence yet devoid of empathy, the loss of its brethren stirred no emotions within its cold heart. While a multitude of insects perished, an endless tide of new ones quickly filled the void. Enraged, the Lord of Hangzhou surged forth from the energy barrier, treading the void, his form aglow as he charged at the black centipede. The creature roared in response, engaging him in a fierce struggle. Its terrifying strength rivaled that of the Lord, as its cavernous maw unleashed a fearsome white light, corrosive in nature, rendering even the Lord of Hangzhou unable to withstand its might. As Ziyue and her companions departed from the energy shield, they coordinated with the aerial vessels above to annihilate swarms of insects. How could there be so many of these creatures? Vice Principal Terry ground his teeth in frustration, his body marred by numerous deep wounds. He had returned from beyond the energy shield, severely injured by the onslaught of the swarming insects. Medical personnel rushed to his side, administering vials of healing elixirs. The insects outside the shield were all martial artists, ranging from 4th to 6th tier bloodlines. Even a formidable 8th tier bloodline warrior like Terry struggled under the relentless assault. Overwhelmed by sheer numbers, he risked falling at any moment. "Look!" a teacher shouted, pointing into the distance. Deep within the swarm, a massive orb hung suspended in the air, the nest from which swathes of insects emerged. "That is the mother insect," Zhu Xiyu informed Muqing, describing the spherical entity. Plump and adorned with numerous tentacles. Before them was merely a juvenile mother insect. Should it mature further, countless martial sovereign-level insect legions would likely descend upon them. Is it truly that terrifying? Muqing gasped, still reeling from the revelation, when the ground trembled anew. Outside the energy shield, another aerial vessel plummeted, creating a vast crater. 100-meter mosquito emerged, resembling a dragon with its head and wings, its roar echoing like a dragoness song. It soared high, unleashing fireballs that obliterated the aerial vessel. "That is an A-dragon mosquito," Zhu Xiyu informed Muqing, providing the creature's name. Chapter 181 Battle. Xiang radiated light as he charged forward, intercepting the A-dragon mosquito in the sky. Ziyue and Martial Sovereign Lai Feng raced towards the mother insect's nest, recognizing that the incessant tide of insects originated from it. True to their status as ninth-tier bloodline warriors, they remained unflustered in the face of these unfamiliar foes, swiftly identifying the crux of the matter. The duo dashed towards the nest, with Lai Feng enveloped in tempestuous winds, transforming into a wind dragon, shredding any insects that dared approach him. Meanwhile, Ziyue moved with grace and poise, clad in a white qipao, her figure illuminated by the ethereal glow of the moonlight, accentuating her exquisite form. Compared to Lai Feng, Ziyue wielded even greater destructive power against the swarm. Her mastery of minor boundary martial techniques manifested as a moonlight barrier, instantly obliterating hundreds of insects. Yet the insects knew no fear. They surged forth like a relentless tide, a dark mass from which the thunderous sound of their footsteps resonated even from miles away. Ziyue and Lai Feng, the two ninth-tier bloodline warriors, found themselves obstructed by 200-meter behemoths emerging from the mother insect's nest, exuding a ferocious aura befitting their own rank. One was a worm, its maw lined with countless sharp teeth, its body bristling with barbs and filled with venom. The other was a scorpion, its carapace as hard as black iron, which immediately severed an aerial vessel with its pincers. Boom! The vessel plummeted, flames engulfing the surrounding structures and greenery near Shihu University, transforming the landscape into a sea of fire. The heart of the Lord of Hangzhou sank as he and the three individuals from the Federation were obstructed. The mother worm's lair was inundated with a frenzied swarm, engulfing the entire city of Hangzhou. Aircraft were soaring through the sky, entering West Lake University, filled with the city's residents, most of whom were martial practitioners. Except for the protection offered by the energy shield at West Lake University, the rest of Hangzhou was under siege by the swarm. Despite the Lord's prompt communication with his subordinates for personnel evacuation and rescue, many residents still fell victim to the onslaught of the insects. Those creatures were busily transporting corpses. Jiang Yuanjie suddenly discerned a peculiar situation. Upon hearing this, Qing also gazed outside the energy shield, witnessing the battle where some teachers had perished, their bodies being carried away by small insects, about half a meter in size. These creatures bore a resemblance to worms, yet they possessed numerous legs beneath their bodies, along with a pair of robust tentacles, seemingly designed for the very act of transport. In the skies above, the Lord of Hangzhou and his companions were also aware of this phenomenon, observing the smaller insects ferrying away the deceased, be they human or insect. Anything that was lifeless was being moved beneath the mother worm's lair. A sudden sound echoed as an egg dropped from the mother worm's lair. Upon closer inspection, it was a transparent, spherical eggshell. Tiny insects emerged from it, the very culprits behind the previous incident involving desiccated corpses, blood-sucking worms. A multitude of these blood-sucking worms burrowed into the transparent eggshell, regurgitating the blood they had previously consumed. Within half a minute, the 10-meter-sized transparent eggshell was filled to the brim with blood. In the next moment, several more transparent eggs descended from the mother worm's lair. The blood-sucking worms approached the bodies of those who had fallen in battle, draining blood from both humans and their kin, returning it to the transparent eggshell. The swarm exhibited a clear division of labor. Certain insects were tasked with transporting corpses, while the blood-sucking worms meticulously extracted every drop of blood, depositing it into the eggshell. The transparent eggs continued to descend in an orderly fashion, as vast numbers of blood-sucking worms injected blood into them. What on earth could these insects be scheming? Qing furrowed his brow. He inquired of Zhou Siyu, yet she too was at a loss, merely asserting that it certainly boded ill. If we can destroy that mother worm's lair, the swarm should disperse, Zhou Siyu stated with conviction. Qing's lips curled into a wry smile. He too wished to obliterate the mother worm's lair, but the issue lay in his lack of strength. Not only he, but even martial experts were in peril, as evidenced by the deaths of several martial masters in the ongoing conflict. A fleet of flying vessels surged forth, mobilizing all available combat forces of Hangzhou, and the skies became increasingly crowded with these aerial crafts, alongside armored vehicles equipped with various strategic weapons. Currently, all the military might that Hangzhou could muster was concentrated at the gates of West Lake University. An officer of the 8th rank was commanding from within the energy shield, directing squads of soldiers as they surged forth to confront the swarm. They were equipped with advanced technology, clad in lightweight armor, and possessed bloodlines above the 4th tier. Much of Hangzhou had succumbed to the onslaught of the swarm, resulting in significant casualties, with the remaining populace gathering at West Lake University. In a matter of moments, the swarm had nearly overrun the entirety of Hangzhou. Most of the city's weaponry had been mounted on the walls to fend off the invasions of ferocious beasts. Yet now, those beasts were absent, as a vast horde of insects swept across the city, their origins a mystery, seemingly materializing from thin air. What a bizarre occurrence. Such chaos unfolded upon our arrival. Students from various prestigious universities and disciples of powerful factions expressed their impatience. They had intended merely to fulfill their missions and align with a formidable faction, but were instead caught in the unexpected ambush of the swarm, even halting the progress of federal experts. Qing furrowed his brow as he observed the energy shield quivering, large swathes of insects colliding against it. Surely, it would hold, Shen Yi asserted, exhibiting little concern. Outside, the vicious insects continued their relentless shrieking. However, the combat-ready flying vessels were no easy prey. A barrage of cannon fire rained down, resulting in the demise of numerous insects. At the entrance of West Lake University, officers and soldiers engaged fiercely, wielding rocket launchers crafted by alchemists, utilizing StarCore rockets. Others hurled grenades, igniting massive explosions that illuminated the night with brilliant bursts of light. Following the invasion of the Beast Kin, humanity's methods of attack had grown increasingly formidable, with weapons forged by elite alchemists possessing devastating power. The commander of Hangzhou bore a grave expression as he communicated with the higher echelons of Huaxia, reporting the situation before leading his troops out of the energy shield. As an 8th-tier bloodline martial sovereign, he unleashed his primal force, transforming into a formidable iron-armored bull, trampling the insects before him. The commander wielded a machine gun, unleashing a torrent of energy beams, powered by a high-tier star core. When swarms approached, he executed a martial technique, stomping the ground with a thunderous crash that caused the earth to collapse in a radius of several dozen meters, creating spiderweb-like fissures that obliterated the insects. The prowess of humanity's bloodline warriors, when combined with advanced weaponry, proved to be a harbinger of annihilation for the swarm. The Lord of Hangzhou laughed heartily. His fists wreathed in radiant light, transforming him into a figure of divine splendor. With a single punch, a blinding light erupted, piercing a gaping hole through the body of a black centipede. As a light attribute blood spirit, his form was perpetually enveloped in luminescence. The Lord gazed skyward as vessels descended, unleashing devastating strikes. Though the cost was great, they effectively inflicted harm upon the swarm. The current situation was evidently in their favor. Initially caught off guard by the swarm's sudden assault, they were now poised to unleash a relentless counterattack. Strike the mother insect's nest, the Lord of Hangzhou bellowed. At the entrance of West Lake University, a large apparatus had materialized, surrounded by several young individuals exhibiting the prowess of martial masters. A teacher informed Qing that these youths were of remarkable origin, all possessing 6th-tier bloodlines, and were also alchemists. Alchemists? Qing was taken aback, glancing at the alchemists he had only heard of before but never encountered. Each alchemist bore an expression of confidence, accompanied by a palpable aura of mental energy as they manipulated the massive device. The apparatus radiated light, absorbing the energy from the surrounding environment and forming a vortex of power. Chapter 182. Traitor. The mysterious monarch. This extraordinary device was complex in operation, necessitating the formidable mental strength of an alchemist for control. A group approached, wielding spatial rings from which they extracted a mountain of ferocious beast star nuclei. The energy vortex atop the apparatus swiftly engulfed the star nuclei, completely absorbing them within mere seconds, subsequently coalescing into a brilliant orb the size of a fist. This intricately designed machine, crafted by a master alchemist, required at least several alchemists to activate it. Once the vortex absorbed the energy from the beast star nuclei, it erupted instantaneously. The fist-sized orb detonated, unleashing a terrifyingly massive beam of light. The surrounding air seemed to scorch, as this fearsome beam, tinged with a pale violet hue, harbored unparalleled power, rivaling that of a 9th-tier bloodline. The beam, 50 meters in diameter, obliterated the insects on the ground, leaving no remnants behind. The military's capabilities were indeed formidable. Vice Principal Lin Yuan remarked with awe. Many faces around him bore smiles, as this sudden battle concluded swiftly. The impact of the beam was terrifying enough to collapse a mountain, surely capable of shattering the motherworm's nest. Buzz. At that moment, an immense jet-black sword descended from a great distance, measuring 10 meters in length and 3 meters in width, entwined with tendrils of dark energy. The expressions of the Hangzhou city lord and the trio of Ziwa shifted dramatically. The massive black sword pierced through the void, releasing torrents of dark power, and unleashed a sword light that struck terror into the mundane world. Boom! The ground trembled. A chasm extending 100 meters emerged upon the earth. The sword energy, imbued with dark essence, cascaded from the sky, reducing vast swathes of trees to mere splinters. The energy beam was struck by the sword light, lingering momentarily in the air before beginning to dissipate, all its energy transforming into ordinary light, showering down like rain. The encroaching dark power rendered the energy contained within the beam commonplace. The Hangzhou city lord, Ziyue, Xiang, and the martial sovereign of Liwind gazed toward the motherworm's nest, where the enormous black sword loomed, standing 10 meters tall, with a figure atop it. This figure was shrouded in an aura of darkness, obscuring their features. A weathered laugh echoed from the mysterious figure, who extended a skeletal hand resembling that of an ancient man, yet it brimmed with a terrifying dark power. Suddenly, a terrifying dark sword energy erupted from his hand, spanning dozens of meters. The sword aura swept through the surroundings, cleaving towards the energy barrier of West Lake University. Crack! In the astonished gaze of all, the energy barrier shattered, and the dark sword energy unleashed a horrifying force, causing the university's gates to collapse. How could this be? Some teachers screamed, while many others shouted in panic as they fled. The swarm of insects outside the energy barrier surged in, and those at the martial artist level were no match for them, let alone the numerous students of the Qi blood realm. In an instant, many were slain by the insects, their cries of agony echoing, turning the entrance of the university into a sea of blood. Die! Some individuals, driven mad, rushed into the swarm with bloodshot eyes, engaging in a frenzied battle, only to be overwhelmed in the blink of an eye. Ha! Let us die together. A fourth-tier bloodline martial artist roared, charging into the swarm, clutching an energy bomb that erupted into a brilliant sphere of light. He perished, taking many insects with him, leaving only a deep crater in his wake. The people within West Lake University began to resist. Some martial artist relatives had not managed to evacuate to the university. Facing grim fates outside, they fought the swarm with the resolve of certain death. Who was that mysterious figure? Mu Qing and Ling Fei huddled together, also under attack from the insects. It is a king, Zhou Siyu remarked. Has the federal branch miscalculated as well? The Lord of Hangzhou observed the invasion of the swarm at West Lake University, witnessing many fight frantically against the insects, feeling a deep sense of unease. As the Lord of Hangzhou, commanding a contingent of bloodline warriors from the Huaxia military, he still could not protect the last bastion of Hangzhou. The swarm arrived with astonishing suddenness, with only West Lake University possessing an energy barrier, which held for a brief moment. He had initially believed that the personnel dispatched by the federal branch would suffice to handle the corpse incident. But little did he know that it would escalate into the sudden arrival of the swarm. Even more terrifying was the mysterious figure at the mother insect's nest. The figure stood upon a pitch-black giant sword, enshrouded in dark power, yet it was evident that they were human. A human king. Who are you? The Lord of Hangzhou bellowed, his eyes nearly bursting with fury, his aura surging wildly. If a king insect had appeared among the swarm, it would be one thing. But no one anticipated that a human king would aid the insects. Ziyu and the others wore grave expressions. The nature of this mission had completely transformed. The swarm's arrival was clearly not that of savage beasts nor of any other creatures from Earth. I suspect these insects originate from the cosmos. The Windstorm Martial Sovereign said solemnly, frantically contacting the Yan Huang organization, formed by the higher-ups of Huaxia, which also supplies the military forces of various cities across the nation. The emergence of the swarm is undoubtedly a catastrophic event. The last time the Savage Beast clan appeared, humanity suffered heavy casualties. Given the scale of this swarm, if left unchecked, it could very well evolve into a second Savage Beast clan. However, neither Ziyue nor the Gale Martial Sovereign could establish contact with the higher echelons of their respective factions. The Yanhuang organization and the Federal Division seemed to be disregarding their attempts, as all messages sent forth sank into oblivion. Why? All communications failed to reach the upper echelons. Xiang's expression darkened ominously. There were no devices in the vicinity to disrupt signals. Moreover, the current communication equipment was crafted by the finest alchemists, and no instrument on Earth could dismiss its signals. Xiang and the Gale Martial Sovereign exchanged a glance, their faces reflecting profound concern. As they evidently arrived at the same unsettling conclusion, there were traitors among humanity. Both the Yinhuang organization and the Federal Division harbored internal spies, akin to the sovereign before them. What benefits do the insects offer you? Why align with them? The Lord of Hangzhou questioned, unable to fathom that the most elite bloodline warriors of humanity would ally with the insect race. The mysterious figure emitted a chilling laughter, stating, humans on Earth, no matter how powerful, are merely an emerging lowly civilization. He chose not to elaborate further, conjuring a massive dark sword aura, which he brought down with ferocity. Begone! A shadow suddenly manifested, its voice ancient yet vigorous, as a tempest of frost and flame erupted. Boom! The earth trembled, as the dark sword aura was unexpectedly shattered. A figure emerged above Westlake High School, his countenance aflame with fury. Chapter 183. The Return of Human Traitors. The newly appeared powerhouse was none other than the principal of Westlake High School. Qing. Principal. Lei Kai exclaimed with delight, as the faculty of Westlake High School felt a renewed sense of hope. Qing, a formidable warrior of the 9th-tier bloodline, had previously stood against the sovereign at Kunlun Mountain, earning the awe of all. Now, he reappeared, enveloped in flames and frost. Qing gazed towards the blood spirit behind Qing, as the two-headed dragon roared continuously, hinting at the emergence of a third head. It was evident that during this time, Ku Fei and the quack doctor had temporarily resolved the issue of Qing's multiple personalities. Moreover, it seemed that Ku Fei had employed a similar method to induce the formation of a third personality within Qing, striving to merge the three into a singular true self. Qing's face bore the weight of immense wrath, for he witnessed that Westlake High School had been overrun by the insect horde, with many students wailing in despair and numerous citizens of Hangzhou meeting a tragic fate. The entire city of Hangzhou had suffered a catastrophic assault, with bodies being slain and dragged away by the insects. Concentrate energy beams once more, Qing bellowed. He soared into action, confronting the mysterious figure. By temporarily halting the enigmatic individual from wreaking havoc, he believed that the might of the energy beams could shatter the mother insect's lair. Gazing at the transparent eggs beneath the mother insect's nest, now numbering over 100, with 50 already filled with blood, it became clear to all that the target of the insect swarm was the blood itself. The previous incidents involving blood-sucking insects were merely a harbinger. No one had anticipated the existence of such a terrifying insect race. Qing's countenance grew grave, for just moments ago, Zhou Siyu had informed him that the current mother insect's nest was likely merely a precursor. Even if they were to vanquish it, the insect race, having emerged for the first time, could not be entirely extinguished. Further manifestations were inevitable. Protect the instrument. Several teachers bellowed, battling beside the device, which was besieged by swarms of insects attempting to destroy the apparatus capable of generating energy beams. Qing and his companions found themselves similarly encircled, surrounded by 4th-tier bloodline insects. Although these creatures possessed low intelligence and lacked any special abilities, their sheer terrifying strength was sufficient to injure 3rd-tier bloodline warriors. Fortunately, Qing and his peers were all prodigies, their cultivation primarily at the 3rd-tier bloodline level, and they managed to survive amidst the encroaching insect horde by employing various martial techniques. Ling Fei exhibited extraordinary combat prowess, having broken through to the 3rd-tier bloodline. The blood spirit behind him transformed into 3 golden lions. With a deafening roar, he unleashed a wave of golden light that crushed 2 insect warriors. As he fought with increasing fervor, the sharp claws of the insects left deep gashes on his body, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. At that moment, Ling Fei had entered a state where continuous battle only served to enhance his strength, with his wounds spurring forth his latent potential. Shani, adorned with a medicinal gourd atop his head and wielding a halberd, displayed formidable might as well. The combination of his 2 blood spirits unleashed a terrifying power. Unfazed by injury, as the medicinal vapors cascaded down, healing his wounds in the blink of an eye. Yang Jia and Yang Shanshan's performances were even more remarkable. One controlled vast swathes of vegetation, with enormous wooden spikes erupting from the ground, and vine-like tendrils as hard as steel ensnaring the insects. The other stood motionless, opening a portal through which creatures from another realm descended, 10 goblins bursting forth, each possessing the strength of a third-tier bloodline. Among them, 5 goblins hurled a trove of stones with great force, shattering even 4th-tier insect skulls. Ji Jia and Jiang Yuanjie flanked Mu Qing, unleashing intermittent azure sword chi and golden spear shadows. They were acutely aware that Mu Qing could not manifest his original power and feared for his safety. Mu Qing smiled, loosening the fist he had subconsciously clenched. In truth, his physical strength was formidable. He believed he could shatter the head of a 4th-tier insect with a single punch. Having cultivated the Titan clan's bloodline technique in a state of harmony with the world, Mu Qing's progress had been remarkably swift, and he had even begun to sense his own aura. Initially, Mu Qing had contemplated testing the extent of his physical prowess, but upon seeing Ji Jia and Jiang Yuanjie come to assist, he decided against revealing his strength. Not far off, Wang Sheng and his group were present, and Mu Qing wished to keep his formidable power a secret from Wang Sheng, desiring to surprise him later. "Let me take over." Rattled 3 leapt down from Mu Qing's shoulder. With a mischievous grin, his body rapidly expanded from the size of a half-palm to a towering 2 meters, his fur shimmering with golden radiance. Roar! Rattled 3 emitted a deafening roar, his entire form bursting forth in golden light, with dragon scale runes flickering beneath his skin, albeit subtly. Previously, it had ingested the bloodline of Ji Jia, transforming into a mouse-dragon hybrid. Although this transformation was brief, it still exerted a certain influence on its original bloodline. Josie Yu had mentioned to Mu Qing that the bloodline of Mouse Lao San was rather peculiar. For other fierce beasts, even consuming dragon blood would not yield such pronounced benefits. The once brilliant golden eyes of Mouse Lao San had turned pitch black, imbued with an unfathomable depth, swirling mesmerizingly. Under its gaze, some insects' bodies spontaneously shattered into fragments. Having ascended to the 6th tier of its bloodline, Mouse Lao San's prowess reached the pinnacle of martial master level, with a remarkable enhancement in its innate energy. As it struck down with a paw, a substantial portion of the ground fractured, releasing beams of golden light that crushed the insects beneath it. Mu Qing tossed 2 items to Mouse Lao San, a golden sickle and a black robe. Mouse Lao San's expression was one of astonishment. It had not anticipated Mu Qing's profound trust in it, bestowing these treasures. Notably, the golden sickle was originally Mouse Lao San's own. With the acquisition of these 2 artifacts, Mouse Lao San's power became astonishing. Cloaked in the black robe, it transformed into a shadowy mist, weaving through the swarm of insects. As it swung the golden sickle, a crescent-shaped beam of golden light, stretching over 10 meters, cleaved through the nearby insects, severing them in 2. Mu Qing maintained an impassive expression, continuing to feign the role of an incapacitated individual unable to wield his original force, even relinquishing his 2 artifacts to Mouse Lao San. In the distance, Duan Su, observing Mu Qing's actions, smirked, further solidifying his belief that Mu Qing had become utterly powerless. He showed no concern for the approaching swarm of insects or the deceased teachers nearby. In his mind, a singular, significant task loomed: to eliminate Mu Qing. This illustrates the astonishing extent of Wang Sheng's methods, surpassing mere hypnosis to a level of complete control. "I will help you divert that mouse," Wang Sheng whispered, drawing closer to Duan Su. He was paving the way for Duan Su, ensuring that the likelihood of Mu Qing's demise reached a certainty. Meanwhile, Mu Lin gritted his teeth, his eyes slightly reddening. The black robe donned by Mouse Lao San was a precious artifact bestowed upon him by an elder of the Mu family, revered within the clan. He contemplated seizing it directly, but ultimately dismissed the thought, recognizing the gravity of the current situation. The invasion of the insect swarm, suspected to be a harbinger of a foreign cosmic race, necessitated caution. Any attack at this juncture would undoubtedly lead to his being hunted by various human factions, branded as a traitor. Not far away, a complex and intricate device began to exhibit an energy vortex. Amidst the chaotic onslaught of the insect swarm, several alchemists harnessed their mental energies to reactivate the device. This apparatus represented their greatest hope. The formidable insects, along with the enigmatic human traitor, were temporarily ensnared. If the device could be activated once more to generate an energy beam capable of annihilating the mother insect's nest, the threat posed by the swarm would diminish significantly. as the terror of the swarm stemmed from the continuous emergence of insects from the mother nest. "You cannot stop me." Enveloped in an aura of darkness, the enigmatic figure spoke, his voice raspy as he unleashed torrents of dark sword light toward West Lake University. It was evident that his target was the instrument, as energy beams coalesced once more, posing a challenge even for this formidable sovereign to destroy it. Before him stood the principal of West Lake University, Zheng. Zheng was entwined with both flames and frost, coalescing into a tempest of ice and fire that spanned over 50 meters, wreaking havoc upon the swarming insects and tearing through everything in its path. The force he unleashed was perilously close to the power of a sovereign, visibly shattering the dark sword lights into black motes that rained down upon the ground. A sound of ancient laughter emanated from the mysterious sovereign. He refrained from attacking and instead inquired of Zheng, "Do you truly believe you can withstand me? Or do you think your presence can alleviate the crisis at Westlake University?" Zheng's brow furrowed. He sensed that the mysterious figure had merely been toying with him, having not even exerted a fraction of his sovereign power. He was not convinced that the adversary was genuinely holding back, but rather felt an air of invulnerability. What had he overlooked? Zheng's mind raced with speculation. Although all the ninth-tier bloodline insects had been held at bay, he believed he could withstand the enigmatic sovereign with his life on the line. The endless swarm of insects on the ground, though fearsome, could be countered by the combined might of Westlake University and the military elite. "You cannot fathom what lies beyond," the mysterious figure declared. He extended a withered hand, and with a slight tremor, a dark sword light suddenly pierced through Zheng's back. "Principal." A figure materialized, Ji Jia, his vital energy surging forth to intercept the dark sword light. However, at that very moment, Zheng's eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. "Principal." Ji Jia's countenance was icy, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I have come to escort you on your journey." With a piercing sound, the dark sword light shifted to a vivid azure, radiating blinding azure brilliance as it penetrated Zheng's form. The entirety of Westlake University was struck with shock, gazing skyward. Zheng wavered, teetering on the brink of collapse, before plummeting into the void, leaving only two silhouettes behind. One, the sovereign cloaked in darkness, and the other, Ji Jia, wielding an ancient bronze sword. Chapter 184, The King Worm. No one could have anticipated that at such a critical juncture, the vice principal Ji Jia would suddenly turn against Principal Zheng. The dark sword light was not conjured by the mysterious sovereign, but was instead propelled by Ji Jia. Disguised as dark sword light, both Ji Jia and Ji Jia possessed the blood spirit of the ancient bronze sword, though Ji Jia's prowess eclipsed that of Ji Jia, with his sword light capable of rivaling that of the sovereign. Before the mother worm's lair, dark light surged skyward, and azure brilliance blanketed the ground. The mysterious sovereign stood upon a massive black sword, while Ji Jia, brandishing the bronze ancient sword, was a master of the blade, exuding an aura of extreme terror. Enveloped in sovereign power, Ji Jiang, Lei Kai roared, tears glistening in his eyes. In his arms lay Zheng, a gaping wound piercing through him, inflicted by Ji Jia's sword light. "That is a sovereign." As Ji Jia gazed up at the sky, her expression was vacant and her eyes bore a tumult of emotions. For the figure that had joined the ranks of the insectoid horde was none other than her father. None had anticipated such a turn of events. The formidable Zheng, capable of contending with a monarch, had been grievously wounded by Ji Jia, his fate now uncertain. Boom! A misty azure sword aura descended from the heavens, spanning 100 meters. The energy vortex dissipated, leading to a cataclysmic explosion of intricate and sophisticated machinery. The sword aura swept across the surroundings, injuring several alchemists who had been operating the instruments, with one unfortunate alchemist being torn asunder by the azure blade. The immensely valuable energy-gathering apparatus lay in ruins, its shattered metallic components strewn across the ground. The earth resembled a flower in bloom, with the azure sword aura crisscrossing and carving immense fissures. Ji Jiang had been deceiving us all along. Lin Yuan's countenance darkened. Previously, Ji Jiang had explained to the three vice principals that during his absence, he had been striving to break through to the 9th tier of bloodline. Yet, it was evident now that this had been a fabrication. Ji Jiang stood before them, exuding an overwhelming presence, his feet suspended in the void, gazing down upon all like a sovereign. Tai Lai gritted his teeth, his eyes brimming with animosity. In this critical moment, Ji Xiangfeng's betrayal was the final straw that broke the camel's back, casting a veil of despair across many faces. The Federation and the Yanhuang, the two most powerful factions, had been unable to receive their communications, while the insectoid's combat prowess continued to rise. What's more, it was particularly ironic that the foremost warriors of the insect horde were human. What benefits have these mindless creatures bestowed upon you? Some teachers shouted, recognizing the dire circumstances. The situation was decidedly tipping in favor of the insectoids. What do you truly wish to achieve? Ziyue positioned herself in front of Ji Xiangfeng and the mysterious figure, a colossal insect carcass looming behind her. The ninth-tier bloodline insect had already met its demise at her hands. Ziyue's delicate, crystalline face turned cold as crescent-shaped symbols radiated from her impressive form, a brilliant moonlight cascading forth. All around, the moonlight enveloped the area, and at noon, an actual moon appeared in the sky, exuding a chilling aura, adorned with intricate runes. Enraged, she summoned all her strength, akin to Kufei during the Kunlun Mountain incident. Despite being merely of the ninth-tier bloodline, her comprehension of the minor realm of barrier martial techniques endowed her with the might of a monarch. The strength of the insectoids is far beyond your imagination. Soon, the entire universe will fall under their dominion. This is but a small step. Ji Xiangfeng sneered, wielding an ancient bronze sword, its aura swirling around him. Little girl, your talent is commendable, yet a ninth-tier bloodline can hardly compare to that of a monarch. The mysterious figure spoke, his voice ancient and frail, as his emaciated hand extended once more. Swish! A stunning black sword beam pierced forth from his fingertips, its sharpness cleaving through the moonlight barrier, creating a slender fracture. Crack! Ziyue gasped in horror as her moonlight barrier began to collapse. Every rune shredded by the relentless sword aura. She coughed up blood, and wounds appeared all over her body. The moonlight barrier shattered in an instant. Just then, a signal was received on the communication device in Ziyue's hand. Ziyue, what has happened? Upon answering the call, a holographic image materialized, revealing Mu Qingshu. His astonishment was palpable upon seeing Ziyue's condition, for he was acutely aware of her prowess, which was akin to that of a sovereign. Mu Qingshu recalled that Ziyue was tasked with leading a group of students who had successfully passed their college entrance examinations on a mission, colloquially speaking, to mentor newcomers. Typically, such a mission should pose no danger. Why didn't my previous message get through? This is serious, Ziyue remarked with a bitter smile. Mu Qingshu furrowed his brow as an elderly man appeared, a senator from the Federal Division, akin to an elder within prominent families, thus a figure of high authority. This man, benevolent in appearance yet exuding a certain gravitas, donned a golden robe, his white hair a testament to his experience as a seasoned sovereign. Standing obediently behind him, Mu Qingshu addressed him respectfully, Senator Liu. The communication equipment of the Federal Division was compromised, and we are currently investigating, Senator Liu stated, his expression turning serious as he noted the severity of Ziyue's injuries. Simultaneously, the fierce Wind Martial Sovereign connected with the high command of the Yanhuang organization. How could this be? The moment the fierce Wind Martial Sovereign and Ziyue revealed the scene, the upper echelons of both the Federal Division and the Yanhuang organization were struck with shock. What? Creatures resembling the beast tribes, seemingly from the cosmos? And human traders? A roar echoed within the Federal Division, prompting Senator Liu to bellow for reinforcements to be dispatched to Hangzhou City. The Yanhuang organization responded similarly. Its leaders, all astute sovereigns, swiftly made the most judicious decisions. Senator Liu's countenance darkened. He had initially presumed the prior communication disruptions were the work of nefarious forces. But it now became evident that the so-called insect race was behind it, having meticulously prepared for this moment. Human infiltrators had long been positioned, as evidenced by the footage transmitted from Ziyue's end, which depicted two humans standing at the mother insect's lair. In an expeditious response, numerous flying ships surged forth from the Federal Division, racing towards Hangzhou City at a terrifying speed. These vessels were of a far superior caliber compared to those in Hangzhou, equipped with plasma cannons and laser projectiles. Subsequently, a unique black gold transport vessel ascended. Devoid of combat capabilities, it nevertheless harbored 5 sovereigns within it, including Senator Liu, whose expression was grave. He had already sent a communique to the federal headquarters, for the magnitude of this event was profoundly alarming, poised to alter the global landscape. Concurrently, the Yanhuang organization mobilized significant forces, with the Chinese military launching a direct assault, a colossal 500-meter flying ship embarking on its mission. The actions of the Yanhuang organization have stirred sensitivity among various factions, for that 500-meter airship can indeed be deemed a spacecraft, fully qualified for a journey into the cosmos. Its formidable combat capability rivals that of a monarch. This vessel is not only terrifying, but also a symbol of the Yanhuang organization. Its emergence signifies that significant events are unfolding. Within the Yanhuang airship, 8 monarchs bore solemn expressions, enveloped in a heavy silence. Among them, 5 were clad in military uniforms, representing the upper echelons of the Huaxiao army. The Yanhuang organization, established by Huaxiao, oversees the army, and the presence of the insectoid species within Huaxiao's borders has undoubtedly drawn the utmost attention of the organization's leadership. What has transpired? Investigate. Numerous families and factions within Huaxiao are probing for answers. Both the Yanhuang and Federation divisions are monitoring the situation in Hangzhou. Yet, despite the imminent arrival of powerful entities, Ji Xiangfeng and the enigmatic figure remained unperturbed. Very well, let the king insect awaken under the witness of all. The mysterious figure's hoarse, aged voice resonated. Ji Xiangfeng nodded. He raised his hand, and as his arm ascended, the ground trembled. In the distance, an island sped through the sky. Qing and the others' pupils constricted. The island was familiar. It was the Lake Heart Island they had visited during the mock examination. Ji Xiangfeng had somehow transported the entire Lake Heart Island. The island, resembling a flying vessel, was home to numerous beasts, yet they remained motionless. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that these creatures had been transformed into desiccated corpses, their blood completely drained. The Lake Heart Island hovered high in the air, visible to all, and upon it rested a blood-red orb, from which the sound of insectal chirping emanated. Qing inhaled deeply, recognizing the blood orb. Once, when Ji Jia was injured on Lake Heart Island, a blood orb had emerged from her body as Qing attempted to heal her, subsequently burrowing into the ground. Ji Jia had mentioned that this blood orb was a life-saving treasure bestowed by Ji Xiangfeng. However, it now appeared that this was not a treasure at all, but rather the king insect spoken of by the mysterious figure. The chirping from within the blood orb grew increasingly deafening. As the beasts atop the Lake Heart Island were drained of their blood, yet it craved more. Beneath the mother insect's lair, transparent eggshells filled with blood were prepared for it. Ji Xiangfeng wielded a 100-meter-long azure sword aura, cleaving the Lake Heart Island in twain, causing large boulders to plummet, while a cascade of crimson runes rained down from within the island. These blood-red runes fell upon the ground of Shihu High School, each inscribed rune interconnected by bloodlines. In the sky, a blood-red orb erupted in dazzling brilliance, radiant and resplendent. Chapter 185, The White Light Ambush. This is the blood sacrifice grand array. The blood of your deceased will transform into pure essence for the king insect to absorb. Ji Xiangfeng stated coldly, enjoy yourselves. In that moment, Qing finally comprehended that Ji Xiangfeng had orchestrated everything meticulously. He entrusted the blood orb to Ji Jia, intending for it to penetrate the depths of the heart of the lake, to drain the life essence of every beast on the island once the simulation test concluded and the area lay deserted. The swarm of insects descended like a tempest, their mission to annihilate every soul within the West Lake Academy, thus awakening the king insect within the blood orb. Ji Xiangfeng and the mysterious figure remained motionless. Yet both had their sword energy locked onto the Lord of Hangzhou and his entourage. Should they make a move, a tempest of sword energy would engulf them. The 9th-tier bloodline warriors found themselves ensnared by the sword energy, rendered immobile. Any attempt to stir would undoubtedly lead to their demise. They could only watch helplessly as the doors of West Lake Academy were trampled by the relentless horde, with students and teachers falling one after another. The Lord of Hangzhou gazed upon the wailing scene at West Lake Academy, as swarms of insects surged in, slaughtering students and faculty alike. Many citizens who had arrived via transport aircraft also met their end. Among the Hangzhou citizens were several formidable warriors, including a 7th-tier bloodline martial master. Yet, even the mightiest fists could not contend against such overwhelming numbers, especially against the vast sea of insects. The 6th-tier bloodline behemoths converged upon him, crushing his form. As these individuals perished, their bodies withered at a terrifying pace, their blood extracted and transformed into the purest essence of blood power, surging skyward into the blood orb. The cacophony of the insects within the orb grew increasingly pronounced, the crimson light cascading downward, resembling a sanguine sun that cast an atmosphere of despair and terror. Ziyu's eyes dimmed. The advantage of the insect swarm was insurmountable, and the situation had turned decidedly dire. At this moment, members of the Yanhuang organization and the Federal Division observed the scene in Hangzhou through the light screen, their hearts sinking, yearning for someone to rise and halt the onslaught of the swarm. 20 minutes. No, 10 minutes. Whoever it may be, just stop the swarm for 10 minutes. Councilman Liu silently implored. Yet, given the current speed of the swarm, it would likely take less than 10 minutes to extinguish every life. He dreaded arriving in Hangzhou only to witness a sea of blood, devoid of any survivors. Regrettably, Kazheng lay nearly lifeless, while Ziyu and the others were locked in place by the auras of two kings, unable to act. Mucheng, how are you? On the Yanhuang spacecraft, a burly man contacted the Gale Martial Master, a senior member of the Yanhuang organization and an esteemed king. The Gale Martial Master managed a bitter smile. Though he was not gravely harmed, his body was entirely ensnared by the sword energy, rendering him immobile. It seemed that Ji Xiangfeng and the mysterious figure wished for them to witness the devastation of West Lake Academy before extinguishing their lives. Elder, I fear you may arrive too late to see me. The Gale Martial Master smiled wryly, a hint of nonchalance as he accepted the specter of death. Yet, a surge of animosity flared in his eyes, and he gritted his teeth, declaring, Elder, remember to avenge us and the people of Hangzhou. A brilliant radiance erupted from him, as if he intended to take action. The burly man aboard the Yanhuang spacecraft was taken aback, hastily admonishing him. However, before the Wind Martial Sovereign could take action, the Lord of Hangzhou unexpectedly charged forward, a manic grin etched upon his face. In the sky, Ji Xiangfeng furrowed his brows, his fingertips flickering as a wave of azure sword energy surged forth, severing the lower half of the Hangzhou Lord's body. Blood rained down from the heavens, shocking the teachers of Westlake University and the soldiers of the army alike. Boom! The upper half of the Hangzhou Lord plunged into the swarm of insects. A radiant burst of light erupting violently, resulting in a brilliant explosion. A dazzling white mushroom cloud manifested, leaving the insects in utter disarray, their remnants scattered across the ground. Everyone stood in a stupor, their hearts filled with astonishment. The Lord of Hangzhou, sacrificing his own life, unleashed his final strength to annihilate a significant portion of the swarm. Although the insects continued to pour forth from the mother insect's lair, the numbers on the side of Westlake University had diminished considerably, alleviating some of the pressure on the gathered crowd. The soldiers of the Hangzhou army were filled with fervor, their bodies wounded. Yet they were the first to charge into battle against the insects, striving to protect the few remaining citizens of Hangzhou behind them. Aboard the Yanhuang airship and the federal flying vessel, the assembled kings were astonished, never anticipating that the Lord of Hangzhou would forsake his life to buy more time for the people of his city. That was a forbidden technique within the realm of light attribute martial arts, the Last Dawn. Counselor Liu, witnessing the Lord's final explosion through the light screen, was nearly overwhelmed. The force was comparable to that of a seasoned sovereign. The Last Dawn, a technique of the light attribute, was exceedingly difficult to master, requiring profound comprehension of the light attribute to achieve. Had he lived, he would undoubtedly have become a top-tier sovereign. Liu inhaled deeply, urging the flying vessel to accelerate once more. The Yanhuang airship also hastened its speed, with a total of 14 sovereigns on both sides racing forth at an alarming pace. Roar! Just then, the ground beneath Mu Qing and his companions collapsed, and a gigantic centipede erupted forth. This centipede, while smaller than the previous 9th-tier bloodline version, was no less formidable. It was a 7th-tier bloodline centipede, crimson all over, standing several meters tall. Mu Qing and his group were taken aback, attempting to resist, only to find the red centipede targeting Mouse Old 3, launching a fierce assault. Mouse Old 3 cursed, clad in a black robe and wielding a golden scythe, his eyes shimmering with a dark glow as he battled the red centipede, managing to hold his ground with difficulty. Something felt amiss. Mu Qing sensed a shift in their circumstances. The surrounding insects had grown increasingly powerful, with the 4th-tier bloodline insects now entirely absent, replaced by a throng of 5th and 6th-tier bloodline creatures. There were at least a dozen of these insects, coordinating their attacks, making it exceedingly challenging to fend them off. PFF. Ji Jia was injured, a long gash appearing on her arm, blood flowing freely. Stay alert, Mu Qing admonished, noticing Ji Jia's distracted demeanor, sensing something was off. Ji Jia finally snapped back to reality, her ancient bronze sword erupting with a flurry of azure sword lights, managing to decimate a fifth-tier bloodline insect. In that moment, she bore a striking resemblance to Ji Xiangfeng's formidable spirit. Ji Jia, do not let your thoughts wander. He is he, and you are you. Yang Shanshan stepped forward to offer comfort, understanding that her distress stemmed from Ji Xiangfeng. Ji Jia nodded, refraining from speech, yet a sense of unease lingered in her heart, casting a pall over her spirit. The group struggled, their injuries multiplying as the relentless swarm of insects overwhelmed them, each creature far surpassing their individual strength. If you truly cannot endure, find a way to escape. Mu Qing took a deep breath, directing his words towards Xuan Lingyi and the others. He was well aware that the prodigies like Xuan Lingyi and Yuanjie possessed their own means of survival. At the very least, their own escape was assured. What do you mean by that? Yuanjie retorted sharply. We have faced the bizarre occurrences within the Kunlun secret realm. How can we be daunted by these insects? His words ignited a fire within Kun Shan and Yuhua, solidifying their resolve to advance or retreat together. Mouse Third was ensnared by a seventh-tier bloodline crimson centipede. And at that moment, several insects surged towards Mu Qing. The way follows nature, the 9 layers of heavenly thunder. Kun Shan cast forth a talisman, transforming it into arcs of lightning that aided Mu Qing in vanquishing the surrounding insects. However, soon after, a 6th-tier bloodline insect lunged at Kun Shan, presenting a formidable challenge. Though the insects possessed immense power, their bodies were remarkably fragile. A typical 3rd-tier bloodline human could easily slay a 4th-tier bloodline insect. Naturally, a moment's lapse could result in the insect's victory. As prodigies, they held the capacity to defeat 5th-tier bloodline insects, even contend against 6th-tier ones. Showcasing humanity's advantage, each individual had honed various martial techniques and amassed a wealth of combat experience. Suddenly, Mu Qing furrowed his brow, sensing a fierce wind approaching from behind. He turned abruptly, only to have his pupils constrict as a dazzling white light pierced through, striking him with blinding speed. A torrent of crimson erupted as the onlookers gasped in shock. Chapter 186, Qi Energy. With a resounding thud, a gaping wound appeared in Mu Qing's abdomen, blood instantly saturating his garments as he collapsed to the ground. Not far away, Duan's face was filled with murderous intent, his eyes were aflame, and a radiant eye blossomed on his back. The lethal strike that felled Mu Qing had been dealt by none other than Duan Su. He had ascended to a 3rd-tier bloodline, possessing the combat prowess of a prodigy, and his blood spirit was the Eye of Light, akin to that of the Lord of Hangzhou. Duan Su. Lei Kai roared in fury. All eyes turned towards Duan Su, their gazes brimming with indignation. The enigmatic figures and Ji Xiangfeng, both traitors to humanity, had now been joined by Duan Su, who had turned against his own kind in this dire moment. You have betrayed humanity as well. How can you face the principal? A teacher shouted, his eyes wide with rage, trembling with emotion. Blood covered him, and one of his hands had been devoured by the insects. The principal of Shihu University, Qing, had once regarded Duan Su as a prized disciple, dedicating himself to training and educating him. When the swarm descended, Qing had gallantly charged forth, only to be gravely injured by the traitor Ji Xiangfeng, bringing him to the brink of death. However, the disciple Duan Su, who was regarded as such by Qing, chose this moment to launch an attack on Mu Qing, an act that was utterly unforgivable. Duan Su's eyes sparkled with clarity, yet his heart raced wildly, as he felt the wrathful gazes of those around him. He stumbled backward and fell to the ground, a look of disbelief etched upon his face. How could he harbor such potent murderous intent towards Mu Qing? He recognized a tinge of jealousy within himself, yet he had never before felt the urge to kill. It was as though he had merely dreamt of slaying Mu Qing. Awakening to the furious stares of the crowd directed at him. Traitor to humanity, you shall not die well. A teacher appeared before him, striking his chest with a palm. A terrifying flame erupted, consuming him entirely. Bang! Duan's chest was scorched, and he was propelled backward, blood staining the sky. He remained in a daze, his entire body racked with pain. He could only sense that his rationality had vanished entirely, even the memories of the past few days slipping away. During this period, it felt as though he were a puppet, manipulated by some unseen force. He strained to recall the identity of this entity, but the agonizing pain clouded his thoughts, leaving only a vague silhouette in his memory. Severely injured, Duanan felt his blood gradually dissipate, transforming him into a desiccated corpse. A tiny leech emerged from the carcass, burrowing into the earth. He was utterly dead, yet no one paid him any heed. In the eyes of all, he was a traitor, a lapdog of the swarm. Qing. Xuan Lingyi rushed to Qing's side, who lay motionless, as if lifeless. He activated the medicinal gourd, letting forth a torrent of healing vapors, hoping to ascertain if Qing still lived. Cough, cough, cease your futile efforts. A familiar voice resonated from behind Lingyi. He turned abruptly, his body trembling, only to find Qing had inexplicably reappeared, with a small, sprite-like figure, Zhou, gleefully clutching his hair and grinning widely. "You're not dead?" The crowd gasped, glancing down at the ground where a corpse resembling Qing had transformed into swirling black mist, vanishing into thin air. Qing touched his nose, offering a simple explanation, attributing the miracle primarily to Zhou's prowess. In truth, at that critical moment, Zhou had invoked a mysterious spell known as the Substitute Death Curse. When Duanan ambushed him, Qing did indeed experience excruciating pain akin to having his body torn apart, yet he bore no injuries. The Substitute Death Curse conjured another version of Qing using cursed power, allowing it to absorb the damage while the original merely endured the pain. Zhou beamed with pride, though her expression was somewhat strained, as the spell required immense energy. The onlookers sighed in relief, but soon, Yang Shanshan's face paled, and she hastily warned Qing to be cautious of the danger behind him. Roar! The threat had not yet subsided. The swarm around them grew ever larger as a fifth-tier bloodline creature charged toward Qing from behind, intent on delivering a fatal blow once more. This time, however, Qing was fully prepared. He took a deep breath, and a fierce gleam ignited in his eyes. Ji Jia's delicate face momentarily froze as she sensed a distinct change in Qing's aura. "Get lost." Qing suddenly turned, his voice booming as he launched a punch towards the fifth-tier bloodline insect. Everyone around him believed Qing had lost his mind. They were well aware that he could not wield original force and was essentially powerless. To confront a fifth-tier bloodline insect with mere physical strength seemed tantamount to seeking death. However, a fierce gust of wind erupted around Qing as his unadorned punch, devoid of any technique, struck swiftly and forcefully against the insect's body. The creature, a black beetle with an exceptionally dark exoskeleton and barbed protrusions, was abruptly sent flying. A dull thud reverberated as Qing's fist, infused with unparalleled strength, shattered the beetle's carapace, causing green blood to cascade forth, leaving it in a near-death state. Yang Jia, Lingyi, and the others were astonished. They felt no fluctuations of original force emanating from Qing, which confirmed that he had indeed utilized his physical might to inflict severe injuries on the fifth-tier insect. Ha ha ha. Qing laughed heartily, feeling a sense of relief. He had intended to reveal his formidable power only when Wang Sheng launched an attack against him. Yet for reasons unknown, amidst the chaos of the insect invasion, neither Wang Sheng nor Mu Lin had made a move against him. Instead, it was Duanan who betrayed humanity, seeking to eliminate him. Unbeknownst to Qing, Duanan's assault was, in fact, a tactic employed by Wang Sheng. Roaring, 3 more fifth-tier bloodline insects charged at Qing. Undaunted, he leaped into battle against them, engaging in close combat, and surprisingly, the trio of fifth-tier insects found themselves at a disadvantage. With a resounding thud, Qing crushed one insect beneath his foot, shattering the ground, before violently tearing another apart. Green blood splattered onto him, bearing a slight corrosive quality, yet Qing remained unscathed. Having cultivated the Titan bloodline technique, his physique had been continuously reinforced, rendering his skin remarkably resilient. With a decisive strike, Qing unleashed a powerful wave of energy, the sheer force of which created a terrifying gust. At that moment, he paused, sensing something amiss. His palm was unexpectedly infused with a surge of lightning power. How could this be? I have not activated original force. Qing found it hard to believe that, without summoning original force, lightning energy manifested upon his hand. Crackling, brilliant white lightning coiled around his palm as he struck the last insect. It emitted a horrific shriek, its entire body charred by the electric discharge. smoke rising as it succumbed to its fate. Mu Qing stared blankly at his palm, bewildered by the phenomenon. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through his mind as the purple lightning bamboo resonated within him, a torrent of lightning power breaking through the barriers of mysterious forces, enveloping his entire being. This searing white lightning energy began to flow in accordance with the Titan bloodline technique. In the next instant, a current of energy surged within Mu Qing. He felt an extraordinary sensation, as if this newly born energy stream fused all the strength of his physique, wholly under his control. Energy. Mu Qing became aware of the origin of this surge of energy, and to his astonishment, the sudden transformation of the purple lightning bamboo enabled him to break through his bloodline technique. Immediately, Mu Qing harnessed his energy and directed it towards his heart, exerting a powerful force. Bang! An invisible force enveloped his entire being, causing him to cough up blood, and his internal organs felt a certain impact. Yet, a smile graced his face as torrents of primal energy surged forth from within. Utilizing his energy, Mu Qing directly obliterated the insect residing in his heart. Chapter 187. Shadows over West Lake. Brilliant white lightning and flowing water coiled around Mu Qing's form. At this moment, he reached the pinnacle of his state, exuding a formidable aura. As he inhaled and exhaled the energy, his robust physique combined with profound primal energy, though still at the second-tier bloodline level, rivaled the combat power of the fourth or even fifth tier. In fact, he was astonished to discover the tremendous enhancement the Titan bloodline technique afforded his physique, and inexplicably, the purple lightning bamboo resonated with the Titan bloodline technique in a mysterious manner. The energy within him contained strands of lightning, distinct from what Josie you had previously described. Roar! The crimson centipede lunged at Mu Qing, its gaping maw releasing a foul gust of wind. This crimson centipede, a seventh-tier bloodline insect, possessed a degree of intelligence. Seeing Mu Qing still alive and exhibiting remarkable strength only intensified its murderous intent as it sought to eliminate him. The centipede was fearsome, yet Mu Qing displayed no trace of trepidation. Even with his strength fully restored, he would not match the prowess of a seventh-tier insect. However, he had his own hidden trump card. In his hand appeared a transparent crystal, a manifestation of the devouring ability of the little black fish, harboring terrifying energy. The crimson centipede had never encountered the power of a transparent crystal and chose to disregard it, opening its jaws wide to viciously bite down, aiming to consume Mu Qing's form. A smirk crossed Mu Qing's lips as he launched a punch directly towards the centipede's mouth. This audacious move astonished many, with Yang Shanshan exclaiming in alarm for him to stop. The strength of insects was notoriously formidable, and Mu Qing's fist striking the centipede's mandibles seemed likely to cost him an arm. The centipede's eyes reflected clear disdain as it bit down fiercely, a crunching sound echoing through the air. A surge of excruciating pain followed, and the centipede emitted a wail. To everyone's surprise, it was not Mu Qing's arm that had been shattered, but rather the centipede's teeth. The centipede roared in fury, intent on unleashing a tempestuous assault upon Mu Qing, but in the next moment, it sensed something peculiar within its mouth. Mu Qing smiled at it, swiftly retreating, and then a tremendous explosion erupted. The entire body of the crimson centipede disintegrated, a brilliant light engulfing the surroundings, with green blood splattering everywhere. He had just protected his arm with energy and had stuffed the transparent crystal into the centipede's mouth. The frail body of the insect, compounded by the terrifying power of the transparent crystal, led to the immediate explosion and utter demise of the crimson centipede of the seventh order. Mu Qing surveyed his surroundings and retrieved several more transparent crystals, casting them forth. Instantly, a vast expanse of light erupted, creating numerous craters upon the ground. Swarms of insects were engulfed by the radiance, and at the epicenter, no remnants remained. The entire insect body was obliterated. The potency of the transparent crystals rivaled that of high-quality grenades, inflicting significant damage upon the insect horde. Simultaneously, he remained unafraid of any insect. Shielded by a surge of energy within him, even the seventh-order insects could not breach his defenses immediately. In the distance, the Wind Warrior watched in astonishment as Mu Qing unleashed his power. Under normal circumstances, he would have extended an olive branch to Mu Qing, seeking to recruit him into the Yanhuang organization. However, he soon wore a bitter smile. Even if Mu Qing was no longer incapacitated, he would still fall beneath the onslaught of the insects. As long as the mother insect's nest remained intact, the swarm would persist indefinitely. Most alarmingly, the two human sovereigns in the sky continued to support the insect horde. "I will deal with him," Ji Xiangfeng declared as he observed Qing and his companions, his brows furrowing as he charged forth without hesitation. Clearly, the strength of Qing's group surpassed their expectations, a coalition of martial prodigies. Alongside the teachers from Shihu University and soldiers from Hangzhou, was barely managing to hold back the swarm. Particularly, Qing's transparent crystals posed a significant threat to the insects. If they refrained from intervening, it was possible that Qing and his companions could endure until the arrival of the powerful Yan Huang and Federation forces. Without delay, Ji Xiangfeng chose to strike, swinging a bronze ancient sword that unleashed a tempest of azure sword energy toward Qing. The onslaught of blue sword energy descended like a storm, a strike worthy of a sovereign. A profound sense of insignificance enveloped everyone present, as the gulf between the two sides was insurmountable. Suddenly, the torrent of sword energy came to an abrupt halt, the sound of clashing blades resonating through the air. Ji Xiangfeng's expression darkened as he observed a slender figure appearing before Qing. With delicate, pale features and resolute eyes, Ji Jia stood protectively in front of him. The azure sword energy hung mere half a meter away from her, suspended and motionless. Ji Xiangfeng's face betrayed a struggle, while Ji Jia remained silent, calmly gazing at him. "Stop!" Yang Shanshan cried out, but it was already too late. Ji Xiangfeng's eyes flashed with a venomous glare, with a flick of his hand. The myriad sword energies coalesced into a solid azure ancient sword, dazzling like a beacon, piercing through Ji Jia's body. Her crimson hair cascaded through the air, accompanied by a single crystalline tear and a splatter of blood. With a thud, Ji Jia collapsed, blood gushing from her body, forming a pool of crimson. Ji Xiangfeng's demeanor turned frigid, radiating an icy aura. The azure ancient sword, having pierced Ji Jia, continued its relentless charge toward Qing. Qing gritted his teeth, a surge of energy rising within him, representing his most formidable defensive technique. Yet, he was acutely aware that this nascent energy might not withstand the impending assault from Ji Xiangfeng. After casting the death substitution spell, Zhou Siyu had depleted her curse power and could not invoke it again. Suddenly, a radiant light erupted from Qing's spatial ring, illuminating the surroundings with dazzling brilliance. Accompanied by an array of mysterious symbols, a stone materialized before him. With a sharp crack, the azure ancient sword struck the stone, shattering it into countless fragments that dissipated into tendrils of sword energy. Ji Xiangfeng's pupils constricted. He recognized the stone before Qing. The astonishment was mirrored on the faces of many teachers and the 3 vice principals of Westlake University, all of whom were familiar with the stone, having once embarked on a quest to locate it. It was the control stone that Kefei had previously bestowed upon Qing. The control stone was the ultimate treasure of Westlake University, rumored to be linked to a fearsome beast lurking at the lake's bottom, tamed by successive principals of the institution. Possessing the control stone granted one the favor of these formidable creatures. Roar! Roar! The ground trembled as a cacophony of roars erupted from the depths of Westlake, causing the water to boil and spray high into the air. Enormous shadows leapt from the lake. Chapter 188. Reinforcements finally arrive. At that moment, expressions of surprise illuminated everyone's faces. With the control stone in his possession, Qing played a crucial role, summoning the monstrous beings from the lake's depths. A colossal turtle crawled ashore, its movements slow yet imposing, measuring at least 100 meters. Resembling a massive moving edifice, exuding a chilling aura. Wherever it passed, the ground was coated with a layer of blue frost. In the sky, a large bird emerged, equally immense, casting a shadow that obscured the sun, each feather glistening like jade. The lake stirred once more as a magnificent beast appeared, a horse, albeit peculiar, with a white head and a coat resembling sheep fat, adorned with tiger stripes that shimmered with unusual hues, and a crimson tail, its roar akin to a bizarre song. La la la. Who would have thought that after all these years, we would finally have a chance to shine? The equine beast spoke in human tongue, its voice a cacophony reminiscent of singing, albeit quite discordant. Why does the summoner's aura seem so feeble? This current principle appears to be the weakest in history. More shadows surged forth from the depths of Westlake. Another large bird emerged, yet strangely, its head bore a regal demeanor, resembling that of a dragon, adorned with coral-like horns. A creature with the body of a bird and the head of a dragon. This was a most unusual beast. Each of these 4 colossal creatures bore a symbol upon their foreheads, identical to the one on the control stone, which was the very mark that commanded their allegiance. Are the hidden strengths of your Westlake Academy truly so formidable? Kun Shan's lips curled in disbelief. Xuan Lingyi and the others were equally astonished, gazing at the 4 colossal beasts not far away, each towering over 100 meters, their presence overwhelming and terrifying. Ji Xiangfeng's expression darkened, and the mysterious figure swiftly appeared beside him, poised for action, as the 4 ferocious creatures emerging from the depths of Westlake were all of the kingly rank. How could this be? Westlake Academy possesses such profound depths? The mysterious figure was taken aback, never anticipating such a dramatic turn of events. Ji Xiangfeng's countenance was grim. Having lurked within Westlake Academy for many years, he was well aware of the rumored guardian beasts at the lake's depths. However, the control stone capable of commanding these ferocious beasts had vanished alongside Ku Fei's self-sealing, causing him to pay little heed. Moreover, according to the intel he gathered, those fearsome creatures in the lake's depths were supposed to be for 9th-tier bloodline beasts. Why were they now for kingly beasts? So many insects. The turtle's tone was incredulous, as 2 streams of cold air emanated from its nostrils. In an instant, these 2 currents transformed into frigid tempests, sweeping downward. Whoosh! The temperature plummeted sharply, frost coating the ground, and the insects were utterly transformed into ice sculptures. The entire Westlake Academy seemed to have morphed into a city of frost. The turtle beast's abilities were formidable. The indiscriminate icy storm caused no harm to humans, showcasing an extreme mastery over energy. The beast with the body of a bird and the head of a dragon gazed at the blood orb in the sky, immediately sensing something amiss, hearing a chorus of insect chirps emanating from it. Remarkably, as a kingly beast, it even felt a tinge of trepidation from the blood orb. Find a way to destroy it, Qing shouted from below. The primary purpose of the swarm's arrival was already known to everyone: to acquire sufficient blood to revive the so-called king worm within the blood orb. Upon hearing Qing's command, the avian beast erupted with dazzling light, its claws reaching toward the blood orb. Swoosh! A dark sword light sliced through the air. It was the mysterious figure, standing upon a colossal black sword, exuding an aura of darkness. Witnessing the beast's intent to destroy the blood orb, they could not stand idly by. The dragon-headed avian let out a furious roar and engaged in battle with the mysterious figure. While the other 3 beasts understood that there was no time for further communication, they must obey the commands of the control stone's master. The turtle, suffused with cold energy, lunged at Ji Xiangfeng, its blue chill enveloping a vast area. Ji Xiangfeng's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. In a flash, he transformed into a massive bronze sword. His body morphed into a 50-meter-long ancient sword, a remarkable feat indicating his profound affinity with his blood spirit. As Ji Xiangfeng embodied the sword, he became a terrifying force. Sword energy sweeping forth like an ocean. The turtle's shell bore numerous scars, and despite its renowned defensive capabilities, it appeared somewhat at a loss. As a fellow sovereign, the sword energy of Ji Xiangfeng was astonishingly formidable. Meanwhile, a grand azure avian came to the turtle's aid, unfurling its wings and descending amidst a cascade of azure divine light, its myriad feathers arranged in a precise formation akin to a sword array. With a resounding whoosh, a colossal azure sword pierced through, shattering all the azure feathers. Such was the true prowess of a sovereign. Above Qing's head, a solemn expression graced the delicate features of Zhou Siyu. She informed Qing that a genuine sovereign could summon the full power of their blood spirit, effortlessly merging with it at the slightest mental inclination. Ji Xiangfeng's strength was nothing short of astonishing, as he faced 2 sovereign beasts without faltering. On another front, a horse-shaped beast let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a torrent of flames in collaboration with the dragon-headed avian. Yet, opposing them was a colossal black scorpion, its form nearly indistinguishable from the fearsome beasts, shrouded in dark power and equally capable of facing 2 adversaries. This dark scorpion was the blood spirit of a mysterious individual who had unleashed their full strength. Time was of the essence. Both the mysterious figure and Ji Xiangfeng proved unexpectedly formidable, yet at that moment, The faces of the fierce wind martial sovereigns were alight with astonishment. A smile also graced the visage of Ziyue. In the distance, numerous dark figures suddenly appeared, approaching with a terrifying speed. They were flying ships. Alarmed, Ji Xiangfeng reverted to his human form, wielding an ancient azure sword, but for the first time. A look of panic crossed his face. The delay caused by the four sovereign beasts had allowed the powerful factions of Yanhuang and the Federation to arrive. Ji Xiangfeng gazed skyward. The blood beads shimmered translucently, and he could faintly discern a worm within. He believed that it would not be long before the king worm would emerge. However, the blood sacrifice formation originally set up at Westlake Academy had become ineffective, as all the worms had been frozen. In that moment, the situation took another turn. A terrifying beam of light shot down, directly striking the mother worm's nest, casting radiant and resplendent hues across the ground as shockwaves rippled outward, causing trees to snap under the force. The mother worm's nest shattered, and most of the worms were obliterated by the searing heat of the beam, including the blood that had been collected within the transparent eggshell below. Flying ships appeared in droves, accompanied by a massive vessel, exuding an unmatched aura as it hovered above Westlake Academy. Yanhuang and the Federation had arrived. Chapter 189. The shadow of the blood bead. Ji Xiangfeng's countenance darkened. What was initially a straightforward task had devolved into failure due to a series of unforeseen complications that thwarted years of meticulous plotting. Ji Xiangfeng, awaken the king worm ahead of time with your own blood. The ancient voice of the mysterious figure echoed. As he realized the gravity of the situation with the forces of Yanhuang and the Federation now present. In the sky, flying ships bristled with specialized weaponry, particularly the Yanhuang vessel, which boasted large-scale strategic armaments. Notably, a cannon atop the Yanhuang ship, imbued with cutting-edge technology and radiating a mesmerizing glow, had been responsible for the destruction of the mother worm's nest. A master emerged from the flying vessel, flanked by a formidable assembly of martial artists, all of whom were of the esteemed martial sovereign rank, numbering in the hundreds. The Federation's contingent consisted of individuals possessing 7th and 8th tier bloodlines, with their captain boasting a 9th tier bloodline, on par with the likes of Ziyue and her cadre. Leading this formidable group was Counselor Lu, an elderly man with flowing white hair, yet a seasoned monarch of Earth. Behind him stood several other sovereigns, their presence commanding and their spirits high. From Yanhuang, the Huaxiao military had arrived, similarly composed of martial sovereign soldiers, but their formation was notably more disciplined and their equipment uniformly matched. Particularly impressive was the number of sovereigns leading the forces, surpassing that of the Federation, clearly indicating their seriousness regarding the impending swarm crisis. Indeed, these were creatures of an unprecedented species. Counselor Lu's countenance grew grave. The blood that stained the streets of Hangzhou elicited frowns from the assembled sovereigns. The insectoids they encountered resembled ferocious beasts, towering in size, many bearing stark differences from Earth's insects, exhibiting far greater lethality. Especially alarming was the previous destruction of the mother nest, from which thousands of insects emerged every second. Should additional mother nests materialize, even the military might falter. Capture the traitors. Counselor Lu commanded sternly, his voice resonating with authority. The majority of the insects had already been decimated by the 4 savage beasts lurking beneath Westlake. With the arrival of the Federation and Yanhuang forces, and the subsequent obliteration of the mother nest, the 7th and 8th tier soldiers swiftly subdued the remaining insects, intent on returning them to the headquarters for dissection and study. Now, capturing or eliminating Ji Xiangfeng and his companion was paramount. One by one, the sovereigns unleashed their powers, shaking the very earth, as radiant beams of light filled the air, threatening to rend the fabric of reality itself. Ji Xiangfeng, why do you linger? A mysterious figure bellowed, observing Ji Xiangfeng's hesitation with growing ire. Despite their strength among the sovereigns, neither he nor his companion could possibly contend against the titanic forces of Yanhuang and the Federation. Ji Xiangfeng's expression shifted to one of peculiar intensity, his pupils glimmering with an eerie light, before settling into a resolute demeanor. Sensing several formidable presences approaching, he opened his mouth and expelled a torrent of blood. This was no ordinary blood. It was a significant portion of his vital essence. The moment he relinquished this essence, his complexion turned an ashen hue, and his aura diminished drastically. At that moment, even a 9th tier bloodline individual could easily vanquish Ji Xiangfeng. This is bad. We must stop him. Mu Qing shouted in alarm, sensing impending calamity. In a flash, dark blades of energy surged into the sky, the mysterious figure striking forth. The blood spirit behind him solidified, a towering dark scorpion erupting from the ground, fracturing the earth beneath. The aura emanating from the mysterious figure intensified, as dark power descended from above, shrouding the sky in ominous shadows. A ruler of Yanhuang was taken aback as he noticed the sky darkening, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. The closer he approached Ji Xiangfeng and his companions, the more peculiar the atmosphere became. Even the flow of his own primordial energy was disrupted. This was the Black Heaven Barrier. Councilman Lu furrowed his brow, sensing the gravity of the situation. Beside him stood a burly man clad in military attire. The leader of Yanhuang, who wielded substantial military power and held a prominent position within the organization. The military leader nodded gravely, stating, "This individual possesses a profound understanding of the Black Heaven Barrier." The surroundings grew increasingly dark until all vision was lost, enveloped by the Black Heaven Barrier. As long as the mysterious figure wished it, no one could pierce the veil of darkness. Furthermore, the primordial energy within everyone began to dissipate, as the dark force invaded through their pores, corroding their veins. Many rulers attempted to strike down the mysterious figure and Ji Xiangfeng, but with their sight obscured, they were at a loss. "Open!" A sudden, thunderous shout reverberated, the sound waves terrifying, nearly materializing, causing the darkness to shatter at a visible pace. Everyone regained their sight, and in the distance, the mysterious figure exuded a surging dark aura, seemingly astonished. His Black Heaven Barrier had been dismantled by a mere utterance, revealing the formidable strength of his opponent. Councilman Lu radiated brilliance, his blood spirit resembling a string of prayer beads, golden light illuminating the surroundings. "Kill!" he bellowed again, as golden radiance swept toward the mysterious figure. Lu's martial technique was unique. Each word he spoke carried immense power. The mysterious figure was no ordinary foe. A pitch-black giant sword erupted from beneath his feet, slicing through the air with a breathtaking arc of light, darkness enveloping the ground, and mysterious runes flashing. An ancient, corrosive aura emanated from the dark sword, causing the rulers to retreat, their hearts pounding. His strength rivals that of Councilman Lu and the general, a Yanhuang ruler shouted, urging caution among the others. Despite having a dozen rulers, they could not afford to be careless. Otherwise, they would surely meet their demise. Mu Qing and his companions had already received reinforcements, ushering them aboard a federal flying ship. "Not good," Ziyue screamed as she peered outside the ship, noticing that Ji Xiangfeng's blood had completely merged with the blood pearl. She had sustained considerable injuries, her alluring qipao torn, revealing her fair and radiant skin. Ziyue intended to tend to her wounds immediately, but, concerned for the situation outside, opted for a brief treatment before joining Mu Qing and the others in watching intently. Mu Qing also gazed out through the ship's window, observing that most of Ji Xiangfeng's essence had been absorbed by the blood pearl. Suddenly, an eerie chorus of insect chirps erupted, jarring everyone's attention. As they focused, the blood pearl unleashed a torrent of crimson light, accompanied by the sound of the insects. And a shadow surged forth. Chapter 190, The King Insect. The blood-eyed boy. What is that? Counselor Lu was taken aback, yet a sinister premonition stirred within him. They had been overly complacent, as their immediate focus had been on the mysterious figure, neglecting the crimson orb. A single individual? Both Yanhuang and the federal monarch wore peculiar expressions. Upon discerning the shadow that erupted from the blood orb, they were astonished to find it was, in fact, a child. There, suspended above the blood orb, stood a young boy, treading the void, his form enveloped in a sanguine glow. He appeared to be around 7 or 8 years of age, strikingly handsome, with fair skin and a mane of black hair, though his eyes shone a blood-red hue. Everyone had anticipated that a grotesque and terrifying creature would emerge from the orb, yet unexpectedly, a charming and lovely child appeared instead. The boy with blood-red eyes bore an icy demeanor. With a mere flick of his small hand, a crimson robe manifested and adorned him, amplifying his already formidable presence, which was steeped in a gruesome aura. The blood orb, meanwhile, dimmed, as if it had exhausted all its strength, and then it melded into the boy's being. Lord King Insect. Ji Xiangfeng and the mysterious figure knelt in reverence, powerful monarchs bowing before the boy with blood-red eyes. "Humph." The boy scoffed, his voice youthful yet piercing. Incompetence. You have failed to fully revive me. Did you not claim that this time I would surely awaken completely? His tone was laced with evident dissatisfaction. Ji Xiangfeng appeared frail, his body swaying precariously as though on the brink of collapse. The pressure emanating from the boy weighed heavily upon him, exacerbating his discomfort, causing blood to seep from the corners of his mouth. This plan had originally been Ji Xiangfeng's responsibility. The blood sacrificial array combined with the blood within the transparent eggshell should have sufficed to resurrect the king insect within the blood orb entirely. However, the orb required an overwhelming quantity of blood, compelling Ji Xiangfeng to expend the majority of his own essence, leaving him weak and his cultivation faltering. Lord King Insect, we should depart at once. The mother insect's nest has been shattered. The mysterious figure urged hastily. The boy with blood-red eyes nodded, disdain evident in his voice. It is fortunate I did not bestow upon you a higher-tier mother insect's nest. That would have been a significant loss. Do not even think about escaping. Counselor Liu and the burly figure in military attire encircled them with a host of monarchs. In truth, they too were astonished by the boy's revelation. The mother insect's nest that had ravaged Hangzhou was merely of a lower tier, implying that an even more formidable threat loomed. This realization solidified Counselor Liu's resolve to ensure they did not flee easily. In an instant, a cacophony of terrifying martial techniques erupted from the monarchs, causing the very ground to tremble, with nearby West Lake splashing tumultuously. In the skies above, aerial vessels unleashed a barrage of firepower. Missiles and bombs powered by stellar cores hurtling towards their targets. Additionally, a plasma cannon aboard the Yan Huang vessel gathered energy, poised to unleash devastation at any moment. The mysterious figure gestured, enveloping Ji Xiangfeng in swirling black mist. He recognized the dire state Ji Xiangfeng was in, having sacrificed too much blood. Nearly on the verge of collapse, the boy with blood-red eyes licked his lips and broke into a radiant smile, his pearly white teeth glistening in the sunlight. He suddenly let out a fierce shout, and a cacophony of insect-like chirps echoed in the air. The kings present, upon hearing this sound, furrowed their brows and instinctively retreated, sensing an unsettling influence on their minds. In the next moment, the blood-eyed boy summoned a blood orb, resembling a crimson sun. We shall meet again. The earth shall ultimately succumb to our insect race, and this planet will serve solely as nourishment for our proliferation. The youthful voice of the blood-eyed boy resonated through the sky. Congressman Liu and the others sprang into action, channeling the combined might of several kings towards the boy. However, after activating the blood orb, the boy was enveloped in a protective aura of blood light. Any force directed at him merely vanished into the sanguine glow, leaving not a ripple in its wake. Suddenly, a terrifying laser beam erupted from the Yanhuang spaceship, radiating an extraordinarily intense heat. The ground, previously frozen by the turtle-like beast, melted instantaneously. This was a plasma cannon. With a sneer, the blood-eyed boy's lips curled as he regarded the oncoming plasma beam with disdain. A flash of blood light surged before him, enveloping the plasma beam entirely, and ultimately, it merely stirred a slight ripple. How terrifying is this? Congressman Liu's lips felt parched as disbelief washed over him. The plasma cannon aboard the Yanhuang spaceship, a lethal weapon capable of effortlessly slaying kings, was rendered impotent by the bloodlight. What manner of race is the insect tribe? How could they possess such a treasure? The expression on the military-clad man's face mirrored Liu's disbelief. A mere blood orb had thwarted the combined assaults of over a dozen kings, along with the attacks from the flying ship and the Yanhuang spaceship. Such an artifact is beyond ordinary. One could not find its equal on the entire earth. The blood-eyed boy let out a cold chuckle and, accompanied by Ji Xiangfeng and the enigmatic figure, transformed into a streak of light, racing into the distance. You shall not escape, Congressman Liu bellowed, leading the pursuit. The personnel from the Yanhuang and the Federation surged out of Hangzhou City, intent on hunting down the so-called King Insect and Ji Xiangfeng. The King Insect had claimed he had not fully awakened, yet he was already able to contend with so many kings. Worry etched across Ziyue's face. Half a day later, as darkness fell, streaks of light approached from the horizon. Congressman Liu and the other kings. Their expressions were grim. They had failed to recapture Ji Xiangfeng and the others. Ultimately, the King Insect, relying on the power of the blood orb, successfully fled with Ji Xiangfeng and the mysterious figure, employing a remarkable ability to conceal themselves, eluding even the efforts of Congressman Liu and the military man. We shall temporarily withdraw and further investigate the insect tribe, Congressman Lu commanded. The atmosphere was tense, as this incident, in strict terms, represented a defeat for humanity. Too many lives were lost in Hangzhou City, and they had only managed to eliminate a few inconsequential insects without capturing the true culprits. Mu Qing and the others boarded the flying ship, proceeding to the Federation. The architecture of Hangzhou City lay in ruins, and everyone boarded the Federation's flying vessel en route to Beijing City, where arrangements for accommodation would be made by the Federation. That evening, Mu Qing and his companions arrived in Beijing City, once again taking up temporary residence at the Federation branch. Upon entering the room assigned to him, Mu Qing was taken aback as the enigmatic Zisiu leapt into the bed, instantly succumbing to slumber. Earlier, she had cast a death replacement spell, sparing Mu Qing from demise, which had evidently drained her energy, leading her to fall into a deep sleep. Zisiu possessed a remarkable ability, as she required no cultivation. Mere sleep could amplify her strength. Meanwhile, Shalayasen lay on the ground, resting, having returned the golden scythe and black robe to Mu Qing. He was somewhat fatigued and bore several wounds, now engaged in the process of healing. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Chapter 191, The Visit from Counselor Lu. Mu Qing was momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend why someone would seek him out at such an ungodly hour. As he opened the door, a fragrant breeze enveloped him, revealing a curvaceous silhouette, none other than Ziyue. Her injuries appeared to have healed, and she now donned a sleek black qipao, the hem as short as ever, showcasing her long, smooth legs. Ziyue smiled at Mu Qing before stepping aside, allowing an elder to enter. Mu Qing's pupils constricted as he recognized the newcomer. Counselor Lu, do not be alarmed. Young friend, Lu said with a warm smile, exuding an amiable demeanor. He scrutinized Mu Qing, noting that he possessed merely a second-tier bloodline, which struck him as surprising. Previously, through Ziyue's video transmission, he had witnessed Mu Qing's prowess in vanquishing numerous insectoids, leading him to believe that Mu Qing's strength was at least third or even fourth tier. However, upon closer inspection, he was astonished to discover Mu Qing's actual second-tier bloodline. To think that someone with such a modest bloodline could annihilate so many insectoids was undeniably formidable. Unbeknownst to Lu, Mu Qing had cultivated the Titan lineage, a bloodline of a former deity, endowing him with immense physical strength comparable to that of a martial master. Lu engaged Mu Qing in conversation, primarily seeking to ascertain the situation regarding the insect race, as he had heard of Mu Qing's involvement with the cadaver incident from the very beginning. However, Lu was not overly optimistic, believing that Mu Qing's current cultivation level was still relatively low and that even if he had encountered the insect race, he would likely be unaware of their true nature. Lu's visit was also an attempt to form an alliance. Ziyue had informed him of Mu Qing's connections with significant figures at the Federation's headquarters, noting that it was the intervention of such a figure that had averted the crisis in the Kunlun Mountains. Counselor Lu harbored ambitions despite his advanced age, aspiring to become the speaker and the true ruler of the Federation's branches. Aligning himself with Mu Qing could potentially serve him greatly. Nevertheless, Mu Qing's expression turned serious as he asserted that he indeed possessed some knowledge regarding the insect race. What? You truly know? Lu exclaimed, his curiosity piqued. He had dispatched personnel to investigate, scouring the entirety of Hangzhou, yet the reports returned only disappointment. No one knew the origins of the insect race. Even on the hard island of West Lake University, no clues had surfaced. The only remnants of the insect race's presence in Hangzhou were the scattered corpses of the insect swarms. Ironically, the only leads regarding the Zerg that the Federation currently possesses are the 3 blood-sucking insects that the Purple Moon had initially confined within the lunar barrier. It was precisely for this reason that when Congressman Lu heard Mu Qing mention his knowledge of the Zerg, he exhibited such fervent excitement. Mu Qing nodded solemnly, having pondered for quite some time before recounting the information that Zisiu had previously shared about the Zerg. He had deliberated extensively before deciding to disclose this. Zisiu had informed him that his current cultivation was still quite feeble, and that no one would believe his words. Indeed, at that time, even a king proclaiming the arrival of a terrifying race from beyond the cosmos would likely be dismissed as delusional. However, the Zerg had indeed emerged, and many had witnessed their presence. At the very least, the 2 colossal factions of Yanhuang and the Federation were acutely aware of the Zerg's menace. Mu Qing believed that the moment was ripe to disseminate information regarding the Zerg. Upon hearing Mu Qing's words, Congressman Lu's expression soured, as did that of the purple moon. Her brows furrowing tightly, a chill creeping into her heart. The Zerg that Mu Qing described were utterly terrifying, rampaging through the cosmos, annihilating planets teeming with countless life forms, transforming them into sustenance for their reproduction, until each planet ultimately became a maternal nest for the Zerg. The emergence of the Zerg signified that it would not be long before they launched an offensive against Earth. From where did you acquire this information about the Zerg? Congressman Lu inquired, but Mu Qing merely responded with a calm smile, refraining from answering. Lu's eyes darted around, yet he harbored little skepticism towards Mu Qing's words. For he had learned from Purple Moon that Mu Qing had connections to significant figures, likely possessing some unique channels through which he gleaned news of the Zerg. Furthermore, the Wang family had substantial ties to the Zerg. After careful consideration, Mu Qing decided to reveal another matter to him. Upon hearing this, Congressman Lu was taken aback. Incredulous as he exclaimed, "How is that possible?" He found it hard to fathom, for the Wang family was one of the 5 most ancient clans in Beijing, a bastion of enduring power. If such an entity were linked to the Zerg, it would imply that the Zerg had already begun their invasion of Earth. It could be the Wang family, or perhaps Wang Sheng individually, Mu Qing added. Regrettably, Congressman Lu shook his head, offering a wry smile as he informed Mu Qing that neither Wang Sheng nor the Wang family could be touched. Intrigued, Mu Qing inquired about the reason. Knowing well that the Federation was the preeminent power organization on Earth, with even a mere branch rivaling the Yanhuang organization formed by the higher echelons of Huaxia, Lu, much like the former Mu Qing, merely smiled, though his smile was tinged with bitterness. He could only assure Mu Qing that he would keep a watchful eye on the Wang family. Mu Qing's thoughts stirred, recalling the peculiarities surrounding Wang Sheng. He had mastered the unparalleled techniques of Wudong and Shaolin, and even received assistance from the prodigious foreign exchange student, Eli, from the Western Church. It was entirely plausible that the entire Wang family had succumbed to the control of the Zerg, or even developed to a point where they could not be shaken by the Federation's branches. I have one more question. Where is your father at present? Congressman Lu's gaze fixated intently on Mu Qing. He harbored suspicions that the prominent figure at the federal headquarters might very well be Mu Qing's father, Mu Yu. Even if he were not, there would still be a significant connection. In the past, Mu Yu had gained fame in Huaxia as an alchemical genius. But after a monumental incident, he vanished from the public eye. However, in recent years, some clues have surfaced suggesting that Mu Yu may have re-emerged and is up to something. To be frank, I have also been unable to establish contact with him. Mu Qing shook his head, feeling a strange discomfort and not understanding why Congressman Lu inquired about his father's whereabouts. Lu, harboring doubts, pondered whether to recruit Mu Qing into the Federation, yet the severity of Mu Yu's past transgressions weighed heavily on his mind. Even if Mu Qing were unrelated, he feared that attracting him could lead to gossip from rival factions. Are you interested in joining our Federation? Ultimately, Lu extended an olive branch. Mu Qing declined with a shake of his head, recalling his father's admonition to find a way to join the Yanhuang organization and seek the fabled Thunderstar Core, which would be of immense benefit to him. Chapter 192, The Third Order Bloodline. Due to Mu Qing's refusal, Lu appeared somewhat regretful as he departed with Ziyu. However, before leaving, he endeavored to establish a favorable rapport with Mu Qing. Setting aside the powerful figure behind Mu Qing, he recognized that Mu Qing himself was a prodigy destined to become a formidable champion in the future. Lu informed Mu Qing that he could move freely within the Federation's branch, enjoying privileges akin to those of a sovereign. An extraordinary treatment that only someone of Lu's stature could afford to offer. He departed with a nonchalant demeanor. Having already learned from Ziyu that Mu Qing seemed inclined towards the Yanhuang organization in pursuit of the coveted Thunderstar Core. Upon returning to his room, Mu Qing found that Zhou Siyu had fallen into a deep slumber, while Rat Lao San had entered a meditative state. Zhou Siyu had imparted to him certain secret techniques of the ferocious beast clan, drawn from the memories of the Titan race's cursed deity. Rat Lao San, overjoyed by this knowledge, hastily commenced his training. Mu Qing also entered a state of cultivation, pondering the peculiar energy he had cultivated through the Titan bloodline method, which was infused with lightning. This perplexed him, leading him to investigate further. According to Zhou Siyu, the energy cultivated from the Titan race was supposed to be a pure force, entirely Titan power, devoid of any impurities. Among the Titans, only Titan power was considered divine. All other forces were deemed contaminants that could hinder the expression of Titan strength. Much like the cursed deity, if one possessed pure Titan power, they would be immensely stronger. Yet the cultivation of a cursed force had rendered their internal energies unbalanced, tainting their Titan power with impurities. Qing calmed his mind to study this phenomenon, raising an eyebrow as he realized that the energy within him had not diminished in the slightest. The lightning power did not seem to be an impurity, but instead appeared to enhance the energy's potency. He shook Zhou Siyu, seeking clarification. Zhou Siyu, her face tense, kept her eyes closed and mumbled, Qing, don't bother me. I want to sleep. Qing's lips curled slightly, and after a shake of his head, he found that Zhou Siyu remained unresponsive, one of her feet resting upon his nose. Frustrated, he surged forward, employing some rather forceful methods to awaken her. Eventually, Zhou Siyu stirred, her eyes brimming with tears, casting a look of reproach at Qing while cradling her head, which bore a sizable bump. What? The energy contains the power of lightning? Zhou Siyu exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing Qing's inquiry, especially since he mentioned that the potency of the energy had not only remained undiminished, but had indeed intensified. Alarmed, she promptly examined the energy within Qing's body. What an intimidating force of lightning! She marveled, her eyes shimmering with runes that allowed her to perceive the energy within him. She informed Qing that, typically, the Titan race's energy does not permit the infusion of other powers, as many cosmic races possess energies weaker than that of the Titans, which are deemed impurities. In reality, energy can indeed integrate with other forces. However, throughout the universe, the Titans stand as a paramount race, with exceedingly few powers capable of rivaling or even surpassing theirs. Are you suggesting that my lightning power can rival that of the Titans? Qing was taken aback. This lightning power was derived from his purple lightning bamboo, and if Zhou Siyu spoke true, it would imply that the strength of the purple lightning bamboo in his mind could indeed compare to that of the Titans. What exactly was the blood spirit potion his father had given him? Qing inhaled sharply, overwhelmed by disbelief. Qing, ha, where did you acquire this lightning power? Rat Old 3 had inexplicably emerged from his cultivation slumber, lowering his posture as he approached Qing. His mouth nearly drooled, eyes darting towards Qing, evidently having overheard the conversation about the lightning power that could match that of the Titans. With a quick swipe, Rat Old 3 wiped the drool from the side of his mouth, eyes sparkling with excitement. Qing, could you share some of that lightning power with me? Perhaps I could evolve into a lightning dragon rat. He puffed out his chest, feeling quite dashing as he uttered that title, believing that only lightning could be worthy of the noble identity of a dragon rat. Qing, exasperated, kicked Rat Old 3 aside. This fellow had truly become more peculiar. Ever since Zhou Siyu remarked on his unique bloodline, he genuinely believed his lineage could amalgamate powers from other races. 3 days later, within his chamber, Qing sat cross-legged upon his bed, enveloped by swirling arcs of lightning, occasionally interspersed with flowing waves of water. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, unleashing a surge of electric brilliance, a powerful aura cascading forth like a tidal wave. He had ascended to the 3rd tier of his bloodline. Since he began practicing the Titan bloodline technique, he had discovered that the process of bloodline advancement had become considerably simpler. According to Zhou Siyu, this was due to his practice of the Titan bloodline technique, which had already unearthed a portion of his latent potential, allowing him to break through naturally in a few days without further effort. Stretching lazily, Qing rose to his feet and abruptly struck the air with his palm. Rat Old 3, observing nearby, felt puzzled. Had Qing's cultivation muddled his mind? Why was he striking at nothingness? Suddenly, the 3rd mouse felt a surge of palpitations. Before it could react, a thick bolt of azure lightning struck its rear. With a crackle, a plume of smoke arose, and the 3rd mouse grimaced in pain. Its backside charred black, with its once proud fur obliterated. Qing nodded, satisfied with the power he had unleashed. This was the unique ability of his purple lightning bamboo, the lightning palm. The potency of the lightning palm had grown exponentially, especially now that its form was entirely concealed, only manifesting upon contact with the opponent. Wow, Qing, your lightning palm is an invincible skill perfect for ambushes, exclaimed Zhou Siyu, her face alight with admiration. With a touch of stealth, no one would suspect him as the assailant. The hidden nature of the azure lightning was truly formidable. Qing nodded and then led Zhou Siyu and the 3rd mouse outside, making their way towards the medical room. Ji Jia and the principal had sustained severe injuries, nearly on the brink of death, and had been sent to the medical room since their arrival at the federal branch. He and Ling Fei had agreed to visit Ji Jia today, not only to offer their support, but also to express gratitude for Principal Ku Zheng's past assistance at Kunlun Mountain. However, as Mu Qing approached the medical room, he heard a cacophony of voices, as if several people were embroiled in a heated argument. Wait, what do you mean? Get out of my way. We are conducting federal business. What right do you stray dogs have to interfere? Chapter 193, Confrontation with the Federal Authority. Mu Qing hurried forward, only to find Ling Fei and Jiang Yuanjie being restrained by several federal personnel, while Yang Shanshan stood nearby, her face a mask of fury. A burly federal officer was barking orders, his demeanor decidedly unfriendly, accompanied by a dozen subordinates, all formidable individuals with fifth-tier bloodlines. Although the leader possessed only a fourth-tier bloodline, his aura surpassed that of fifth-tier. Third mouse. Mu Qing called to Yang Shanshan. The third mouse, perched on his shoulder, swiftly expanded to over 2 meters in height, emanating a formidable presence. The third mouse was a beast on the cusp of the martial sovereign level, exceptionally powerful, especially after absorbing Ji Jia's blood, making it significantly stronger than its peers. Though it often exhibited peculiar and comical behavior, its strength could be likened to that of a prodigy among beasts. It had previously matched the formidable 7th-tier bloodline centipede. The third mouse's expression contorted, adopting a fearsome visage as it instantaneously appeared beside the federal personnel, restraining Ling Fei and the others, extending a claw. As it struck, a dragon's roar echoed. A claw imbued with energy emerged, adorned with intricate runes. The third mouse, nearing the martial sovereign level, unleashed a terrifying dragon claw, sweeping through the air, sending the federal personnel reeling, blood spewing forth, their chests marred with crimson streaks. This was a mere act of restraint, as they were within the federal branch. Mouse, quickly, try using your dragon tail. Mu Qing's head was filled with Zhou Siyu's excited voice, her small face radiating enthusiasm. Rest assured, my little ancestor. The rat, known as Old Three, broke into a wide grin, its tail suddenly thickening, the fur adhering closely to its skin, resembling the scales of a dragon. A fierce gust of wind swept through, the dragon-like tail striking with the force of a golden whip, causing the already injured federal personnel to cough up blood once more. Several ribs fractured in the process. After all, the disparity between them and Old Three was considerable. Even with restraint, the injuries inflicted were grievously severe. Wow, you really can train, mouse, exclaimed Zhou Siyu with a grin. Mu Qing, perplexed, inquired further and learned that after Old Three had initially been unable to cultivate the Titan bloodline techniques, it sought out Zhou Siyu for some formidable martial arts. Zhou Siyu's mind was imbued with the memories of a cursed deity from the Titan clan, containing an unfathomable array of martial skills, from which she selected several dragon techniques for Old Three. In Old Three's own words, only the techniques of the dragon clan could truly exhibit the noble identity and bloodline of a dragon-rat hybrid. Indeed, since absorbing Ji Jia's blood, Old Three seemed to be genuinely transforming toward this dragon-rat identity, mastering the dragon techniques with remarkable speed, rivaling Mu Qing in his state of cosmic fusion. Mu Qing, how could you allow this ferocious beast to harm us? The leader of the federal personnel demanded, his expression dark with anger. He wished to retaliate, but feared the terrifying beast that was Old Three. What are your intentions? Mu Qing retorted sharply, his gaze piercing, having cultivated the Titan bloodline. His presence had grown markedly imposing. They intend to abduct Ji Jia, Lin Fei shouted, his face flushed with rage. Jiang Yuanjie, seizing a golden spear, emanated a fierce aura, sporting several bruises from the earlier conflict. Yang Shanshan relayed the recent events to Mu Qing, explaining that the Federal High Command was investigating the insect race, and Ji Jia's father, Ji Xianfeng, was a traitor among humans, representing a significant lead regarding the insect race. The federal authorities aimed to take Ji Jia to extract information, even risking her life to draw out Ji Xianfeng. The matter of the insect race is of paramount importance, integral to the survival of humanity. Do you intend to betray us as well? One federal officer growled, nursing a wound inflicted by Old Three, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Mu Qing smirked coldly, retorting, your federation cannot even ascertain how the insect race emerged, yet you seek to capture a severely injured young woman. How utterly inept. You. The federal officer's eyes widened in outrage, readying himself to retaliate against Qing, only to be halted by the leader. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Sheng, the leader said with a smile, extending his hand toward Qing. Yet, Qing remained indifferent, casting a cold gaze upon him. The city of Hangzhou had been invaded by swarms of insects, and many lives had been lost at Shihu University. Ji Jia had suffered immensely, having been injured by her own father, nearly to the brink of death. It was easy to imagine the profound impact this had on her, and now, these individuals sought to abduct her while she was unconscious and receiving treatment. Neither Qing nor Lin Fei would ever permit such an act. As Fang Shan's countenance gradually darkened, a surge of indignation welled up within him, renowned within the Federal Division for his formidable fifth-tier bloodline prowess. He considered himself a paragon among the Federation, destined to become a legislator in due course. Despite his amiable overtures to Qing, who chose to disregard his goodwill, Fang Shan refrained from immediate outbursts. With a smile, he retracted his hand as if nothing had transpired. Hero Qing, he began, your reputation precedes you. The entire Federal Division is abuzz with tales of a young man, freshly emerged from the Gaokao, who heroically saved Hangzhou City in its direst hour. Meeting you in person, I am indeed in awe. Fang Shan offered a formal bow, delivering his pleasantries. Qing, however, replied coolly, I am no hero. The true guardians of Hangzhou City are the principal and the city lord. His fists involuntarily clenched as he recalled the harrowing moment when the city lord detonated himself. An act that had shaken many to their core. I understand you are classmates with Ji Jia, and I have heard whispers of a certain romantic entanglement between you. Nevertheless, in pursuit of the Zerg's whereabouts, we must take her with us. This is the directive from the Federation's higher-ups, Fang Shan stated with a smile. Yet his determination to abduct Ji Jia remained unwavering. Duan Su, Ji Xiangfeng, and a mysterious individual were all traitors among humanity, of those closely associated with them. Principal Zheng had already perished, the identity of the mysterious figure remained unknown, and only Ji Xiangfeng's daughter was still alive. According to our investigations, the blood pearl from the heart of Westlake High School should belong to Ji Xiangfeng's daughter, who brought it in during her mock examination. Therefore, we must take her. Fang Shan articulated his point with conviction, his final declaration echoing with an authoritative tone, revealing his growing impatience. However, upon hearing one particular statement, Qing's expression froze. Principal Zheng was dead? He shook his head in disbelief. Principal Ku had been nothing short of valiant, showcasing terrifying strength both in fending off the king's assaults on Kunlun Mountain and confronting Ji Xiangfeng at the gates of Westlake High School. Fang Shan's smile deepened. Indeed, it is unfortunate. Principal Zheng sustained grave injuries and has since passed away. His expression of regret seemed insincere, inciting a barely contained fury within Ling Fei. Qing, we cannot allow Ji Jia to be taken from us. Ling Fei bellowed. Jiang Yuanjie nodded, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he choked out. The principal died because of his ties to Duan Su after being taken by the Federation. At these words, Qing's body trembled, veins bulging as a formidable aura surged from within him. He fixed a fierce gaze on Fang Shan and commanded, get out. Leave. I demand you to leave. Ling Fei echoed his roar. They would not allow anyone to take Ji Jia. Fang Shan's expression turned grim as his patience waned. A surge of primal energy coursed through him as he prepared to confront Qing. As a fifth-tier bloodline master, he had reached the level of a martial master. While Qing, still at the third tier, was merely a martial artist, the disparity between them was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Generally speaking, even the most formidable talents among the great powers find it arduous to surpass two bloodline tiers to vanquish their adversaries. At this moment, Mouseold 3 stepped forward, intent on assisting Qing, when suddenly, a figure materialized before him, a formidable being of the 9th-tier bloodline, who swiftly ensnared him. This 9th-tier powerhouse bore a smile, seemingly aware of the bond between Mouseold 3 and Qing, and refrained from inflicting harm. Boom! A terrifying surge of lightning erupted from Qing's body, incandescent and blindingly brilliant. The entire treatment room became enveloped in this searing white lightning, followed by the flickering of red lights that signaled an alarm. Fang Shan emanated a chilling aura, the ground beneath him crystallizing with ice as he struck out, conjuring a frost-laden handprint. A thunderous crash ensued, propelling Qing backward. shattering the walls of the treatment room upon impact. Mu Qing, Yang Shanshan, and Ling Fei exclaimed in shock. This blow was evidently Fang Shan's full strength, capable of demolishing even the walls of the federal treatment room, leaving debris of ice scattered about. Mu Qing appeared to be in dire straits. The buildings of the federal branch were constructed from specialized materials. Places such as the treatment room could not be breached without overwhelming force. Fang Shan's strike had not only struck Mu Qing, but obliterated the wall as well, demonstrating his extraordinary prowess within the 5th-tier bloodline. A smile crept onto the face of the suddenly appearing 9th-tier powerhouse. Fang Shan clapped his hands, ready to seize Ji Jia, but as he turned, his expression abruptly froze. He beheld Mu Qing emerging from the breach in the treatment room's wall, entirely unscathed. This revelation astonished Fang Shan, and even the 9th-tier expert widened his eyes in disbelief. Everyone knew that Mu Qing possessed merely a 3rd-tier bloodline. Yet, this seemingly insignificant 3rd tier could withstand the onslaught of a 5th-tier bloodline without sustaining any injury, an utterly implausible feat. Mu Qing smirked, his eyes sparkling with electric energy. At the crucial moment, he had activated the devouring ability of the little black fish, absorbing most of the energy from the frost handprint. The residual force that struck him was negligible, leaving him unharmed. His physical form had become astonishingly formidable, generating a powerful airflow with each breath. I told you, worthless is worthless, Mu Qing taunted, stepping closer, mockingly addressing Fang Shan. A dignified 5th-tier martial artist unable to injure a mere warrior? The cursed spirit above Mu Qing also shouted, urging him to strike Fang Shan, reveling in the chaos. Indeed, I feel embarrassed for you. Ling Fei sighed in relief upon realizing Mu Qing was unharmed, then joined in the ridicule directed at Fang Shan. Fang Shan felt a surge of fury welling up within him, the coldness emanating from him intensifying as he launched an assault on Mu Qing. Undeterred, Mu Qing engaged Fang Shan in battle, his body entwined in a mass of searing white lightning. Suddenly, he flicked his fingertip, and a water dragon surged forth. Adorned with an array of runes, a manifestation of the water barrier technique, an exquisite water dragon finger. From initially being able to condense only a few drops of water, Mu Qing has now significantly enhanced his cultivation, capable of gathering a stream akin to a small brook. Utilizing the droplets from the 10,000 waters barrier to execute the water serpent finger, his power has risen to an unprecedented level. It is noteworthy that each droplet formed by the 10,000 waters barrier weighs hundreds of pounds. Fang Shan, increasingly astonished, found himself questioning whether he was truly a 5th-tier bloodline or if Mu Qing held that distinction, as he struggled mightily in their confrontation. With a thunderous clash, the two exchanged blows, and Fang Shan was forced to retreat, coughing up blood, while Mu Qing remained unfazed, his breathing steady and his internal energy flowing smoothly. Embarrassed, Fang Shan let out a roar and charged forward once more. He unleashed a series of formidable ice attribute martial techniques, yet they failed to significantly impact Mu Qing. Even when he executed an ice palm strike, Mu Qing effortlessly shattered it with a single punch. Begone! Mu Qing commanded with a light strike of his palm. Fang Shan was momentarily taken aback, and the onlookers were left in stunned silence. Ling Fei nudged Jiang Yuanjie and inquired, "Do you know what technique Mu Qing just used?" Jiang Yuanjie pondered for a moment before realization dawned upon him. "I believe this is what is known as a display of bravado." Yang Shanshan, intrigued, asked, "What do you mean by a display of bravado?" "It's merely an empty gesture, intended to instill fear without any real power behind it," Jiang Yuanjie replied with a chuckle. Ling Fei smirked, feeling skeptical, but upon reflection, they indeed sensed no fluctuations of energy emanating from Mu Qing's palm. "Are you insulting me?" Fang Shan clenched his fists, his face ablaze with fury. Initially, he had been intimidated by Mu Qing, believing he was about to unleash a devastating attack, only to be met with nothingness, no energy fluctuations whatsoever. In a fit of rage, Fang Shan hurled a punch toward Mu Qing, his fist enveloped in chilling energy, its power formidable enough to freeze anything it struck solid. Mu Qing, a slight smirk playing on his lips, withdrew his palm, making no attempt to evade. At that moment, everyone assumed Mu Qing had lost his mind. Even those from the Federation laughed, convinced he had conceded. Yet, they failed to consider that Mu Qing had maintained the upper hand from the very beginning. Crack! A bolt of azure lightning, thick as a bowl, descended from the void, striking Fang Shan's arm directly. Ah! Fang Shan screamed in agony, the cold energy dissipating from his fist, leaving his entire arm charred and blood gushing forth. His face turned pale with terror, his lips trembling as he experienced excruciating pain in his right hand, devoid of any sensation. Uncle Songji, quickly save me. Fang Shan finally panicked. Typically, he exuded an air of invincibility within the Federation, considering himself a paragon among its elites, yet now he felt genuine fear. Fang Shan possessed some knowledge. With current technology, even a severed arm could be reattached. However, if the powerful energy obliterated every trace of cells and bloodline power within his arm, it would be irrevocably destroyed. Songji, the 9th-tier bloodline powerhouse, had just made his sudden appearance. He perceived the dire situation and immediately relinquished control over Mouse Lao San, rushing to Fang Shan's side to assess his injuries. Fortunately, Mu Qing's palm thunder had not entirely ravaged the contents of his arm instantaneously. The circumstances were not as grim as they could have been. Yet prompt medical attention was still imperative. Songji rose, his gaze sharp as lightning, fixed upon Mu Qing. Suddenly, a smile broke upon his face as he addressed Mu Qing. Indeed, you are the heroic youth who saved Hangzhou City. Such skill. As Songji departed with Fang Shan and several federal personnel, he leaned closer to Mu Qing, lowering his voice. Do not presume that your rapport with Congressman Liu grants you unbridled freedom. This federal division is not solely his domain. Await your fate. What you thwart is the will of the current speaker, a dog bereft of a home. He laughed heartily as he exited the treatment room. Mu Qing's countenance darkened, his eyes flashing with electric intensity. He had not anticipated that it would be a member of the Federal Division's speaker who sought to take Ji Jia away. The position of speaker could be regarded as the arbiter of the Federal Division, with congressmen subordinate to their authority. If the speaker wished to take Ji Jia, even Congressman Liu's intervention would likely prove futile. Trouble was brewing, Mu Qing sighed. At that moment, Ji Jia, who had been in a comatose state, awoke. Her gaze falling upon the large gaping hole in the treatment room wall, her delicate features momentarily stunned. Cough cough. Mu Qing was taken aback by Ji Jia's awakening at such a moment, particularly as she beheld the aftermath of the battle. What transpired? Ji Jia inquired curiously. Especially regarding the substantial hole in the wall. Do not worry, Jia Jia. Nothing untoward has occurred. You should continue to recuperate. Yang Shanshan stepped forward to reassure her, casting a glance at Mu Qing and the others, indicating that she would handle the situation. Mu Qing and his companions nodded and exited the treatment room, trusting in Yang Shanshan's close friendship with Ji Jia to help her emerge from the shadows of the incident involving Ji Xiangfeng. I never would have imagined there could be such a malicious person in this world. Even a tiger would not harm its own cub. Jiang Yuanjie exclaimed in indignation. Mu Qing furrowed his brow. He suspected that Ji Xiangfeng might have been controlled by the insectoid race, though he had no evidence, only an instinctive feeling. In the afternoon, they entered a special chamber filled with numerous corpses. Mu Qing discovered the body of Principal Kuzhang. His body bore numerous wounds, all of which were fatal. Immediate treatment would not have guaranteed survival. What infuriated Ling Fei and the others was that when the Federation rescued Kuzhang, they had not sought immediate medical attention, but instead opted to take him for interrogation regarding the traitor Duanan's whereabouts. Chapter 195. Ji Jia is taken away. With the emergence of the insectoid race came 3 human traitors, Ji Xiangfeng, Duan Su, and a mysterious individual, of whom the Federation took great notice, thus prioritizing their investigation. Kuzhang, closely linked to Duan Su, was also taken for questioning. Regrettably, Kuzhang succumbed due to the lack of timely medical care. The Federation personnel were further astonished to discover that the human traitor Duan Su was, in fact, not significantly connected to the insectoid emergence. Rather, it was Wang Sheng who employed the means of the insectoid race to control him in a bid to eliminate Mu Qing. However, it was evident that Wang Sheng had miscalculated. Mu Qing not only possessed the death curse of Zhou Xiu, but had also cultivated the bloodline techniques of the Titan clan, rendering him extraordinarily powerful. Clenching his fists, Mu Qing felt a surge of anger, his affinity for the Federation plummeting to an abyss. At that moment, Principal Kuzhang was gravely injured. Had the Federation branch acted swiftly to provide treatment, there might have been a glimmer of hope. Alas, let us depart. Jiang Yuanjie shook his head with a sigh, feeling a profound sense of injustice for Principal Kuzhang, who had fought valiantly to protect Shihu University, only to perish at the hands of his own. After visiting Kuzhang, Ling Fei and Jiang Yuanjie turned to leave, and Mu Qing also intended to exit. For the presence of corpses was unsettling. Yet, Zhou Siyu suddenly grasped Mu Qing's hair and whispered to him that there was something amiss with Ke Zheng's body. Mu Qing was taken aback and promptly followed Zhou Siyu's instructions to tear away Ke Zheng's clothing. His pupils constricted sharply upon discovering a small hole in Ke Zheng's chest, devoid of any blood, starkly contrasting with the other wounds. Within him, a creature had already wreaked havoc. Zhou Siyu's expression was grave. She had always been attentive to matters involving the insect race. She informed Mu Qing that someone had allowed the insect race to burrow into Ke Zheng's body, intending to control him. Unfortunately, that individual had evidently underestimated the severity of Ke Zheng's injuries. The creature had entered his body but had not yet had the opportunity to exert its influence before he succumbed. Even had Ke Zheng been under control posthumously, it would have been of no consequence, prompting that person to retract the creature. Mu Qing inhaled deeply, furrowing his brow. Within the Federation branch, it was apparent that someone had already turned traitor or had been ensnared by the insect race. At some unknown point, the insect race had infiltrated certain factions on Earth. Mu Qing recalled the initial communications between Ziyue and the Federation and the Yanhuang organization, which had been abruptly severed, rendering them unable to establish contact for an extended period. Counselor Liu had informed Mu Qing that, during that time, someone had maliciously attacked the communication systems of both the Federation and the Yanhuang organization, with preliminary assessments indicating it was the work of the same nefarious force. However, the malevolent entity they had investigated was formidable and cunning, making it exceedingly difficult to trace any evidence. Mu Qing pondered incessantly, and as he delved deeper, he ultimately realized the terrifying extent of the insect race's influence. From Wang Sheng of the Wang family to Ji Xiangfeng of Shihu University, and now even the Federation branch appeared to harbor traitors aligned with the insect race, seeking to control the gravely injured Ke Zheng. Particularly unsettling was the implication that the malevolent force mentioned by Counselor Liu seemed to be under the dominion of the insect race. What should be done now? Mu Qing felt the weight of mounting pressure. Zhou Siyu tilted her head in contemplation before stating, "You must grow stronger in a short time, so that you can at least safeguard yourself during the invasion of the insect race." Mu Qing nodded. Counselor Liu had promised numerous cultivation resources to win him over. In reality, following the calamity that befell Hangzhou, both the Yanhuang organization, representing China, and the Federation, the foremost power on Earth, had generously offered many resources to the survivors. Mu Qing indeed felt that his strength was still woefully insufficient. Xuan Yi and others have returned to their respective families, while Yang Shanshan chose to accompany them. Mu Qing, what's the matter? Ling Fei inquired curiously upon seeing Mu Qing finally emerge from the morgue. Mu Qing smiled subtly, opting not to divulge the matters concerning the insectoid race to Ling Fei and Jiang Yuanjie. The group departed for the hall of the Federation branch, where individuals pointed and whispered about Mu Qing along the way. Some expressed skepticism, while others were dismissive. The events surrounding Hangzhou City had spread widely in recent days, and among those who had exhibited particularly remarkable behavior during the insectoid invasion, Mu Qing was one of the most well-known. At a critical juncture, he had utilized the control stone to awaken 4 formidable beasts from beneath West Lake, thus earning the distinction of being one of the heroes who saved the survivors of Hangzhou City. Concurrently, other factions and families had become aware of the insectoid situation, with even those from the West gaining insight, given the gravity of the event affecting Earth. The fall of an entire megacity was an occurrence that stirred all factions, reminiscent of the early days of the beast race's invasion of Earth. Presently, every faction within the borders of Huaxia was scrutinizing their ranks for any potential insectoid traitors. Under the peculiar gazes of the Federation branch's personnel, Mu Qing guided Ling Fei and the others to meet the Windfire Martial Sovereign, who had fully recovered from the injuries sustained during the battle in Hangzhou City. "You wish to join our Yanhuang organization?" The Windfire Martial Sovereign regarded Mu Qing with surprise. A smile soon graced his face as he nodded enthusiastically. "You have discerning eyes. Though our Yanhuang organization cannot compare to the Federation headquarters within Huaxia, we are undoubtedly the most powerful force." The Windfire Martial Sovereign expressed his warm welcome towards Mu Qing's desire to join, even assuring them that he could independently grant them direct membership into the Yanhuang organization. He had already witnessed the extraordinary talents of these young individuals during the Hangzhou City incident, recognizing that they would undoubtedly rise to become formidable figures in the future. Thus, it was an opportune moment to recruit them into the Yanhuang organization. Qing felt somewhat taken aback, having heard that joining such grand entities as Yanhuang or the Federation typically required passing rigorous assessments. At that moment, a man clad in a suit entered, presenting a box to the Windfire Martial Sovereign. The box bore the words Swift Wind, belonging to the only express delivery group on Earth, which even dispatched kings for a sufficiently high reward. The Windfire Martial Sovereign laughed heartily as he accepted the box, opening it to reveal a token inscribed with the word Elder. Elder? Qing gasped, recalling that entry into the Elder Council of the Yanhuang organization seemingly required one to possess king-level cultivation. Indeed, after the battle in Hangzhou City, I have ascended to the rank of king. You may now refer to me as Elder Mu. He laughed exuberantly, clearly elated. Qing suddenly understood why Elder Mu was so confident in their ability to join the Yanhuang organization effortlessly. Elder Mu has obtained the token from the Yanhuang organization and has directly exercised his authority to record the information of Qing and Ling Fei into the Yanhuang organization system. In a fortnight, I shall escort you into the inner sanctum of the organization. Elder Mu asserted that he had pressing matters to attend to and needed to linger at the federal branch for a while. After a brief discussion with Qing and the others, he hurriedly departed, seemingly occupied with an issue of significant importance. Watching Elder Mu's retreating figure, Qing furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Was it merely a coincidence that Elder Mu broke through to the king level at this critical juncture of the Zerg's emergence? He felt a nagging doubt, though he could not articulate it. Perhaps I am overthinking this, he murmured softly, then turned to inquire anxiously of Zhou Siyu. Zhou Siyu shook her head, assuring Qing that she had not sensed any trace of a Zerg from Elder Mu. Perhaps I am indeed being overly suspicious, Qing thought, managing a self-deprecating smile. Recent events had transpired too rapidly, making him a touch too sensitive. At that moment, Yang Shanshan suddenly contacted Qing via the communication device. It's terrible. Ji Jia has been taken away by someone from the federal branch, Yang Shanshan exclaimed, her voice laden with urgency. The faces of Qing and the others paled as they rushed to the treatment room. Inside, Ji Jia's bed was empty. With only Yang Shanshan present, her expression fraught with worry. Who could have abducted Ji Jia? Qing stepped forward to inquire, appearing more anxious than anyone. For he had previously learned from Zhou Siyu that someone had attempted to poison the gravely injured Principal Kuzhong, aiming to control him with Zerg. Now, with Ji Jia taken away, it was highly probable that she too would fall prey to that same sinister individual's machinations. Follow me, Qing commanded, his feet shimmering with electric light as he sped towards the location of Councilman Liu. Yang Shanshan had been by Ji Jia's side the entire time, and the person capable of taking Ji Jia away was evidently immensely powerful. It was likely that a senior member of the federal branch had intervened. Although Qing was anxious, he maintained a semblance of calm within. He understood that their collective strength was insufficient to rescue Ji Jia, hence his decision to seek out Councilman Liu. Regrettably, the 4 king-level beasts at the bottom of West Lake could not accompany him. Qing felt a twinge of disappointment. Despite possessing the control stone, he could not summon the 4 beasts to emerge from the depths of West Lake. Initially, those 4 beasts were of the 9th-tier bloodline, later breaking through to king level with the aid of a former principal of West Lake High School. However, the cost was a lifetime confinement to the lake. They could not leave unless the school faced a crisis. Otherwise, had he brought the 4 king-level beasts to the federal branch, he would have never been subjected to such indignities. I understand your intentions, Councilman Liu remarked as Qing and his companions found his office, appearing aware of their thoughts. With a sigh, Liu stated, regrettably, I am unable to assist you. You are a member of the federal branch. How can you not intervene? Qing frowned. The situation seemed even more complex than he had anticipated, as even Liu, a senior figure within the federal branch, lamented his inability to provide aid. Ling Fei Zhangpongzi, you may step outside for a moment. Qing contemplated for a while, but ultimately decided against relinquishing his intentions. He instructed Ling Fei and Jiang Yuanjie to exit first, as the ensuing discussion with Councilman Liu might involve sensitive matters regarding the Zerg, and it was prudent to keep the circle of knowledge limited. Ling Fei and Jiang Yuanjie left, bewildered, to wait outside. Councilman Liu regarded Qing with a mixture of surprise and concern. I understand your reluctance, he remarked, The girl shares a close bond with you, yet the one who intends to take her is the speaker, one of Earth's most formidable sovereigns. His expression was grave, conveying the message that should Mu Qing attempt to intervene, he would stand no chance against the speaker, not even with Lu's assistance. Rest assured, Ji Jia's injuries have been largely treated, and the speaker merely seeks to uncover leads on the Zerg. There is no cause for alarm. Lu dismissed the matter lightly, believing Ji Jia would encounter no peril as long as she was not a traitor to the Zerg. Mu Qing shook his head, his demeanor shifting to one of utmost seriousness as he fixed his gaze on Lu. The councilman, taken aback, sensed that Mu Qing was privy to some significant information. It was then that Mu Qing revealed the alarming discovery he had made regarding Principal Kuzhang. What? Lu exclaimed, his shock evident as his white beard quivered. He pondered the revelation. The notion that there might be a Zerg traitor within the Federation's ranks was staggering. The individuals who had previously taken Principal Ku were all influential figures, at least of equal standing to him. Lu furrowed his brow, realizing the complexities of the situation. Those involved in investigating the Zerg leads were high-ranking officials from the Yin Huang and Federation, and any rash inquiry could incite discontent or even retaliation. I will personally assess the situation concerning Ji Jia, and I will also dispatch individuals to discreetly investigate the Zerg traitor. Lu assured Mu Qing with a pat on the shoulder, encouraging him not to worry. Lu's interest in the vital lead regarding the Zerg was piqued. Yet despite his generally good nature, he harbored his own ambitions and did not intend to report the matter to the Federation's headquarters. He understood that doing so would result in the dispatch of top-level investigators, and while he might receive accolades, what he truly desired was the position of speaker within the Federation. Only by singularly possessing the information about the Zerg traitor and apprehending them could he aspire to ascend to the role of speaker. To that end, Lu even advised Mu Qing against involvement, not solely out of concern for his safety, but also to monopolize the credit for himself. As Mu Qing exited Lu's office, he observed Ling Fei and Jiang Yuanjie, and a sigh of relief escaped him. Although he could not retrieve Ji Jia immediately, he took comfort in Lu's assurances that he would monitor the actions of the Federation's upper echelons closely, believing that Ji Jia would remain unharmed. Is that Councilman Lu truly reliable? Jiang Yuanjie inquired curiously of Mu Qing. Mu Qing nodded and remarked, there should be no issues. Councilman Lu is a commendable individual, serving as the superior to Ziyue and Ziyang. He informed Ling Fei and the others that the matter concerning Fang Zhan's battle in the treatment room had been suppressed by him. Otherwise, even if the fault did not lie with him, he would still face some form of punishment. How is it? Yang Shanshan approached. Mu Qing relayed Councilman Lu's assurance to her, which eased her concerns somewhat. In the afternoon, the group dispersed, and Ling Fei made his way to the Ling family to engage with them. Ling Han had previously noted the striking resemblance between Ling Fei's blood spirit and that of a certain ancestor of the Ling family, prompting her to report this to the higher-ups, facilitating contact with Ling Fei. Despite Ling Fei's unfavorable opinion of the Ling family, due to his experiences in the Kunlun secret realm, his mutated blood spirit required the cultivation of the corresponding martial techniques from the Ling family to unleash its full potential. Both Yang Shanshan and Ling Fei possessed unique mutated blood spirits, necessitating abundant resources for their enhancement. Fortunately, both were connected to two prominent families in Beijing. Yang Shanshan was the sister of Yang Jia, and Ling Fei had recently been discovered to be a descendant of a Ling family monarch who had perished during an outing. Thus, both the Ling and Yang families placed significant importance on them, allocating ample resources. In contrast, Mu Qing and Jiang Yuanjie found themselves in a less favorable position, lacking familial support and compelled to compete for resources on their own, particularly for Mu Qing. His little black fish was also a mutated blood spirit requiring vast amounts of water attribute energy, yet he had no major force backing him. Although publicly his father was a genius alchemist from many years ago, Mu Qing had recently been unable to contact him, let alone acquire any resources. After bidding farewell to Jiang Yuanjie, Mu Qing returned to his residence, intending to cultivate. Having just achieved a breakthrough, it was unlikely for him to reach another before joining the Yanhuang organization. However, Zhou Siyu suggested he might explore the art of curse techniques. Upon returning to his room, Mu Qing inquired of Zhou Siyu, "Can I truly cultivate curse techniques?" He was well aware of the formidable nature of curses. Even a preliminary acquisition of the curse techniques by Wang Sheng had posed a significant threat to them, particularly during the attack in Hangzhou. Zhou Siyu had employed a death substitution curse to save his life. Zhou Siyu nodded, albeit with uncertainty. Generally speaking, humans cannot wield the power of curses. However, since you are capable of practicing the Titan race's bloodline techniques, it is possible you may also harness the power of curses. Nevertheless, when Mu Qing received the incantations for the curse techniques from Zhou Siyu, he was utterly perplexed. Even after Zhou Siyu forcefully imparted her understanding of the cursed deity's power to him, he still found the incantations incomprehensibly obscure. Even in a state of harmonization with the universe, it seemed as though there were inherent restrictions preventing humans from mastering them. In light of this, Mu Qing pondered curiously. How did Wang Sheng manage to succeed in his cultivation? Because when Wang Sheng first obtained the inheritance of the cursed secret arts in the Kunlun secret realm, he was able to immediately cast some rudimentary curses. Zhou Siyu pondered, suspecting that this was likely related to the insect race. It was quite possible that Wang Sheng had even lost his human characteristics, with a bloodline that was more akin to that of the insects than humans. Mu Qing ultimately relinquished his attempts, as the power of curses remained beyond his comprehension. Half a month later, Elder Mu sought out Mu Qing and the others. While Yang Shanshan had returned to the Yang family, just like Xuan Lingyi and the rest. Suddenly, of all those who were in the Kunlun secret realm, only Mu Qing, Ling Fei, and Jiang Yuanjie remained. Our Yanhuang organization maintains strict internal protocols, and generally, joining requires passing rigorous assessments. However, for you few, I shall employ my special authority as an elder to grant you direct membership into the Yanhuang organization. Elder Mu proclaimed with a smile. He led Mu Qing and the others into a specialized Yanhuang organization flying vessel, speeding towards a location in Beijing. Is this the Yanhuang organization? Mu Qing gazed in astonishment at the scenery before him. It was a mountain, and the Yanhuang organization resided within it. Chapter 197. Qing Guard. Elder Mu guided Mu Qing and the others into the mountain, which appeared to be a desolate hill devoid of much vegetation. With scarcely any trees, no one would have imagined that in this remote area of Beijing, there lay one of the most powerful factions within China, the Yanhuang organization. This was an entity formed by the union of all high-ranking officials in China, with the entire interior of the mountain hollowed out, filled with metallic corridors brimming with technological essence. Elder Mu exhibited great warmth, assisting Mu Qing and his companions in exploring the Yanhuang organization. After they familiarized themselves with the layout, he presented each of them with a chip. Upon transferring the chip to his communication device, Mu Qing discovered that he could log into the Yanhuang organization system, where tasks and various trading systems awaited. In the trading system, as long as one had the funds, they could essentially procure anything within China. The task system allowed individuals to undertake assignments and receive rewards upon completion, with deliveries facilitated by the Swiftwind Express Group, ensuring that rewards would arrive regardless of location, even within the layers of ferocious beasts. Mu Qing let out a soft exclamation, suddenly noticing that forming a team was a prerequisite for undertaking tasks. Otherwise, one lacked the qualification to accept them. Oh no, this is outrageous. Forming a team requires a deposit of 1 million. Jiang Yuanjie exclaimed in astonishment as he perused the team details on the Yanhuang system. In reality, earning 1 million was not particularly challenging. Elder Mu chuckled and shook his head. He informed them that as long as one possessed the strength of a martial artist, they could hunt ferocious beasts, selling their corpses and star cores through the Yanhuang trading system to the alchemy organization, accumulating 1 million in no time. The current era could be termed the alchemy age, where everyone aspired to become an alchemist, making materials and items related to alchemy exceedingly valuable. Elder Mu remarked, even he, as a king, expressed great envy when discussing alchemists. He also instructed Mu Qing, Ling Fei, and Jiang Yuanjie to assess their unique mental prowess upon their ascension to the martial master level. Should they become alchemists, it would herald their rise to prominence. He then sighed, remarking, regrettably, even our Yanhuang organization has only managed to recruit a little over 100 alchemists. Mu Qing nodded, finally grasping the rarity of alchemists. Upon his arrival from the federal branch to the Yanhuang organization, he had observed a scant few alchemists, the only ones he had encountered being those few in Hangzhou. Elder Mu elaborated that there exists an alchemical organization on Earth, housing numerous significant secrets and documents pertaining to alchemists, essentially regarded as the sanctum for all alchemists. In other words, whether within our Yanhuang organization or among other factions, The alchemists we possess are deemed unworthy by the alchemical organization. He appeared somewhat embarrassed. Ahem. Let us set aside the matter of alchemists for now. Elder Mu shifted the conversation, suggesting, I recommend that you form a small team to undertake various tasks to enhance your skills while also earning a considerable sum. Elder Mu emphasized to Mu Qing and the others that the Yanhuang organization conducts a major mission each month with bountiful rewards that offer substantial benefits, which is a primary reason many aspire to join the Yanhuang organization. He arranged several rooms for Mu Qing and his companions before taking his leave. Watching Elder Mu's retreating figure, Mu Qing felt a twinge of confusion, sensing that the elder was exceedingly kind to them, attending to every detail. I must be overthinking. Mu Qing chuckled. After all, even Zhou Siyu had not expressed much. In the room allocated by Elder Mu, Mu Qing logged into the Yanhuang internal system using communication devices, seeking information regarding the Thunderstar Core. However, after perusing extensively, he found no mention of the Thunderstar Core. The screen before him displayed several references to Thunderstar Cores, but these pertained to beast cores infused with thunder attributes being sold by internal members of the Yanhuang organization. How peculiar. What exactly is this Thunderstar Core that my father urged me to procure? Mu Qing furrowed his brow. He reasoned that since Mu Yu had specifically sent him a message, it surely could not be as simple as a beast core of thunder attributes. Deep in thought, Mu Qing pondered whether to consult Elder Mu. However, he hesitated, fearing that the Thunderstar Core might be an exceedingly precious item within the Yanhuang organization, and any inquiry could lead to misunderstandings. Never mind, I shall take it step by step. Mu Qing immersed himself in his cultivation, practicing daily in a state of fusion with nature, significantly enhancing his comprehension of both water and thunder powers. After all, with the emergence of the insect race, several factions were suspected to harbor traitorous elements, compelling him to expedite his quest for strength. The following day, Mu Qing reunited with Ling Fei and Jiang Yuanjie. They exchanged glances before proceeding toward a lounge area. The interior of this desolate mountain was expansive, featuring several lounges, each comparable to a basketball court. There, Jiang Yuanjie pointed ahead, where 4 individuals stood, exuding formidable energy, each at least a 4th-tier martial master or higher. Yesterday, Elder Mu had already assisted in recording their information directly into a team. He informed Mu Qing that although this team may not be the strongest among all the Yanhuang teams, it indeed possesses considerable potential. Within the Yanhuang organization, there exist 2 rankings, the potential list and the points list. Completion of various tasks yields points, and the higher the points, the more favorable the ranking on the points list. Those teams that rank within the top 100 on the points list receive generous resources from the Yanhuang organization each month, including exceedingly rare potions. It is noteworthy that there are only a little over 100 alchemists within the Yanhuang organization, and the potions they concoct are primarily allocated to the top 100 teams on the points list. It is said that the team ranked first on the points list comprises individuals of the 9th-tier bloodline. And Elder Mu was once among them before he ascended to the rank of Elder after breaking through to the King level. For those at the Martial Master level, the primary objective is to ascend the potential list rankings, where the highest tier of teams does not exceed the 6th rank. The benefits increase correspondingly with higher rankings. The team that Elder Mu has recommended to Mu Qing is precisely the 11th ranked team on the potential list, codenamed Qingsheng Wei. As Mu Qing and his companions approached, the 4 members of Qingsheng Wei clearly noticed them, and both parties scrutinized one another. The captain of Qingsheng Wei, a rugged man with a full beard clad in jeans and smoking a cigar, was identified as Ping Yi, according to the information Elder Mu had provided beforehand. Ha ha ha. Greetings, brothers. Welcome to Qingsheng Wei. Ping Yi boomed with laughter, exuding warmth that instantly fostered goodwill. He assessed Mu Qing and his companions, noting their formidable auras, at least among individuals of the same level. The sole disappointment was that all 3 of them were martial artists. Ping Yi felt a tinge of regret, as they were currently striving to break into the top 10 of the potential list, and they were merely 1 spot short. Initially, Ping Yi had assumed that Elder Mu had recognized their team's potential and intended to send assistance. However, he was taken aback to find that they were merely a trio of martial artists. Being a 6th-tier bloodline martial master himself, Ping Yi understood that any tasks executed by the team would necessitate at least martial master strength to avoid hindrance. He sighed inwardly but maintained a facade of cordiality, as he was known for his rugged demeanor yet possessed a keen mind. Brother Mu, I have heard you are the hero who saved Hangzhou City. I admire you. Ping Yi approached to pat Mu Qing on the shoulder, engaging him in conversation. After all, they would soon be part of the same team, and as the captain, it was imperative for him to forge a good rapport with his teammates. However, as Ping Yi drew closer to Mu Qing, he noticed something peculiar. It appeared as though a small figure was concealed within Mu Qing's hair, causing him to shudder momentarily, thinking he had encountered a ghost. Subsequently, his attention was captured by the mouse, Old 3, perched on Mu Qing's shoulder. Mouse Lao Sen utilized a secret technique to diminish his size, rendering him indistinguishable from an ordinary mouse. However, Ping Yi possessed a remarkable insight and discerned the peculiarities surrounding Mouse Lao San. When their gazes locked, Ping Yi's complexion drained of color, and his heart raced. Chapter 198. The Blaze Team. Haha. My 3 friends are indeed formidable. Upon joining us, our Qing Guard shall surely ascend to new heights. Ping Yi proclaimed with a grandiose laugh, masking his astonishment. A dignified martial artist of the 6th-tier bloodline, he had just experienced a portion of his spiritual energy siphoned away by the mouse perched upon Mu Qing's shoulder. It dawned on Ping Yi that Mu Qing was no ordinary individual. Subsequently, he introduced Mu Qing and his companions to the other members of the Qing Guard. Greetings, Mu Qing. I have heard that our family's prodigy and the little princess are quite familiar with you. A young man stepped forward and extended his hand in greeting. Mu Qing, taken aback, quickly recalled the identity of this individual, Yang Kaijin, a member of the Yang family from Beijing. According to the information provided by Elder Mu, Yang Kaijin did not inherit the prestigious blood spirit of the Yang family, the ancient tree, but instead bore a foul-smelling flower, leading to his lack of significant support from the family. He had relied solely on his own efforts to join the Yin Wang. Yang Kaijin was a 5th-tier martial artist, equally formidable, and had risen solely through his own training without any assistance from the Yang family's resources, a fact that Mu Qing greatly admired. Like the team leader Ping Yi, he was warm and engaging, and through their conversation, Mu Qing learned that Yang Kaijin had a good rapport with Yang Jia. Within the Yang family, Yang Jia often looked after Yang Caijin's parents, which fostered a friendly connection between Yang Kaijin and Mu Qing, who had a close relationship with Yang Jia. Who are these people? At such a critical moment, we have a few deadweights among us. The only female member of the Qing Guard scoffed disdainfully. She had cascading curls framing her face, donned ultra-short shorts, and her fair, alluring legs were clad in white thigh-high stockings. Her upper attire consisted of a pink hoodie, accentuating her curvaceous figure, while her delicate features rendered her a beauty. Hey, who are you calling a deadweight? Lin Fei retorted indignantly upon hearing her remark. Initially, he had regarded the team positively upon seeing Ping Yi and Yang Kaijin, but his impression soured instantaneously. Whoever responds is indeed one, she replied playfully, tilting her head to glance at Lin Fei, her beautiful eyes sparkling with disdain. Chengmei, do not speak out of turn, Ping Yi hastily reprimanded. Mu Qing regarded Chengmei with scrutiny. She was responsible for reconnaissance within the Qing Guard, skilled in assassination, and also a 5th-tier martial artist. Captain, how am I speaking out of turn? Chengmei rolled her eyes and added urgently. We are aiming to break into the top 10 of the potential rankings this month, with several martial artists who are merely burdens. Our mission will undoubtedly yield little reward for great effort. Her remarks were not aimed at Mu Qing and his companions, but rather stemmed from the critical nature of their current timeline. Just a few more successful missions to earn points could secure their place among the top 10. The Qing Guard had always emphasized quality and teamwork. Even the addition of 3 martial artists would be seen as a liability, let alone Mu Qing and his companions. Mu Qing inhaled deeply. Although he faced disdain from others, they had no retorts. For the 4 members of the Qing Guard were all martial artists of 5th rank or above, with their captain, Ping Yi, boasting a 6th rank lineage. Forget it. Chengmei. After all, he has secured the favor of Elder Mu, and we are powerless to resist, remarked the last member of the Qing Guard with a sardonic tone. He was slender, appearing malnourished, likely in his 20s, and sported a pair of black-rimmed glasses. Mu Qing frowned, directing his gaze towards him. According to the information provided by Elder Mu, this individual was named Gong Shi, a martial artist of 5th rank, adept in the use of poison. Mu Qing felt puzzled, sensing a pronounced hostility emanating from Gong Shi. Even Chengmei exhibited merely annoyance and disdain, while Gong Shi overtly expressed animosity. Cough, cough. Rest assured, everyone. Mu Qing and his companions are survivors from the battle in Hangzhou City, undoubtedly having engaged in fierce confrontations with the insect tribe and possessing considerable combat experience. Ping Yi sensed an awkward tension in the atmosphere. Gong Shi scoffed. I perceive they are merely cowering behind others. How could they possibly have fought the insect tribe? The emergence of the insect tribe in Hangzhou City had gradually become known among various factions, turning into a hot topic both online and in reality. However, many harbored skepticism regarding Mu Qing, one of the city's heroes. After all, even the city lord, a formidable 9th-rank warrior, had succumbed to despair and self-detonated, making it perplexing and dubious that a mere martial artist like Mu Qing was heralded as a hero. What do you mean by that? With Lin Fei's temperament. Such words ignited his immediate fury as a 3-headed golden lion materialized behind him, unleashing a deafening roar. Mu Qing was astonished to observe a shift in Lin Fei's aura. Previously characterized by a domineering golden essence, it now exuded a tranquil charm. He glanced at Lin Fei's blood spirit, noting that amidst the 3 heads of the golden lion, a phantom head was struggling to break free. When that head materialized, it would signify Lin Fei's ascension to martial artist status. Mu Qing sensed that Lin Fei had garnered significant advantages from the Lin family, gaining fresh insights into his mutated blood spirit, thus setting him on the right path without further contemplation. I wonder if the ancestors of the Mu family possessed mutated blood spirits akin to my little black fish in the Dantian, Mu Qing mused curiously. Recalling that Lin Fei and Yang Shanshan's mutated blood spirits had previously manifested among their respective family ancestors. However, after some contemplation, Mu Qing decided against pursuing this line of thought, as his current relationship with the Mu family was rather tenuous. All right, enough of the noise, Ping Yi interjected, calming Lin Fei while casting a glare at Gong Shi, urging him to refrain from causing further disruption. Gong Shi had no choice but to fall silent, his expression betraying surprise as he realized that the emergence of Lin Fei's blood spirit had even caused a 5th-rank martial artist like himself to feel a twinge of trepidation. Hey, let us not quarrel. We have tasks ahead of us. Yang Kai-jin interjected diplomatically. Hearing this, Mu Qing inquired with curiosity, we have a mission already. Despite just joining? With a calm demeanor, he informed Mu Qing that upon learning of the addition of 3 new members, he had accepted a relatively simple task within the Yin Huang system yesterday, aimed at enhancing their cohesion. All rewards from this task would be allocated to the 3 of them. He was quite generous. Yang Kai-jin appeared indifferent, unaffected by the situation. Yet both Gong Shi and Cheng Mei expressed some resistance. Given that these 3 had just joined, it seemed unreasonable for them to receive rewards without contributing. Cheng Mei wore an expression of displeasure. After all, the task's rewards held little value for those of their martial prowess. It would be better to give them to Mu Qing and his companions. Pei Yi hastily interjected. Through much persuasion, he managed to temporarily quell Cheng Mei's discontent, though Gong Shi continued to cast hostile glances at Mu Qing and the others. At that moment, 5 individuals appeared outside the lounge. Haha, who would have thought? Elder Mu is so generous as to allow 3 novices to join your Qingqun guard, the leader exclaimed, laughing mockingly while deriding Pei Yi. Yang Kai-jin leaned closer to Mu Qing, informing him that the 5 were from the fire team, ranked 12th on the potential leaderboard, with their captain possessing a 6th-tier bloodline. The fire team was also a formidable contender for a top 10 position on the leaderboard. One of the top 5 teams had recently lost all its members in a perilous mission, resulting in their points stagnating. As long as the teams near the top 10 worked diligently to complete tasks and earn points, they could potentially replace that team within the top 10. The captain of the fire team then turned his gaze towards Mu Qing, taunting, "Oh, is this not our esteemed hero from Hangzhou?" He scrutinized Mu Qing and his companions, and upon confirming they were indeed martial artists of the 3rd tier, he erupted into laughter. "I must thank you. Do make sure to hinder the Qingqing guard's progress." The fire team captain extended his hand in a gesture of gratitude. Mu Qing momentarily paused, then smiled and shook hands with the captain. "I knew it. This fellow has joined us with the intent to sabotage our entry into the top 10. Cheng Mei exclaimed sharply. Pei Yi frowned. Although the fire team captain was mocking him, Mu Qing's handshake seemed unnecessary. However, soon everyone sensed something amiss. Chapter 199, Eastern District of Thunder Snake City. Suddenly, the fire team captain's expression contorted, undergoing a drastic change as beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He appeared to be in considerable agony. What's wrong with the captain? The members of the fire team looked perplexed, unable to comprehend why their captain was reacting so painfully over a mere handshake. It seemed that Mu Qing's strength was overwhelming, causing the captain distress. Cheng Mei's lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. A smirk crept onto Mu Qing's lips after shaking hands with the captain. He unleashed the power of the Titan race, allowing a surge of energy to flow through him, significantly amplifying his strength. At that moment, even a fifth-tier bloodline beast would struggle to surpass Mu Qing in sheer power. Captain Fire's complexion fluctuated between a ghastly pallor and a deep purple, as anguished cries escaped his lips. At that moment, he felt as though his entire hand was on the verge of being crushed. He attempted to retract his hand, only to discover that Mu Qing's grip was as unyielding as iron pincers, holding him firmly in place. What was happening? How could this young man possess such formidable strength? Captain Fire was astounded. He found himself utterly unable to withdraw his hand. A surge of energy emanated from Mu Qing's palm, intertwined with the power of lightning, rendering Captain Fire's entire arm numb and immobile, preventing him from channeling his own energy into it. Enough. One of the fire team members, sensing the dire situation, hastily intervened, unleashing a powerful force that sent Mu Qing sprawling. Several other members rushed forward to assist Captain Fire, their faces etched with shock as they realized that his arm had lost all sensation. Even the slightest touch elicited a jolt of electricity. Let us depart. Captain Fire cast a cold, piercing glance at Mu Qing before leading his team away. He now comprehended the true extent of Mu Qing's power, which was undoubtedly far beyond the mere third-tier martial artist he had initially presumed. Witnessing the fire team retreat in disarray, the Qing guards were taken aback. As skilled martial artists themselves, they recognized that both Mu Qing and Captain Fire had exerted their strength during the handshake. Initially, Captain Fire's palm had surged with energy, but it was abruptly severed by an inexplicable force from Mu Qing, rendering him incapable of infusing any energy into his hand. Indeed, Mu Qing was one of the heroes of Hangzhou City. Their admiration for him deepened. Pingyi's demeanor toward Mu Qing and his companions grew noticeably more amicable, and even Cheng Mei's expression softened slightly, though Gongxi maintained a hostile stance. Mu Qing observed the retreating figures of the fire team and took a deep breath to steady himself. The one who had struck at him was a fifth-tier martial artist. Even a mere shockwave from their attack had caused his blood to surge and forced him back several steps. Had he not cultivated the Titan clan's bloodline technique to a certain level, he would likely have sustained severe injuries had a different third-tier martial artist delivered that blow. We shall regroup tomorrow. I have arranged for an airship, Pingyi announced, suggesting everyone take the night to rest. The Yanhuang organization possessed many airships, and each team could reserve one for temporary use during missions, provided they had the necessary pilot's license. Later that evening, Mu Qing returned to his quarters. After parting ways with the Qing guards, he began to investigate information about the Thunderstar Corps within the Yanhuang organization. Regrettably, he found no fruitful leads. With a sigh, he attempted to contact Mu Yu for further information regarding the Thunderstar Corps, but was unable to reach him. It was evident that Mu Yu was preoccupied with something significant. This left Mu Qing somewhat distressed. Mu Yu had merely instructed him to seek out a Thunderstar Corps within the Yanhuang organization, yet he had never even seen what one looked like. The only encounters he had experienced involved the star cores of thunder attribute beasts. I say, Master Mu Qing, perhaps what your father desires you to acquire is the star core of a ferocious beast. Lazily sprawled upon the bed, Mouse 3 had discovered, since its introduction to human society, an abundance of delights absent in the realm of the ferocious beasts. Here, an array of delectable cuisines and recreational facilities awaited. Even the sleeping quarters were remarkably comfortable. Nestled within a silk cotton blanket, Mouse 3 seized a communication device, logged into Mu Qing's personal account, and ordered 2 servings of unbeatable spicy pizza. Beside it, Zhou Siyu drooled, incessantly wiping her plump little hands across her mouth. Naturally, Mu Qing's personal account was a result of her sorcery, a task she found exceedingly simple. The star core of our ferocious beasts embodies the entirety of energy cultivated throughout our lives. A core of exceptional quality could undoubtedly catalyze a transformation in your purple lightning bamboo, Mouse 3 remarked, exhibiting its profound understanding of ferocious beast star cores. Upon hearing this, Mu Qing unconsciously nodded, recognizing the merit in its words. However, when he glanced up, His expression soured as he noticed Mouse 3 had opened the door, revealing a service attendant from the Yanhuang organization who bore 2 steaming pizzas. This attendant, an ordinary person with merely a cultivation level of 8 segments of vital energy, displayed no signs of alarm upon encountering the 2-meter-tall mouse-human figure, calmly handing over the pizzas. "Ha ha ha, thank you," Mouse 3 exclaimed, its mouth watering profusely. Once the door was shut, it dashed back to the bed, sharing a piece of pizza with Zhou Siyu, both indulging in their feast. So spicy. Mu Qing was at a loss for words, but then contemplated a pivotal question, fixing his gaze on Mouse 3. "Where did you two acquire the funds for the pizza?" "Hiss. So spicy, so spicy." Mouse 3's tongue had turned crimson as it replied, "It's from the little ancestor." Black markings, manifestations of cursed power, appeared around Mouse 3's mouth, sealing it. Mu Qing shot a glare at Zhou Siyu, suddenly recalling her unique capabilities, undoubtedly having employed some incantation to gain access to his personal account. Zhou Siyu cast a pitiful glance at Mu Qing, but in the next moment, she was irresistibly drawn to the pizza, eagerly taking several bites. Wow, so spicy. The following day, Mu Qing met up with Ling Fei and others, proceeding together to the mission hall. By this time, Ping Yi and his companions had long been waiting, hastening toward Mu Qing and the others upon their arrival. "What weapons do you excel in? I can venture to the trading hall to procure some for you," Ping Yi offered with a smile. Yang Kai-jin chimed in, positioning himself beside Mu Qing. "Indeed, the weapons from the Yanhuang organization are crafted by alchemists, imbued with the attributes of ferocious beast-star cores. They are quite formidable." Mu Qing shook his head with a smile, expressing that he had no need for weapons, as the golden sickle obtained from the Kunlun secret realm sufficed. Ling Fei and Jiang Yuanjie also declined. Jiang, fondly known as Fatty, already possessed the golden spear gifted by Mu Qing, another treasure from the Kunlun secret realm. Together, these 2 golden artifacts, along with the golden longbow in Mu Lin's possession, were likely crafted by Mu Qing's father, Mu Yu, showcasing immense power and could be deemed divine weapons. As for Ling Fei, he had acquired numerous items from the Ling family, ensuring he was never short of weaponry. It was evident that Mu Qing and the others declined without any insistence, leading the members of Qing Guard into a vast space filled with various flying ships. Mu Qing gazed ahead, where rows of flying vessels belonging to the Yanhuang organization were lined up, each approximately 100 meters in size. At the deepest part of this expanse loomed a colossal ship, the Yanhuang vessel that had participated in the Battle of Hangzhou City. Our Qing Guard was ranked merely 11th on the potential leaderboard, thus only able to temporarily utilize ordinary flying ships devoid of any offensive capabilities. Observing some formidable teams in the distance, a hint of envy flickered in his eyes. Those combat-type flying ships were available exclusively to the powerful teams listed on the scoreboard, providing significant assistance in executing missions. "Oh, isn't this Qing Guard?" A sarcastic voice emerged from behind, belonging to the members of the fire team. The captain of the fire team cast a glance at Mu Qing, feeling a surge of trepidation within, his hand involuntarily trembling as if struck by electricity. He coughed a few times, and then turned his gaze toward Ping Yi, once again donning a mocking expression. "I've heard you're heading to the eastern district of Thunder Serpent City. Do remember to exercise caution. The top 5 team met their demise over there." The captain of the fire team smiled at Ping Yi, secretly wishing for the downfall of all members of Qing Guard. Chapter 200, Eastern District of Thunder Serpent City. "Say that again, if you dare." Cheng Mei's crystalline, delicate face flushed with rage upon hearing the captain's words. Her rounded thighs, encased in white thigh-high stockings, kicked out with a force that summoned sharp, blade-like gusts of wind. Cheng Mei's elemental affinity was wind. She could not only harness the power of the wind for perception, but could also unleash a tempest of tearing force. However, as the captain of the fire team beheld Cheng Mei's advance, a sinister smile crept onto his face. He extended his hand, enveloped in clusters of bright yellow flames, effortlessly dispersing the gale produced by Cheng Mei's leg. Seizing Cheng Mei's foot, the captain's hand trailed up her thigh, causing her face to pale with humiliation as she attempted to withdraw her leg. Yet, he was a formidable opponent, a 6th-tier bloodline warrior, far surpassing her in strength, and his overwhelming power confined her. The members of the fire team laughed maliciously, intensifying Cheng Mei's sense of degradation as she found herself at their mercy in front of so many witnesses. "Enough. At that moment, Ping Yi let out a roar and sprang into action. In an instant, he appeared before the captain of the fire team, delivering a powerful punch. Mu Qing, watching from behind, noticed a shadow resembling a colossal mountain subtly manifesting around Ping Yi, his presence becoming overwhelmingly substantial, as if capable of crushing everything in its path. The captain of the fire team, realizing the gravity of the situation, ceased his lewd antics, hastily releasing Cheng Mei's foot and retreating, while simultaneously striking out with his palm. Boom! Bright yellow flames clashed with pure earth energy in midair, causing the captain to stagger backward, while Ping Yi remained steadfast, firmly planted in place. He stood like an immovable mountain, emanating an aura of earthy resilience that filled the air around him. The recent clash clearly demonstrated the disparity in strength between the two sides. Were it not for the internal regulations prohibiting intense combat, the captain would have already buried that fellow beneath the earth. Cheng Wei glared fiercely at the members of the fire team. Mu Qing glanced at Yang Kaijin and Gong Shi, noticing their nods, indicating that in their estimation, Ping Yi's strength was formidable, certainly surpassing that of the fire team's leader. I warn you, if you dare to make such moves against my team again, I shall end your life. Ping Yi's expression was grave, his eyes glinting with coldness. With his fierce beard and intimidating visage, he momentarily instilled fear in several members of the fire team. With a disdainful snort, Ping Yi dismissed them, leading Mu Qing and the others into a flying vessel. Yang Kaijin entered the cockpit and began a series of intricate maneuvers, causing the entire craft to tremble. Above the vessel, the metallic ceiling retracted, revealing a vertically ascending circular passage. Yang Kaijin piloted the craft upward, ultimately departing from the mountain that housed the Yanhuang organization, soaring directly into the clouds. Although this vessel was among the most ordinary of flying crafts, it possessed commendable speed, having distanced itself from Beijing in less than 3 minutes. Captain, are you all right? A team member approached the leader of the fire team. Another member brought forth a first aid kit, concerned about the captain's potential injuries. The fire team leader waved them off, assuring them that his wounds were merely superficial. He then let out a cold chuckle and muttered, "They shall not fare well. From tomorrow onward, we will no longer see the Qing Guard." The surrounding fire team members gasped in astonishment, as if receiving unbelievable news. How infuriating! This is truly maddening. Cheng Wei fumed aboard the flying vessel, stamping her foot in agitation. All right, do not let your anger consume you, Ping Yi said with a wry smile. By the way, Captain, what precisely is the mission we are to undertake? Jiang Yuanjie inquired. He recalled hearing the fire team leader mention that their destination, the eastern district of Thunder Serpent City, was where a top 5 ranked team had met their demise. Mu Qing was equally curious, looking towards Ping Yi, who had previously indicated that they would first execute a simple task to enhance their compatibility. Rest assured, that team was annihilated by a formidable beast of the martial sovereign level. Ping Yi laughed heartily. He informed them that their task was merely a minor one. An alchemist within the Yanhuang organization required 10 martial master-level beast cores, and even cores from 4th-tier bloodline beasts would suffice. In comparison, this mission could be considered exceedingly easy. The 4 members of the Qing Guard all possessed bloodlines above the 5th tier, and even without the involvement of Mu Qing and the others, they could complete the task with ease. Given that it was an assignment issued by an alchemist, the rewards were typically quite substantial. Ping Yi felt a sense of pride, as he was known for his speed in claiming such lucrative and effortless tasks. Yet, he wondered if certain individuals would even struggle against a few 4th-tier bloodline beasts. Cheng Wei interjected with a sardonic remark from the side. Her mood was rather grim, and her disdain for Mu Qing and his companions intensified. Ling Fei, feeling a surge of anger, rose to take action, but was promptly restrained by Mu Qing and Jiang Yuanjie. As for Cheng Wei, Mu Qing remained indifferent, for they had been directly placed into the Qing Guard by Elder Mu, and prior to this, the members of the Qing Guard were unaware that new recruits would be joining. Typically, within the Yanhuang organization, new members are subjected to a preliminary assessment to ascertain their strength and capabilities. Thus, being forcibly integrated into the Qing Guard by Elder Mu inevitably bred some resistance and dissatisfaction among the group. Even Ping Yi, the captain, subtly revealed a lack of confidence in Mu Qing and his companions' abilities. Conversely, Yang Kaijin maintained a good rapport with Mu Qing's group, largely due to his association with Yang Jia. Suddenly, Mu Qing furrowed his brow. He had sensed a chilling aura of murderous intent. He swiftly glanced at the members of the Qing Guard, yet the presence of that malevolence was fleeting, vanishing before he could glean any clues. Looking to his side, he noted that neither Jiang Yuanjie nor Ling Fei seemed to perceive anything amiss, suggesting that the ominous intent was aimed solely at him. This perplexed him, leaving him uncertain as to who harbored such lethal intentions. "Did you feel that?" Mu Qing inquired of Zhou Siyu. However, both Zhou Siyu and Xu Laosan reported no sense of abnormality. Reluctantly, Mu Qing decided to set the matter aside for the time being. 10 minutes later, as Mu Qing peered outside the flying vessel, he beheld a colossal city, comparable in scale to Hangzhou. However, this city was in ruins, more desolate than Hangzhou post-infestation. He observed that the city was encircled by massive walls, most of which had collapsed, strewn with debris. Scattered across the ground were remnants of advanced weaponry, various cannons and firearms, all abandoned and covered in dust. This was Leixi City, once a bastion of humanity, now ravaged during the conflict against the Beast Clan, where the walls fell and countless lives were lost. Ping Yi's expression grew somber. Similar to Hangzhou and Beijing, which had stood as human triumphs over the Beast Clan, Leixi City bore the scars of defeat, having succumbed to the ferocity of the beasts. Within Huaxia, there were many such grand cities, and indeed, across the entire globe. Humanity still did not hold the upper hand. Despite the emergence of numerous human elites in recent years, the lairs of the beasts proliferated unabated. Leixi City was a stronghold of fearsome serpents, teeming with various snake-like beasts. The leader of the beasts in Leixi City, the Thunder Serpent, was a formidable 9th-tier martial sovereign, adept in the mastery of lightning. The flying vessel arrived in the eastern district of Leixi City, which was noted to have the fewest beastly inhabitants. This time, we need not delve deep. We only need to eliminate 10 4th-tier bloodline beasts, Ping Yi stated. Cheng Mei and her companions appeared remarkably relaxed, frequently delving into the lairs of ferocious beasts and battling 5th and 6th-tier monstrosities. To them, 4th-tier bloodline beasts were hardly worthy of mention. Yang Kaijin maneuvered the flying vessel to descend, and as Mu Qing and the others disembarked, the ship, which was an impressive 100 meters in size, gradually faded from view, an astonishing sight. Jiang Yuanjie exclaimed in disbelief, reaching out to touch the metallic shell of the vessel, which, though invisible, was tangible to his fingertips. Chapter 201. The intervention of Rat Old 3 Yang Kaijin informed Mu Qing and his companions that even the most rudimentary flying vessels of the Yan Huang organization possessed formidable cloaking capabilities. While various factions could construct their own flying ships, they lacked the ability to imprint the energy of ferocious beast cores or other treasures onto these vessels. Only alchemists could imbue flying ships with an array of unique abilities. The flying vessels of the Yan Huang organization incorporated special plants during their construction, allowing them to shield against the perception of ferocious beasts, ensuring that missions could be conducted without concern for unexpected incidents. Let us proceed. Ping Yi signaled to Mu Qing and his companions. Cheng Mei, Gong Shi, and Yang Kaijin had already entered their operational mode. Cheng Mei excelled at surveying her surroundings, her striking form perpetually enveloped in wisps of azure wind. She possessed an acute sensitivity to the fluctuations of the air. Any anomaly would be revealed to her through the power of the wind, proving far more effective than conventional mental probing. Gong Shi was a master of toxins, his blood spirit taking the form of an insect that could emit poisonous gas, having once felled a 6th-tier martial artist. Ping Yi led the way, his elemental affinity rooted in earth, favoring defensive capabilities over sheer combat prowess, enabling him to withstand frontal assaults with ease. Yang Kaijin walked in the center, his blood spirit manifesting as a foul-smelling flower, which, due to its non-heritage status in the Yang family, had been overlooked. However, upon joining the Yan Huang organization and enhancing his abilities, the unique powers of this malodorous bloom revealed themselves as a rare healing blood spirit. The noxious fumes it exuded could rapidly mend injuries, akin to Xuan Yi's medicinal gourd. Yet, the stench was so unbearable that most would faint upon inhalation. Mu Qing observed the quartet, noting their cohesion as a small unit, each member possessing distinct abilities. The power they unleashed when united would undoubtedly transcend superficial appearances. He understood why Cheng Mei and Gong Shi were so resistant to their inclusion in the Qing Guard. Given the current dynamics, their group required no 5th member, as any additional presence would only dilute their strength. After contemplation, Ping Yi ultimately decided to position Mu Qing and his companions alongside Yang Kaijin at the heart of their team. This decision sparked some dissent from Cheng Mei and Gong Shi. From this day forth, Mu Qing and his companions are also members of our Qing Cheng Guard. It is imperative to refine our synergy, not to voice grievances. Ping Yi admonished. Cheng Mei curled her lips in disdain, while Gong Shi shot a hostile glare at Mu Qing and his companions. To our right, two fierce beasts are approaching. They appear to be of the fourth-tier bloodline. Jiang Yuanjie suddenly halted, speaking in a grave tone. The group stopped, casting a puzzled glance at Jiang Yuanjie before shifting their attention back to Cheng Mei. Hey, I say, you glutton, could you refrain from your incessant chatter? Gong Shi could no longer contain himself and stepped before Jiang Yuanjie. He shouted, what are you even? Just a trifling third-tier martial artist. Cheng Mei, who is tasked with scouting, has detected nothing unusual. Why are you making such a fuss? Do you think you're something special? Jiang Yuanjie's expression shifted, his eyes gleaming with a cold light as a golden spear materialized in his hand, his aura surging fiercely. Dare you say that again? Jiang Yuanjie took immense pride in his perceptive abilities, which were exceptionally broad, surpassing even those of seventh-tier martial masters. Seeing this, Ling Fei also bellowed, summoning a three-headed golden lion behind him, his eyes taking on a faint golden hue, his presence even more formidable than Jiang Yuanjie's. He had long harbored dissatisfaction towards Cheng Mei and Gong Shi. Oh, what is this? Do you wish to fight? Gong Shi exaggerated his reaction, unable to accept the sudden emergence of three martial artists from the Qing guards. His blood spirit manifested as a bizarre, colossal insect, oozing venom, with tendrils of purple poison wafting into the air. Gong Shi conjured a mass of black mist that transformed into crows, launching themselves forward with ferocity. Yang Kaijin was taken aback by the scene. Gong Shi had unleashed his full power. The sky was filled with crows, numbering in the hundreds, each one imbued with terrifying toxicity. This venom was potent enough that even a fifth-tier bloodline martial artist might struggle to withstand it, let alone Mu Qing and his companions. Cheng Mei, standing beside Gong Shi, wore an astonished expression. Though she had been displeased with Mu Qing and his friends, she merely intended to voice her grievances. She had anticipated that Gong Shi would take it a step further and unleash lethal attacks. Enough. A towering figure appeared before Mu Qing and the others. It was Ping Yi. Anger was etched across his face as he glared at Gong Shi. The unexpected arrival of Mu Qing and his companions had already troubled him. But Gong Shi's inclination to escalate matters into conflict finally ignited his fury. A torrent of primal energy burst forth from Ping Yi, shattering the poisonous crows in the sky, causing the ground to crack like a spider's web. Gong Shi seemed to realize he had overstepped, hastily retracting his blood spirit. Ping Yi sighed, rubbing his temples. He was genuinely at a loss for how to foster better relations between Mu Qing's trio and Gong Shi. Why have you not reigned in your primal energy? Ping Yi turned, his expression one of bewilderment. He noticed that Jiang Yuanjie and Ling Fei had not only failed to withdraw their auras, but had instead intensified them, their primal energy surging violently. Even Mu Qing was enveloped in arcs of lightning, his eyes shimmering with a ripple of water. This is bad, Cheng Mei. It seems Mu Qing and his friends are rather incensed. Yang Kaijin was equally at a loss for what to do. Mu Qing chuckled softly, shaking his head, and remarked, our release of primal energy is naturally aimed at vanquishing the ferocious beasts. Ferocious beasts? The four from Ping Yi were utterly perplexed. Mu Qing was not angry with them, but rather focused on exterminating the beasts. At that moment, Cheng Mei's expression suddenly changed, the wind swirling chaotically around her form. To our right, two ferocious beasts approach. Her countenance was quite peculiar as she glanced at Jiang Yuanjie, seemingly in disbelief. The other three were equally astonished. The information Cheng Mei had just discerned was precisely what Jiang Yuanjie had mentioned earlier. Was it merely a coincidence? Ping Yi murmured softly. A roar echoed from afar. Two massive serpents, each over 10 meters long and adorned with dragon-like azure scales, emerged. Azure-scaled serpents. Yang Kaijin identified the colossal creatures. Allow me. Ling Fei was eager to prove himself, anxious to silence the disdainful Cheng Mei and Gong Shi. However, at that moment, the rodent named Lao San, perched on Mu Qing's shoulder, suddenly leaped forth. Its form expanded rapidly, transforming into a towering 10-meter-tall rodent human, emitting a piercing cry. Mu Qing furrowed his brow, puzzled by this unexpected emergence. These serpents possess a trace of dragon blood, which may be beneficial to the rodent. Zhao Siyu informed him from above. Chapter 202. Gradually delving into the eastern district Ling Fei. Let Lao San handle this. Mu Qing restrained Ling Fei. Since these serpents were of some utility to Lao San, it would be best to let him deal with them. After all, to Lao San, a creature of 6th-tier bloodline, these 4th-tier serpents were hardly a challenge. Ling Fei paused momentarily, then withdrew his primal energy, stepping aside to observe quietly. Meanwhile, the 4 from Pingyi were utterly astonished, watching as the towering Lao San advanced, mercilessly thrashing the 2 serpents. For Lao San, these 4th-tier serpents were akin to lesser beasts, his overwhelming presence forcing them to abandon any resistance. Crack, crack, crack. It seemed to revel in the experience, wielding one serpent in each hand and slamming them alternately to the ground, creating massive fissures. One could observe golden luminescence shimmering from Lao San's claws, resembling those of a dragon, tightly gripping the serpents as mysterious runes spread forth. This technique, known as the dragon grasp, was imparted to Lao San by Zhao Siyu. Of course, the true martial techniques of the dragon lineage were far superior to this simple grasp. Within Zhao Siyu's memories of the cursed deity, it was known that the Titan race possessed some knowledge of dragon martial arts, albeit only the most rudimentary forms. The truly powerful techniques were zealously guarded. Nevertheless, even with these ordinary skills, dealing with the 2 4th-tier serpents was exceedingly effortless. As Lao San's dragon-like claws reached out, he tore apart the serpents' bodies, a torrent of blood mist erupting into the air. With primal energy surging from his claws, Lao San refined the 2 serpents, ultimately distilling a drop of blood from each. It scurried back onto Mu Qing's shoulder, its form shrinking to become indistinguishable from an ordinary mouse. The 3rd mouse devoured the 2 precious droplets of blood it had painstakingly gathered, a faint golden light shimmering across its body. Regrettably, the energy contained within these 2 droplets was rather meager. It shook its head, feeling unsatisfied. Although these droplets were indeed beneficial, the dragon's power they contained was minimal, resulting in negligible enhancement. For reasons unknown, the ferocious beast here seemed to possess an exceedingly thin trace of dragon blood, at least. That was the case for the 2 massive serpents. The 3rd mouse informed Mu Qing that there might be treasures or rare herbs related to the dragon lineage within this Thunder Serpent City. The bloodline of dragons could not simply arise spontaneously, and ordinary azure-scaled serpents would not harbor dragon power. Thus, the only plausible explanation was that this Thunder Serpent City likely contained items associated with the dragon clan. With a flick of its tongue, the 3rd mouse wiped its saliva away, urging Mu Qing to remain vigilant. Should they truly uncover something related to the dragon lineage, they would indeed strike it rich. The mouse on your shoulder is a ferocious beast? Cheng Mei swallowed hard, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. Upon glancing at the nearby remains of the 2 colossal serpents, she realized that this was no mere illusion. The sudden appearance of the 3rd mouse had startled everyone. Wow, Mu Qing, I never imagined you had tamed such a formidable ferocious beast. Its prowess seems to rival that of our captain. Yang Kaijin observed the 3rd mouse perched on Mu Qing's shoulder with wide-eyed curiosity. He wished to approach for a closer look, yet hesitated, feeling a twinge of fear. Gong Shi's expression darkened, a flush of embarrassment creeping over his face. Earlier, he had scolded Jiang Yuanjie for speaking nonsense, only to discover that Zhang's intel was indeed accurate. Arriving at the truth even before Cheng Mei, Gong Shi had consistently mocked Mu Qing and his companions for their perceived lack of strength, believing their presence to be a hindrance. Little did he know that Mu Qing carried a powerful and fearsome rodent beast, one at the pinnacle of martial masters. Pingyi cast a glance at Mu Qing, but was not overly surprised. He had already sensed the unusual nature of the 3rd mouse, though initially unaware of its true power. Now, witnessing the mouse's abilities, he was greatly astonished, having assumed it to be a beast of mere 5th-tier bloodline, only to realize it was a creature on the verge of becoming a martial sovereign. Well then, let us attend to the carcasses of these ferocious beasts, Pingyi stated, moving alongside Yang Kaijin to handle the remains of the 2 serpents while the others remained vigilant, wary of any sudden attacks from lurking beasts. The corpses of the 2 colossal serpents had already withered, having been drained of all their blood by the 3rd mouse, leaving little of value. Pingyi and Yang Kaijin collected the star cores and serpent gallbladders from the giants, using a dagger to extract their fangs for safekeeping in their spatial rings. With just 8 more ferocious beasts, our task will be complete. It seems rather straightforward, Ling Fei remarked with a smirk. Yet, Yang Kaijin shook his head, replying, while this task may appear simple, one must always exercise caution. Should fortune not favor us, we might encounter formidable beasts that prove challenging to deal with. He recounted to Ling Fei that once, the Qing guards had been assigned a rather straightforward task to eliminate a 5th-tier ferocious beast. However, they unexpectedly encountered a terrifying 8th-tier martial sovereign beast midway. Had it not been for a top 10 team passing by fortuitously, the Qing guards would have surely perished. Yang Kaijin wore a look of lingering dread, evidently marked by the experience. Let us proceed. Ping Yi nodded at the group, rearranging their formation and positioning Mu Qing to walk alongside him at the forefront. The group ventured deeper into the eastern district of Thundersnake City, currently situated at its very edge where ferocious beasts were scarce. Only by advancing further would they encounter a greater number of these creatures. After 10 minutes, the Qing guards faced another beast, a 4-legged lizard with a slender body akin to that of a snake, yet with frightfully robust limbs. This was merely a 4th-tier beast, and Ling Fei took action immediately. He unleashed a thunderous roar, demonstrating a sonic attack that, coupled with his formidable close combat prowess, effortlessly dispatched the creature. His display of strength garnered the attention of the other Qing guards, shifting their perceptions. Cheng Wei's earlier discontent began to wane as she realized that the 3 newly joined warriors were not liabilities. In contrast, Gongxi continued to exude hostility, as if Mu Qing and his companions owed him millions. Mu Qing observed Ling Fei, noting his considerable enhancement in strength. It was evident that he had reaped significant benefits following his visit to the Ling family. Xu Lao San, perched lazily upon Mu Qing's shoulder, released a surge of primal energy, refining the blood of the 4-legged lizard into a single drop of the purest essence, which it consumed. A faint glow emanated from it, quickly fading away. The dragon power within these beasts was pitifully scant, far inferior to a mere drop of Ji Jia's ordinary blood. The Qing guards delved further into the eastern district of Thundersnake City. In the 203rd chapter, titled The Second Mission, a resounding thud echoed as the corpse of a ferocious beast collapsed before the Qing guards, marking their 10th kill. The beast's body dissolved at a visible pace, enveloped in toxic gas, ultimately leaving behind only a skeleton and an intact beast core. With a fierce glare, Xu Laosan fixed its eyes on Gongxi, baring its teeth in anger. Although the blood within the beasts of Thundersnake City contained minimal dragon power, even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. However, after Gongxi struck, a vast cloud of toxic gas enveloped the area, causing not only the blood but also the skin and internal organs of the beasts to vanish entirely. How could Xu Laosan absorb the essence containing dragon power under such circumstances? Mu Qing furrowed his brow, clearly recognizing Gongxi's deliberate targeting. The mission was accomplished in less than half a day's time. Yang Caijin's expression brightened with surprise. The execution speed of this task was not only swift, but even faster than before. Ping Yi nodded, a smile gracing his face. The prowess of Mu Qing and his companions far exceeds what is apparent on the surface, and the presence of the rat old 3 upon Mu Qing's shoulder significantly enhances the overall strength of the Qing guard. Perhaps it is time to undertake some more challenging missions, Pai Yi remarked. The current assignment is of the simplest level, primarily intended to assess the integration of Mu Qing and his companions. As he observed their progress, he noted that they had quickly adapted to the Qing guard, and Cheng Wei's initial disdain for them had notably diminished, indicating her tacit acceptance. Pai Yi cast a glance at Gongxi, suspecting that he was the only one still harboring bias against Mu Qing and his companions. Captain, shall we return to accept another task? Yang Kaijin inquired. There is no need. In fact, I have already taken on another mission, one that delves deep into the eastern district. Pai Yi responded, shaking his head with a smile. He stroked his scruffy beard, his face betraying a sense of pride, for he had actually accepted 2 missions, having completed the simpler one. They now only needed to venture into the eastern district to execute the next task. Let us proceed. Our second mission requires us to eliminate a 6th-tier beastmaster. Pai Yi led the group deeper into the eastern district, informing them that their target was an exceptionally brutal beast, distinct from others. This creature often strayed from Thundersnake City, possessing a unique ability to infiltrate human metropolises for the purpose of slaughter. The upper echelons of the Yan Huang organization had long been aware of this beast and had recently issued a bounty, which Pai Yi promptly accepted. Should we succeed in this endeavor, we shall earn a substantial amount of points, bringing us closer to the top 10 on the potential leaderboard. Pai Yi declared with a grin. However, his expression grew somber, especially concerning Mu Qing and his companions. We must bear in mind that we are to confront a 6th-tier beast. Should you find yourselves in peril, do not attempt to be brave. He cautioned them about the dangers of this mission, as venturing into the depths of the Eastern District posed threats not only from the designated target, but also from other formidable beasts. While he recognized that Mu Qing and his companions were stronger than their peers of the same realm, he harbored doubts about their ability to contend with 5th-tier bloodline beasts, let alone 6th-tier ones. Fear not. The 3 of us have Rat Old 3 to protect us, and we will be just fine, Mu Qing replied with a calm smile, gesturing to the rat perched on his shoulder. At this, Pai Yi remembered the presence of Rat Old 3 and felt considerably reassured. As the Qing Chung guard slowed their pace, they reached a deeper part of the Eastern District, and the expressions of Yang Kai-jin, Cheng Wei, and the others turned grave and serious. The area was rife with the potential emergence of 5th-tier or even 6th-tier bloodline beasts, necessitating vigilance even among those who had undertaken countless missions like Cheng Wei. 300 meters ahead lies a 5th-tier beast, and 200 meters behind are 3 4th-tier beasts. Jiang Yuanjie suddenly spoke, his perceptive abilities astonishingly acute. Mu Qing was aware that Jiang Yuanjie's blood spirit functioned like a unique camera, with a rare soul attribute of primal energy, which likely contributed to his formidable perception. Upon hearing Jiang Yuanjie's words, the members of the Qing Guard immediately adopted a serious demeanor. With a calm and composed authority, he issued commands for Gongxi and Cheng Mei to confront the 5th-tier ferocious beast ahead, while Mu Qing and his 2 companions were assigned to deal with the 3 4th-tier beasts trailing behind. This arrangement reflected his complete recognition of Mu Qing and his companions, acknowledging them as integral members of the Qing Guard. A colossal python emerged before them, its massive form adorned with shimmering golden patterns. Atop its head, a prominent bulge pulsated with a radiant energy, gathering strength before erupting forth. In a flash, Gongxi sprang into action, enveloped in a cloud of venomous gas, transforming into a giant of poison as he charged forward to engage the python in battle. The toxic fumes began to erode the creature's skin, leading to ghastly lesions. Meanwhile, Cheng Mei was shrouded in a cerulean whirlwind, vanishing in an instant. In the next moment, her curvaceous figure appeared behind the giant serpent. This was not mere invisibility, but rather a speed so extraordinary that it eluded the naked eye. 2 daggers materialized in her hands, though small. They were entwined with a mist of lethal poison, Gongxi's potent toxin. With a swift thrust, Cheng Mei drove the daggers into the python's flesh, causing the poison to spread rapidly. The serpent became paralyzed, its skin deteriorating under the onslaught as Gongxi unleashed a terrifying wave of venom, enveloping the entire creature and ultimately slaying it. The entire encounter transpired with remarkable swiftness, as they had coordinated their combat strategies through numerous previous battles, one striking from behind while the other drew fire from the front, effortlessly vanquishing the 5th-tier bloodline beast. At this juncture, the skirmish at the rear was drawing to a close. Although Jiang Yuanjie was not as adept in combat as Mu Qing and Ling Fei, he wielded the golden spear bestowed upon him by Mu Qing, a formidable weapon crafted by a master alchemist. Infused with primal energy, it pierced through the air like a dragon's bite, impaling the head of a 4th-tier beast. Mu Qing and Ling Fei engaged in close combat, with Ling Fei radiating a golden light. Each punch unleashed a piercing beam of brilliance, akin to a sword slicing through the air. Mu Qing, without even channeling his primal energy, exhibited immense strength, resembling a titan as he delivered a punch that left the beast before him dazed and disoriented. The creature, a red 4-legged serpent, retaliated angrily, unleashing flames that surged towards him. To his astonishment, a wall of earth materialized before him, absorbing the fiery assault before gradually crumbling. With a thunderous crack, Mu Qing propelled himself forward, appearing directly before the red serpent, and with a single punch infused with a tempest of electric energy, unleashed a cataclysmic force. In an instant, a massive crater formed in the ground as the serpent's body shattered, blood spraying across the terrain. Chapter 204 Acquaintance? Remarkable. Cheng Mei approached. Witnessing the sheer might unleashed by Mu Qing, her heart filled with astonishment. The expressions on Ping Yi and Yang Caijin's faces appeared somewhat peculiar, as they both realized that Mu Qing had not utilized any of his innate powers during the recent battle, relying solely on his physical strength. However, something was amiss. There was an additional force emanating from him. With narrowed eyes, Ping Yi discerned a hint of the extraordinary, increasingly convinced of Mu Qing's enigmatic nature. Not only had he tamed a 6th-tier bloodline beast, but his physical prowess was also formidable enough to obliterate a 4th-tier beast with a single blow. After clearing the battlefield of the beast's remains, Ping Yi and Yang Caijin extracted the beast's core and salvaged other valuable components from its carcass. Mu Qing cast a glance at Ping Yi, acknowledging his remarkable capabilities. Although Ping Yi had not engaged in combat, Mu Qing sensed that his mental acuity had been diligently monitoring both the front and rear skirmishes. Should the beasts launch an assault, Ping Yi would be poised to harness the power of the earth to erect walls of soil, effectively neutralizing the attacks. This ability would greatly minimize the risk of injury for the members of the Qing Guard during combat. With a faint smile, Mu Qing appreciated this teamwork for the first time, learning a great deal in the process. Once the remains were dealt with, the group ventured deeper into the eastern district. As they traversed the desolate streets, serpentine beasts had claimed dominion over most of Thunder Serpent City, with towering structures engulfed in the presence of these creatures. A holographic display emerged from Ping Yi's communication device, revealing a red marker indicating their objective. The higher-ups of the Yanhuang organization had already pinpointed the location of the beast with special abilities. All they needed to do was to travel to that site and eliminate it. There are 4 beasts on the left side of the building. Let us proceed to the right. Throughout their journey, Jiang Yuanjie consistently reported their surroundings, positioning himself centrally to sense the environment. Everyone had witnessed the extent of Jiang Yuanjie's perceptive powers and the accuracy of the intelligence he provided. Cheng Mei pouted, feeling somewhat disgruntled. She had initially been responsible for reconnaissance within the Qing Guard, yet it seemed Jiang Yuanjie had taken over this role. Nevertheless, even she had to concede that Jiang Yuanjie's abilities surpassed her own, extending far beyond her range of detection and yielding remarkably precise information. Cheng Mei even entertained the notion that there might be a small satellite of Jiang Yuanjie's design hidden in the sky. Ping Yi remained at ease, having fully recognized the capabilities of Mu Qing and his companions. With Jiang Yuanjie's formidable perception, he could thrive in any team. Even a squad ranked among the top 10, boasting a 9th-tier martial master, would surely welcome his inclusion. The group navigated through the eastern district of Thunder Serpent City. They had ventured into this area 3 or 4 times previously, each experience fraught with peril as 5th and 6th-tier beasts emerged in droves. However, with Jiang Yuanjie now part of their ranks, their return to the depths of the eastern district felt like a leisurely excursion. Whenever formidable beasts appeared, they were immediately detected by Jiang Yuanjie, allowing the group to circumvent them without incident. It was truly astonishing. No one had sustained injuries as they journeyed into the heart of danger. Yang Caijin's expression was one of astonishment. Throughout their journey, they had encountered remarkably few battles, and none had sustained any injuries. Do you really expect us to endure your foul odor? Cheng Wei rolled her eyes. Yang Caijin chuckled awkwardly, somewhat embarrassed. His blood spirit possessed extraordinarily potent healing abilities, yet it came with a significant drawback, an unbearable stench akin to flatulence. Thus, those who accepted his treatment had to endure the noxious aroma until the healing was complete. It's right ahead. Ping Yi's footsteps suddenly halted, and a glimmer of joy appeared on his face. Before them lay a vast underground parking garage, surrounded by a multitude of abandoned vehicles. This time, Jiang Yuanjie, you undoubtedly deserve the greatest credit. Ping Yi thumbed up at Jiang Yuanjie. Along their path, they had circumvented 4 6th-tier ferocious beasts, meaning that without Jiang Yuanjie, they would likely have faced those 4 beasts head-on, resulting in significant injuries even by the time they arrived here. Why is there blood on the ground? Cheng Wei furrowed her brows, noticing some bloodstains on the surface, still retaining warmth, evidently dripped recently. Let us go take a look. Ping Yi's expression grew serious as he led the way into the parking garage. He informed the others that, according to intelligence from the higher-ups of the Yanhuang organization, the beast for this mission possessed the unique ability to transform into a human, likely capable of ambushing them under the guise of humanity. I sense a familiar aura, murmured Zhou Siyu, her voice enveloped in a peculiar force that reached Mu Qing's ears. Mu Qing paused, inquiring further, Yet Zhou Siyu could not recall the source, only feeling a connection to a kindred power. This left Mu Qing perplexed, questioning whether a curse might linger in this underground parking garage. "There is someone over there," Gongxi exclaimed, pointing into the distance. It was then that Mu Qing and the others noticed a figure in red clothing, gnawing upon a human corpse beside a dilapidated vehicle. Blood flowed from the figure, pooling on the ground, confirming that the blood Qing Wei had spotted earlier belonged to this individual. "Indeed, this must be our target," Pingyi shouted, and the innate energy surged within the Qing guards, preparing for battle. A yellowish glow flickered around Pingyi as a massive hammer materialized in his hands, striking down with ferocity. Qing Wei and Gongxi followed closely behind, their poison and tempest combining to create a toxic storm of considerable might. Boom! A crimson barrier suddenly materialized, absorbing all their attacks. The entire underground parking garage trembled, debris falling as if on the verge of collapse. Dust and smoke rose, obscuring everyone's vision. Qing Wei summoned a whirlwind, sweeping away the haze, only to reveal a figure, unscathed and pristine, standing before them. This figure was none other than the one who had been devouring the human corpse, clad in blood-red garments, exuding a savage and bloodthirsty aura that had reached the 6th-tier bloodline level. It was indeed him. The unique and fearsome creature spoken of by the leaders of the Yin Huang has transformed into human form, claiming countless lives. With a thunderous roar, Pingyi wielded his massive hammer, striking without hesitation towards that figure. Pingyi possessed tremendous strength, and upon unleashing his primal energy, he embodied the power of a mighty mountain. Yet, the figure, enshrouded in a crimson glow, conjured a blood-red barrier, effortlessly fending off the assault. His gaze swept across the surroundings, ultimately resting upon Mu Qing and his companions. It had been a long time since they last met, and Mu Qing was taken aback to encounter familiar faces in such an unexpected place. Chapter 205. The Bloodbat reappears. Pingyi and his companions were momentarily stunned, and as they followed the direction of the stranger's gaze, they noticed Mu Qing and Jiang Yuanjie wearing expressions of grave concern, even shock. Mu Qing inhaled deeply, his heart racing at the sight of the blood-enshrouded figure before him. For this was none other than the Bloodbat they had encountered within the depths of the Kunlun secret realm. Ling Fei had never encountered the Bloodbat personally, but had only heard tales from Mu Qing and the others, who had braved their way through Thunderstorm City in the Kunlun secret realm. Initially, the Bloodbat had been slain by a statue, only to be controlled by the cursed flower, becoming akin to a puppet. Now, Mu Qing could hardly fathom that the Bloodbat had resurfaced. "How did you escape from the Kunlun secret realm?" Mu Qing inquired solemnly, aware that the mission's target was the Bloodbat. The creature's ability to assume human form, coupled with its formidable original form, posed a significant threat. It was no wonder that Zhou Siyu felt a familiar resonance of power before her birth. She had absorbed the Bloodbat's vitality, and now, having been revived by the cursed flower's influence, the Bloodbat wielded cursed power. "How else could I have emerged? Of course, it was the cursed flower that brought us out." The Bloodbat sneered, blood cascading from its form, pooling ominously around it. "We, the three of them, Mu Qing, Jiang Yuanjie, and Ling Fei, felt their pupils constrict in disbelief. The Bloodbat had transformed significantly. Once a mere puppet, it now possessed its own intellect. From its words, it seemed that even the Frog King and Spider Queen had also escaped from the Kunlun secret realm. Perhaps even the cursed flower had taken root somewhere on Earth. How is this possible? Rat 3S bristled in alarm. Pingyi and his companions exchanged bewildered glances, unable to fathom how Mu Qing and his friends were acquainted with this savage beast, and perplexed by the strange topics being discussed. "Captain, look at those corpses." Cheng Mei tugged at Pingyi's sleeve, pointing towards the area beside the Bloodbat. Surrounding the remains of the humans the Bloodbat had devoured lay several more corpses, their faces hauntingly familiar. They belonged to the top 5 teams on the potential rankings, all of whom had perished during a perilous mission in the eastern district of Thunderstorm City. Could it be that this very beast was responsible for their deaths? Pingyi's pupils dilated as he sensed the gravity of the situation. The strength of the Bloodbat far exceeded his expectations. The team ranked among the top 5 and potential possesses 2 6th-tier martial artists, while the others are all 5th-tier martial artists. Yet, they were all vanquished by the Bloodbat, which underscores the formidable strength of the opponent. To my astonishment, my whereabouts have been discovered by humans. However, it matters not, for I shall eliminate you all. The blood bat cackled maniacally, an endless stream of blood seemingly dripping from its form onto the ground. With a tremendous crash, the entire underground parking garage trembled. Behind the blood bat, stones fell, and a massive chasm was created in the parking lot, allowing sunlight to pour in. But soon, a colossal shadow emerged, blotting out all light. It was a gigantic, blood-red bat. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought I would encounter an acquaintance today? Regrettably, there is no time for pleasantries. You shall all perish here. The blood bat laughed wickedly. The pool of blood beneath it spread rapidly, enveloping the entire underground parking garage in a crimson glow as the massive blood bat charged forth. Mouse Third, Qing shouted. Mouse Third, aware of the dire situation, leapt into action, his body expanding to match the size of the blood bat, reaching dozens of meters. He let out a roar akin to a dragon's, unleashing various dragon techniques. Dragon claws, dragon tails, and dragon roars erupted forth, threatening to reduce the entire parking garage to ruins. Ping Yi also sprang into action, wielding a colossal hammer and swinging it forcefully towards the humanoid bloodbat. Qing, what on earth is that creature? Cheng Wei inquired, her eyes fixed on the bubbling pool of blood not far away, feeling a wave of nausea. From the outset, Qing and his companions had exhibited familiarity with the bloodbat, prompting her question. Qing took a deep breath, offering little explanation, merely stating that the blood bat was a terrifying beast that had perished only to be resurrected by some unknown force. As they observed the distant battle, everyone realized their disparity in strength, rendered unable to intervene. Even Cheng Wei and Gong Shi, both fifth-tier bloodline warriors, felt the overwhelming power radiating from the clash between the blood bat and their captain, along with Mouse Third. Are we to remain mere spectators? Cheng Wei stomped her foot. Anxious, Qing's eyes flickered as a transparent crystal appeared in his hand, which he hurled toward the bloodbat's form with great force. Boom! A blinding light exploded forth, dazzling like the emergence of a sun, as the energy within the crystal erupted violently. A large hole manifested in the body of the bloodbat, yet almost immediately, blood from the pool surged forth in columns, pouring into the bloodbat and healing its wounds. Why is it so tenacious? As Ping Yi battled the humanoid bloodbat, blood began to trickle from the corner of his mouth. His hand gripping the giant hammer trembled violently. He found that the peculiar dark powers unleashed by the humanoid bloodbat disrupted the flow of his innate force. A smirk of disdain appeared on the bloodbat's face. It possessed the strength of a sixth-tier martial artist, and its true form shared the same prowess, both mastering the art of curses, capable of contending even with seventh-tier martial masters. Compared to his time in the Kunlun secret realm, his strength has seen a remarkable enhancement. Anxious and restless, he regretted accepting this task. He could sense that he was no match for the bloodbat. Once the cold, dark energy accumulated within him completely froze his veins and meridians, he would be rendered incapable of wielding his original power. At that point, they would undoubtedly be slaughtered by the bloodbat. Third Mouse, you are, after all, a fierce beast. Yet it is surprising to see you submit to a mere third-tier bloodline human. However, there do seem to be certain advantages in servitude, as your cultivation has surprisingly reached the sixth-tier bloodline. The bloodbat marveled in astonishment. Third Mouse was enraged and shouted, Are you not merely a lackey of the cursed flower? I can still move freely, while you are destined to be a puppet for the rest of your life. The bloodbat's expression stiffened, clearly stung by Third Mouse's words. His demeanor turned fierce, his body radiating a brilliant crimson light, as though he intended to unleash a devastating attack. Yet, at that moment, the bloodbat's expression suddenly shifted, glancing at Qing and the others. He withdrew all his power, and his colossal form dissipated in a flash of blood light. Remember, the fourth floor of the museum will always be reserved for you. The bloodbat said to Third Mouse, a wicked smile gracing his lips, before he vanished, enveloped in black patterns. Chapter 206. The stench of healing. Deep within the underground parking garage in the eastern district of Thunder Serpent City, the place lay in ruins. In less than half an hour of battle, the entire parking structure had been nearly obliterated, with dust and debris swirling everywhere. Qing took a deep breath as Third Mouse returned to his shoulder, his expression somewhat heavy, just as they had anticipated. The fourth floor of the museum was indeed prepared for the likes of the Toad King, Spider-Woman, and the other fierce beasts. Third Mouse had followed Qing, narrowly escaping capture by the cursed flower. Otherwise, he too could have ended up a puppet, like the bloodbat. However, from the bloodbat's parting words. It was evident that the cursed flower had no intention of letting Third Mouse go, as the fourth floor of the museum would always remain reserved for him. Third Mouse's fur bristled, baring his teeth in fear. He was inherently timid, especially when faced with the power of curses, which cast a shadow over his heart. Strange. That bloodbat clearly had the opportunity to kill us. Why did it suddenly leave? Jiang Yuanjie mused with curiosity. Qing furrowed his brow, speculating that perhaps the cursed flower had summoned the bloodbat back, likely indicating some occurrence on their end. It appeared that only the cursed flower possessed the power to forcibly recall the bloodbat, who had already become a puppet. Qing, what is happening? Pingy gasped, his injuries evident as he turned to Qing for answers. They could all tell that Qing and his companions were somewhat familiar with the bloodbat. Coughing, Qing's eyes darted before he replied. The bloodbat is an enemy of Third Mouse. I encountered it when I accompanied my elder to tame Third Mouse. Regarding the matter of the cursed flower, Qing chose not to disclose anything and instead fabricated a convenient lie. So it is. No wonder that bloodbat seems to harbor a palpable animosity towards you. Yang Kaiji nodded, suddenly enlightened. Pingy glanced at Qing, although his expression revealed nothing. An instinct told him that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Never mind, I shall not meddle in their affairs. After contemplating for a moment, he chuckled softly and shook his head. Kaijin, come over and assist me with my injuries, Pingy called out, gesturing for Xuan San to also receive Yang Caijin's treatment. The recent battle belonged to the realm of 6th-tier bloodlines, and Qing and the others sustained no injuries, while Pingy and Xuan San bore some minor wounds. Though these were mere trifles, if left untreated, they could detrimentally affect one's overall strength. Xuan San leaped to the ground, its form expanding to 2 meters in height. Standing alongside Pingy, it suddenly recalled that Yang Kaijin's method of healing involved a foul odor. Although the results were remarkably effective, the stench was utterly unbearable. Feeling somewhat apprehensive, Xuan San glanced at Pingy, who remained composed, thus alleviating its concerns, thinking it might not be as wretched as imagined. I shall begin. Yang Kaijin nodded towards the man and the mouse, then released his blood spirit. His blood spirit took the form of a magnificent flower, boasting broad red petals adorned with white speckles. At the center of this floral marvel was a black orifice, resembling a gaping maw. Suddenly, an odd sound erupted, reminiscent of flatulence, as a yellow-brown gas wafted forth from the flower's dark opening. On the other side, Cheng Wei and Gong Shi hastily covered their noses and retreated several meters. Upon witnessing this, Qing swiftly followed suit, already detecting a hint of the foul odor, and promptly executed a flash of lightning to position himself a considerable distance away. Ling Fei and Jiang Yuanjie likewise retreated in haste. Their sudden movements startled Xuan San, who caught a glimpse of Pingy donning a gas mask without his notice. What on earth? Xuan San was taken aback. The noxious fumes from Yang Kaijin were truly alarming, prompting even the captain to wear a gas mask and hold his breath just to endure. Cheng Wei, observing that Xuan San possessed nothing for protection, shouted urgently. Xuan San's fur bristled once more, but it was too late. The yellow-brown gas seemed to possess a will of its own, directly infiltrating Xuan San's mouth and nostrils. Stop! Xuan San collapsed, writhing on the ground, froth spilling from its mouth. Pingy glanced at Xuan San, silently mourning. Each member of the Qing Guard carried a gas mask precisely for such occasions. 3 minutes later, the injuries on Pingy and Xuan San had healed. Pingy appeared revitalized, his spirit restored to its peak. In contrast, although Xuan San's wounds had vanished completely, it remained sprawled on the ground, mentally shattered, its sense of smell irrevocably damaged. How foul! Xuan San repeatedly murmured, only gradually regaining its composure after a lengthy duration. Captain, the bloodbat has fled. What shall we do about our mission? Cheng Mei inquired. If we fail, we will certainly lose some points. Pingy replied with a wry smile and a shake of his head. We must abandon the pursuit. Even if the bloodbat had remained, we would not have been able to contend with it. He had initially believed that with the combined strength of himself and Radold III, both possessing 6th-tier bloodlines, they could even stand against a 7th-tier martial sovereign. However, he had miscalculated. The bloodbat was overwhelmingly powerful. Its humanoid form alone bore 6th-tier strength, and its true form was on the brink of 7th tier. Had it not abruptly utilized a secret technique for reasons unknown, their Qing Guard would have been in grave danger. Wait, It seems you haven't fully recovered. Ping Yi suddenly frowned, realizing that a chilling force still lingered within him. That was the bloodbat's unique power. Allow me, Mu Qing said, stepping forward. He understood that the force Ping Yi referred to was a curse, one that could not be dispelled by ordinary means and would cause severe repercussions if it remained. Mu Qing grasped Ping Yi's hand, and a series of black patterns manifested on Ping Yi's body, flowing into Mu Qing's arm before vanishing. Ping Yi felt the oppressive coldness dissipate entirely. Simultaneously, his curiosity about Mu Qing deepened. He sensed there were many secrets within him. Mu Qing smiled at him. For it was actually Zhao Siyu who had intervened to absorb the curse, and the same was true for Rat Old 3. Captain, I believe our mission can still continue. Gong Shi, who had remained silent, suddenly approached Ping Yi. I think our target is not the bloodbat, but another ferocious beast. Oh, Ping Yi responded, intrigued. Chapter 207. The Insect Clan. Gong Shi. Ping Yi found Gong Shi's words somewhat perplexing, as their task was to slay a particular ferocious beast capable of disguising itself as a human. Furthermore, the intelligence from the higher echelons of Yan Huang specifically indicated that this beast was exceedingly brutal, in terms of both strength and unique abilities. The bloodbat fit the description provided in the mission briefing, particularly regarding its vicious nature. When they first encountered the bloodbat, they had witnessed it devouring human corpses, with several bodies strewn about, including those from a team that ranked in the top 5 on the potential leaderboard. By any measure, the mission clearly pointed to the bloodbat, which had also appeared at the designated location. Gong Shi shook his head, chuckling, though it was a chilling laugh that left Cheng Mei and the others feeling uneasy. In the next instant, all eyes widened in shock as they beheld Gong Shi's blood spirit manifest, emitting a series of haunting roars. It is the Insect Clan. Zhao Siyu sensed a familiar aura and quickly conveyed this to Mu Qing. She informed him that she detected a pronounced Insect Clan presence emanating from Gong Shi's blood spirit. Strangely, when Gong Shi had previously harnessed the power of his blood spirit, there had been no trace of Insect Clan energy, yet now it was unmistakably potent. Zhao Siyu found herself equally confounded. Though it may seem astonishing, she indeed sensed that Gong Shi's blood spirit had begun its transformation into that of the insectoid race. Our mission, of course, can continue, for the ferocious beast that the higher-ups of Yanhuang wish to eliminate is not the bloodbat. The corpses littering the ground are not the result of the bloodbat's rampage, but rather my own handiwork. Gong Shi's expression grew increasingly sinister. He let out a thunderous roar. What they seek to destroy is me. With a deafening crash, the blood spirit behind him emitted a piercing, bizarre cry and descended to the ground, towering over 10 meters high, surrounded by toxic vapors, with venomous liquid oozing from its maw. The transformation was complete. His blood spirit had utterly morphed into a creature of the insectoid race. Zhou Siyu screamed in horror. Even she, who possessed the memories of the cursed deity, could not fathom such a turn of events, for she had never envisioned that the insectoids possessed such capabilities. Gong Shi, you are indeed one of them. Ping Yi was taken aback, while Cheng Mei and Yang Kai also felt immense shock. They could hardly accept that Gong Shi, who had fought alongside them for years, was now an insectoid. Since the attack on Hangzhou City by the insectoid race, news about them had spread among the major factions. Essentially, anyone at the martial artist level was aware that another race had emerged on this earth, the insectoids. Gong Shi's face contorted grotesquely, tendrils of toxic gas swirling around him, his eyes glowing with a malevolent green light. Beside him, the once blood spirit had transformed into a formidable insectoid, its massive frame adorned with barbed spikes, venom dripping from its jaws, occasionally emitting a chilling roar. Indeed, I was chosen by the great insectoid race years ago to become one of their warriors. Gong Shi sneered. In the next moment, the venomous creature beside him let out a roar, its toxic tendrils morphing into chains that lunged towards Mu Qing. Startled, Mu Qing hastily evaded, while a wall of earth rose before him. It was Ping Yi intervening. With a resounding crack, Gong Shi chuckled as the chains of toxic gas shattered the earthen barrier, relentlessly advancing towards Mu Qing. Not so fast. Rat Old 3 revealed its true form, channeling energy to conjure a colossal dragon claw that shattered the chains. Remarkably strong, Rat Old 3 bore some wounds, even losing tufts of fur, having been grazed by the poisonous vapors. Had it not employed the dragon techniques that Zhou Siyu had taught it, its very hands might have rotted away from that encounter. That insect appears to possess a bloodline of the 7th tier. Rat Old 3's expression grew grave. Mu Qing was astonished. He could feel that Gongxi's inherent strength had not changed much, perhaps even slightly diminished, due to his blood spirit's transformation into an insectoid. However, the power of this insectoid far exceeded anyone's expectations, as it was evidently a creature of the martial lord level. Pingyi's expression was heavy. The earthen wall he had created to protect Mu Qing had been obliterated, not due to the wall's weakness, but because the adversary's strength was overwhelming. He was filled with concern, constantly calculating whether he and Rat Old 3 could defeat this formidable venomous creature before them. Gongxi, have you betrayed humanity without fear of being scorned by the masses? Cheng Mei exclaimed in anger, her bosom heaving with indignation. Gongxi shook his head, teetering on the brink of madness, and bellowed, "In the beginning, my blood spirit was exceedingly weak, subjected to the ridicule of countless individuals. I utilized my original blood spirit as nourishment to sustain the insect warriors, which has led to my current prowess. Choosing the insect race is a matter of glory for me." He has gone mad, completely unhinged. Yang Kai-jin inhaled sharply, unable to fathom the reasoning behind Gongxi's decision. It turned out that Gongxi's blood spirit was not a toxic creature. Initially, its efficacy was minimal, making cultivation arduous. Yet, he offered this blood spirit as sustenance to the insect race, allowing them to thrive. As one who has taken the insect race as my blood spirit, I endure a daily torment of murderous desire. I have long since had my fill. Now that the insect race has descended, I no longer need to conceal myself. I can finally and openly slay humanity. The green light in Gongxi's eyes grew ever more radiant as he erupted into maniacal laughter, peculiar spots appearing on his body, along with numerous mysterious patterns. Ping Yi, astonished, finally comprehended that Gongxi was indeed the target of this mission. "Come forth," Gongxi commanded softly, and the underground parking lot trembled as insect eggs erupted from the depths of the earth. Splurt! These eggs burst, green liquid splattering everywhere, as bizarre insects emerged, jet black in color, with scythe-like wings. In total, there were over a dozen of these creatures, each possessing the power of a 5th-tier bloodline. It seemed that a great battle was imminent. Mu Qing's expression grew grave, while Jiang Yuanjie and Ling Fei prepared for combat. Having experienced the insect race's attack on Hangzhou City, they had thought the invasion was just beginning, unaware that the insect race had been laying plans for years. Hiss! The insects lunged forward, while a particularly venomous one released a horrifying cloud of toxic gas, enveloping the area in a shroud of darkness. Mu Qing, you have thwarted the insect race's grand plan to resurrect the king insect. They will make you pay dearly. Gongxi strode toward Mu Qing. At that moment, Mu Qing finally grasped why Gongxi had always harbored hostility toward them since they joined the Qing Guard. Chapter 208. Confronting Gongxi, Mu Qing suddenly realized that the target of Gongxi's animosity was not Jiang Yuanjie or Ling Fei, but rather himself. During the Hangzhou incident, Ji Xiangfeng and the other factions of the insect race aimed to resurrect the king insect through a blood sacrifice formation. That plan was poised for success, impervious even to Yan Huang and the Federation, but it was effortlessly thwarted by Mu Qing's small control stone. No one had anticipated that the rumored 9th-tier ferocious beast lurking beneath West Lake was, in fact, a king-level beast. The battle in Hangzhou was a pivotal moment for the insect race. Once the king insect fully revived, it would possess terrifying power, surpassing that of a king, capable of leading the insect race to easily conquer Huaxia and dominate the entire Earth. Regrettably, the Zerg met with failure. The Overmind did not acquire sufficient blood and ultimately managed to awaken only by relying on the majority of Ji Xiangfeng's essence. The barely awakened Overmind possessed merely the strength of a 9th-tier bloodline and could only escape with Ji Xiangfeng and the others by virtue of the Zerg's treasured blood orb. "Rest assured, I shall not allow you to perish so easily," the Overmind declared, its voice a chilling promise. "I have been instructed to let you experience what it means to be consumed by a multitude of insects." Gongxi grinned menacingly as he approached Mu Qing, his form aglow with a flickering green light, surrounded by a miasma of toxic gas, his aura chaotic and disordered. The transformation into a Zerg had significantly augmented his powers. Yet as a 5th-tier bloodline martial artist, he remained confident in his ability to contend with Mu Qing. Aware that Mu Qing relied on the assistance of Mouse III, he noted that the latter had no time to aid him now, as the poisonous insect possessed 7th-tier capabilities, barely able to contend against both Ping, Yi, and Mouse 3rd. Surrounded by a swarm of black insects, Yang Kai and the others found themselves ensnared in dire straits, leaving Mu Qing utterly isolated. Gongxi advanced towards Mu Qing, deliberately delaying the moment of death, wishing to witness the despair etched upon Mu Qing's face as he watched the Qingsheng guards succumb to the Zerg one by one. Gongxi, stop toying with him. Finish him off. At that moment, a figure enveloped in radiant gold materialized in the underground parking lot. This individual also bore a 5th-tier bloodline, yet their aura was palpably stronger than that of Gongxi and Cheng Mei, though obscured by the golden light. The rising temperature around them was unmistakable. Indeed, Gongxi's expression shifted abruptly, tinged with a hint of trepidation. It was evident that the person shrouded in golden light held a significant position within the Zerg, commanding such obedience from Gongxi. Ping, Yi, and the others were equally astonished by the sudden appearance of this figure, as their physique unmistakably suggested they were human. They struggled to reconcile this revelation. Having assumed that traitorous humans like Ji Xiangfeng were exceedingly rare, yet now faced with a multitude of such betrayers among their kind. Wang Sheng, since you are here, why conceal your presence? Mu Qing suddenly fixed his gaze upon the golden figure, a faint smile gracing his lips. The figure visibly trembled, further affirming Mu Qing's recognition of their identity. The familiar aura emanating from them confirmed it was indeed Wang Sheng. No wonder you were able to thwart the Zerg's assault on Hangzhou. You are truly formidable. The golden light surrounding Wang Sheng dissipated as he turned his attention to Mu Qing, a hint of nostalgia in his heart. He had once underestimated Mu Qing during their time in the Kunlun secret realm, perceiving him as no threat, scarcely even a genius. However, subsequent events had unveiled the true terror of Mu Qing, even thwarting the Zerg's plan to resurrect the Overmind. Regrettably, I cannot remain for long. Lest I be discovered by the Federation, Wang Sheng lamented, shaking his head with a sigh, yearning to eliminate Mu Qing at that very moment. However, he found himself unable to act. From the moment Mu Qing revealed the connection between the Wang family, Wang Sheng, and the insect race, the Federation had begun to monitor him closely. If he remained exposed for too long, it was likely that powerful entities from the Federation headquarters would mobilize. Enjoy the might of our insect race, Wang Sheng remarked with a smile before vanishing in a flash of golden light. Prepare to meet your demise. Gongxi surged forward, obeying Wang Sheng's command to eliminate Mu Qing directly. Dense clouds of toxic gas spiraled around his form, coalescing into a towering, 10-meter-high giant of venom, wielding a massive poisonous fork that dripped with a viscous purple liquid. As the liquid splattered onto the ground, it swiftly corroded the earth, revealing the terrifying potency of the toxin. Mu Qing unleashed a torrent of original energy, summoning forth his full power. Although he was merely at the 3rd-tier bloodline level, the substantial augmentation from his dual blood spirit made him nearly as formidable as a 4th tier. Particularly, the electric energy coursing through him harbored an extraordinarily domineering strength, capable of erupting at any moment, potentially overwhelming even a 5th-tier martial artist. Gongxi frowned, sensing a hint of an unnerving power emanating from Mu Qing. It is prudent to strike first. He lunged forward, thrusting his poisonous fork downward as the swirling gas transformed into a clawing dragon. Boom! The ground trembled violently under the force of his full-strength assault, creating a deep crater. The toxic gas spread, dissolving nearby vehicles, leaving their metallic frames to disintegrate. Gongxi scowled, realizing that his strike had met only air. Mu Qing had seemingly vanished. Behind him, in the next moment, Gongxi pinpointed Mu Qing's location, right behind him. He swiftly turned to see Mu Qing clad in a black robe, wielding a golden scythe, from which erupted a dazzling burst of golden light. Rumbling, a crescent of golden radiance swept forth, cleaving Gongxi's form in two, causing 2 distant supporting pillars to shatter and collapse. Water streams appeared around Mu Qing, filled with intricate runes, suggesting an underlying, formidable energy within the seemingly ordinary water. With a flick of his fingertip, the streams coalesced into a dragon, hurtling toward Gongxi's head with a fierce rush. Bang! The toxic gas erupted, unleashing an overwhelming surge of energy that obliterated Gongxi's body. Yet, Mu Qing's expression bore no trace of joy. He sensed that Gongxi was not so easily vanquished. As anticipated, the surrounding toxic gas reformed into a figure, Gongxi. Seemingly unscathed, He flexed his limbs and grinned at Mu Qing. I didn't expect a third-tier martial artist to possess such strength. Gongshi was taken aback by Mu Qing's prowess. In the next instant, his body swelled, undergoing a drastic transformation until he materialized before Mu Qing as a colossal insect. Chapter 209. The formidable Gongshi Mu Qing gazed in astonishment at the creature before him, a grotesque insect adorned with barbed spines, its body oozing crimson fluid, and its mandibles lined with razor-like teeth, reminiscent of the venomous insects he had encountered. Have you even transformed your body into that of a bug? Mu Qing inquired, furrowing his brow. Since I have chosen to ally myself with the insect race, what purpose does the human form serve me? Gongshi retorted, launching himself at Mu Qing with astonishing speed. With a sickening thud, a spray of blood erupted as a grievous wound appeared on Mu Qing's shoulder, accompanied by the dispersal of toxic gas. He felt a sudden rigidity overcome him, the noxious fumes suppressing the primal energy within, seeping into his mind and dulling his consciousness. Realizing the peril he was in, Mu Qing's internal electric energy surged forth, circulating through his body and shattering the toxic vapors upon contact. A shadow darted past. Gongshi, now in his insect form, moved with breathtaking swiftness, inflicting several more wounds upon Mu Qing's body. With a resounding crash, Gongshi collided violently with Mu Qing, causing him to cough blood and hurtle backward. Though Mu Qing's electric energy could nullify Gongshi's toxins, the latter was inherently formidable, a fifth-tier martial artist, 2 ranks superior to Mu Qing. Desperate, Mu Qing unleashed the full extent of his abilities, wielding a golden sickle that emitted brilliant crescent-shaped arcs of light. Yet, the disparity in their strengths was palpable. Gongshi was no ordinary fifth-tier martial artist, and even without the blood spirit, his power was akin to that of a near sixth-tier warrior. With Mu Qing's current prowess, enhanced by the electric energy derived from the Titan lineage, he could only contend with typical fifth-tier martial artists. Facing an elite like Gongshi was utterly beyond his capabilities. Meanwhile, Pingyi and his companions found themselves in a precarious situation. Confronted by a seventh-tier venomous insect of great might, its toxic fumes coiling like a roaring dragon. Had it not been for the low intelligence of this creature, both Rattled 3 and Pingyi would have surely met defeat by now. They discerned that although this venomous insect possessed the power of a seventh-tier bloodline, it bore the characteristics of the insect race, low intellect and a fragile physique, yet with formidable offensive capabilities. In a matter of moments, Pingyi and Rattled 3 synchronized their efforts. Pingyi harnessed the power of the earth, raising walls of soil to intercept the insect's assaults, while Rattled 3 unleashed fierce dragon techniques in return. Nevertheless, the situation remained grim. Jiang Yuanjie and Yang Kai were unable to hold out for long. Once the swarm of insects overpowered them, Mu Qing and Pingyi would be next. Without timely rescue, it seemed that Mu Qing was indeed in grave danger. Jiang Yuanjie and Yang Kai were not combat specialists. Jiang Yuanjie, a mere third-tier martial artist, struggled to contend with fourth-tier warriors, relying on his golden spear for a semblance of balance. Yet the surrounding black insects were all of fifth-tier strength. Cheng Mei's attire had become disheveled, her alabaster skin exposed, glistening with beads of perspiration, and her silken garments marred with numerous tears. On the contrary, Ling Fei beside him was already in a state of exhilaration, the three-headed golden lion behind him roaring fiercely. He grew more valiant with each battle. His unique mutated blood spirit endowed him with an extraordinary talent, enabling him to unleash his inner potential even in the direst of circumstances. Bathed in blood, Ling Fei was the most exhilarated among them, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor, enveloped in a golden radiance reminiscent of the Arhut's golden body of Shaolin. Fear not for your companions, for you shall be the first to perish, Gongshi sneered, his body exuding a toxic miasma that relentlessly assaulted Mu Qing. His speed was terrifying, and what was most alarming was that every time Mu Qing finally managed to strike him, no injuries were left behind. Gongshi's entire form seemed to be composed of the poisonous gas itself, lacking any physical substance. Mu Qing swung a golden sickle, unleashing a fearsome beam of golden light. Yet the insect-like Gongshi proved to be equally fragile in defense, splitting in two. However, the toxic gas swiftly reassembled, and the insect-like Gongshi reappeared before Mu Qing once more. What to do? This fiend is nearly invincible. Sweat beaded on Mu Qing's forehead. He could indeed contend with those of the fifth-tier bloodline, but Gongshi was almost immortal. making him exceedingly difficult to handle. Each clash resulted in Mu Qing sustaining injuries, while Gong Shi, even when wounded, would immediately recover. "Girl, do you have any solutions?" Mu Qing inquired of Zhou Siyu, who harbored within her mind the memories of a deity. Perhaps she possessed a means to address the current predicament. "If I were to use the transparent crystal from the little black fish, could it annihilate Gong Shi completely?" Mu Qing's most formidable technique at present was indeed the transparent crystal. As his strength grew, the little black fish could absorb more energy, and the resultant transparent crystal became extraordinarily powerful, yielding astonishing might. However, the production of the transparent crystal was costly, requiring numerous precious treasures imbued with energy, leading Mu Qing to suspect that the little black fish might have withheld some energy for itself. Zhou Siyu shook her head, informing Mu Qing that it was rather improbable. This creature's physical form has been entirely transformed into toxic gas by the insect race. The only thing that can restrain him is the boundary martial technique, Zhou Siyu asserted. Mu Qing furrowed his brow, momentarily lost in thought, and in that instant, several new wounds appeared on his body. "But I previously employed the Wanshui boundary, and it had no effect whatsoever," Mu Qing questioned in confusion. "Your previous attempt was to utilize the power of the Wanshui boundary to activate the water flooding finger. To truly defeat him, you must manifest a martial technique of the boundary at the minor completion stage." Zhou Siyu corrected him. Boom. A vast wave of toxic gas surged forth, causing Mu Qing to cough up blood repeatedly as he hurriedly summoned lightning energy to shield himself. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "Even Kufei only reached the minor completion stage at the 9th tier bloodline. How could I possibly achieve it?" While Mu Qing had made commendable progress in his understanding of the Wanshui boundary, he was acutely aware that he still had a considerable way to go before reaching minor completion. Since that prodigy from the West, Ailey, could comprehend the minor completion stage, so too can you. The control stone that Kufei provided you may very well assist you. The control stone bestowed upon you by Kufei is, in fact, the star core of a ferocious beast, specifically one of the water attribute. Should you manage to withstand the energy surge, you could undoubtedly elevate your comprehension of the essence of water to an extraordinary level. Zhou Siyu has mentioned a pivotal object. However, she solemnly cautioned Mu Qing that the control stone is the star core of a king-level ferocious beast, although the energy within has dissipated over a long period, leaving only a trace. It remains exceedingly violent. Any ordinary individual attempting to absorb it would likely find their body ruptured by the overwhelming force. Fortunately, Mu Qing has cultivated the bloodline technique of the Titan race, which may provide him with a glimmer of hope. Without hesitation, Mu Qing retrieved the control stone from his spatial ring. At this crucial moment, he could not afford to hesitate. Chapter 210. Tormented by evil spirits upon extracting the control stone, Mu Qing immediately endeavored to absorb the energy contained within. Indeed, he discovered a reservoir of energy lurking deep within the stone. This energy, belonging to the water attribute, occupied only a minuscule portion of the control stone, deeply concealed. Had Zhou Siyu not pointed it out, Mu Qing would have been oblivious to its presence. Yet, this small fragment of energy felt as boundless as an ocean, radiating a terrifying intensity, as if it could engulf everything at any moment. As Zhou Siyu had indicated, this water attribute energy had already attained a king-level quality. Should this information leak, even a 9th tier bloodline warrior would rush to seize the control stone from Mu Qing's grasp. For a king-level ferocious beast is replete with treasures, and the control stone, as its star core, embodies pure energy. A water attribute warrior of 9th tier bloodline could potentially absorb this power and ascend to king level. However, at this critical juncture, Mu Qing was merely of the 3rd tier bloodline. His only hope lay in the resilience of his body, strengthened by the Titan bloodline technique, enabling him to withstand the energy surge and achieve a breakthrough in his understanding of the essence of water. "What are you doing?" Gong Shi, having observed the control stone in Mu Qing's hands, was gripped by an ominous premonition. A wave of inexplicable anxiety surged within him, prompting him to rush forward. Yet, it was too late. Mu Qing had already summoned the dreadful energy from the control stone, which surged into his body. Boom. Mu Qing coughed up blood as he felt an immense force radiating throughout his limbs and bones, causing his entire being to tremble, as if he were on the verge of being shattered. "Stay conscious," Zhou Siyu shouted, urging Mu Qing to maintain his awareness and guide the energy. Mu Qing continued to cough up blood. The fabric of his upper garments tore apart, and a cascade of azure light erupted from his pores, enveloping him in a shimmering aura that resembled rippling water, yet harbored an incredibly terrifying impact. Crack! The ground beneath him fractured, inflicting excruciating pain. But ultimately, he entered a state of unity with heaven and earth, barely managing to preserve his consciousness. Gritting his teeth, Mu Qing steered the energy towards his dantian. Meanwhile, the little black fish unleashed its devouring ability, conjuring a swirling black hole that aided Mu Qing in drawing the rampant energy within him towards his dantian. With a series of explosive sounds, blood mist erupted from Mu Qing's pores, indicating the dire state of his condition as his body was drenched in blood. Had it not been for his formidable physique, he would have succumbed to an instantaneous explosion the moment the stone energy entered his body. Prior to his cultivation of the Titan bloodline, inside him, the electric energy unexpectedly underwent a peculiar transformation. It coiled around the stone energy like a dragon, assisting Mu Qing in dragging this potent force down to his dantian. The little black fish exerted all its strength, gradually refining the energy of the controlling stone. However, although the amount of stone energy was minimal, its quality was extraordinarily high. After enduring a minute of excruciating pain, Mu Qing found that the little black fish had managed to refine only a trace of water energy. This trace, however, was extraordinary, causing a remarkable surge in Mu Qing's internal power, while his mind felt refreshingly clear, as if ripples of comprehension regarding the essence of water began to expand within him. With a sudden cough, Mu Qing spat out a mouthful of blood as the small amount of controlling stone energy began to tremble violently, resisting the refinement process. Waves of blue light transformed into frenzied torrents of energy, damaging his meridians and blood vessels. Even his internal organs quaked violently, writhing in distress. No, stop immediately, or your heart will be crushed by the energy waves. Zhao Siyu exclaimed, her face pale, tugging at Mu Qing's hair in alarm. Even she had underestimated the intensity of the energy within the controlling stone, which proved to be both tenacious and ferocious. I can't stop. Mu Qing gritted his teeth, as the energy within him surged with overwhelming force. The electric energy was shielding his internal organs, battling against the relentless waves of energy that assailed him. What in the world are you doing? Gongxi observed as blood continuously oozed from Mu Qing, who was swiftly succumbing to grave injuries, leaving him bewildered. Nevertheless, Gongxi resolved to take action, for Wang Sheng had commanded him to deal with Mu Qing swiftly. Die! Gongxi shouted, gathering a mass of toxic gas, his body glowing with a vibrant green light, particularly from his head, which erupted with a furious green glow that coalesced in his mouth. Evil spirit, entwined. Finally, Zhao Siyu, who had been concealed within Mu Qing's hair, sprang into action, uttering an incomprehensible incantation. Black lines spread outwards, vanishing into the void. Gongxi was taken aback. Sensing something amiss, the area around him had become chillingly cold, the temperature plummeting ominously. Soon after, the green energy he had summoned dissipated entirely, rendering him immobile. He glanced down at the ground beneath him, his pupils constricting in horror as he realized a black pool had appeared without his noticing. The aura emanating from the pool was frigid, and in an instant, frost enveloped his insectoid body, threatening to transform him into a statue of ice. Simultaneously, Gongxi cast his gaze towards the bottom of the pool, where a dilapidated stone tablet lay, inscribed with 3 ominous characters. Evil Ghost Pool. Howls of despair echoed from the depths of the pool, causing Gongxi to tremble involuntarily as he beheld the specters of those he had once slain, emerging as vengeful spirits from the inky waters, grasping him tightly. He closed his eyes, repeatedly reassuring himself that all of this was but an illusion, that this world bore no hell, and that those he had killed could not possibly return to claim his life. Yet, the next moment, a horrifying scream escaped his lips, as over 100 malevolent spirits manifested within the evil ghost pool, their ghastly visages and razor-like claws familiar, gnawing at his very flesh. I can endure for at most half an hour. Zayasiyu's complexion paled. Her lower cultivation level allowed her to restrain Gongxi solely because of the overwhelming resentment harbored by those he had slain. Hearing this, Mu Qing endeavored to refine and harness the energy within the controlling stone, enduring excruciating pain, yet managing to maintain his corporeal form against the violent forces at play. He calculated that half an hour would suffice to fully absorb the energy of the controlling stone, subsequently propelling his understanding of the water barrier to a minor completion. Gong Shi struggled within the evil ghost pool, his body growing increasingly frigid, until he was no longer visible, eclipsed by the throng of vengeful spirits that encircled him. Dispel the curse. The evil ghosts are sinking. A flash of golden light pierced through, striking the stone tablet at the bottom of the evil ghost pool. Chapter 211. The phantoms of four fierce beasts. That flash of golden light bore intricate, mysterious patterns, and upon striking the tablet, the entire evil ghost pool seemed to boil with tumultuous energy. Instantly, the spirits that had emerged from the pool shrieked in agony as they were forcefully pulled back into its depths, and soon the entire pool vanished beneath the earth. How is this possible? Zsu exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that it had been less than 10 minutes since Gong Shi had been trapped, and yet he had managed to escape. She observed clearly that someone had clandestinely employed a method to lift the curse that had ensnared Gong Shi. Wang Sheng's expression darkened, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, he immediately grasped the truth. Although Wang Sheng had previously claimed he would depart to avoid revealing his true identity to the Federal Division, he had in fact been lurking in the shadows. He had acquired a cursed secret technique from the heart of the cursed divine corpse within the Kunlun secret realm. Yet it remained incomplete. No matter how formidable the curse might be, this missing fragment would ultimately become his Achilles heel, compelling him to seek ways to restore it. Zsu, possessing the memories of the cursed deity, was evidently his target. By abducting Zsu, Wang Sheng could employ nefarious methods to transfer her memories to himself, thus acquiring the essence of a divine being's recollections. Though he could not overtly strike against Qing, covertly aiding Gong Shi remained an option, one that would leave no trace detectable by the Federal Division. Wang Sheng's cultivation has ascended to the 5th tier, surpassing Zhu by a considerable margin. Possessing the same cursed secret arts, he is naturally capable of effortlessly dispelling the malevolent curse afflicting Gong Shi. Die! Gong Shi roared. Having endured a mere 10 minutes of hellish torment that was utterly terrifying, the green light above his head coalesced once more, and a pulsating green orb emerged from his mouth, harboring an incredibly dreadful energy that permeated the air with toxic fumes. With a thunderous crash, a dazzling beam of green light erupted, large enough to create a long chasm in the ground. This is not good, Zhu exclaimed, sensing that Qing was at a critical juncture, with a distinct fluctuation of water energy emanating from him, indicating significant progress in his comprehension of the essence of water. Should he be interrupted at this moment, the likelihood of sustaining grave injuries was alarmingly high, with a 90% chance of outright demise. Zhu, in a state of frantic urgency, realized that she had already exerted herself to cast the advanced curse of malevolent possession and lacked the strength to invoke the death substitution spell. Qing's fate seemed all but sealed. Bang! A terrifying energy explosion reverberated, sending Zhu hurtling backward, sustaining injuries in the process. Ha! Qing, this is the fate that awaits you for attempting to thwart our insect race. Gong Shi bellowed with laughter. Nearby, Qing Chengwei and others were left stunned, while Ling Fei and Jiang Yuanjie cried out in alarm, their bodies trembling. The ferocity of Gong Shi's attack was formidable. Qing had been struck decisively, and survival seemed unlikely. Cheng Mei's eyes darkened, her wounds multiplying, a reflection of the grim reality shared by others. The battle on the side of Ping Yi was equally dire, and it seemed that within the hour, they too would face annihilation at the hands of the formidable opponents ranked in the top 5 of the potential list. Gong Shi's face twisted into a cruel grin, his gaze turning cold as he regarded Zhu. His body bore numerous injuries, remnants of Zhu's malevolent curse, and even now he could feel the excruciating pain radiating from the wounds. The torment inflicted by the curse penetrated deep into the soul, rendering the cursed individual nearly despondent, inducing a desire for self-termination. Had it not been for Wang Sheng's timely intervention in lifting the curse from Gong Shi, he might not have endured much longer before succumbing to despair. Gazing at Zhu, who lay on the ground, her form diminutive and frail, Gong Shi's eyes turned increasingly frigid. Yet, his rationality remained intact. Despite his overwhelming hatred, he could not act rashly. He understood that Wang Sheng's presence was solely for Zhu, willing to risk exposure to the Federation in order to rescue her. Come here. Gong Shi extended his insect-like claw, seizing Zhou Siyu and sealing her mouth with energy. This was a method imparted to him by Wang Sheng. For the cursed secret arts required not only the impetus of power, but also the recitation of incantations. Only thus could he prevent Zhou Siyu from casting any further extraordinary curses. When Wang Sheng was in Hangzhou City, he devised a strategy to control Duan Su through the means of the insect race, intending for him to find an opportunity to eliminate Mu Qing during the insect invasion. This was initially a foolproof method to eradicate Mu Qing, yet it was thwarted by the intervention of Zhou Siyu, who acted as a sacrificial spell. Furthermore, Wang Sheng harbored suspicions that the sealed primal force within Mu Qing was also unraveled by Zhou Siyu's machinations. After Zhou Siyu was captured by Gong Shi, she did not resist in any manner, which in Gong Shi's eyes appeared as an act of capitulation. Only Zhou Siyu understood that her lack of struggle stemmed from the lingering sensation of Mu Qing's presence, which had not diminished, but rather intensified into something formidable. This indicated that Gong Shi's seemingly terrifying attack had failed to inflict any harm upon Mu Qing, who continued to absorb the minuscule energy contained within the control stone, enhancing his comprehension of the essence of water. The area where Mu Qing resided was enveloped in a mist of toxic gas, obscuring the vision of all around him, leading everyone to believe he had been slain. At this moment, Mu Qing found himself in a state of confusion. Gong Shi's previous strike had instilled in him a genuine fear of death. However, at a critical juncture, an inexplicable force surged forth from the control stone, shielding him from that lethal blow. The sudden emergence of this power was evidently not of his own making, and Mu Qing recognized it as familiar, manifesting in 4 distinct forms. Is this not the new principal who summoned us forth? An ethereal turtle figure materialized beside Mu Qing, its form entwined with an icy aura. Mu Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. This turtle-like apparition was indeed one of the 4 king-class beasts residing at the bottom of West Lake. Lalawa, Lalawa. Another phantom appeared, resembling a horse, but adorned with stripes reminiscent of a tiger. Its roar was akin to a discordant melody. I told you, this principle is inadequate. Barely reaching the level of a martial artist, remarked the horse-like beast. Following this, 2 additional phantoms emerged, both large avian creatures. One was a cold, azure bird that refrained from speech, while the other was a peculiar beast with the head of a dragon and the body of a bird. Did I not inform you earlier? The one who summoned us was not the principal, but rather the former principal repaying a debt of gratitude, the dragon-headed avian spirit chided. Mu Qing stood agape, perplexed by the appearance of these 4 phantoms and their sudden emergence from the control stone. At that moment, he realized that it was indeed these 4 ferocious spirit forms that had aided him in withstanding Gong Shi's formidable strike. You seem eager to absorb the energy from the control stone. Indeed, the youth embodies heroism. The dragon-headed avian suddenly turned to Mu Qing, offering him unreserved praise. Lalawa, Lalawa. Excellent. Continue your absorption. I have high hopes for you. The horse-like beast exclaimed, its expression brimming with anticipation as it gazed at Mu Qing. Although we 4 phantoms are merely manifestations of concentrated mental energy, we can still employ certain methods to assist you in rapidly absorbing the energy from the control stone. The turtle beast nodded, its frigid aura surging vigorously. The azure avian beast, despite its silence, gazed at Mu Qing with an expression filled with anticipation and yearning. This reaction left Mu Qing quite perplexed. Initially, he had presumed that these 4 formidable beasts had emerged solely to safeguard the energy within the control stone. However, he was taken aback to discover that they were even more eager than he was to assist him in absorbing that energy. Coughing lightly, the dragon-headed avian promptly elucidated the situation upon perceiving the confusion in Mu Qing's eyes. It turned out that although these 4 beasts had been tamed by human cultivators, they harbored a profound desire to escape the confines of the West Lake's depths. After all, they were all king-level beasts with astonishingly large physiques, and the cramped space of the lake was stifling. The control stone was the very object that restrained them. If Mu Qing were to absorb all the energy contained within it, they would be liberated from their constraints, able to emerge from the lake's depths and roam freely across the land. A flicker of hesitation crossed Mu Qing's mind. If the energy within the control stone was what bound these 4 beasts, what if, upon absorbing it, they broke free and turned against humanity? Would he not be committing an atrocious act? The tortoise beast, sensing Mu Qing's apprehension, swiftly reassured him. Fear not, for there are many king-level beasts within the beast clan. Have you witnessed any king-level beasts invading human cities in recent years? It conveyed to Mu Qing that as human cultivators grew increasingly powerful and the techniques of alchemists advanced to terrifying levels, the strength of humanity had reached a semblance of equilibrium with that of the beast clan. Unless an overwhelming number of king-level beasts invaded, they posed no real threat to humans. The four beasts also vowed that once liberated, they would not engage in any actions detrimental to humankind. They had merely grown weary from their prolonged existence at the lake's bottom and yearned for greater freedom. Ultimately, Mu Qing nodded in acceptance of their assistance. For with Gongxi having captured Zhou Siyu and the other members of the Qing Chung Guard in precarious situations, he could no longer afford to delay. Excitement flashed across the faces of the four beasts as their ethereal forms coalesced into a torrent of spiritual power that surged into Mu Qing's being. An immediate wave of relaxation washed over him as all his agonizing pain dissipated. The overwhelming spiritual energy of the four beasts absorbed the impact of the energy surge, and they assisted Mu Qing in rapidly refining the minuscule amount of energy within the control stone. Droplets of pure energy, resembling beads of water, were gradually refined and ultimately absorbed by the little black fish. Mu Qing felt an exhilarating sense of lightness, as if he were on the verge of ascension, his pores opening wide, invigorated and refreshed. His understanding of the essence of water was swiftly deepening. Captain Pingyi, you may accompany Mu Qing to his demise. At that moment, Gongxi gathered a surge of toxic green energy, exuding an intense brilliance. After transforming into a bug-like form, he was capable of emanating a mysterious green light from his crown, a power formidable enough to rival that of a human cannon. With this strike, he could undoubtedly threaten a 6th-tier martial artist, while Captain Ping was currently preoccupied battling the 7th-tier poisonous insect, leaving him no time to attend to Gongxi. Captain, Cheng Mei cried out, even shifting her form in an attempt to use her battered body to assist Ping Yi in fending off the impending attack. Ping Yi's expression was one of urgency. He was ensnared by the venomous insects, rendered incapable of any further action. Hey, who are you saying is dead? A voice suddenly emerged, causing Gongxi's expression to freeze, and the green light energy emanating from his mouth gradually dissipated. He turned to face the area suffused with toxic gas, which was now slowly dispersing and thinning. Initially, he had perceived a white skeleton of Mu Qing on the ground. However, at that moment, a powerful aura surged forth, dispersing the toxic gas entirely, revealing a handsome young man clad in a black robe, his eyes flickering with electric light. Impossible, Gongxi exclaimed in horror. He distinctly recalled that his strike had hit Mu Qing, yet why was the latter still alive? His disbelief morphed into confusion as Mu Qing's aura inexplicably soared, the blue dawn light that had previously emanated from his pores now retracting. Bang! A muffled sound resonated from within Mu Qing, his aura surging violently, reaching the 4th-tier bloodline, equivalent to a martial master. His body was enveloped in electric arcs and flowing water, basking in an unparalleled energy that spread throughout his limbs. Mu Qing also sensed changes in the little black fish in his dantian and the purple lightning bamboo in his mind, both acquiring newfound abilities. His strength continued to ascend, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the 4th-tier bloodline before halting, transforming his entire demeanor into one imbued with the ferocity of thunder and the gentleness of water. With the assistance of the spiritual energy from 4 king-level ferocious beasts, he absorbed the power within the control stone entirely in a remarkably short time, achieving a significant breakthrough. The most substantial enhancement was not merely in cultivation but in the comprehension of the profundities of water. His myriad water's barrier had reached a minor completion stage. What of your breakthrough to the 4th-tier bloodline? I possess a 5th-tier bloodline. You remain no match for me. Gongxi bellowed. He lunged forward fiercely, green light coiling around him as a terrifying energy erupted. Mu Qing's countenance grew solemn. He inhaled deeply and then suddenly unleashed a thunderous roar. Boom! From the depths of the earth, columns of water surged skyward, encircling him within a 100-meter radius, as torrents of water inundated the ground, sweeping forth in waves. An overwhelming momentum radiated from Mu Qing. His eyes sparkled with murderous intent. Gongxi, in his current state, was an opponent he could easily dispatch. Chapter 213. The might of myriad waters within the 100-meter expanse surrounding Mu Qing, a vast ocean had formed, with columns of water erupting and crashing towards Gong Shi. Mu Qing felt a surge of confidence. After all, during their encounter at Kunlun Mountain, Kufei had defeated Mu Qing using a 9th-tier bloodline's barrier martial technique, underscoring the immense power of such techniques. Initially, in the Kunlun secret realm, the Western prodigy AI Li had also deployed a barrier martial technique. Yet Mu Qing had ultimately shattered it with a transparent crystal. Had Ellie been more powerful at that time, she might have been capable of annihilating Mu Qing and his companions entirely. Yet, they were merely water columns. With a ferocious roar, Gong Shi disregarded the water columns and lunged at Mu Qing. In his mind, what offensive capability could these water columns possess? To the common man's perception, water-based martial techniques are predominantly auxiliary, evidently weaker in attack compared to other elements. However, Gong Shi had miscalculated. Boom. A water column struck him with the force of 1,000 suns, its power astonishingly fearsome. Gong Shi was taken aback, his body severely battered. The rear portion of his insectoid form crushed. He felt excruciating pain, letting out a wretched scream. Mu Qing remained impassive, raising his hands to control the water barrier. As torrents of water columns relentlessly battered Gong Shi, each droplet conjured by the water barrier bore tremendous weight. The water columns crashing down were akin to a massive airship plummeting upon Gong Shi. Gong Shi attempted to struggle against this overwhelming force, only to find himself submerged in a vast ocean that also possessed a terrifying weight, as if a colossal mountain were pressing down upon him. With a flick of his finger, Mu Qing summoned a dragon-like entity, over 10 meters in size, roaring forth, composed entirely of swirling water, crashing into Gong Shi. With a resounding boom, the ground buckled beneath the impact, and Gong Shi's form shattered, the energy binding Zhou Siyu dissipating. Zhou Siyu swiftly maneuvered back to Mu Qing's side, her chubby little hand patting her chest in relief. Mu Qing, finish him off, she shouted, her fists clenched in indignation. Mu Qing, of course, would not spare Gong Shi. Countless streams of water coalesced in the air, forming a colossal hand that forcefully pressed down upon Gong Shi's shattered form. His insect body had been utterly obliterated, transforming into wisps of toxic gas. He yearned to reconstitute his form, only to discover that the water in this expansive ocean held a mysterious power that suppressed him. Panic seized him as he felt his vitality waning, realizing that if he did not swiftly reform his corporeal body from the toxic gas, he would surely perish. Mu Qing wore a smirk of disdain, affirming Zhou Siyu's words. The water barrier possessed a unique power that hindered Gong Shi's toxic gas from reforming. As the toxic gas in the water gradually dissipated, Gong Shi's life force diminished, and it would not be long before he faced complete annihilation. Boom. At that moment, a figure radiant with golden light emerged, revealing the long-hidden Wang Sheng. Witnessing the imminent failure of their plan ignited his fury, and without a moment's hesitation, he intervened, seeking to rescue Gong Shi. For the insectoid race, Gong Shi was an invaluable combat asset. The insect race possessed numerous arcane methods, having ensnared countless individuals in their metamorphosis endeavors, yet only Gong Shi had succeeded. As long as the toxic gas remained, Gong Shi was virtually immortal, and once empowered, he would undoubtedly become a formidable instrument for the insect race's dominion over Earth. Wang Sheng could not allow Gong Shi to be easily vanquished by Mu Qing. At last, has he decided to intervene? Mu Qing let out a cold snort, his fingertips flicking as a surge of water serpents erupted, charging fiercely towards Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng unleashed a terrifying force that instilled a sense of caution in Mu Qing. Behind him, a sun and a moon materialized, merging two opposing powers into one. A colossal Taiji diagram appeared in midair, flawlessly integrating the energies of the sun and moon. The Taiji diagram radiated a brilliant light, effortlessly crushing the water serpents with its formidable might. Just then, a pitch-black spear descended from the sky, striking the Taiji diagram with such force that it pierced through it, unleashing a blinding brilliance. Grasping the black spear was a young man whose aura was remarkably potent, approaching the realm of a martial sovereign. Mu Qing was taken aback. He sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from the young man, whose strength surpassed even that of Ping Yi, marking him as a top-tier figure among the 6th-tier martial artists. Damn it! Wang Sheng cursed inwardly. Despite his vigilance, he had not anticipated being followed. The young man, strikingly handsome and clad in a shirt and jeans, brandished the humming black spear, launching an assault on Wang Sheng. I'll handle this guy. You take care of the other pests. the young man shouted to Mu Qing. His movements were breathtaking, the spear radiating dark energy, and as he wielded it, one could faintly discern a black dragon coiling around him. He engaged Wang Sheng in combat, drawing the battlefield outward. Regaining his composure, Mu Qing connected Wang Sheng's prior words and actions, surmising that the young man was likely sent by Councilman Liu to keep tabs on Wang Sheng. He redirected his gaze to the toxic gas in the water. The poison from Gongxi had already thinned considerably and was still attempting to coalesce. Unfortunately, the water barrier Mu Qing had summoned rendered each droplet immensely heavy, imbued with a binding force. Let us deal with him directly. Mu Qing resolved to act without hesitation. A dark shadow emerged behind him. It was the little black fish. Although only the size of a palm, the little black fish was exceptionally formidable, traversing the void as if it were an ocean, its form gradually expanding. This newfound power was acquired by Mu Qing following his breakthrough to a martial artist, the ability to amplify its size. Moments later, the diminutive form of the little black fish had vanished, replaced by a gigantic black fish measuring 20 meters in length. With glistening black scales, it plunged into the water with a splash. While its new ability appeared to be merely a simple enlargement, it possessed the unique capacity to separate from Mu Qing's body and assist him in battle. Now transformed into a massive creature, the little black fish glided through the water, unaffected by the water barrier Mu Qing had created. It opened its mouth, and a black vortex emerged, demonstrating its ability to devour. The slowly dissipating toxic gas was entirely absorbed by the little black fish, evident by the flickering green light within the poison, until it was completely consumed. Burp. The little black fish let out a burp, its form reverting to its original state. As it opened its mouth once more, it expelled a transparent crystal onto Mu Qing's palm. Chapter 204, Thunder. Gongxi has met his demise. Mu Qing gazed at the little black fish that had returned to his dantian, contemplating for a moment. He sensed that this mutated blood spirit was rather extraordinary, as if it possessed a form of intelligence. Moreover, the new abilities acquired by the little black fish were remarkable. After expanding to a length of 20 meters, he could feel the formidable aura emanating from it, suggesting that in battle, it would be no weaker than himself. Perhaps in the future, I too could fight with the same prowess as the blood bat, with both the blood spirit and my own body exhibiting equal strength. Mu Qing speculated, believing that such a development would significantly enhance his overall power. Quickly, assist the rat. Zhou Siyu tugged at Mu Qing's hair, her eyes brimming with tears. Her concern was not primarily for Rat Lao San, but rather for the prospect of using Mu Qing's personal account to order takeout without him taking the blame later. Realizing the urgency, Mu Qing first made his way towards Jiang Yuanjie and the others. They were besieged by a dozen fifth-tier insects, and the fact that they had endured for so long was commendable. Mu Qing approached Ling Fei first, for he bore the most severe injuries among them, nearly resembling a bloodied figure. Without hesitation, he activated the Wan Shui barrier, which expanded to cover a 100-meter radius, transforming into a tidal wave. Do not assist me, Ling Fei suddenly shouted in anger. Despite his numerous wounds and the blood that adorned him, his aura remained undiminished, radiating with a brilliant golden light. Mu Qing was taken aback. He detected the surging energy within Ling Fei. Each clash with the insects seemed to bolster Ling Fei's strength. Behind him, 3 golden lions were solidifying, with a 4th head beginning to form. Mu Qing's eyes widened in astonishment as he realized Ling Fei was on the verge of a breakthrough, ready to ascend to the 4th tier of bloodline power. After a moment's reflection, he decided to withdraw, trusting that Ling Fei knew his own limits. In a flash, Mu Qing appeared beside Jiang Yuanjie, who, aside from Ling Fei, was the most gravely injured. Boom! A vast ocean surged downward, enveloping a 100-meter area, suppressing the 5th-tier insects within. Splashes erupted as columns of water burst forth, obliterating the forms of 3 5th-tier insects. Their strength was evidently inferior to Gongxi's. At that moment, Mu Qing could easily dispatch Gongxi, let alone these mindless creatures with their feeble defenses. He hardly needed to exert himself. Merely activating the Wan Shui barrier was sufficient to cause the insects surrounding Jiang Yuanjie to explode. With a sigh of relief, Jiang Yuanjie sat down in the water, nearly exhausted. Mu Qing directed the Wan Shui barrier towards Yang Kaijin and then, propelled by lightning, swiftly reached Cheng Mei's side. Thunder! Mu Qing called out softly. And behind him, the purple lightning bamboo materialized. The appearance of the purple lightning bamboo has undergone a complete transformation. It now stands taller with 4 segments, adorned with translucent leaves that shimmer with ethereal blue lightning. Wisps of purple mist emerge from the bamboo, coalescing in the air into a swirling mass of violet clouds, from which flickers of azure lightning manifest. Since Mu Qing's ascension to the 4th tier of bloodlines, the power of the purple lightning bamboo has experienced a qualitative leap, with all lightning energy shifting from a blazing white to a haunting blue. This azure lightning power, absorbed by Mu Qing from the Kunlun secret realm, has under the bamboo's influence evolved into the current essence of his lightning source, evidently of a superior quality. Changmei gasped for breath. Her injuries relatively minor as she had been deftly maneuvering around 6 5th-tier insects, a master of assassination and a wind attribute martial artist. Her speed allowed her to evade numerous attacks. Thunder rumbled ominously. The purple clouds above erupted with sound as a bolt of azure lightning descended, imbued with a unique force, only to vanish upon impact. Changmei winced, clutching her shoulder wound, and turned her gaze towards Mu Qing, momentarily taken aback. She observed his commanding presence, chest held high, as though preparing to unleash a formidable attack. However, the result was a mere thunderous sound with little rainfall. The seemingly substantial lightning strike dissipated immediately. Was it merely a tactic of intimidation? Changmei pondered, yet the 6 insects nearby displayed no intelligence, devoid of any extraneous emotions. Mu Qing discerned Changmei's confusion, a faint smile gracing his lips. Thunder roared once more. The violet clouds crackled again, as thick bolts of azure lightning descended, only to vanish without a trace. A monstrous insect lunged at Changmei, but in that moment, its form erupted violently, transforming into a mist of blood. Changmei's expression shifted in shock. Before she could comprehend, the remaining insects around her inexplicably shattered into fragments. This occurrence was utterly bizarre, appearing to outsiders as a supernatural event. As powerful 5th-tier insects perished spontaneously, Mu Qing retracted the purple lightning bamboo, causing the violet clouds to dissipate. This newfound ability, acquired post-breakthrough, offered him a distinct advantage over his previous palm lightning, enabling extensive area attacks with considerable might. The azure lightning could even traverse the void, leaving no one to ascertain its point of origin. "Thank you," Changmei murmured, biting her lip. Previously, she had been quite resistant to Mu Qing and his companions. Yet in this pivotal moment, it was Mu Qing who had come to her rescue. Mu Qing shook his head, inhaling deeply as a twinge of pain emanated from his brow. Upon reaching the martial artist level, he could distinctly perceive his mental energy. Earlier, in absorbing the energy within the controlling stone, he had entered a state of celestial fusion, depleting some of his mental strength, and in dealing with the 6 insects, he had also invoked the purple lightning bamboo's ability to sense weaknesses. His ability to swiftly eliminate the insect stemmed primarily from his profound understanding of its vulnerabilities, allowing the ethereal blue lightning to strike decisively. Mu Qing slightly adjusted his stance and promptly made his way to the side of Rat Third. "Finally, you have arrived." Mu Qing, Rat Third sighed in relief. Battling a 7th-tier martial sovereign insect alongside Ping, it had proven exceedingly exhausting. "Do not make me out to be a savior," Mu Qing remarked, gazing upon the toxic creature before him, feeling rather powerless himself. At present, he could vanquish 5th-tier bloodline insects and perhaps contend with 6th-tier martial masters. Yet against a martial sovereign, he posed no real threat. "We must find a way to obstruct it and flee immediately," Mu Qing mused, ultimately deciding that retreat was the wiser course of action. Unless he possessed a 6th-tier bloodline as well, it would be exceedingly difficult for the 3 of them to contend with the looming threat of this toxic insect. "Leave it to me." At that moment, the young man reappeared, exuding an overwhelming aura, wielding a pitch-black spear stained with blood. Chapter 215. Ling Fei's breakthrough. Mu Qing and his companions felt utterly helpless against the formidable 7th-tier toxic insect when the young man, brandishing the dark spear, approached with an air of confidence. He, too, possessed 6th-tier bloodline strength akin to Ping Yi and Rat Third, yet his aura transcended the confines of the 6th tier, rivaling that of a 7th-tier martial sovereign. Mu Qing cast a glance at the spear in the young man's grasp, bloodied and seemingly belonging to Wang Sheng. He gazed outward, recalling the tumultuous clash between Wang Sheng and this individual, which had left a considerable commotion. Remnants of blood still marked the battleground. Yet Wang Sheng's body was nowhere to be found. Clearly, Wang Sheng had not perished but had escaped after sustaining injuries from this man. After all, Wang Sheng was a prodigy of the Wang family, bolstered by the insect clan's background and cursed secret techniques, with support from Wudong, Shaolin, and even the Western Church. It was far from simple to bring about his demise. The young man wore a smirk of disdain as he charged forward, engaging the toxic insect in combat. His mastery over the dark powers was evident, and the dark spear in his hand was no ordinary weapon, unleashing astonishing strength. Ping Yi and Rat Third intended to assist, but soon realized that under his onslaught, the insect was entirely at a disadvantage. Before long, deep wounds marred the creature's body. In less than 10 minutes, a thunderous crash echoed as the insect's massive form collapsed, a gaping blood hole in its head, a pool of green blood spilling forth. And soon, its entire body disintegrated, leaving nothing behind. Impressive, Mu Qing exclaimed, astonished by the young man's formidable prowess. The 7th-tier toxic insect had been vanquished in mere minutes. Thank you for your assistance. May I inquire your name? Ping Yi stepped forward, expressing gratitude, his heart filled with trepidation. Had it not been for Mu Qing and this young man, it seemed that the Qing Guard would have been utterly obliterated from existence. From the federal branch, Ding Wang. The young man retracted his dark spear, smiling as he spoke. In truth, the three of you together would have been capable of defeating that insect. For it was parasitic upon Gongxi. With Gongxi deceased, its power would diminish considerably. Mu Qing suddenly realized that he could indeed sense the power and aura of the poisonous insects resonating with that of Gongxi. Ling Fei, are you certain you do not require assistance? On the other side, Yang Kaijin and his companions observed Ling Fei, who was still engaged in battle. Their faces etched with concern. They had long wished to intervene, for Ling Fei was drenched in blood, his breath gradually waning, indicating severe injuries. Yet, he persisted in combat. And whenever Cheng Mei and the others attempted to assist, they were met with rejection. His eyes were already crimson, and he continued to roar as he fought against 3 5th-tier insects. Originally, there had been more insects surrounding him, but he had already dispatched several. Seeing Ling Fei in such a state shocked even Mu Qing, who felt he was pushing himself too hard and feared that if this continued, he might perish. Something was amiss. Ding Wang gazed at Ling Fei, furrowing his brows in sudden realization. The aura he projected appeared exceedingly frail. Yet he could feel his blood spirit growing increasingly powerful. Pausing momentarily, he exclaimed, "He is about to break through." Instantly, everyone's gaze shifted towards Ling Fei. Ling Fei let out a howl towards the heavens, and his previously feeble aura erupted with vigor, his form shining with golden radiance. The 3-headed golden lion of his blood spirit displayed its might, birthing a 4th head. The peculiar transformation of Ling Fei's blood spirit astonished Ping Yi and Ding Wang. Roar! The 4-headed golden lions behind Ling Fei unleashed a deafening roar, and a visible wave of golden sound energy surged forth. Crack! The ground shattered like a spider's web, and the 3 5th-tier insects bore the brunt of the assault, their bodies exploding into fragments. So powerful, Ding Wang's expression hardened. Even he found Ling Fei's technique to be formidable, the sound wave energy having materialized into a tangible force. Bang! A smile graced Ling Fei's face before he collapsed to the ground. His blood spirit was indeed remarkable, although the requirements for each enhancement were stringent. The growth in strength was considerable. With each breakthrough, he maintained the prowess of a prodigy, akin to Mu Qing, capable of effortlessly defeating stronger foes. Yang Kaijin hurried forward, releasing a noxious aura to aid in his recovery. The foul stench emanating from Ling Fei's blood spirit could rival the medicinal vapors of Shani, proving highly effective in treating injuries, though its only drawback was its unbearable odor. Fortunately, Ling Fei had succumbed into a deep unconsciousness, rendering him impervious to the scent. Under the influence of Yang Caijin's foul miasma, his wounds stabilized, preventing any serious complications. Now it is your turn. Yang Kaijin turned to Mu Qing and the others, a devilish grin spreading across his face. A wave of noxious gas surged forth, catching even Mu Qing off guard. Ping Yi and Cheng Mei, reveling in the misfortune, had prepared gas masks, thus less affected. As everyone's injuries neared recovery, Ding Wang bid farewell to the group. Seizing the opportunity, he meticulously documented all traces of the insect race at the scene, now prepared to report the situation. Ding Wang surveyed the crowd and said, Regarding the relationship between Wang Sheng and the insect race, I shall report this to Councilman Liu. This information concerning the insect race must be kept confidential. I implore you not to disclose it. Ping Yi and the others were taken aback, their expressions filled with confusion as they inquired, why not? Wang Sheng of the Wang family is a traitor to humanity. Shouldn't such information be exposed at once, prompting all factions on Earth to pursue him and apprehend him? Only Mu Qing's expression remained grave, for he understood the underlying reason. Ding Wang glanced at the members of the Qing Guard, took a deep breath, and explained. Councilman Liu has received certain intelligence, suggesting that various factions within Huaxia may have the insect race lurking among them. If you divulge that Wang Sheng is affiliated with the insect race, it would alert them and invite an even more formidable insect force to confront you. Mu Qing nodded. Having pieced together through various clues that both Yin Huang and the Federation branches likely harbored insect race infiltrators, and that other factions would certainly not be exempt. Ding Wang departed. Having informed Mu Qing of a piece of news, Councilman Liu had captured some threads of evidence and would soon uncover the insect race infiltrators within both Yin Huang and the Federation. How dreadful! I never imagined the insect race could be so terrifying. Cheng Wei exclaimed in frustration. Ping Yi too was grappling with the recent events, which had been fraught with peril and horror, recalling that former team members had long ago become part of the insect race. Though the insects of the insect race generally possess low intelligence, they are more fearsome than the beast clan, Yang Kaijin remarked with deep conviction. When the beast clan originally descended upon Earth, they launched immediate assaults. However, the insect race differed, employing numerous insidious schemes. By the time humanity fully comprehended the terror of the insect race, those around them might already be under the control of the insects. Chapter 216. Return to Yin Huang Organization in the Eastern District of Leixi City. A flying ship ascended and headed toward the Yin Huang Organization. On board the vessel were the members of the Qing Guard. The expressions of Ping Yi and the others were grim. They had set out as a group of 7, but were now returning as only 6. Since Gong, she is a traitor of the insect race. Could there also be similar individuals among the many teams within the Yin Huang Organization? Yang Kaijin suddenly pondered. Mu Qing smiled reassuringly, urging him not to worry excessively. Their current cultivation levels were insufficient to intervene, and Ding Wang had mentioned that Councilman Liu already possessed some leads. In due time, they would discern which traitors of the insect race were embedded within Yin Huang and the Federation. The upper echelons of the two major powers would undoubtedly initiate a thorough purge. Is that the Qing Guard? As the flying ship descended within the Yin Huang Organization, onlookers gazed in astonishment at Mu Qing and the others disembarking from the vessel. What on earth? Wasn't it said that they perished in Leixi City? Upon exiting the flying ship, Ping Yi and the others immediately sensed something amiss, as many turned to look at them, whispering amongst themselves. Cheng Wei approached to inquire, ultimately returning with a piece of information. The group from the fire team had previously spread rumors claiming that we had all died in Leixi City. Her expression was somewhat peculiar, as if sensing something was off. Mu Qing furrowed his brow and asked, how could they be so certain that we would die in Leixi City? In the next moment, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, and they exclaimed in unison, the insectoid clan. Their mission, ostensibly a simple task, had led them to the eastern district of Thunder Serpent City, as known only to the members of the Fire Brigade. Following their departure, the Fire Brigade disseminated news of the complete annihilation of the Qing Guard, an act that seemed extraordinarily peculiar, as if they had foreseen the inevitable demise of the Qing Guard. I just recalled. Yang Kaijin cried out. The team that ranked among the top 5 on the potential leaderboard also met a similar fate, with the news of their deaths originating from the Fire Brigade. He remembered that the moment that top 5 teams set out on their mission, it was not long before the Fire Brigade spread the tidings of their demise. As if it were a premonition. Previously, Gongxi had also had dealings with the captain of the Fire Brigade. Clenching his fists, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. The members of the Fire Brigade were undoubtedly entangled with the insectoid clan, and it was highly probable that they had tipped off the insectoids about the Qing Guard's mission to the eastern district of Thunder Serpent City, enabling the insectoids to lay their ambush and prepare their lethal traps. Damn it! A glint of murderous intent flickered in Ling Fei's eyes, for he harbored an intense loathing for the insectoid clan. Indeed, the entire populace of Hangzhou shared this animosity, as the city had been ravaged extensively by the insectoids, leaving them uncertain when reconstruction would even commence. Do not act impulsively, Mu Qing admonished, concerned that Ling Fei might engage in a direct confrontation with the fire brigade, which could inadvertently alert the enemy. Pingyi nodded in agreement, reminding everyone that intra-squad conflict was strictly prohibited within the Yanhuang organization, at least on the surface. Are we to simply stand by and watch? Jiang Yuanjie voiced his frustration, knowing full well the fire brigade's connection to the insectoids, yet feeling powerless to act. Mu Qing shook his head, asserting, Counselor Liu from the Federal Division has been secretly investigating the insectoids. We shall wait until they make their move before we intervene. Caution is paramount regarding the insectoids. Ding Wang has also advised against alarming them. Otherwise, all of Counselor Liu's efforts will be in vain. In the following moment, Mu Qing's tone shifted, a mischievous glint appearing on his face as he declared, however, since they are spreading rumors, we might as well reap some benefits from it. Now that Mu Qing was aware of the fire brigade's ties to the insectoids, he had no intention of letting them off the hook. Although Pingyi had stated that open conflicts with other teams were not permitted within the Yanhuang organization, who could monitor clandestine actions. Indeed, Cheng Wei and Yang Kaijin both nodded in agreement, and eventually, even Captain Pingyi concurred. While they could not publicly disseminate the information linking the fire brigade to the insectoids, the two parties had a history of friction, and it was certainly feasible to seize an opportunity to teach them a lesson. You all should return to rest shortly. I will allocate the rewards to you, and thereafter, we will gather intelligence on the fire brigade, Pingyi contemplated before speaking. He intended to ascertain the region where the fire brigade would next undertake a mission so that they could accept a task in the same area. At that time, they would be able to trail the fire brigade and impart some necessary discipline. Pingyi was confident that the current strength of the Qing Guard could now rival that of the top 5 teams on the potential leaderboard. The prowess of the 6th rank Martial Master is formidable, with 2 such individuals present. Moreover, the strength of Mouse Old 3 subtly surpasses that of Pingyi. Coupled with Mu Qing's terrifying power and Jiang Yuanjie's alarming perceptive abilities, Pingyi even harbors the belief that the Qing Guard might contend for the top spot on the potential rankings. As the crowd dispersed to their respective chambers, Mouse Old 3 and Zhou Siyu, upon entering their room, promptly flung themselves onto the bed. Take out! Take out! Zhou Siyu exclaimed, tugging at Mouse Old 3's tail. With practiced ease, Mouse Old 3 retrieved his communication device and logged into Mu Qing's personal account. After a flurry of actions, 2 orders of extra spicy pizza were secured. Mu Qing felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. These 2 were excessively audacious, brazenly using his personal account for takeout. What was most infuriating was that there was no share for him. With a sigh, Mu Qing sat on the bed, lost in contemplation, as an unsettling premonition gnawed at him. He began to question whether it was wise to have Liu, the counselor, investigate the insect race, for, as he learned from Zhou Siyu, this race was exceedingly terrifying. Ordinary insects possess little intelligence, yet within the insect race, there exist many formidable creatures endowed with remarkable intellect. A week later, Mu Qing was in his room engaged in cultivation. His aura surged violently, while Mouse Old 3 and Zhou Siyu looked on with wide eyes, each clutching a slice of spicy pizza. His cultivation speed is astonishing. He is almost catching up to me. Ouch! So spicy, Mouse Old 3 remarked, munching on his pizza while watching Mu Qing. A few days prior, Pingyi had allocated the rewards for 2 missions. He had previously mentioned that the rewards from the first mission would be given to Mu Qing and his companions, as their cultivation levels were relatively low and they required resources for enhancement. The reward for the first mission consisted of 6 vials of energy potions crafted by a skilled alchemist, comparable to some precious herbs and plants. The second mission's reward was a staggering 60 million. With 6 members in the Qing Guard, each would receive 10 million in bonuses. Mu Qing and Ling Fei ventured to the trading hall, purchasing 2 items, both imbued with the powers of water and thunder. Chapter 217, Breakthrough to 5th Rank Bloodline. Boom. A violent surge of primal energy erupted within Mu Qing. He was on the cusp of reaching the 5th rank bloodline. Previously mastering the energy within the stone had accelerated his cultivation significantly, and in a state of harmony with the cosmos. He swiftly encountered the bottleneck of the 5th rank bloodline. With a fierce cry, Mu Qing consumed 2 vials of energy potions, his aura intensifying as he relentlessly pressed against the threshold of the 5th rank bloodline. In the next moment, he produced a turtle shell, palm-sized and seemingly unremarkable. yet it emanated an exceptionally rich water attribute energy. When purchasing this turtle shell, Mu Qing had read that it was a fragment of a complete shell from a 9th-rank bloodline turtle beast, obtained after its defeat. Yet it was the essence of the whole. Mu Qing once again produced an object, a fruit of radiant gold, reminiscent of an apple, adorned with intricate, mysterious patterns, entwined with arcs of lightning. In one hand, he grasped a turtle shell, while in the other, he held the golden fruit, fervently absorbing its energy. He entered a state of fusion with the cosmos, becoming one with the world around him, able to perceive the myriad attributes and rules of nature. The power of water from the turtle shell and the force of thunder from the golden fruit surged into Mu Qing's being. He had expended 8 million Huaxia coins to acquire these two treasures, demonstrating his commitment to breaking through to the 5th tier of bloodline power. Almost there, Zhen Siyu exclaimed, her mouth full of pizza, her voice slightly altered. Rat 3 nodded, watching Mu Qing on the verge of this significant breakthrough, resolving to intensify his efforts. Though possessing the strength of a 6th-tier bloodline, he felt the stark contrast in their rates of advancement. Should he linger in the 6th tier for too long, Mu Qing would soon catch up. No, I must break through. I shall become a martial sovereign. Rat 3's heart echoed with determination, and in a fit of excitement, he swallowed an entire slice of spicy pizza. Cough. So spicy. At that moment, a formidable aura erupted from Mu Qing. As his eyes flickered, serpentine arcs of electricity danced, marking his attainment of the 5th-tier bloodline. The Titan clan's bloodline technique also progressed significantly. Upon introspection, he discovered the surging energy within him, and the electric force had also grown considerably. Rubbing his temples, he acknowledged the length of his training. To ensure a smooth breakthrough, he had maintained a state of cosmic fusion, leading to some mental fatigue. Fortunately, since reaching the martial master level, he had developed a clear awareness of his mental energy and had become adept in its use. Consequently, he could avoid fainting from mental exhaustion. He would cease his efforts upon sensing a depletion of his mental reserves. Mu Qing took a deep breath, then shifted his gaze to Rat 3. The latter froze, feeling a chill from Mu Qing's penetrating stare, sensing an ominous premonition. Ow! Mu Qing, I surrender. I surrender. Please, no more. In a training room of the Yan Huang organization, Rat 3 frantically darted about, clutching its head. Its form had reverted to over 2 meters in height, covered in bruises, continuously pleading for mercy. On its rear, a charred mark emitted wisps of smoke. Its adversary was none other than Mu Qing. With a light chuckle, Mu Qing opened his mouth and issued a command. Thunder. Boom. Purple lightning surged forth, a mist of violet coalescing into dark clouds, followed by colossal bolts of azure lightning crashing down. Rat 3 cried out in anguish. New scorched wounds appearing on its body. Attempting to evade, it found itself engulfed by a vast torrent, a wave crashing down upon it. Heavy water bore down upon Mouse 3 like a mountain, rendering him immobile, while the ethereal blue lightning from the sky relentlessly struck him. Please, spare me. Master Mu Qing, I was wrong. I shall never again use your personal account to order takeout. Mouse 3 pleaded frantically. It was not that he had been idle. He had exerted all his strength previously, yet he was no match for Mu Qing, who had ascended to a 5th-tier bloodline, making him far more formidable than before. Mu Qing's water barrier had expanded its reach to a staggering 200 meters, swiftly ensnaring Mouse 3, who found himself unable to escape the oppressive weight of the water. Upon hearing Mouse 3's words, Mu Qing's expression darkened. The hand he had just lowered was raised once more. Gritting his teeth, he recalled how, for the past week, Mouse 3 and Zhou Siyu had incessantly ordered takeout. And to his dismay, he had never received a share. He raised his hand and struck the air with his palm. Nothing transpired, yet Mouse 3 became increasingly agitated. Having accompanied Mu Qing for quite some time, he was well aware of some of Mu Qing's techniques. The strike was silent, devoid of any detectable energy signature, which only heightened Mouse 3's terror. He cautiously sensed his surroundings, knowing that the dreadful attack would inevitably descend without warning. Crack! Mouse 3's head erupted. Charred remnants scattering, several teeth shattered, and wisps of blue smoke escaping his mouth. Mu Qing was slightly taken aback. His palm thunder had become utterly concealed, eluding any detection of energy or form. Zhou Siyu leapt onto Mu Qing's head, equally astonished. Your palm thunder is even more insidious than my curses. imperceptible and intangible, without a trace of energy. She confidently informed Qing that, with the current concealment capabilities of Palm Thunder, even a 9th-tier bloodline expert might fail to sense it. Only a monarch-level powerhouse could potentially detect the ethereal blue lightning. As Qing led them away from the training room, he felt a sense of satisfaction with his current strength. His 5th-tier bloodline prowess allowed him to contend with Mousehold 3. Moreover, he had yet to fully unleash his capabilities, as the newly acquired amplification power of the little black fish could assist him in battle as a blood spirit, possessing strength comparable to his own. The matter of the insect race had completely spread. Upon returning to his room, Qing accessed the internet through his communication device and discovered various news articles. The events in Hangzhou had been too astonishing to remain concealed. The news had reached not only the major powers, but also ordinary citizens. A wave of anxiety swept through the populace, fearing that the insect race might pose a significant threat to humanity, reminiscent of the peril once presented by the ferocious beast clan. Of course, there were those advocating for the immediate extermination of the insect race, as humanity had now grown remarkably strong, with numerous monarch-level individuals exhibiting formidable combat prowess. Chapter 218, The Thunderous Serpent. The revelation of the insect race had yet to instill a sufficient sense of crisis among humanity. Qing gazed at the information circulating online. In the eyes of many factions, the strength of the Zerg was seen as merely comparable to that of the Beast clan. Coupled with the power displayed by the Zerg, represented by Ji Xiangfeng and the enigmatic figure, both of whom were formidable kings, the top-tier kings among humans were numerous as well. Thus, the major factions harbored no concerns and had no intention of uniting against them. A sense of foreboding settled in Qing's heart. Zhuo Xiu had warned that the Zerg were a formidable threat, and allowing them to grow unchecked would undoubtedly lead to calamity. 3 days hence, they were to head to the northern district of Thunder Serpent City. A message came through the communication device from Ping Yi. Simultaneously, Ping Yi informed Qing that the fire team would also be proceeding to the northern district of Thunder Serpent City. It seemed that the captain harbored significant dissatisfaction towards the fire team and sought to teach them a lesson. Qing chuckled. During the 3 days, Qing sought out Rat Old 3 again to refine his abilities in the training room, having stabilized his own condition completely. On the 3rd day, the group gathered in the mission hall. Through this period of cultivation, Ling Fei had reached the pinnacle of the 4th tier of bloodlines. However, unlike Qing, he had not broken through to the 5th tier. Lacking the ability of heaven and earth fusion, his cultivation speed naturally paled in comparison to Qing's. And due to the peculiar nature of his blood spirit, he needed to engage in bloody battles to achieve a breakthrough. Jiang Yuanjie had also ascended to the 4th tier, significantly enhancing his perceptual abilities. The fire team has already set off. We must catch up. As the group assembled, Ping Yi led several individuals aboard a flying ship. Tomorrow marks the conclusion of the potential ranking. If we enter the top 10, we will receive substantial rewards. And the captain may use this opportunity to break through to the 7th tier of Martial Sovereign. Cheng Wei remarked. They currently ranked 11th, with their score just shy of the top 10, attainable with the completion of this mission. Naturally, the fire team's score closely mirrored theirs, ranking 12th and posing a significant threat to the Qing guards. So that was it. Qing finally understood that Ping Yi's intentions extended beyond merely confronting the fire team. He aimed to disrupt their progress in the mission. As long as the fire team failed to complete their task, the greatest threat to the Qing guards would dissipate, allowing them to easily secure a place in the top 10 of the potential ranking. Yang Kaijin piloted the flying ship once more towards Thunder Serpent City. The nearest gathering place for ferocious beasts to Beijing was indeed Thunder Serpent City, where most individuals opted to undertake missions. If all went smoothly, they could return the same day. In the northern district of Thunder Serpent City, the ferocious beasts outnumbered those in the eastern district and were considerably stronger. Moreover, the overlord of the northern district was also the sovereign of the entire Thunder Serpent City. It was rumored that the ruler of Thunder Serpent City slumbered in the northern district, a colossal lightning serpent of the 9th tier of bloodlines. As a flying ship descended, 8 individuals disembarked, each exuding a powerful aura indicative of 5th tier martial artists, with the leader being a 6th tier martial artist. This group was none other than the fire team, cautiously led by their captain deep into the northern district. Strangely, all the ferocious beasts along the way seemed to disregard their presence entirely. What could this mean? Some members of the Flame Team were utterly astonished. Whenever they ventured into the northern district of Thunder Serpent City, it was always a scene of carnage. Those ferocious beasts would pounce upon humans without hesitation. Yet now, the serpentine beasts of Thunder Serpent City circled in place, their cold, piercing gazes fixed upon them. Yet they took no action. In a surprising turn of events, when a pack of fiery wolves charged forward to attack the Flame Team, all nearby serpentine beasts leaped into action, surrounding and assaulting the wolves. The fiery wolves were momentarily stunned, and before they could react, they were torn apart by over 100 serpentine creatures. The serpents dispersed, leaving a clear path leading into the northern district of Thunder Serpent City. This sight left the members of the Flame Team in shock, unable to comprehend the situation. "Stop dawdling, move quickly," the Flame Team leader barked. His aura chaotic and somewhat peculiar. With a group in tow, he continued deeper into the northern district, his back turned to his team. Unbeknownst to them, a green light flickered in his eyes. Meanwhile, at the edge of the northern district, another flying ship descended, carrying the Qing guard. "How is it? Can you sense the presence of the Flame Team?" The group looked towards Jiang Yuanjie. Their confidence in confronting the Flame Team stemmed from Jiang Yuanjie's formidable perception and the new abilities he had acquired upon breaking through to the martial master level. Jiang Yuanjie nodded, producing a strand of hair that Ping Yi had given him. Taking a deep breath, a silvery sheen enveloped him as streams of primal energy converged upon the hair, ultimately forming a silver chip. Qing and the others were taken aback, unsure of what to make of it, while only Ping Yi, having witnessed Jiang Yuanjie's new power, laughed heartily. Jiang Yuanjie summoned his blood spirit, which took the form of a camera. He inserted the silver chip into the camera, and instantly, a light screen emanated from it. Qing and the others gazed in astonishment, realizing that the image displayed on the screen was of the Flame Team, who had already ventured deep into the northern district of Thunder Serpent City. "Jiang, your ability is terrifying," Ling Fei exclaimed, taking a deep breath in awe. Qing nodded in agreement, marveling at how a single strand of hair from the Flame Team leader could facilitate such an extraordinary means of observation. "Wait, why aren't those beasts attacking them?" Cheng Wei noticed an oddity in the footage. The members of the Flame Team strode confidently into the depths of the northern district. Yet none of the beasts dared to attack them. The next moment, the screen focused on the Flame Team leader's face, and everyone gasped in surprise. They noticed the leader's eyes shimmering with an intensely radiant green light as he expressionlessly advanced deeper into the northern district. Qing furrowed his brow, recalling that Gongshi had exhibited similar traits. This realization solidified his suspicion that the Flame Team leader had a significant connection to the insectoid race. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed on the screen, causing the Flame Team to halt their advance. Before them appeared a colossal serpent, its entire body adorned with golden scales, its vertical pupils a fierce red, and crackling with the terrifying power of lightning. The lightning serpent. Pleasingly, Ping Yi, Cheng Mei, and Yang Kai-jin were astonished. Qing cast a perplexed glance at them, to which Ping Yi subsequently elucidated. The Thunderbolt Giant Serpent reigns as the sovereign of the entire Thunder Serpent City, possessing the prowess of a 9th-tier bloodline. It has not manifested in over 3 years, remaining in a dormant state. His curiosity was palpable. Why had this formidable ruler of Thunder Serpent City suddenly emerged, and why had it refrained from launching an attack against the Fiery Flames team? What could possibly be the reason behind this? Chapter 219. The Thunderbolt Giant Serpent and the Fiery Flames team, have they arrived so swiftly? The efficiency of the insect race is indeed remarkable. The Thunderbolt Giant Serpent spoke human words, addressing the captain of the Fiery Flames team. This utterance was laden with significance, causing the countenances of the Qing guards to grow grave. The implication of the serpent's words was unmistakable. The captain of the Fiery Flames team had undoubtedly allied himself with the insect race, and it was even conceivable that he himself had transformed into one of them. From this exchange, it became evident that the Thunderbolt Giant Serpent seemed to possess a connection with the insect race, necessitating their assistance for a particular task. "I have acquired the information you sought," the captain of the Fiery Flames team affirmed, his eyes shimmering with an intense green luminescence. The team members behind him were utterly astonished, perceiving a profound change in their captain, whose aura had become exceedingly peculiar, especially upon witnessing the Thunderbolt Giant Serpent. The members of the Fiery Flames team trembled, as the oppressive presence of the 9th-tier bloodline beast rendered them breathless and uncomfortable. "Humph," the Thunderbolt Giant Serpent snorted. an invisible force emanating from it, sweeping over the entire Fiery Flames team. In the next moment, all but the captain succumbed to unconsciousness. Where's the Thunderstar Core? The Thunderbolt giant serpent fixed its gaze upon the captain. This inquiry sent a shiver through Qing, who was observing the scene from the periphery of the northern district, his eyes narrowing in surprise at the mention of the Thunderstar Core. Since joining the Yan Huang organization, he had diligently sought information regarding the Thunderstar Core, yet had found naught. He immediately focused intently, unwilling to miss a single word. Convinced that the Thunderstar Core spoken of by the Thunderbolt giant serpent was indeed the same one referred to by his father, Mu Yu, in the visual display, the captain of the Fiery Flames team first assessed his comrades, confirming they were merely unconscious before turning his attention to the Thunderbolt giant serpent. Faced with its colossal form, he exhibited no trace of fear. The Thunderstar Core you seek is highly treasured within the Yan Huang organization. Were it not for our infiltration into the Elder Council, we might never have discovered its existence. The captain activated his communication device, which displayed a photograph. The image depicted a secret chamber, encased in specially designed metallic walls, at the center of which lay a beast core. However, this core was unlike any ordinary beast core. It was entwined with fearsome electrical energies, morphing into various shapes such as dragons, cheilants, and phoenixes. Moreover, sporadic discharges of electricity erupted from the core, violently striking the metallic walls and leaving deep indentations in their wake. Indeed, it was the very one. The Thunder Serpent was filled with exhilaration, its massive form swaying uncontrollably, its crimson vertical pupils brimming with desire. This was the stellar core of the deity from our ferocious beast clan. If I were to consume it, I would undergo a transformation into a thunder dragon. The Thunder Serpent let out a long howl, causing the surrounding serpent beasts to prostrate themselves. Where is the item that Lord Kingworm entrusted to you? Captain Firestorm retracted the photograph. The Thunder Serpent also tempered its aura, extending its vividly crimson tongue, from which a luminous sphere emerged, containing 7 pitch-black worms. A smile graced Captain Firestorm's face, and the green light in his eyes grew ever more radiant. He took the 7 worms and approached his team, placing the dark creatures into their mouths. A chorus of worm-like sounds erupted as the previously unconscious 7 members of the Firestorm team stood up, their bodies shimmering with a green glow, their expressions blank. They had been utterly controlled. Your insect clan's methods are indeed formidable. A hint of trepidation flickered in the Thunder Serpent's vertical pupils. Having engaged with the insect clan for some time, it increasingly recognized their terrifying nature. There are members of our insect clan within the Elder Council, and they will naturally assist you in acquiring the Thunder Stellar Core, provided you do not forget to lead us into the lair of the ferocious beasts. Captain Firestorm and the Thunder Serpent conversed for quite some time, the content of their discussion leaving the members of the Qing Guard astounded. Even a single piece of information could send ripples throughout all of Huaxia. Qing furrowed his brow, while he was unexpectedly informed of the Thunder Stellar Core's whereabouts. Further revelations weighed heavily upon his heart. The Elder Council of the Yanhuang organization also harbored members of the Insect Clan, signifying the emergence of yet another traitor among humanity, akin to Ji Xiangfeng. Simultaneously, the Thunder Serpent had already allied with the Insect Clan, a traitor of the ferocious Beast Clan, poised to lead the insects into the Pacific at the opportune moment, the true lair of the ferocious beasts. It appeared that not only humanity faced betrayal, but even among the ferocious beasts, traitors had arisen. Pingy took a deep breath, the astonishment on his face still evident. Finally, from the imagery, Qing and the others observed Captain Firestorm retrieving the corpse of a 7th-tier ferocious beast from the Thunder Serpent, precisely the target of their current mission. Hunting a 7th-tier ferocious beast was undeniably a daunting task, given its martial sovereign level. Originally, the Qing Guard intended to thwart Captain Firestorm's mission, but it was now clear that such interference was futile, as the Thunder Serpent had taken over the task entirely. Captain Firestorm departed with the corpse of the 7th-tier ferocious beast, and Jiang Yuanjie, having expended too much energy, severed the connection. It seemed there was no way to impede the Firestorm team this time. Pingy sighed. Their mission was to slay 2 6th-tier ferocious beasts, even if accomplished. The points earned would pale in comparison to the Firestorm team's hunt of a 7th-tier beast. Qing shook his head, smiling as he remarked, "Captain, that may not be the case." Pingy and the others turned their gazes toward Qing, expressions of confusion manifesting on their faces. Ling Fei pondered for a moment. Then his eyes suddenly lit up, and he burst into laughter, exclaiming, "I've got it. What a brilliant idea." After all, he had shared 3 years of high school with Mu Qing and was well aware of his thoughts. Mu Qing chuckled softly, a glimmer of lethal intent flashing in his eyes. He declared, "Eliminate them all." Upon hearing this, everyone except Ling Fei gasped in astonishment. After a while, Jiang Yuanjie finally understood, saying, "Right. If we wipe them out, they won't even be able to submit their mission." The others, including Ping Yi, came to their senses as well. Indeed, as long as they eradicated the members of the fire team, the problem would be resolved. Moreover, the members of the fire team had already become traitors to humanity, having aligned themselves with the insectoid forces, so executing them posed no moral dilemma. We shall lie in wait around their flying ship. Once the fire team arrives, we will strike. Mu Qing indicated the precise location of the fire team's vessel. Although the ship turned invisible upon landing, it could not escape the keen eyes of Zhou Siyu. Her cultivation had progressed rapidly during this period, reaching the strength of a 4th-tier martial artist, and with her eyes shimmering with incantations, she easily discerned the location of the concealed fire team vessel. Chapter 220, Successful Ambush. At the very edge of the northern district of Thundersnake City, Mu Qing and the others lay in ambush, their presence entirely erased. This was one of Zhou Siyu's abilities. She employed a curse technique that rendered individuals completely undetectable. As her cultivation advanced, the array of peculiar curses she could wield expanded. Accompanied by the curse of erasing presence, the Qing guards lay concealed in the vicinity, remaining undetected as long as they did not reveal themselves. "They are coming," Mu Qing whispered sharply as a group approached. It was the members of the fire team. There were 8 of them in total, all expressionless and lifeless, their eyes emanating a faint green glow. Several members of the fire team dragged behind them the massive carcass of a 7th-tier ferocious beast. Suddenly, something felt amiss. The fire team leader furrowed his brow, halting in his tracks, his eyelids twitching. The fire team members also ceased their movements, standing rigidly in place. Clearly, they differed greatly from their leader, perhaps due to having recently been controlled by the insectoids, causing them to lack any discernible rationality, behaving like puppets. The fire team leader's eyes shimmered with an intense green light, which ultimately erupted into a vast wave of green luminescence. "Not good," Zhou Siyu shouted. Realizing that under the onslaught of that green light, her released curse began to unravel. However, she promptly recited another incantation, unleashing a mysterious force that shielded her curses from the green light. The fire team leader's face showed signs of confusion as he muttered, "Could it be an illusion?" He employed the insectoid's methods to scan the surroundings, but found nothing amiss. Because of his profound trust in the insectoid powers, he dismissed even his instinctive sense that something was wrong. Thunder. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. "Who goes there?" Captain of the fire brigade suddenly bellowed, his vigilant gaze sweeping the surroundings. A green luminescence surged from his eyes, yet he sensed no presence. Sweat trickled down his forehead, as a 6th-tier martial artist. Hallucinations were implausible. He had distinctly heard a sound moments ago, one that felt eerily familiar, though he could not recall its source. "Captain, look at the sky," exclaimed a bewildered member of the fire brigade, their eyes reflecting the same green glow, which now faded, restoring their expressions to normalcy. "Shouldn't we be heading deeper into the northern district? Why are we here?" Another team member questioned. The fire brigade had regained their composure, though some memories remained hazy. Unaware of their subjugation by the insectoid forces, the captain raised his gaze, his pupils constricting as he beheld an ominous purple cloud that had materialized overhead. When had this occurred? His expression shifted abruptly. The purple cloud in the sky seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, unnoticed by anyone. Even now, he could not detect any aura emanating from it. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed. The captain felt a tremor in his vision as blinding azure lightning erupted from the purple cloud, its roar akin to a dragon's roar. Panic ensued among the brigade. The situation was unsettling. The purple cloud resembled an inexplicable phenomenon, and the lightning that struck seemed to vanish into thin air. Only the captain remained focused, acutely aware of his surroundings, his foreboding feelings intensifying. He had distinctly heard a voice earlier. The purple cloud was not a natural occurrence, but rather a manifestation of someone's power. Just then, a member of the fire brigade let out a blood-curdling scream. In the terrified gazes of his comrades, the individual's body erupted in a silent explosion, blood misting the air, leaving everyone in shock. How is this possible? Who could it be? The captain's heart raced as he stared at the purple cloud, beset with unease. He had never encountered such a bizarre event. The purple clouds above and the vanishing azure lightning were confounding. With a thunderous roar, as the fire brigade attempted to escape the purple cloud, another bolt of azure lightning vanished into the void. A scream pierced the air, yet another member of the brigade was obliterated. The captain's face turned ashen, veins bulging on his forehead. In the past, he would have been indifferent to the loss of his team, but now, these members were under the control of the insectoids. Their potential vast, destined to become formidable ninth-tier insectoid warriors. In anguish and fury, he bellowed for everyone to flee toward the flying ship. However, the brigade soon realized that the purple cloud seemed to shift in tandem with their movements, as yet another bolt of azure lightning disappeared into the void. Once again, a member of the flame team was ruthlessly obliterated, transforming into a crimson mist. A wave of terror engulfed the entire team, as the captain, frantic with urgency, sprinted towards the flying ship. The vessel, which had been cloaked in invisibility, revealed itself 100 meters in size. Forged from a unique metal and powered by the high-quality cores of fearsome beasts. Just as the members of the flame team were about to enter the craft, a formidable earthen wall erupted from the ground, blocking their path. Qing, Sheng, Wei. The captain of the flame team bellowed each word with intensity, his face ashen, and he struck the wall with a powerful fist. His long-standing enmity with Ping Yi had driven him to contemplate the latter's demise, and he was all too familiar with Ping Yi's methods and aura. The wall before him was evidently conjured by Ping Yi, imbued with an immense force of earth, rendering it more resilient than some specialized metals. With a resounding clang reminiscent of metal, the captain's fist, engulfed in emerald flames, struck the wall again, only to create a mere hairline fracture. The entrance to the flying ship was obstructed by the earthen barrier. Boom! Terrifying purple storm clouds roared ominously in the sky, and eerie blue lightning flickered into the void, casting a nightmarish shadow over the flame team. Suddenly, a deafening lion's roar reverberated, shaking the very ground beneath them. Following this, a golden ripple spread forth, a formidable sound wave that engulfed the members of the flame team. With a sickening thud, one team member collapsed, blood streaming from all orifices. His face twisted in agony, his internal organs utterly pulverized. Ling Fei's new ability was overwhelmingly powerful, akin to Mu Qing's, both capable of wide-ranging devastation. In the blink of an eye, fueled by the explosive powers of Mu Qing and Ling Fei, all but the captain of the flame team perished, leaving no survivors. Chapter 221. The Rampant Thunder Serpent on the Fringes of the Northern District of Thunder Serpent City. The captain of the flame team wore a grim expression as the members of Qing Cheng Wei emerged before him. Well, I did not expect you, Ping Yi, to resort to such underhanded tactics. The captain seethed with fury. You ambushed and killed our team members. Do you not fear my report to the higher-ups of the organization? Mu Qing let out a cold laugh, replying, You must first possess the life to report to the higher-ups, and even then, it would be futile. For we of Qing Cheng Wei have slain only the insectoid species. The captain's countenance fell. From Mu Qing's words, he realized that his identity had likely been compromised. The members of Qing Cheng Wei had returned unscathed from the eastern district of Thunder Serpent City, with the lone exception of Gong Shi, whose mission had evidently failed, leaving Mu Qing and his companions untouched. Attack! Swiftly and decisively, Ping Yi commanded with a firm voice. His palm touched the ground, and walls of earth erupted, each imbued with a profound force, remarkably sturdy. Even the captain of the flame team could not breach them immediately. Mu Qing and Ling Fei charged forth. One wielded a fifth-tier bloodline, while the other possessed a fourth-tier bloodline, yet both were immensely powerful. The Mouse Elder sprang forth, its fur charred in places from the recent onslaught of lightning unleashed by Mu Qing, a manifestation of its pent-up wrath directed at the captain of the fire brigade. It emitted a roar reminiscent of a dragon's cry, skillfully wielding its claws in a fierce assault against the captain. In response, the captain bellowed in anger, radiant green light erupting from his form, as waves of emerald flames surged forth, transforming into a sea of fire. However, in the next moment, an expanse of water, stretching 200 meters, suddenly emerged, extinguishing all flames in its wake. A colossal wave crashed down, striking the captain with a force that seemed to threaten the very integrity of his bones. as if a mountain were bearing down upon him with overwhelming weight. Despite the collective efforts of the onlookers, the captain was no match for his adversaries. In a bid for secrecy, he had not summoned any allies from the insect tribe and thus stood alone without support. Ultimately, a cry filled with resentment and despair escaped his lips, his body shattering into a cloud of crimson mist. Qing withdrew his hand, having unleashed the heart lightning, the ethereal blue bolts striking down with lethal precision. The formidable fire brigade, once a powerhouse on the leaderboard, was annihilated here, each member perishing and dissolving into pools of verdant blood alongside the remains of a pitch-black worm. The insect tribe is hardly fearsome, Cheng Mei remarked, sensing their lack of prowess, incapable of withstanding Qing and his companions for even half an hour. Yet, Jiang Yuanjie shook his head, explaining to Cheng Mei that it was not the insect tribe's strength that was lacking, but rather the overwhelming might of Qing and his allies, further compounded by the sturdy earthen walls that left the captain with no avenue for escape. Trouble approaches. A terrifying presence is approaching from the depths of the northern district. Jiang Yuanjie's expression shifted dramatically. He had not merely been spectating, but was acutely attuned to the surrounding conditions. His urgency was palpable as he exclaimed, "It is that colossal lightning serpent. It has detected our anomaly and is advancing with alarming speed." The faces of the crowd blanched, acutely aware of the impending peril. "Quickly, everyone, board the flying vessel," Pying shouted, urging Qing and the others to hasten. Yang Kaijin was the first to leap aboard, disregarding whether his companions had followed, and immediately activated the vessel, fingers flying over the controls in the cockpit. With a thunderous roar, the flying ship ascended, and Yang Kaijin opened the hatch. Qing and the others, sensing the urgency, leapt into the vessel, soaring several meters high. Although their perceptive abilities were not as acute as Jiang Yuanjie's, they could still feel the unmistakable energy fluctuations emanating from the depths of the northern district, the ground trembling as ferocious beasts fled in panic, sensing impending doom. In the sky, inside the flying vessel, Cheng Mei pointed backward, her lips parted in astonishment. At the edge of the northern district, a colossal shadow emerged, a massive serpent, its entire body gleaming gold, entwined with arcs of lightning, its eyes of fierce scarlet. The colossal lightning serpent materialized at the periphery of the northern zone, soaring through the air with astonishing speed, emanating a pressure that sent numerous low-level ferocious beasts fleeing. It surveyed the area before it, marked by evident signs of battle, and was irresistibly drawn by a wisp of lightning energy, ethereal and elusive, devoid of any discernible aura. However, being adept in the mastery of lightning, it was certain that something significant had transpired. Upon spotting the pitch-black worms writhing on the ground, the serpent's demeanor shifted to one of fury. A terrifying roar erupted, reverberating through the air. At that moment, the flying vessel of the Qing guards had already traversed a considerable distance. Yet one could still witness a thick golden lightning bolt piercing the heavens from the city of Thunder Serpent. Enraged, the lightning serpent recalled its pact with Captain Liahua. Should the latter assist in obtaining the lightning star core, it would metamorphose into a lightning dragon and lead the insect horde to annihilate the ferocious beasts, thereby aiding the insectoid dominion over Earth. Alas, with Captain Liahua's demise, the serpent's sole connection to the insect race had vanished. Regrettably, the serpent had arrived too swiftly, unable to retrieve the corpse of the seventh-tier beast. Jiang Yuanjie shook his head in disappointment, aware of the immense value of the star core possessed by a beast of such caliber, which was akin to a martial sovereign. "Wake up. Were it not for our hasty retreat, we might have perished." Cheng Wei shot an exasperated glance at Jiang Yuanjie. At that moment, she held no grievances against Qing and his companions. Rather, she felt increasingly insignificant within the Qing guards. With Jiang Yuanjie's presence, the reconnaissance duties no longer fell to her, and even in combat, Ling Fei outshone her considerably. That afternoon, the members of the Qing guards returned to the Yanhuang organization, initially bracing themselves for a deduction of points due to their incomplete mission, only to be informed that all tasks related to Thunder Serpent City had been cancelled, and no points would be deducted. "Hey, old Ping," a familiar figure approached, accompanied by 6 individuals, seemingly the leader of another team. The individual regarded the Qing guards with a peculiar look before extending his congratulations. He informed them that the tyrant of Thunder Serpent City, the Lightning Serpent, had inexplicably gone berserk, slaughtering numerous humans who ventured into the city, with very few teams managing to return that day. Rumor had it that another team, ranked within the top 10 of the potential leaderboard, had been entirely annihilated while on a mission, and it appeared that their team was practically guaranteed a place in the top 10. The man laughed heartily. Ping Yi's face lit up with surprise. Having almost resigned himself to failure, he was astounded to find that they had indeed secured a spot within the top 10 of the potential leaderboard. Chapter 222. Shocking news. Is being in the top 10 truly that remarkable? Qing inquired curiously of Yang Kaijin. Yang Kaijin nodded, explaining that the Yanhuang organization maintained 2 internal rankings, where any team within the top 10 would receive extraordinarily generous rewards. It was well known that the upper echelons of the Yanhuang organization comprised the elite of China, wielding the power of the military and immense authority, possessing resources beyond measure. Even the simplest rewards were astonishing. Upon receiving the rewards for placing in the top 10, the captain will ascend to the 7th rank of martial sovereign, significantly enhancing our capabilities. Teams ranked within the top 10 of the potential list will subsequently enter the points leaderboard, as explained by Yang Kaijin. In the Yanhuang organization, it is exceedingly rare for a team to appear consecutively in the top 10 of the potential list. Typically, after securing a top 10 reward, at least one member of that team will break through to the 7th rank of martial sovereign, thus allowing the team to advance to the points leaderboard. The competition on the points leaderboard is even fiercer, with each team possessing a 7th rank martial sovereign. To secure a place in the top 10, a 9th rank bloodline martial sovereign is essential. The following day, the rewards for the top 10 on the potential list were distributed, and every member of the Qing guards received a peculiar energy fragment. What is this? Qing pondered curiously, contemplating the fragment in his room. The energy fragment in his hand was entirely golden, exuding an unmistakable aura of formidable energy. To think this organization has the means to acquire a meteorite core, exclaimed Zhou Siyu, clearly recognizing the energy fragment, possibly due to memories related to the cursed god. This is a core fragment of a meteorite. What you possess is merely a smaller portion, yet still holds significant value, Zhou Siyu elucidated. Upon hearing her words, Qing recognized the rarity of the energy fragment before him. Could it enable me to break through to the 6th rank bloodline? He inquired. Having learned from Ping Yi that this energy fragment could facilitate Ping Yi's advancement from a 6th rank to a 7th rank bloodline, thus reaching the level of martial sovereign. Zhou Siyu shook her head, stating, "You have only recently broken through. Achieving another breakthrough may prove challenging. However, if you were to give it to Mouse Old 3, he would likely attain the level of martial sovereign." She informed Qing that should Mouse Old 3 absorb the energy fragment, he could immediately reach the 7th rank bloodline, whereas Qing's chances of significant advancement were minimal. Furthermore, Zhou Siyu indicated that if Mouse Old 3 were to reach the level of martial sovereign, there might be peculiar transformations in his bloodline, possibly awakening certain abilities akin to that of dragon rat beings. After a moment of contemplation, Qing glanced at Mouse Old 3 and resolved to allow him to absorb the energy fragment. This decision took Mouse Old 3 by surprise. "Are you truly giving this to me?" he asked, incredulity etched on his face. Qing nodded, handing over the energy fragment, which left Mouse Old 3 overwhelmed with gratitude, clinging to Qing's leg and exclaiming in joy, "Rest assured, I will undoubtedly break through to the 7th rank martial sovereign, and when that time comes, I shall vanquish any insectoid foes." Mouse Old 3 vowed, then eagerly scurried to a corner to absorb the newly acquired energy fragment. Should Mouse Old 3 also achieve a breakthrough to the 7th rank bloodline, the Qing guards would boast 2 martial sovereign experts, ensuring they would not languish at the bottom of the leaderboard. In the ensuing days, Qing notably refrained from his usual training, focusing instead on gathering information regarding the Thunderstar Core. From Captain Liahua, he had learned of its whereabouts, hidden within a certain secret chamber controlled by the Elder Council of the Yanhuang organization. According to the account of the Thunder Serpent, the Thunderstar Core is the core of a deity from the Beast clan. Qing had previously acquired some information during his time in the Kunlun secret realm, revealing that many years ago, the deity of the Beast clan engaged in battle with the cursed god for reasons unknown, resulting in both parties suffering devastating losses and ultimately perishing. He surmised that the Thunderstar Core must indeed belong to that deity of the Beast clan. Following the death of the cursed god, the remnants of his cursed techniques and cursed lands remained, and naturally, the beast god would have left behind his essence, the Thunderstar Core. Mu Yu informed him that by joining the Yanhuang organization and devising a means to obtain the Thunderstar Core, he could facilitate the metamorphosis of his purple lightning bamboo. This prospect filled Mu Qing with immense anticipation. After all, the current display of power and capability of the purple lightning bamboo was already astonishing. To envision it evolving further was a tantalizing thought. However, acquiring the Thunderstar Core was no simple task, even with knowledge of its existence. Mu Qing learned that obtaining it would be exceedingly challenging. Within the Yanhuang organization, one could purchase numerous items with sufficient contributions or wealth. Yet such a precious artifact as the Thunderstar Core was evidently not among them. The Elders' Council guarded the Thunderstar Core with utmost vigilance, and very few were privy to its existence. 10 days passed swiftly, during which Mu Qing diligently sought information, contemplating how he might infiltrate the Elders' Council to procure the Thunderstar Core. Suddenly, he caught wind of a significant piece of news. He had been attuned to various updates. More so than Jiang Yuanjie. This news pertained to the insectoid clan and rapidly disseminated across the internet, igniting a frenzy among major forums. The information was disseminated by the federal headquarters, stating that Mars had fallen under the control of the insectoid clan, transforming the entire planet into a source of sustenance for them. Through satellite observation, they noted the presence of terrifying insect creatures surpassing the Qing level, some reaching sizes of a kilometer, resembling dragon-like centipedes. What exactly is the insectoid clan? How could an extraterrestrial race be so fearsome? Wasn't he thought that the insectoid clan only consisted of a few minor kings? How did they manage to occupy Mars? And what was the meaning of these creatures exceeding the Qing level? The online community erupted in chaos, with everyone discussing the insectoid situation. Those who had previously believed that humanity had far surpassed the insectoid clan were now filled with dread. This was the strategy of the insectoid clan. They could generate countless insect warriors and possess the patience to spend millennia conquering a single planet. Zhou Siyu, unsurprised, had already formed her own suspicions. She informed Mu Qing that each time the insectoid clan invaded a life-rich planet, they would seize the surrounding planets as nourishment. What if we were to annihilate Mars? Mu Qing inquired, considering humanity's formidable power, particularly in terms of technology, with a certain alchemical organization boasting an unknown number of top-tier alchemists capable of obliterating Mars. Zhou Siyu shook her head and uttered a statement that instilled a sense of dread in Mu Qing regarding the current situation. It appeared that traitors had infiltrated both the Yanhuang organization and the federal department, and who could guarantee that other major powers were not similarly compromised by the insectoid clan? It was inconceivable that humanity could easily destroy Mars. She was certain that once humanity intended to expend enormous resources to obliterate Mars, the Zerg would undoubtedly be aware of it and would immediately intervene. Chapter 223. The Zerg, Elder Mu. Mu Qing took a deep breath, feeling an overwhelming pressure. On the surface, the Zerg appeared to wield limited power, yet when their true nature was revealed, it left humanity on Earth in utter shock. Perhaps even the monstrous tribes lurking beneath the Pacific Ocean sensed the impending threat. 3 days later, yet another piece of news emerged, once again shocking everyone. Within the dominion of the Western Church, a colossal city fell to the Zerg's onslaught. Similar to Hangzhou, the Zerg appeared suddenly, launching an assault on a city in the west. However, unlike Hangzhou, this time fortune did not favor them. During the incident in Hangzhou, Mu Qing had wielded the control stone, summoning for king-level beasts from the depths of West Lake to delay the Zerg's assault until the Yanhuang and the Federation arrived. In the Western Church's great city, the strongest defenders were merely ninth-tier martial sovereigns. But they faced the Zerg forces led by Ji Xiangfeng and others who had previously invaded Hangzhou. Mu Qing was astounded. He had not anticipated that Ji Xiangfeng and the Zerg would venture to the west and seize a grand city. According to reports circulating online, the Zerg's leader was a boy with crimson eyes, accompanied by Ji Xiangfeng and a mysterious figure who overwhelmed the city with devastating force. The Zerg's queen insect, their leader, required vast quantities of blood to restore its power. Zhou Siyu informed Mu Qing that although the queen insect had suffered defeat in the battle at Hangzhou, its current conquest of a grand city in the west would allow it to absorb massive amounts of blood, rendering it terrifyingly powerful. Now, all eyes were fixed on this western city, eager to discern the Zerg's intentions. Conversely, the powerful figures within the Western Church fell silent, seemingly hesitating to confront the Zerg, leaving most people bewildered. Only a select few sensed that the church's elite appeared to be wary of something. Subsequently, in the following days, numerous reports regarding the Zerg emerged, revealing their presence across the globe. Could it be that the Zerg had secretly amassed enough power to contend with humanity? Qing was astonished. He had not expected the Zerg to reveal their movements so swiftly. Nonetheless, he was aware that a significant portion of their covert forces remained hidden, with many operatives lurking within the boundaries of Huaxia. Previously, in a conversation between Captain Li Hua and the Lightning Serpent, he had overheard that there were Zerg infiltrators within the Elder Council of the Yanhuang organization. This was indeed terrifying, considering that the Yanhuang organization was established by the upper echelons of Huaxia, and only the Federation could rival its power within the nation. Furthermore, every member of the Elder Council was of the king level, and the Zerg's infiltration of such a body showcased their cunning. It was entirely possible that other factions also harbored Zerg infiltrators among their senior ranks. Suddenly, Qing stumbled upon a piece of news concerning the city of Hangzhou. There were rumors circulating online about the emergence of 4 colossal and fearsome beasts casting shadows within the city, yet curiously, they had not harmed any humans. In fact, these creatures had aided in the reconstruction of Hangzhou before vanishing into the skies. Qing recognized these as the 4 beasts that resided beneath West Lake, which, as previously described, had not posed any threat to humanity. How peculiar, he mused, pondering why he had been unable to reach Counselor Lu lately. He had entrusted Lu with the care of Ji Jia, yet there had been no news about her during this time. A sense of unease settled upon Qing, prompting him to consult Yang Shanshan, for she was now the cherished princess of the Yang family, undergoing rigorous training, her prowess undoubtedly on par with his own. However, even Yang Shanshan could not glean any information about Ji Jia, her heart equally laden with apprehension. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Qing inhaled deeply, his eyelids twitching. At that moment, a message arrived on his communication device. It was Counselor Lu. Do you have time to visit the federal branch? Lu's expression was grave as he informed Qing that he had uncovered significant information. Ever since the last communication signals between the 2 colossal powers, Yanhuang and the Federation, had been intercepted, Lu had grown wary of the safety of their communication devices, suspecting that the Zerg might be monitoring them at all times. Therefore, he intended for Qing to come to the federal branch to relay the findings in person. What about Ji Jia? Qing inquired, his concern for her safety palpable. Previously, when Principal Ku was gravely injured, there were those who sought to control him through Zerg means. Qing had witnessed the Zerg's tactics firsthand. He could not believe that Captain Li Hua and others had willingly allied with them. Subsequently, those Li Hua team members had evidently been controlled, with parasites embedded within them, yet they bore no memory of such events. This was the most terrifying aspect. One could not even be certain if they, too, had been compromised. Rest assured, my people have been closely monitoring Ji Jia. She is unharmed. Her injuries fully healed, and her cultivation has significantly progressed, Lu assured him, indicating that Ji Jia was entirely fine. With a slight sigh of relief, Qing departed from the Yanhuang organization and made his way to the federal branch. Upon his arrival, he was promptly greeted and led into a secure chamber where Counselor Lu awaited him, accompanied by several familiar faces, Ziyu, Ziyang, and Ding Wang. Welcome. Lu's demeanor was serious as he nodded at Qing, the expressions of the others equally grave. Qing's gaze shifted, sensing the gravity of Lu's discoveries. I recall that your entry into the Yanhuang organization was facilitated by the former Wind Marshal Sovereign, now Elder Mu, correct? Lu began, his inquiry somewhat peculiar, prompting Qing to reflect on any further interactions with Elder Mu. This left Qing feeling puzzled until a realization struck him, causing his pupils to constrict. Could it be? Lu nodded, stating, Wang Sheng is backed by a formidable force, even receiving support from the Western Church, which restricts our ability to act against him. However, when I shifted my focus elsewhere, I uncovered some clues. Previously, I had tracked Elder Mu and discovered his connections with the insect race. I could even perceive the distinctive aura of the insect species emanating from him, Ziyue remarked. Clad in her customary black qipao, her long, fair legs strikingly elegant, she had also cultivated barrier techniques, despite possessing merely a 9th-tier bloodline. Her power rivaled that of a monarch, adeptly concealing her presence with the essence of moonlight as she investigated Elder Mu. Ultimately, She indeed witnessed his interactions with the insect race. Elder Mu is one of them. He facilitated your entry into the Yanhuang organization, arranging everything with malicious intent, Ziyang asserted. Councilman Lu nodded in agreement and continued, "It is not solely Elder Mu, the federal division here." Suddenly, his words were cut short, his eyes widening in horror as he spat a mouthful of blood. Chapter 224, Councilman Lu. Ziyue and the others were taken aback, rushing forward to assess Councilman Lu's condition. Ding Wang, standing behind, was equally astonished, rendered speechless. Mu Qing furrowed his brow, having sensed an unsettling premonition that had intensified at that moment. He understood that Lu's sudden hemorrhage was far from ordinary. Though Lu appeared to be a frail, white-haired elder, he was, in truth, a seasoned monarch of considerable strength. Such an abrupt coughing of blood was inconceivable. Lu himself bore a look of disbelief, unable to fathom why he had suddenly coughed up blood. Furthermore, he felt excruciating pain within. Even his once vibrant source energy began to wane. What on earth was happening? Ziyue and Ziyang were exceedingly anxious. Lu gasped for breath, drenched in sweat, yet maintained a semblance of composure. It seemed he had come to a realization, struggling to utter. The Federal Division also harbors insects. With a sharp intake of breath, Lu's pupils constricted like needles, and he spewed forth another surge of crimson blood, his body trembling uncontrollably. He desperately sought to articulate the name of the individual within the Federal Division associated with the insect race, yet the name eluded him, remaining trapped within his lips. Suddenly, a burst of blood mist erupted, and before the horrified gazes of the onlookers, a gaping wound appeared in the vicinity of Lu's heart, blood quickly staining his garments. Lu's gaze dimmed, his mouth moving in silent desperation to reveal the name, but it remained unspoken. With a thud, Lu collapsed into the pool of blood, his essence extinguished. Inexplicably lifeless. Lu. The crowd was aghast. Disbelief washed over them as they struggled to accept that such a formidable monarch had perished in this manner. It is the insect race. Mu Qing, with keen eyes, noticed a glowing insect emerging from the blood hole that had formed in Lu's heart. The luminescent creature fluttered its wings, soaring a few times before diving into the blood, its form melding with the crimson liquid, vanishing entirely. Mu Qing recognized the insect well. It was the same creature that Wang Sheng had once used to seal his source energy. Evidently, this creature harbors other insidious powers. The moment Congressman Lu attempts to unveil the identity of the Zerg infiltrator within the federal department, his body would shatter immediately. Is it Wang Sheng? Or perhaps another under the Zerg's command? Mu Qing furrowed his brow, taken aback by the unforeseen circumstances. Just then, the door to the chamber was forcefully kicked open, and a group of individuals entered, their faces cloaked in an icy demeanor. Turning to look, Mu Qing recognized them as Fang Shan, his uncle Song Ji, along with Wang Rong of the Wang family and Mu Qing Shu. Fang Shan, a paragon of the federal department, possessed formidable strength. However, he seemed inconsequential to Mu Qing in the current predicament. His uncle, Song Ji, was a powerhouse of the 9th tier, accompanied by two formidable warriors, among whom Wang Rong stood out, having previously demonstrated barrier techniques on Kunlun Mountain, making him significantly stronger than the average warrior. Yet, at this moment, what captured the most attention was the middle-aged man standing before Mu Qing Shu and the others, exuding an extraordinary aura, his strength akin to an unfathomable abyss, making it difficult to perceive his true presence. Ziyu and the others trembled slightly, bowing in respect. Chairman. At last, Mu Qing discerned the identity of the individual before him. He was none other than the overseer of the entire federal department, the chairman of the council. Frowning deeply, Mu Qing sensed that something sinister was afoot. It was known that the disorientation had been orchestrated by Congressman Lu, a secret shared only among their small circle. Yet the chairman had suddenly barged in, accompanied by Wang Rong. Although Mu Qing Shu was a member of the federal department, Wang Rong was a king of the Wang family. Mu Qing's heart raced with the realization that the name Lu never revealed before his demise was likely that of the chairman. The chairman's imposing presence was palpable as he turned his gaze toward Mu Qing, smiling, and remarked, "The hero capable of saving Hangzhou City is indeed exceptional. You have swiftly attained the rank of 5th-tier martial artist. It seems the people from Yanhuang have failed to eliminate you." Chairman. Ziyu and the others instinctively sensed the oddity in his words. "Forgive me, but your Zerg are simply too weak to even kill a mere martial artist like myself." Mu Qing retorted defiantly, unyielding even in the face of multiple kings. Ha ha! The chairman erupted in laughter, his eyes resembling those of a venomous serpent fixated on Mu Qing. In a low voice, he declared, I have no ties with the Zerg. Rather, it is you, as one of Hangzhou City's saviors, whose principal even perished in the battle against the Zerg, yet you have allied with them. The chairman's aura surged violently, akin to a terrifying beast intent on trampling all in its path. The chamber seemed to be engulfed in a dreadful tempest, and Mu Qing felt a wave of suffocation as the chairman's oppressive presence bore down solely upon him. With a furious expression, the chairman bellowed, Your principal, Ku Zhong, died fighting against the Zerg. The Lord of Hangzhou also perished in this struggle, yet you have allied with the Zerg. Kill Congressman Liu. Seize them all. It was evident that the chairman had no intention of sparing anyone present. Mu Qing's countenance darkened. The moment the chairman entered, he had cast a grave accusation upon him, claiming he had sided with the Zerg. This is nothing short of slander. Yet Mu Qing remained silent, for he understood that no matter what he said, it would be futile. The higher echelons of the Federation had been entirely ensnared by the insectoid forces. The Speaker of the Federation stood as the most powerful individual within the organization, and with him having allied himself with the insectoids, it was no wonder that even a sovereign like Liu, the counselor, had succumbed to their infestation. With a thunderous declaration, the Speaker commanded, and both Mu Qing and Wang Rong advanced, an aura of supremacy emanating from them, intent on capturing Mu Qing and his companions. He clearly had no intention of sparing anyone present. Do not worry, you shall not meet your end immediately. I intend for the entire world to witness your execution. A cruel smile spread across Liu's face. Liu was destined for demise, for his reach extended too far. He had unearthed the insectoid identities of Elder Mu and the Speaker. Moreover, Liu possessed considerable influence, should he report to the Federation's headquarters. Formidable forces would undoubtedly descend to investigate. Thus, the Speaker acted swiftly to eliminate Liu, intending to pin the blame on Mu Qing and his companions. As Mu Qing and the others found themselves bound by the power of Wang Rong and Mu Qing Shu, the Speaker erupted into laughter. Soon, there would be no entity within the realm of Huaxia capable of opposing our insectoid kin. Once we unify the East, we shall conquer the West. Chapter 225. Space transmission within a hidden chamber of the Federation. Mu Qing and Ziyue found themselves ensnared by a dominion of royal power, rendered immobile. The Speaker's expression grew cold and detached as he regarded Mu Qing and the others. He intended to orchestrate a grand execution, broadcasted globally, to utterly annihilate Mu Qing before the eyes of the world. Mu Qing, you shall depart with Ding Wang shortly. At that moment, a voice resonated within Mu Qing's mind, soft as silver bells. It was Ziyue communicating telepathically. Mu Qing had been pondering how to escape from the clutches of these sovereigns amidst the dire circumstances. Yet he had not anticipated Ziyue's sudden message urging him to flee alongside Ding Wang. Confusion washed over him. Could Ziyue possess a means to break free from the sovereign's bindings? Yet, he was acutely aware of the formidable presence of several royal beings. Even if he were to escape, they would still be outmatched. At that instant, Ziyue closed her eyes, and her alluring form radiated with dazzling moonlight, forcibly breaking the shackles of confinement. Simultaneously, Ziyang unleashed a powerful roar, his body ablaze with flames, shattering his bindings. The Speaker and his cohorts were taken aback. They had not anticipated the strength of the siblings Ziyue and Ziyang, both possessing ninth-tier bloodlines, capable of liberating themselves from Wang Rong's restraints. Feudal, Wang Rong sneered, as a blazing sun emerged behind him, enveloping the chamber with a mysterious force. He summoned a barrier, sealing the area entirely while a terrifying pressure descended upon them. Ziyang, assisting Mu Qing and Ding Wang in breaking free, wore a grave expression. We will momentarily hold them off. You must escape swiftly and do not return. His demeanor was calm, mirrored by Ziyue. The death of Counselor Liu left them in a state of shock. The two of them could be considered Liu's trusted confidants, having persistently investigated leads regarding the insectoid race. Currently, only a handful of individuals were aware of the identities of Elder Mu and the counselor. Should they be apprehended, the insectoids would undoubtedly seize complete control over the federal branch, subsequently spreading their influence towards the federal headquarters. Mu Qing and Ding Wang's potential was well understood by Ziyue and Ziyang. Once they reached maturity, they could pose a significant threat to the counselor, which is why they chose to assist the two in their escape. Jiang produced a shimmering silver crystal, translucent and glistening with radiant streams of light. Upon seeing the silver crystal in Jiang's hand, Wang Rong, Mu Qingshu, and the others were taken aback. Even the counselor appeared astonished, seemingly unable to fathom how Jiang came to possess such an artifact. With a crack, Jiang crushed the silver crystal, and suddenly, a viscous silver energy surged forth, forming a vortex in midair. This silver vortex exuded an aura of mystery, and Mu Qing could sense that it was identical to the one associated with Yang Shan. It was a manifestation of spatial power. Jiang struck forth with a palm, not employing excessive strength, merely propelling Mu Qing and Ding Wang into the silver vortex. Remember, do not return until you have attained the rank of king, or all our efforts will be in vain. Jiang bellowed, as the silver vortex gradually began to dissipate, distorting space itself. Come back. The counselor's face contorted in anger. Mu Qing had already thwarted numerous plans of the insectoids. They had issued multiple assassination orders against Mu Qing, all of which had ended in failure. Allowing Mu Qing to escape once more would be a dire misstep. He took direct action, unleashing a torrent of formidable power from within, golden light engulfing everything, as the entire secret chamber began to fracture. However, the silver vortex had vanished, and Mu Qing and Ding Wang had been transported away. Good. Excellent. A monstrous killing intent ignited in the counselor's eyes, only to be forcibly suppressed. Take them both away. He suppressed his fury and turned to leave, although he harbored a desire to eliminate Ziyue and Jiang immediately. He knew he could not act if he wished to lure Mu Qing and Ding Wang out. He was confident that when the death sentences for Ziyue and the others were publicly announced, Mu Qing would undoubtedly return. Ziyue and Jiang were soon captured after a brief struggle, for they were both ninth-tier martial sovereigns, unable to rival a king. Jiang offered a bitter smile, hoping that Mu Qing would not return. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, and I believe that with Mu Qing and Ding Wang's potential, they can attain the rank of king even if they hide away. What a pity it is. Had it been a high-quality spatial crystal, we too could have escaped. Ziyue sighed. The spatial crystal in Jiang's possession was an exceedingly rare and precious treasure, though of inferior quality. Even a ninth-tier bloodline expert would find it unmanageable. If someone of Jiang's caliber, a ninth-tier martial sovereign, were to enter the silver vortex, it would shatter completely and serve no purpose. Only Mu Qing and Ding Wang, who had not yet reached the 7th tier, could traverse the spatial passage without it collapsing. In a certain place within the borders of Huaxia, the air is filled with the melodious sounds of birds and the fragrant scent of flowers, shrouded in ethereal mist. The mountains stretch endlessly, adorned with towering trees, while various mystical species weave through the forest. Mu Qing and Ding Wang awakened beside a tranquil pool, initially dazed, before gradually coming to their senses. The expressions of Ding Wang and his companions, Ziyu and Ziyang, are heavy with concern. In the secret chamber, there were several formidable opponents, and the disparity in strength was overwhelming. Ziyu and the others were undoubtedly outmatched and likely captured. Mu Qing takes a deep breath, astonished by the formidable power of the insect race. Even a mere investigation by Counselor Liu attracted attention, and he unwittingly fell victim to some unseen scheme. Although they managed to escape, their situation remains dire. His expression turns serious. With Counselor Liu's demise, the blame falls squarely upon them. It is possible that a warrant has already been issued by the federal branch, and should they appear in public, they would undoubtedly be pursued by many. Ding Wang's expression darkens, and in a fit of rage, he strikes a nearby tree with a powerful punch. The impact sends shockwaves through the area, and an ancient, stout tree is shattered, scattering countless birds and beasts. Suddenly, Mu Qing's gaze shifts to the broken tree. What's wrong? Ding Wang turns, astonished to see a flicker of green light emanating from the severed trunk, which begins to levitate and heal itself. This miraculous scene leaves both Mu Qing and Ding Wang dumbfounded, realizing the extraordinary nature of their surroundings. What is this place? Mu Qing inquires, intrigued. They are nestled within the continuous mountain range, where the air is remarkably pure, invigorating their inner energies with each breath. I'm not certain, Ding Wang replies, shaking his head. I recall that while spatial crystals are rare and can transport individuals instantaneously to another location, the destination is entirely random. He reassures Mu Qing that the only certainty is that they remain within Huaxia. Mu Qing frowns as he attempts to contact Zhou Xiyu and Xu Laosin using his communication device. However, deep within this secluded forest, there is no reception, rendering him unable to reach anyone in the outside world. During his previous meeting with Counselor Liu, he had not brought Zhou Xiyu or Xu Laosan, venturing alone, and he had not anticipated such an ordeal. Nonetheless, he feels a sense of relief for having left the three behind. Returning is not an option for him now, and Wang Sheng will undoubtedly seek a way to obtain Zhou Xiyu. However, with Xu Laosan's protection by her side, he finds some solace. At that moment, a figure suddenly appears behind them, a venerable old man, with a youthful visage and a beaming smile. He appears to be a woodcutter, dressed in simple cloth, wearing a straw hat, and carrying a bundle of firewood on his back. Instantly, Mu Qing and Ding Wang become alert, for they had not sensed the woodcutter's approach, indicating that he is far from ordinary. Mu Qing squinted, his gaze fixed upon the bundle of freshly chopped wood behind the woodcutter, the emerald light swirling around it, adorned with mysterious runes that flickered with an unusual brilliance. "Old man," Ding Wang said with a polite smile, "we are merely tourists who have inadvertently lost our way. Could you possibly guide us out?" He discerned the woodcutter's extraordinary nature but paid it little heed. In an era where cultivation was commonplace, even a 90-year-old matron might possess martial prowess. Yet the woodcutter regarded them with an odd expression, stating, "Qing Mountain has always been secluded from the outside world, enveloped in natural protective energies. Even sovereigns cannot gain entry. You two little ones have yet to reach the level of martial sovereign. How could you be here for tourism? Spare me the deceit. I can see through it at a glance. Speak honestly." The woodcutter chuckled, his curiosity piqued by the rare appearance of two martial masters. Mu Qing and Ding Wang were both taken aback. The very notion that even sovereigns could not breach Qing Mountain was astonishing. Eventually, Mu Qing decided to divulge the truth. The woodcutter stroked his white beard in contemplation, murmuring softly, "Interesting. Ever since the beast clans descended, the earth has grown increasingly peculiar. Now even the insect clans have emerged." "Wait." Ding Wang's pupils dilated suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, nearly leaping in astonishment. Qing Mountain. Could it be the fabled celestial mountain from the tales of Qingdu? His excitement was palpable. Mu Qing cast a puzzled glance his way, prompting Ding Wang to elaborate. It turned out that Ding Wang hailed from the prominent Ding family of Qingdu, a family of great renown. Qingdu was unique, safeguarded by mysterious forces. Even during the Beast Clan's invasion, they had chosen to bypass the city, allowing it to flourish. A legend persisted among the locals, claiming that immortals resided atop Qing Mountain, and that the Beast Clans had deliberately avoided Qingdu out of reverence for these beings. While this tale seemed fabricated, many, including the most powerful members of the Ding family, held it to be true. Locals often ventured near Qing Mountain, only to lose consciousness, regaining their memories the following day, awakening in their own homes. Ding Wang's excitement stemmed from a past incident where a sovereign from their family had attempted to enter Qing Mountain, only to inexplicably reappear within the family the next day. "I cannot believe the legend is true. Surely, you must be one of the immortals residing on Qing Mountain. Would you be able to vanquish the insect clans?" Ding Wang gazed at the woodcutter with eager anticipation, harboring a glimmer of hope for Ziyu and the others. Mu Qing also turned to the woodcutter, noting that despite his peculiar nature, he bore no resemblance to the ethereal immortals of imagination. The woodcutter shook his head, declaring, "I am not an immortal, nor do such beings exist in this world. While Qing Mountain is indeed remarkable, the immortals have long since departed. I am but a disciple serving under the Heavenly Master, and my family has devoted generations to serving the Heavenly Master's esteemed lineage." A look of reverence crossed the woodcutter's face. It was evident that the celestial master he spoke of was a formidable force to be reckoned with. And what of this celestial master? Ding Wang pressed, for the myriad rumors surrounding Qing Mountain had led him to believe that anyone residing there must be akin to immortals. The woodcutter shook his head and replied, "The celestial master has long since departed. In those days, he led the Qing guards into battle against extraterrestrial foes, but he never returned. As for the Ping family, I am the last of my line." Ding Wang felt a profound disappointment. From the woodcutter's account, it was clear that the celestial master was an extraordinarily terrifying figure, who had ventured forth to confront alien adversaries. It is important to note that the current strong individuals on Earth are merely in a defensive stance. Whether it be the ferocious beast clan of the past or the current insectoid race, both are invaders from beyond our planet. Even the mightiest among them cannot survive unscathed in the vast cosmos, revealing the true dreadfulness of that celestial master who dared to engage extraterrestrials. Yet, the name Qing guard seemed familiar to Ding Wang. Suddenly, he frowned, sensing an unsettling recognition. Qing inhaled deeply and turned to the woodcutter, who responded. I am indeed a member of the Qing guards. It is the very group I joined within the Yanhuang organization. Ah, of course, Ding Wang exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. The woodcutter chuckled, dismissing the notion, with so many people in the world, it is not unusual for similar names to arise. Additionally, there were records of the Qing guards in the past, and it is hardly surprising that someone would adopt that name for their team. Qing regarded him with a teasing glint in his eyes, but our captain of the Qing guards also bears the surname Ping. From the moment the woodcutter mentioned the Qing guards, Qing's attention was sharply piqued. When the woodcutter further revealed his connection to the Ping family, Qing's suspicions solidified. He found it implausible that such coincidences could exist, leading him to believe that Ping Yi and the woodcutter's Ping family were indeed linked. The smile on the woodcutter's face faltered, disbelief creeping into his expression. Are you saying that within the Yanhuang organization, there exists an individual named Ping Yi who has established a group called the Qing guards? Tears welled in the woodcutter's eyes. For years, he had lived in solitude, convinced that the Ping family had become extinct, yet the arrival of Qing and Ding Wang offered him a glimmer of hope. Our family's greatest strength lies in the power of earth, a force bestowed upon us by the celestial master. The woodcutter gazed intently at Qing. Qing nodded affirmatively, assuring him that not only had Ping Yi founded the Qing guards, but he also wielded the very power of the earth. Chapter 227. The Celestial Master's Cave. How can this be? The woodcutter's expression was a tempest of confusion. The Celestial Master clearly took all the Ping family guards with him and lost contact upon entering the cosmos. Despite his disbelief, he could discern that Qing was not lying. If what Qing claimed were true, then Ping Yi of the Qing guards could very well be a descendant of the Ping family. Heaven has eyes. Our lineage endures. The woodcutter's excitement was palpable. Certainly, he still found it hard to believe. Finally, he handed Qing a jade pendant inscribed with the character for peace. If the person you speak of, Ping Yi, truly descends from the Ping family, then his blood will surely evoke a phenomenon from this jade. When the changes are sensed, I shall emerge from my seclusion, the woodcutter declared. Qing, somewhat perplexed, inquired why he did not investigate Ping Yi's lineage himself. The woodcutter chuckled, shaking his head as he explained that he must protect Qing Mountain, a place steeped in the lineage of the celestial master and equally significant to Taoism as Kunlun. The Ping family has served the celestial master for generations, and thus, their legacy must be safeguarded. Unless absolutely necessary, I will not depart. The woodcutter's resolve was unwavering. Unless it is confirmed that Ping Yi is indeed of the Ping lineage, he would remain in seclusion, let alone assist Qing and his companions in battling the insect race. Even if the outside world were to be utterly destroyed, he would choose to turn a blind eye. Then, Elder, how shall we escape? Ding Wang asked anxiously, still concerned for the safety of Ziyue and Ziyang. The woodcutter glanced at them and replied, your current strength is insufficient for escape. As a member of the Ping family, I can freely enter and exit Qing Mountain, but you will inevitably be hindered by the residual powers left by the Celestial Master. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, a multitude of intricate runes flickered around Qing Mountain, inscribed with ancient characters, accompanied by faint resonances of Taoist sounds that crescendoed into a thunderous echo, reminiscent of a great bronze bell reverberating through the heavens. Qing and Ding Wang instinctively recoiled, experiencing a ringing in their ears, a cacophony of sound. Fortunately, the resonance soon dissipated, and the runes and ancient inscriptions enveloping Qing Mountain vanished. The woodcutter remarked, in truth, it is not I who safeguards Qing Mountain, but the arrangements laid down by the Celestial Master. No ordinary ruler can enter or exit. Does that mean we cannot leave in the near future? Qing exclaimed in astonishment. Ding Wang's brow furrowed in concern. If even a ruler could not escape, how could they, mere martial artists and not even martial sovereigns, hope to succeed? Alas, it can only be said that your luck is exceptionally poor, having been transported here by the spatial crystal. A rare occurrence indeed, the woodcutter lamented. He suggested, I see potential in both of you. Qing Mountain is rich in heavenly materials and precious herbs, sufficient for you to cultivate to the rank of a ruler. At that time, with my assistance, you should be able to depart." Mu Qing and Ding Wang exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Cultivating to the rank of a ruler before escaping? How much time would that require? By then, the outside world might have undergone a complete transformation, perhaps entirely under the control of the insect race. "No, I must find a way to escape swiftly," Ding Wang shouted. To him, the counselor was as significant as a master, and Ziyue and Xiang had treated him well, fueling his desire for vengeance and his wish to rescue them. "Once I escape, I will seek out my grandfather. He will surely help me." Ding Wang was no fool. He recognized that his strength could not match that of the council leader and thus sought the assistance of his family. Is there truly no way to leave? Mu Qing gazed intently at the woodcutter. If they were to remain here, cultivating until they reached the rank of a king, one could only speculate what might transpire outside. The woodcutter did not respond immediately. His eyes flickered with uncertainty. He then approached a tree, and with a flourish of light in his hands, a talisman materialized, which swiftly transformed into an axe. This axe shimmered with ethereal brilliance, and with a gentle swing, 3 ancient trees toppled, subsequently arranging themselves into a neat bundle of firewood that rolled to the woodcutter's back. The axe morphed back into a talisman, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "If you truly wish to exit, I possess another method." Mu Qing and Ding Wang's eyes brightened at this revelation, surprised that the woodcutter had a solution. Taking a deep breath, the woodcutter continued, "On Qing Mountain, there lies the Celestial Master Cave, which contains 30 challenges. If you can breach and overcome any one of these barriers, you shall be permitted to leave Qing Mountain." A hint of hesitation and confusion flickered in his gaze, as if he were uncertain whether his course of action was indeed correct. In truth, the Celestial Master Cave was the hallowed ground where generations of Celestial Masters had attained their final resting place. Those who ventured within would confront the essence and spirit left behind by these masters. Currently, 29 Celestial Masters had transcended within the cave, each forming a barrier, with the final challenge set by the formidable Ning Fengzhenjuan. The woodcutter, despite his familiarity with the mountain, was unaware of the full extent of Ning Feng's prowess, only knowing that his challenge was exceedingly difficult to surmount. Should anyone succeed in overcoming any barrier, it would signify their inheritance of that generation's celestial mastery, thus granting them the potential to ascend as celestial masters themselves. The Celestial Master Cave was, in essence, the cradle of Qing Mountain's legacy, a privilege reserved for its core disciples to receive the Celestial Master's teachings and acquire formidable techniques. For outsiders like Mu Qing and Ding Wang, to enter the cave was an unprecedented occurrence in the history of Qing Mountain. The woodcutter harbored his own motives. He indeed wished to ascertain whether descendants of the Ping family still existed. If either Mu Qing or Ding Wang were recognized by a celestial master, they would be able to leave Qing Mountain, thereby validating whether Ping was truly of the Ping lineage. After all, the woodcutter was now the sole inhabitant of Qing Mountain, and allowing Mu Qing and Ding Wang to enter would attract no reproach. Furthermore, although the woodcutter could traverse Qing Mountain at will, it came with a price. His advanced age, having witnessed the rise and fall of several generations of celestial masters, left him teetering on the brink of exhaustion. He guided Mu Qing and Ding Wang to a particular location on Qing Mountain, where 1,000 stone steps lay before them, cloaked in moss and steeped in ancient ambience. He ascended slowly, as if taking a leisurely stroll. Ding Wang followed suit, his expression shifting dramatically. Upon his first step onto the stairs, he felt an immediate pressure descend upon him. This weight seemed to materialize from thin air, enveloping him from all sides, making each breath a laborious task. To reach the Celestial Master Cave, these 1,000 steps served as a trial, the woodcutter remarked languidly from ahead. Chapter 228. The 13th generation Celestial Master Mu Qing followed Ding Wang's steps up the staircase, quickly sensing the unusual nature of the 1,000 steps before him. Each step seemed imbued with a mysterious power, imposing a certain pressure upon those who dared to ascend. However, the pressure of the first step was not as formidable as he had anticipated. Perhaps it was due to Mu Qing's mastery of the Titan bloodline technique, which endowed him with an extraordinarily powerful physique, rendering the sensation almost negligible. At this moment, Ding Wang had already reached the 50th step, his breath slightly quickening. A dark luminescence flickered around his body, and waves of intense dark energy surged forth, countering the overwhelming pressure from all directions. The woodcutter looked down and was astonished to see that Ding Wang had already stood at the pinnacle of the steps. He nodded, recognizing the potential within Ding Wang. Although a 6th-tier martial artist, he was already comparable to a 7th-tier martial master. Particularly alarming was the dark energy he wielded, which was interspersed with righteous energy, a rare and admirable trait. Indeed, this young man exhibited remarkable qualities. The presence of righteousness amid his darkness indicated he was inherently a just soul. The woodcutter, though impressed, shook his head, perceiving that Ding Wang had strayed onto a misguided path. Ding Wang's blood spirit was of the dark attribute, and if it was mixed with righteousness, it would inadvertently hinder the full eruption of his power. Only by embracing true darkness could he fully unleash his potential. The woodcutter withdrew his gaze. Having discerned Ding Wang's capabilities, completing the 1,000 steps should pose no insurmountable challenge, albeit with some exertion. However, when his eyes shifted to Mu Qing, he was taken aback. He observed that Mu Qing was unfazed, his complexion serene, effortlessly leaping 2 steps with each stride. Even more astonishing, Mu Qing had not even summoned his energy, relying solely on his physical strength to withstand the pressure. What could this mean? Had the external realm of cultivation begun to place such emphasis on physical prowess? The woodcutter, perplexed, recognized his own formidable abilities, quickly deducing that Mu Qing's ease stemmed from an exceptionally advanced physique. This realization sparked his curiosity, as historically, whether in bygone eras or in contemporary bloodline cultivation, human training had primarily focused on energy rather than physicality. While cultivation might fortify the body over time, humanity had never intentionally sought to enhance their physical form, as the endeavor required immense effort with little return. Fascinating. The woodcutter regarded Mu Qing with renewed interest, nodding in appreciation. Compared to Ding Wang, Mu Qing appeared to navigate the steps with remarkable ease, as if strolling leisurely. While Ding Wang struggled to ascend the 500th tier, Mu Qing had already reached the 800th. However, even Mu Qing began to experience the strain at this stage. Beads of sweat forming as he called upon the thunderous energy within, circulating it throughout his body to combat the pressure. In the final 100 steps, Mu Qing finally unleashed the power of his blood spirit, streams of water energy manifesting as arcs of lightning flickered, enveloping him in a ghostly blue radiance. Dual blood spirits? The woodcutter observed this spectacle, shaking his head in disbelief. To outsiders, possessing 2 blood spirits is indeed an impressive feat, placing one among the elite. However, to those who are truly formidable, it is not as advantageous as it seems, as it requires twice the time and effort to cultivate. Among the numerous sovereigns on Earth, there is scarcely one who possesses dual blood spirits. With a sigh of relief, Mu Qing had completely traversed 1,000 steps, and the weight upon him had vanished. Subsequently, a look of astonishment appeared on his face as he noticed that the electric energy within him had significantly intensified. Clearly, the pressure from these 1,000 steps had honed his physical form and refined his electric energy. After more than an hour, Ding Wang finally arrived at the side of Mu Qing and the woodcutter. In contrast to Mu Qing, Ding Wang appeared rather disheveled, drenched in sweat, with bloodshot eyes. "I didn't expect you to be this formidable," Ding Wang gasped, looking at Mu Qing. He felt somewhat embarrassed, as he was at a higher realm than Mu Qing, yet found himself utterly outmatched. "You two have indeed performed admirably. In the past, only those of the martial sovereign level among the core disciples of Qing Mountain could successfully pass this trial of steps." The woodcutter acknowledged them. Nevertheless, he held some reservations. For obtaining the legacy within the Celestial Master Cave was exceedingly challenging, especially since neither Mu Qing nor Ding Wang had ever engaged with the Taoist arts. "You may enter now. You can choose repeatedly. If you fail to pass all 30 challenges, it will indicate that you are unworthy of the recognition from the Celestial Masters of your." The woodcutter coughed a few times, shouldering a bundle of firewood as he strode away. He did not venture far, but began chopping wood nearby, wielding a talisman that transformed into a mystical axe. Hewing ancient trees, Mu Qing and Ding Wang exchanged glances before stepping into a colossal cave before them. At the end of the 1,000 steps lay this cave, marked by a stone tablet inscribed with the 3 golden characters Celestial Master Cave, elegantly written with vigor and grace. Upon entering, they discovered 30 branching passages. Clearly the 30 challenges the woodcutter had mentioned. Ding Wang casually selected one passage, while Mu Qing pondered briefly before proceeding into the cave that drew near to him. The passage Mu Qing chose was exceedingly deep and frigid. Upon entering, he beheld a spectral figure hovering in midair. The apparition was an elder clad in a Taoist robe, holding a wine bottle and a chicken leg, indulging in a feast. Mu Qing could not help but smirk at the leisurely demeanor of the celestial masters of Qing Mountain. Adjusting his attire and clearing his throat, he addressed the elder, "Senior." Suddenly, a terrifying chill swept through the air as the elder's phantom struck with a palm, enveloping the entire space in a layer of frost. Mu Qing bore the brunt of it, caught off guard, and instantly encased in ice. Subsequently propelled out of the cave by a surge of cold air, he had become an ice sculpture, unable to move. However, he sustained no injuries, as the elder had not exerted his true power, merely sending Mu Qing flying. Approximately half an hour later, Ding Wang finally made his appearance, bearing some injuries as he approached Mu Qing with curiosity. "Mu Qing, what has happened to you?" Ding Wang tapped on the ice sculpture before him, which seemed remarkably solid. Channeling his innate energy, Ding Wang dedicated another half hour to liberate Mu Qing from the icy prison. With a hiss, Mu Qing exhaled a plume of white mist. Feeling a sense of lingering dread, the entrance he had ventured into bore the mark of the 13th generation celestial master, whose spectral identity was now revealed. Goodness, is the temperament of this 13th generation celestial master so volatile? Mu Qing mused, as he circulated the thunderous energy within him to expel the chilling aura enveloping him. Just as he attempted to speak, before even exchanging pleasantries, the 13th generation celestial master had struck him out. This left Mu Qing somewhat disheartened. If the celestial masters were all of such irascible nature, how could he ever gain their acknowledgement? I sought the 7th generation celestial master, whose demeanor was quite amiable. Claiming that recognition would be granted upon defeating him, Ding Wang lamented with a wry smile. Although his strength was formidable, the 7th generation celestial master was even more powerful, able to subdue him at the same cultivation level, yet utterly dominate him. Ding Wang candidly shared with Mu Qing that he had battled the 7th generation celestial master 11 times, each time being vanquished in a single blow. Eventually, even the 7th generation celestial master grew impatient and instructed Ding Wang to depart. Each generation of celestial masters possesses distinct criteria for recognition. It seems we must exert greater effort. Ding Wang inhaled deeply. Mu Qing and he parted ways once more, selecting a different cave entrance. This time, Mu Qing entered the domain of the 8th generation celestial master, where he encountered an elderly woman adorned with silver hair and a golden hairpin, dressed in a verdant robe, exuding an air of grace. Though these celestial masters had passed on, their essence remained impeccably preserved due to the cave's unique nature, retaining even their personalities and memories from life. Senior, Mu Qing approached cautiously, observing the elderly woman, wary of encountering another irascible figure like the 13th generation's elder. "It has been ages since I last saw a visitor. You must be a new disciple from Qing Mountain, correct?" The elderly woman greeted him warmly, examining Mu Qing with great enthusiasm, akin to a mother selecting a suitor for her daughter. Mu Qing temporarily assumed the role of a disciple from Qing Mountain, aware that this place was not meant for outsiders. The elderly woman proceeded to share her mastery of Dao techniques with Mu Qing, revealing a lightning-based art capable of summoning 3,000 bolts of divine thunder. This piqued Mu Qing's interest, as he was already adept in the manipulation of lightning. Gaining the acknowledgement and inheritance of this celestial master would undoubtedly elevate his understanding of thunderous powers to a higher echelon. However, the subsequent request from the elderly woman left Mu Qing quite perplexed. "I have a fondness for music. Sing a song for me," she said with a cheerful smile. Ultimately, Mu Qing complied and sang a tune. Though he had never received formal training in singing, while not entirely off-key, it was evidently lacking in beauty. After concluding, Mu Qing cautiously glanced at the elderly woman, only to find her countenance darkened, clearly displeased. "Get out!" she exclaimed. The elderly woman roared loudly, her hands sweeping through the air, coalescing a multitude of talismans that transformed into a thunderous storm. Mu Qing's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly fled, the sound of booming echoes reverberating behind him. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he was taken aback by the abrupt change in the woman's demeanor. "I have succeeded." Shortly thereafter, Ding Wang appeared, a joyful expression gracing his features as he informed Qing that he had unexpectedly gained the recognition of a celestial master. This revelation astonished Qing, who pressed further and discovered that Ding Wang's second encounter was with the cave of the 13th celestial master. Ding Wang recounted that the 13th master seemed to have a fondness for wine and meat, but he detested being disturbed and was quick to dismiss intruders. However, I promptly assured him that if I could earn his approval, I would bring him abundant wine and meat in the future, which ultimately won me his favor. Ding Wang found it rather amusing that gaining the recognition of a celestial master could be so effortless. Furthermore, after receiving the celestial master's endorsement, he now carried the aura of the master's teachings, granting him free passage to Qing Mountain. I shall take my leave first. I must endeavor to ally myself with formidable experts. Ding Wang's expression turned grave. Qing nodded, aware of the gravity of their situation, for their adversaries were indeed formidable. Comprising the leaders of the Federal Division, including the head counselor and Elder Mu of the Yanhuang organization, Ding Wang departed, guided by a woodcutter, leaving Qing Mountain, assuring Qing that he would return shortly with news from the outside world. Since both Qing Mountain and the Ding family were situated in the Qingdu region, the journey would not consume much time. The teachings he had acquired were related to wine, and the 13th celestial master, despite his poor temperament and love for alcohol, was undeniably a genius with astonishing skills. The woodcutter stood beside Qing, watching Ding Wang depart in silence. Even the woodcutter was astonished, expressing disbelief that Ding Wang could secure the celestial master's approval in such a short span. He doubted that the 13th celestial master would so readily impart his teachings. There must have been something unique about Ding Wang that caught the master's attention. I shall return to my studies. Qing sighed, turning once more to enter the celestial master's cave. The woodcutter encouraged him not to lose heart, noting that even the core disciples of Qing Mountain had struggled to attain the celestial master's teachings. Qing ventured into another entrance, that of the 21st celestial master, but was soon expelled once again. Within 5 days, he was ejected by 29 celestial masters, leaving him nearly devoid of hope. The final trial was exceedingly difficult. The woodcutter shook his head, informing Qing that the prospect of success was grim, and he should prepare to remain there until he could cultivate himself to the level of a king. On that very day, Ding Wang returned, bringing news. Ziyu and Ziyang were to be publicly executed by the Federal Division in 1 month, and both you and I are now wanted by the federal authorities. Ding Wang clenched his fists in rage. The influence of the Federal Division was vast. News of this incident had spread throughout all of Huaxia and even to the west, declaring that Qing and Ding Wang had allied with the insectoid race to slay Counselor Liu. This could only be described as a heinous crime, warranting a wanted notice. Besides Ziyu and Ziyang, there is another girl you should know. Ding Wang turned to Qing and said, there is a girl named Ji Jia, and her crime is also colluding with the insect race. What? Qing's expression changed dramatically, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. He had not anticipated that the head of the council would resort to publicly executing Ji Jia and Ziyu to lure them out. I have gathered most of the Ding family's forces, but it is still insufficient. Ding Wang shook his head, aware from the intelligence he had gathered that the strengths of both sides appeared to be significantly mismatched. He also informed the woodcutter that the Qing guards, related to Qing, were under strict surveillance by the Yanhuang organization, and currently, no one was permitted to meet with them. The woodcutter felt somewhat disheartened. It was no wonder that after Ding Wang had left, he had not sensed any unusual changes in the jade pendant, as there had been no contact with the Qing guards. This won't do. I must go out. Qing suddenly turned and entered the Tianshi cave. Inside the cave, there were a total of 30 barriers. He was rejected by 29 Tianshi, but there remained one last obstacle. Alas! The woodcutter observed this and shook his head with a sigh. Chapter 230. Lord Ningfeng, what's wrong? Ding Wang inquired curiously, perceiving from the woodcutter's expression that Qing seemed unlikely to succeed. The final cave did not house a Tianshi, but rather the remnant consciousness of an extraordinarily formidable being. The woodcutter informed Ding Wang that this was a legacy left by a being known as Lord Ningfeng. Since the establishment of Qing Mountain, no one had ever managed to claim that legacy. It is exceedingly difficult for him to succeed, the woodcutter remarked, shaking his head as he turned to leave. Within the Tianshi cave, Qing approached the last entrance. Beside the entrance, the 3 characters Ningfeng Zi were inscribed, seemingly embodying a certain Taoist essence. causing Mu Qing to feel dizzy upon a mere glance. He quickly averted his gaze and peered deeper into the cave, lifting his foot to step inside. The woodcutter had told him that Ningfeng Zi was a terrifyingly powerful figure. No one knew just how formidable he truly was, only that he was referred to as Lord Ningfeng. To enter, one must penetrate the meaning behind the three characters at the entrance. An ancient voice resonated in Mu Qing's ears. Taken aback, he soon realized that the voice belonged to Lord Ningfeng himself. Taking a deep breath, he let his gaze fall once more upon the three characters inscribed at the cave's entrance. The three characters at the entrance must be what he was referring to. Mu Qing understood that this was likely a test set by Lord Ningfeng. If he could not comprehend the three characters, he probably wouldn't even be able to enter the cave. The threshold was evidently set much higher than that of the other Tianshi. Mu Qing focused intently, gazing at the three characters Ningfeng Zi, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him until he entered a state of harmony between heaven and earth, which alleviated his discomfort slightly. When he looked closely again, he discovered that the three characters possessed an extraordinary profundity, manifesting as a series of mysterious rules coalesced into form. It was precisely because these rules were so advanced that they induced a sense of dizziness at first glance. Mu Qing could sense that these rules contained unparalleled power. Once comprehended, they would undoubtedly elevate one to an extraordinarily formidable realm. However, the rules are exceedingly obscure and daunting. Even Mu Qing, in a state of fusion with the universe, found it entirely impossible to grasp their essence. The notion of comprehending these rules to unravel the three characters was evidently futile. Mu Qing shook his head. The principles encapsulated within these three characters were invisible to ordinary individuals. It was only in his state of universal fusion that Mu Qing could perceive them, yet he remained incapable of understanding their significance. No wonder the woodcutter remarked that few could pass the test of Ningfeng Zi. Merely deciphering the three characters at the entrance was beyond the capacity of common people. Mu Qing observed intently. After discerning the enigmatic rules contained within the three characters, he no longer felt lightheaded. However, he still possessed no clear insights. What indeed constituted seeing through these three characters? Mu Qing stroked his chin, aware that he needed to act swiftly, for the state of universal fusion consumed mental energy. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and a wave of mysterious energy surged in his eyes. Instantly, the incredibly complex rules began to shift before Mu Qing's gaze, even as his mental energy rapidly diminished. This was the perceptive weakness of the purple lightning bamboo. Mu Qing had not anticipated that this ability would prove beneficial for deciphering the three characters. He could feel his mental energy depleting at an alarming rate. However, the perceptive weakness of the purple lightning bamboo demanded a substantial amount of mental energy, and the higher the opponent's level, the more rapidly the energy was consumed. It was evident that the rules contained within these three characters were of a remarkably high level, and Mu Qing's current mental energy was utterly insufficient to discern their nuances. Gasping for breath, Mu Qing felt nearly 90% of his mental energy exhausted. Without a care for appearances, he collapsed onto the ground, closing his eyes to rest. Once his mental energy was fully restored, Mu Qing once again summoned his mental prowess to investigate the weaknesses within the rules embodied by the three characters. As he could only perceive the power of the rules in a state of universal fusion, this demanded considerable mental energy, and it would not be long before he found himself depleted once more. For a full 3 days, Mu Qing neither ate nor drank, solely focusing on restoring his mental energy and probing the power of the rules. Success. On this day, with dark circles under his eyes, Mu Qing finally displayed a glimmer of excitement on his face. He let out a long howl, halfway through the depletion of his mental energy. He had finally uncovered the weakness of the rule's power within the three characters. The power of these rules was exceedingly mysterious and intimidating. Under normal circumstances, it would have been impossible to investigate. Had it not been for the weakness being deliberately created, even a decade would not have sufficed for Mu Qing to uncover it. It seemed that the Honorable Ningfeng had indeed left a sliver of hope. Mu Qing discerned that within the rule's power lay a gap, forcibly created by someone. He summoned his primal energy to fill in the breach, and as he did, a cascade of radiant light flickered, and a multitude of runes spread forth. "Come in." A voice beckoned. Mu Qing took a deep breath and stepped inside. The interior of the entrance was akin to others he had encountered. He beheld a spectral figure, an elderly man possessing an ethereal demeanor, a smile gracing his face. He donned a crown and wore a violet robe, enveloped by an aura of mysterious power. As Qing entered a state of celestial convergence, he discerned that the force surrounding his opponent was, astonishingly, the very essence of the three characters inscribed at the entrance, embodying the power of rules. This terrifying and profound rule power was entirely under his adversary's control, moving in tandem with him. "You are quite impressive, Ningfeng," the true monarch remarked with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement of Qing. The trial he had established at the cave's entrance had seen few who could truly comprehend it over the years. "You are the 7th person to successfully meet me. I wonder if you will be the first to inherit my legacy," Ningfeng stated. He further clarified that this so-called legacy was merely a transmission of one particular technique from his vast repertoire. Qing nodded in understanding. The heritage within the Celestial Master Cave was similarly confined to the passing down of a singular technique, rather than a complete endorsement of all the Celestial Master's teachings. Subsequently, Qing was astonished to learn that despite his own mastery of the violet lightning bamboo, which took him several days to achieve, there had been 6 individuals before him. He was acutely aware that those who could decipher the 3 characters at the cave's entrance were no ordinary beings. Despite the presence of these 6 formidable individuals who had failed to earn Ningfeng's recognition, it was evident that the challenge was exceedingly daunting. In truth, gaining my acknowledgement is not so difficult. All you need do is withstand a single strike from me, Ningfeng chuckled. Qing, however, felt an increased sense of caution, recognizing that the task was likely far more complex than it appeared. "Prepare yourself," Ningfeng declared, unleashing a palm strike that resonated with a dragon's roar, summoning a tempestuous wind. With a thunderous crash, a shadow was propelled from the depths of the Celestial Master Cave. Chapter 231. The strenuous cultivation and renewed attempt. "Are you all right?" A woodcutter approached, helping Qing to his feet. Blood trickled from Qing's lips as he gasped for breath. Unlike other Celestial Masters, Ningfeng's power was overwhelming and showed no mercy. He had sustained significant injuries, with several ribs fractured. "Ningfeng is truly formidable," Qing remarked as he regained some composure with the woodcutter's assistance. The woodcutter shook his head, explaining that merely passing Ningfeng's initial trial was a testament to Qing's extraordinary talent. Throughout the years at Qing Mountain, no one had managed to withstand a single strike from Ningfeng, even among those of similar rank. Not even the Celestial Master Zun could endure a blow from Ningfeng. The woodcutter consoled him. He was deeply impressed. Qing's success in passing the first trial was remarkable, akin to the prodigies of Qing Mountain from years past. Qing, however, shook his head, yearning to attempt once more. "You must concede. Ningfeng is a true celestial being," the woodcutter exclaimed. Undeterred, Qing turned back, re-entering the Celestial Master Cave, spending a day recuperating from his wounds. Could there truly be celestial beings in this world? He pondered, inhaling deeply as he stepped into Ningfeng's abode once more. "You have returned?" Ningfeng regarded Qing with a hint of playful mockery. "Are you truly a celestial being?" Qing inquired with curiosity. However, Ningfeng Jinjuan smiled, waved his sleeve, and the sound of dragon roars echoed once more, accompanied by a raging wind and swirling clouds. A gust of wind surged towards Qing, but this time he was prepared. Lightning coiled around his body, and torrents of water erupted, forming a vast expanse of watery terrain. He invoked a barrier technique in an attempt to counter Ningfeng Jinjuan's formidable move. Yet, in the next moment, astonishment washed over Qing's face as he realized that the myriad waters of his barrier began to dissipate, transforming into nothingness before vanishing entirely. Furthermore, the powers of lightning and water within him were suppressed by an inexplicable force, rendering them utterly inaccessible. Bang! Qing coughed up blood, his body once again hurled backwards. "Give it up." The woodcutter assisted him to his feet with a sigh. The technique employed by Ningfeng Jinjuan is known as the Dragon Leap technique, which can suppress the energies within your body. "You simply cannot withstand it," the woodcutter advised. He noticed that Qing's injuries had worsened. Qing, dazed and enduring excruciating pain, stood up, contemplating whether to seek out Ningfeng Jinjuan once more. Seeing this, the woodcutter assumed he had given up and turned to leave. Qing's eyes flickered as he pondered how he might withstand Ningfeng Jinjuan's attack. If his elemental energy was to be suppressed, it meant he would have to rely solely on his physical form to endure. Wait, the physical form. A glimmer of realization sparked in Qing's eyes, and he suddenly burst into laughter, understanding how to receive Ning Feng Jinjuan's strike. The next day, when the woodcutter returned to Tianshi Cave with some food, he was taken aback to see a figure racing up the 1,000 steps. What has gotten into this lad? The woodcutter marveled. Watching Mu Qing ascend from the lowest step to the summit without employing elemental energy, relying entirely on his physical prowess. The woodcutter was puzzled by Mu Qing's seemingly reckless behavior, for the pressure on those 1,000 steps was something even a martial master might struggle to withstand. He was aware of Mu Qing's robust physique, yet at that final stage, one needed to utilize elemental energy to resist, lest the pressure inflict significant strain on the body and pose future risks. Gritting his teeth, Mu Qing dedicated the better part of the day to finally reach the summit using only his physical strength. He immediately felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, pain radiating through his body. However, within him, a tingling energy flowed, circulating throughout. Exhaling deeply, Mu Qing felt every pore in his body relax, and the lightning energy within him surged, granting him a degree of enhancement. Indeed, it works. Mu Qing's face lit up with delight. He had sensed a change in his lightning energy when he first traversed the 1,000 steps, and now, upon trying again, he confirmed his suspicions. With a joyful expression, Mu Qing raced back down the steps, determined to ascend once more. Have you lost your mind? The woodcutter observed Mu Qing's actions with confusion, suspecting he was engaging in self-harm. However, the woodcutter soon noticed something remarkable. He could feel Mu Qing's physical strength continuously augmenting, allowing him to withstand pressure directly and effortlessly ascend the 1,000 steps. Mu Qing laughed heartily, discovering that under this pressure, the Titan bloodline technique he practiced yielded extraordinary results, enabling rapid enhancement. After 5 days, Mu Qing's aura had transformed. Bolts of lightning entwined around him, not merely a manifestation of primordial energy, but a force emanating from his electric essence. Through this rigorous training, Mu Qing's mastery of the Titan bloodline technique had made significant strides, even granting him a new power. Roaring upon the 1,000 steps, Mu Qing let out a fierce cry, his upper garments tearing apart as he expanded to a height of 3 meters, resembling a diminutive giant. His form ensnared by menacing arcs of lightning. A wave of formidable pressure descended upon him, causing his movements to stiffen as he ascended step by step. He had traversed these 1,000 steps countless times, yet this time was different. He had enlisted the woodcutter's assistance. The pressure previously exerted by the steps had ceased to affect Mu Qing, and with the woodcutter's help, he enveloped himself in an added weight of oppression. As half a month passed, before the Tianshi Cave on Qingqing Mountain, a towering figure of 5 meters unleashed a thunderous roar, his body cloaked in a dense shroud of lightning, resembling an armor forged by nature itself. In front of him, the woodcutter's expression was one of sheer astonishment. He had witnessed Mu Qing's growth firsthand. Although Mu Qing remained at the 5th tier of bloodline mastery, the woodcutter could profoundly sense the cataclysmic power simmering within him, rivaling that of a martial sage. Moreover, Mu Qing's extraordinary ability to transform into a 5-meter giant without utilizing primordial energy, yet commanding lightning, was awe-inspiring. Had it not been for the human lineage coursing through Mu Qing's veins, the woodcutter might have believed him to be an extraterrestrial entity. Success or death? Mu Qing declared gravely as he entered the Tianshi Cave, standing at 5 meters tall. He gradually returned to his normal stature and donned a garment retrieved from his spatial ring. Initially, Mu Qing was astounded by the changes within himself, acutely aware that they were likely due to the cultivation of the Titan bloodline technique. Chapter 232, The Dragon Leaping Technique, Yellow Emperor. The Titan race is a formidable entity within the universe, with each Titan towering hundreds, if not thousands, of meters, extremely fearsome. Mu Qing's ability to transform into a 5-meter giant was undoubtedly linked to the Titan bloodline technique. Fortunately, this transformation was not permanent. Mu Qing could revert to his original size at will, much like the little black fish, capable of changing according to his desires. Mu Qing once again stood before the entrance of the revered Ning Feng Jinjun, stepping inside with newfound confidence, believing he could withstand the formidable strike of Ning Feng Jinjun. At that moment, he envisioned himself emerging from Qingqing Mountain to join Ding Wang in a valiant effort to rescue Ji Jia and Ziyu. Ah, young one, you've returned. Ning Feng Jinjun greeted Mu Qing with a smile, though his eyes revealed an unusual glimmer. Despite being merely a phantom, a fragment of his consciousness, he could discern the extraordinary changes in Mu Qing. he discovered that Mu Qing's physical strength had increased significantly compared to before, exuding an overwhelming power. Although Mu Qing did not deliberately release his primordial energy, a ferocious aura emanated from his physique, indicating that his body had reached a formidable level. Intriguing. The venerable Ning Feng nodded, a look of admiration gracing his features. His dragon leap technique could suppress the energy within his opponent, meaning that one could only rely on their physical form to counter it. Mu Qing's method of cultivation evidently pinpointed the crucial factor. Only by enhancing his physique could he hope to withstand the might of the dragon leap. Please, enlighten me. Mu Qing's eyes sparkled with determination, fully prepared for the challenge. Ning Feng smiled and nodded. Then with a flick of his wrist, a talisman appeared in his palm, which suddenly transformed into a true dragon, roaring forth. Mu Qing was taken aback. This display was entirely different from before. The true dragon let out a fearsome roar and soared into the sky. As a tempest enveloped the surroundings, an inexplicable force descending to subdue everything in its path. Compared to earlier, the magnitude of this display was markedly greater. Ning Feng was exerting his full strength. I have always restrained my cultivation to match yours. Initially, you were no match for me. But now you have compelled me to unleash my full power, Ning Feng remarked with a calm smile. A true dragon, formed from swirling winds, coiled around him, commanding the tempest and trampling upon the clouds, an utterly terrifying sight. Mu Qing's expression turned grave as he expanded, transforming into a colossal figure of 5 meters, encased in crackling lightning that formed an armor around him. This transformation elicited a glimmer of surprise on Ning Feng's face. At that moment, a small black fish emerged from Mu Qing's dantian, no larger than a palm, instantly stirring up a tempest. Amidst the raging winds, primordial energy was rapidly suppressed. However, the small black fish swelled in size, mirroring Mu Qing's transformation into a massive black fish spanning 20 meters. This was the new ability of the little black fish. After doubling in size, it could engage in autonomous combat. Mu Qing was eager to test this out. Having previously observed that the power used by the fish was not primordial energy, and he was now confirmed in his suspicion. Even though his primordial energy was thoroughly suppressed, the little black fish could still engage in battle, radiating a formidable aura as it glided through the air, causing ripples in the void with its flicking tail. The little black fish emitted a roar, opening its mouth to reveal a black hole, attempting to absorb the tempestuous winds. With a resounding roar, the true dragon entwined around Ning Feng unleashed a torrent of tempestuous power, clashing with the little black fish. It was evident that the little black fish was no match for the true dragon. After nearly 10 minutes of fierce combat, the little black fish shrank back to its original size, transforming into a streak of black light and returning to Mu Qing's dantian. However, Mu Qing was quite satisfied with this outcome, as the little black fish's unique ability had devoured a substantial amount of energy from the true dragon, significantly diminishing his opponent's might. Boom! Mu Qing's primordial energy had been completely suppressed as the true dragon leaped, transforming into an immensely terrifying storm that crashed into Mu Qing. Amidst the tempest, wisps of cloud swirled, appearing gentle yet concealing lethal intent, sharp as a blade, inflicting numerous lacerations upon Mu Qing. Enduring excruciating pain, he let out a thunderous roar, and an incredible brilliance of lightning erupted from his form, entwining around him and countering the storm. How could this be? The expression on Ning Feng, the true monarch, was one of astonishment. He had exerted his power to the utmost, perfectly suppressing the primal energy within Mu Qing. Yet he had not anticipated the astounding display of lightning still emanating from him. Indeed, it was the power within Mu Qing, but it had not been subdued like the primal energy. Ning Feng discerned the circumstances within Mu Qing and could not help but marvel. After enduring the torment for a full 20 minutes, the storm gradually subsided, all power dissipated, and the clouds faded, leaving Mu Qing still standing in place. He had transformed into a figure drenched in blood, yet these were merely superficial wounds. Ning Feng's dragon leaping technique had been flawlessly countered by Mu Qing, the explosive lightning energy within him ensuring that he suffered only minor injuries. Well done, you have succeeded, Ning Feng nodded with a smile. With a wave of his hand, a gentle breeze swept through, and the blood upon Mu Qing vanished mysteriously, even the wounds disappearing. Mu Qing, dumbfounded, gazed at his body, now entirely unscathed. He had returned to a normal size, and upon donning his garments, he felt an unprecedented lightness, the exhaustion from his relentless training completely erased. Congratulations. You have passed my trial. I shall impart the dragon leaping technique to you. Ning Feng chuckled, stroking his long white beard with evident joy. In truth, you are the second individual to learn the dragon leaping technique from me. I hope you will carry it forward. With a pointed finger, Ning Feng touched Mu Qing's forehead. Mu Qing froze momentarily as a torrent of information surged into his mind. This technique, ostensibly of wind attribute, under Ning Feng's tutelage, allowed him to grasp the fundamentals with perfection, as if he had practiced for an extended period. Of course, Ning Feng's transmission encompassed only the introductory level of dragon leaping. Subsequent stages would require Mu Qing's own comprehension and cultivation. It was then that Mu Qing realized the dragon leaping technique was an original creation of Ning Feng, unrelated to the dragon lineage. You say I am the second? Mu Qing inquired, suddenly puzzled. He recalled the woodsman mentioning that no one had received the transmission from Ning Feng. How could he be considered the second? Ning Feng shook his head, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. Indeed, you are the first to receive the dragon leaping technique through the Tianshi cave trial. However, long ago, when my true form resided on Qing Mountain, a prodigy sought my guidance, and recognizing his extraordinary talent, I bestowed upon him the dragon leaping technique. Who was that person? Mu Qing asked. Ning Feng replied with a whisper, the Yellow Emperor. Chapter 233. Journey to the Ding family. Mu Qing's hand trembled slightly. Although the legends of the Yellow Emperor had long since faded into the annals of time, they still held a certain resonance. He swallowed hard. And although he found it difficult to believe, his intuition strongly suggested that the Yellow Emperor spoken of by the esteemed Ning Feng was undoubtedly the same figure that lingered in his mind. If it were true that the Yellow Emperor had once sought guidance from Ning Feng regarding the art of dragon leaping, just how significant was this Ning Feng? Mu Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. Ning Feng, on the other hand, erupted into laughter, his ethereal form gradually dissipating. Little one, this world is far grander than you can imagine. Should you ever venture beyond Earth and encounter the myriad races of the universe, I believe our paths shall cross again. With this parting remark, he vanished, leaving Mu Qing in a state of further shock. He had not perished? Did this imply that Ning Feng was still alive? Mu Qing inhaled sharply, recalling that the woodcutter had previously mentioned that the Ning Feng within the Tianshi cave was merely a manifestation of consciousness, distinct from the essence left behind by other Tianshi after their passing. A multitude of questions swirled in Mu Qing's mind, yet Ning Feng's apparition had already dissolved, seemingly having expended all his power in imparting the art of dragon leaping to Mu Qing. You truly succeeded. Unbelievable. The woodcutter's expression was one of utter disbelief as he scrutinized Mu Qing from every angle, as if appraising a creature of legend. He struggled to comprehend how Mu Qing and Ding Wang had gained entry into Tianshi cave and earned its recognition, with Mu Qing even having triumphed in Ning Feng's trial. Shaking his head, the woodcutter sighed. In comparison to the two of them, he realized that the core disciples of Qing Mountain paled significantly. Old man, may I leave now? Mu Qing inquired, his eagerness palpable. The woodcutter nodded and pointed out the path of departure. Remember to ascertain whether Ping Yi is one of our family, he called out. Mu Qing hurried in the direction indicated by the woodcutter, eager to demonstrate his newfound mastery of the dragon leaping technique. Though still at the beginner level, this art wielded immense power. From the insights imparted by Ning Feng, Mu Qing understood that dragon leaping was a technique of commanding the winds and clouds, not only applicable in combat, but also a means of swift travel. Suddenly, winds began to swirl around Mu Qing, and although he possessed no innate wind affinity, he was able to harness the power of the elements, levitating effortlessly in midair and hurtling forward at astonishing speed. Having grasped the art of dragon leaping, Mu Qing was now fully capable of soaring through the skies. Despite being merely of the 5th-tier bloodline, he had achieved feats typically reserved for those at the martial sovereign level. Furthermore, Mu Qing's flight differed markedly from that of ordinary martial sovereigns. While a typical 7th-tier martial sovereign would expend a considerable amount of innate energy during aerial maneuvers, only a 9th-tier martial sovereign could sustain prolonged flight in the void. Yet, Mu Qing's dragon leaping, albeit still in its infancy, endowed him with dominion over the winds and clouds, allowing him to soar freely without depleting his innate energy, as if it were an inherent talent. Transforming into a streak of light, Mu Qing reached the edge of Qing Mountain in a mere 3 minutes. As he arrived, a shimmering barrier of runes materialized at the mountain's fringes, only to vanish upon sensing a peculiar aura emanating from Qing. Qing successfully departed from Qing Mountain, his eyes gleaming with a flicker of brilliance. It took him half a month to earn the recognition of the esteemed Ning Fengzhenjun, with merely another fortnight remaining before the execution of the death sentence as foretold by Ding Wang. As Qing soared through the skies, he reached out to the third mouse. Earlier, when Ding Wang had left, he provided Qing with the address of the Ding family, and his current trajectory was indeed directed towards them. Qing. A luminous screen flickered to life on Qing's communication device, revealing the third mouse. Clearly astonished, it gazed at Qing, its expression shifting to one of heightened excitement. What on earth have you done? A wanted notice for you has been issued throughout the entirety of Beijing, and even the Qing guards are under strict scrutiny, unable to carry out their duties. The members of the Qing guards remained oblivious to the circumstances surrounding Qing, shrouded in confusion as they were only aware that the federal branch had suddenly issued a manhunt for both Qing and Ding Wang. I'm fine. How is Zhou Siyu? Has anything happened? Qing inquired, his concern for Zhou Siyu's safety palpable. During his absence, Wang Sheng would undoubtedly seek to seize Zhou Siyu. The little ancestral being had indeed encountered the gaze of formidable adversaries, yet she seemed to have sensed the danger well in advance. The third mouse, in proximity to Zhou Siyu, revealed that she was currently fast asleep, with no untoward incidents occurring. The third mouse informed Qing that Zhou Siyu had already sensed the looming threat and had discreetly departed from the Yanhuang organization, hiding away in an undisclosed location within Beijing, a secret even the Qing guards remained unaware of. A wave of relief washed over Qing as he set his mind at ease. Given Zhou Siyu's diverse array of curse powers, including one that could obscure her presence, he was confident that neither the third mouse nor Zhou Siyu would be discovered. Subsequently, Qing made contact with Ling Fei, Jiang Yuanjie, and Yang Shanshan. He relayed the events that had unfolded, leaving Ling Fei and the others utterly astonished, unable to fathom that the senator from the federal branch had betrayed them to the insect race. There are still 15 days remaining. Our Yang family will certainly intervene to rescue Ji Jia, Yang Shanshan assured Qing with unwavering conviction. Her standing within the Yang family had risen significantly, even eclipsing the influence of the illustrious Yang Jia. Ji Jia and Yang Shanshan shared a profound bond, and with Ji Jia's current predicament, it was only natural for Yang Shanshan to insist on the Yang family's involvement. High above Chengdu, enveloped in ethereal clouds, Qing soared towards the Ding family, eliciting admiration from the residents below. What a remarkable youth! To fly at such a young age, could he have already attained the 9th level bloodline? Many pointed towards Qing in the sky, presuming him to be a youthful prodigy of the Ding family. Unperturbed by the gazes of onlookers, Qing remained engrossed in contemplation, ultimately resolving with unwavering determination. He decisively activated his communication device, reaching out to various prodigies. Who goes there? Just as Qing arrived at the entrance of the Ding family, a contingent of security personnel rushed forth, alertly scrutinizing him. Although Qing appeared remarkably youthful and emanated only a 5th-tier bloodline aura, the expressions of the security personnel were grave and somber. They had previously witnessed Qing descend from the heavens, enveloped in swirling clouds, and upon approaching him, they could distinctly feel their innate powers being suppressed. Qing cast a glance at them, then patiently awaited further developments. Minutes later, a figure approached. It was Ding Wang. "Young master," the security staff said respectfully. Chapter 234. Betrayed. The sovereign descends. Ding Wang waved his hand, dismissing the security personnel, and turned his gaze toward Qing, his face alight with astonishment. "I never expected you would truly emerge." He ushered Qing into the Ding residence, leading him to a conference room where various strategic plans were displayed on a large screen. Ding Wang informed Qing that their family's influence was dwarfed by that of the Federation's branch, and only a portion of the Ding family had agreed to stand against the Federation. "We, the Ding family, have been striving to establish contact with the Federation's headquarters. Soon, individuals from the headquarters will personally arrive, which may prove advantageous for us," Ding Wang stated solemnly. Throughout the entire day, Ding Wang engaged in discussions with Qing regarding the strategies to confront Ji Jia and the others. In an effort to coerce us, the Speaker of the Council ordered the execution of Councilman Lu's family just a few days ago. Ding Wang clenched his fists, an overwhelming fury boiling within him. It seemed the speaker was concerned that merely executing Ziyue and the others might not suffice to ensure that both Mu Qing and Ding Wang would come to their aid. He falsely accused Councilman Lu's family of being traitors to the Zerg. Within the Federation's branch, the speaker's influence had expanded to an extreme degree, allowing him to manipulate public opinion at will, with no one daring to refute his claims. After an entire day of deliberation, Mu Qing and Ding Wang had devised countless battle plans, only to discard them all. Currently, there were only two straightforward options. One was to possess overwhelming strength and forcibly rescue Ziyue, and the other was to have representatives from the Federation's headquarters intervene. You have broken through? Suddenly, Mu Qing noticed that Ding Wang's aura had grown significantly stronger than before. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Ding Wang had already attained the rank of a 7th-tier martial sovereign. Ding Wang nodded, explaining to Mu Qing that he had gained profound insights from the inheritance of the 13th-generation celestial master at Tianshi Cave and had cultivated for a period, leading to his breakthrough. Recently, personnel from the Federation's branch have been investigating, and I have prepared a secret location where you can reside, Ding Wang added. As night fell, Ding Wang chose not to have Mu Qing stay with him, sensing that individuals from the Federation were probing into their whereabouts. He decided it best for Mu Qing to take refuge in a concealed location. Sensing that the Ding residence was not entirely secure, he was wary of being watched. Right this way, the butler, a middle-aged man of impeccable manners and formidable strength, boasting a 9th-tier bloodline, nearing the threshold of royalty, led Mu Qing away. Ding Wang suspected that there were Zerg spies within the Ding family. Thus he entrusted the loyal butler to personally escort Mu Qing to safety. The steward had long since ascended to the 9th tier of bloodline prowess, displaying formidable strength that would enable him to navigate any unforeseen circumstances. He extended his hand, intending to assist Mu Qing in flight. However, Mu Qing shook his head in refusal, to the astonishment of both Ding Wang and the steward. Mu Qing was enveloped in swirling clouds, ascending into the air as if walking upon mist. This was nothing short of miraculous. The steward, greatly taken aback, could scarcely fathom that a mere 5th-tier martial artist could defy gravity. Such an occurrence was nothing less than a marvel. Suppressing his shock, the steward took to the sky, leading the way, while Mu Qing followed closely behind, maintaining an impressive speed. It appeared that the inheritance gained from the Celestial Master's cave had empowered him. In contrast to the steward's expression, Ding Wang maintained a semblance of calm. He understood that Mu Qing's ability to soar through the clouds was a result of the inheritance from the Celestial Master's cave. Ding Wang himself had also acquired a powerful Dao technique, which made him more than capable of comprehending Mu Qing's aerial prowess. He silently hoped that no calamity would befall them. As he watched Mu Qing and the steward depart, an inexplicable unease washed over him, causing his eyelids to twitch. Half an hour later, the steward led Mu Qing to an exceedingly secluded location, where a singular structure lay perfectly concealed underground. Upon entering this subterranean realm, Mu Qing was struck with awe. Indeed, the Ding family possessed remarkable ingenuity. This establishment was a luxurious villa built entirely beneath the earth, with a hidden entrance amidst the surrounding land. After the steward departed, Mu Qing took a deep breath, contemplating his cultivation, when suddenly a wave of foreboding surged within him. Almost immediately, a terrifying energy erupted from the outside, causing the entire underground structure to tremble, the walls contorting and fissures appearing. Mu Qing felt an oppressive force that rendered breathing difficult, and then the ground erupted, a colossal hand of energy crashing down, leading to the collapse of the entire subterranean edifice. With a deafening roar, the ground caved in, creating a vast chasm, and the once opulent underground structure was reduced to mere ruins in an instant. Struck by that overwhelming force, Mu Qing fell to the ground, coughing blood, his garments torn by the violent impact, and his body riddled with wounds. "Who dares?" Mu Qing roared, rising to his feet, blood flowing from his injuries. Fortunately, during his time at Qingqing Mountain, he had cultivated the Titan bloodline technique to a significant level. Otherwise, he would have perished from that single blow. His gaze hardened as he looked skyward, where a blurred figure loomed, exuding an aura so terrifying that it distorted the surrounding space. His pupils constricted as he recognized the figure, Mu Qing. Mu Qing was a monarch of the Mu family, but had joined the Federal Division many years ago. with the most crucial detail being that his immediate superior was none other than the Speaker of the Council. Qing inhaled deeply, realizing that the approach was directed at him. Someone had leaked his whereabouts, prompting Qing to come and eliminate him. His mind raced through possibilities, ultimately honing in on the steward of the Ding family. This location, known only to Ding Wang and the steward, had likely been disclosed to Qing by the steward upon his departure. This time, you cannot escape. Qing laughed heartily, a longbow materializing in his grasp. An arrow of radiant energy coalescing before him. With a thunderous roar, a vast ocean surged forth, the energy arrow transforming into a sky ablaze with hues of dawn. As if ferocious sharks were howling within, a fierce cry escaped Qing's lips as he sensed a lethal threat. The most terrifying assault he had ever encountered. An emperor was directly targeting him. Surrounding him, a vast expanse of marshland erupted, transforming a 200-meter radius into a sea, erecting walls of water. Simultaneously, Qing unleashed a terrifying storm of lightning, towering into a 5-meter giant. His offensive was formidable, his energy fully locking onto the target. At that moment, escape was futile. He could only resist with all his might. A tremendous roar reverberated as the ground beneath him collapsed once more. The energy arrow piercing through Qing's abdomen, blood gushing forth and staining the earth crimson. Qing's once magnified form reverted to its original state, overwhelmed by the sheer might of the emperor's power. His expression icy, Qing prepared to coalesce another energy arrow, intent on ensuring Qing's demise. Stop! A thunderous voice echoed from above, a figure radiating an aura of terror descending abruptly. Clad in a white coat, wielding a small scalpel, this individual made a swift incision, tearing through the very fabric of space, unleashing a dreadful power that surged toward Qing. Startled, Qing's expression shifted as he felt a deep gash appear on his arm, blood flowing profusely. Stunned, he beheld the figure before him, realizing it was the quack doctor. "What are you doing here?" Qing demanded, his heart sinking, sensing the impending failure of his mission. The quack's strength far surpassed his own. With the quack's intervention, Qing could not hope to slay Qing. Although Qing appeared gravely injured, the quack could heal him within mere minutes. With a grim countenance, Qing retreated, subtly activating his communication device. Wang Rong of the Wang family was also in the Chengdu region. If he could establish contact, even the quack would be powerless to thwart them. After all, Wang Rong was a formidable emperor adept in barrier techniques. Together, they might just overcome the quack before them. "Who allowed you to move?" A sudden voice sliced through the air from behind Qing, a blade of wind sweeping past, severing his entire arm, blood spraying forth. Qing cried out in agony, turning to discover a figure with blood-red eyes. It was Ku Fei, returning alongside the quack. Boom! The wind blade struck the ground nearby, exploding into a whirlwind that engulfed everything, gradually dissipating after a prolonged tumult. Ku Fei's face was alight with murderous intent. Had the quack not intervened, he would have charged into the Federal Division, intent on exterminating all those who had allied with the insect race. The demise of Zheng has been fully comprehended by Ku Fei, who, in collusion with a quack doctor, secretly removed Zheng's corpse from the Federal Division. He has come to understand the true cause of Zheng's death. At the time, while battling the insect race, Zheng was gravely wounded. Had he received timely medical attention, he would have certainly survived. However, even Ku Fei did not foresee the presence of insect spies within the Federal Division. There were those who sought to control Zheng with the insects, but alas, although Zheng had temporarily suppressed his dual personality, his soul had already been fragmented into two parts, rendering complete control impossible. Ultimately, the lack of timely treatment led to his demise. Consequently, Ku Fei harbors a profound hatred for the insect race. His arrival is aimed at seeking Qing's alliance to confront the Federal Division. Fortunately, the unmistakable aura of the control stone emanates from you. Otherwise, I would have been unable to locate you. Approaching Qing, Ku Fei utilized his original force to temporarily suppress the blood within Qing's body. He felt a tinge of astonishment, for Qing had previously managed to withstand Qing's attack, a strike of royal caliber. Yet this fifth-tier martial artist had successfully defended against it. Few would believe such a feat. The quack doctor also approached, bending down as his mental energy surged forth, forming mysterious runes that imprinted upon Qing. Suddenly, Qing noticed the excruciating pain within him beginning to dissipate, and the gaping wound in his abdomen started to heal at a visibly rapid pace. The quack doctor radiated white light from his hands, assisting Qing in his recovery, while Kufei turned his attention to Qing Shu. Qing Shu's face turned pale with horror. He wished to alert Wang Rong, but the communication device had been severed along with the previous arm, which was now gushing blood. Anyone colluding with the insect race is doomed. A tempest brewed within Kufei's gaze. Qing Shu was increasingly panicked, fearing for his life. "If you kill me, the Federal Division will not spare you," he shouted. If it were the quack doctor, he might have a chance to contend, but against Kufei, he stood no chance whatsoever. It is essential to note that Kufei is a formidable practitioner of barrier martial arts, his prowess subtly surpassing even the peak sovereign. Li Chao. Boom. Kufei responded with action, unleashing his barrier martial arts. The surrounding world plunged into darkness as terrifying storms erupted, rampaging forth. Qing Shu's face was one of sheer terror as he emitted an incredibly brilliant light. His original force surged skyward, transforming the vicinity into a vast ocean amidst the roaring of a frenzied shark. Yet, he was no match for Kufei, ultimately meeting his end with a colossal blood hole pierced through by the tempest. Kufei retracted his aura, and the surrounding gales subsided as Qing, aided by the quack doctor, began to recover from his injuries. "Thank you, esteemed doctor." Qing expressed his gratitude, for he bore no traces of prior wounds, a testament to the doctor's formidable medical prowess. The quack doctor waved his hand dismissively, urging Qing to refrain from being overly courteous. "The Federal Division seeks your death. But since that is the case, we may as well allow nature to take its course, letting the outside world believe you to be dead." The quack doctor smiled as he approached the corpse of Qing Shu. He suddenly produced a mask made of human skin and placed it directly over Qing Shu's face. Qing, puzzled, soon witnessed a peculiar scene as the mask emanated a radiant glow, enveloping Qing Shu entirely. When the brilliance faded, Qing Shu's appearance and physique astonishingly mirrored Qing's exact likeness. As Qing approached for a closer inspection, he found it impossible to discern the mask. The corpse before him had completely transformed to resemble himself. Even the regal aura that once surrounded it was inexplicably subdued to the level of a fifth-tier bloodline. However, Qing questioned, even if his corpse had been altered to resemble him, how would the Federal Division not become suspicious if they could not contact Qing Shu? The quack physician merely shook his head with a smile, assuring Qing that someone would naturally assume the role of Qing Shu. He informed Qing that the matriarch of the Yang family, an expert in the art of disguise, had provided the human skin mask. Tomorrow, she would impersonate Qing Shu, ensuring no exposure of the ruse. The Yang family had already allied with the two of them. As long as the matriarch masqueraded as Qing Shu, they could temporarily deceive the Federal Division, leading them to believe that Qing had been slain, the physician stated solemnly. Subsequently, the physician and Kufei escorted Qing away. Kufei felt that Qing's cultivation was still insufficient and that he needed to advance further. At the Ding family residence in Chengdu, Ding Wang burst out of his room. His eyes filled with terror as he had just received news that Qing had been killed by Qing Shu from the Federal Division. He quickly summoned members of the Ding family to confirm the dreadful news, only to find it to be true. Rumors were even circulating that Qing Shu had left Chengdu with Qing's corpse. "Young master, I apologize. This is all my negligence. I had no idea how Qing Shu discovered that location," the steward beside him confessed. Just then, Ding Wang's communication device vibrated. He glanced at it and discreetly covered it with his hand. It was a message from Qing, containing only a few words. "Beware of the steward." Chapter 236, Premature Execution. Ding Wang took a deep breath, waving his hand for the steward to leave. The steward, puzzled, had expected Ding Wang to reprimand him and had prepared various excuses, yet Ding Wang said nothing and simply dismissed him. Observing the steward's departure, a glimmer of murderous intent ignited in Ding Wang's eyes. The message from Qing indicated that he was not dead. Although he did not know what means Qing had employed to convince the Federal Division of his demise, Ding Wang was certain he was alive. Indeed, the only ones aware of Qing's hiding place were the steward and himself, which led him to conclude that the steward had betrayed Qing. Ding Wang murmured to himself, his expression turning cold. He had not anticipated that the Ding family would be infiltrated by the insect race, especially by the steward. who had always been fiercely loyal to him. Since Qing has feigned his own death, he undoubtedly has his own plans, and I merely need to cooperate with him. Ding Wang calmed his emotions, though a surge of fear washed over him. Had Qing truly perished, he would undoubtedly feel a profound sense of guilt. 20 days later, at the federal branch in Beijing, an assembly of formidable individuals gathered, including the scions of prominent families from the city, while professionals conducted live broadcasts, transmitting the scenes across the internet. Chairman, isn't there still 10 days remaining? Why has the execution been moved forward? Wang Rong queried, perplexed, directing his gaze towards the chairman. Meanwhile, Qing Shu trailed behind them, his eyes glinting with an eerie light, betraying a hint of urgency. Although Qing had been slain, an unsettling premonition lingered within me. The chairman furrowed his brow, holding a firm belief in his instincts. Furthermore, the directive to expedite the death sentences of Ji Jia and Ziyu had originated from the higher echelons of the insect tribe, aimed at forcibly drawing out those who posed a threat to them. Will those individuals arrive in time for the hastened executions? Wang Rong inquired, his expression clouded with confusion. The chairman smirked, assuring him, rest assured, they will undoubtedly appear and attempt to thwart us. In fact, some may already be lying in ambush among us. Wang Rong was taken aback, and Qing Shu's body quivered slightly. However, he looked at the chairman without any hostility, feeling a slight relief within. In one of the venues at the federal branch, 3 individuals were encased within reinforced glass columns, 2 women and 1 man. These 3 were Ji Jia, Ziyu, and Ziyang. They appeared gaunt, their powers sealed by a special force, rendering them incapable of shattering the glass enclosures. Surrounding the venue were numerous strong individuals from various families, invited by the federal branch to witness the execution of the human traitors. The chairman incited public opinion, vilifying Ji Jia and her companions, leading the majority within Huaxia to believe they were spies sent by the insect tribe. Moreover, Ji Jia's father, Ji Xiangfeng, had previously aided the insect tribe in attacking Hangzhou, further solidifying the public's belief in the chairman's assertions. Not only ordinary citizens, but even the upper echelons of influential factions chose to trust the chairman. It can be said that the current situation in Huaxia is dire, with many already under the control of the insect tribe. Should all the powerful factions fall under their sway, Huaxia would undoubtedly become a stronghold for the insect tribe. The execution is scheduled for tomorrow. I have invited all factions, including representatives from the Western Church. The chairman's eyes gleamed with excitement. He anticipated the morrow. For once those aware of their true identities appeared, they could be apprehended in one fell swoop, eliminating any potential threats. The insect tribe could continue to covertly manipulate the upper echelons of various factions. Young master, the federal branch has just announced that the execution of Ziyu and the others has been moved to tomorrow. The steward approached Ding Wang. Ding Wang's countenance changed dramatically. He abruptly stood, slamming his palm on the table, an overwhelming surge of dark energy erupting from within him. Crack! The tables surrounding him lay shattered, exuding an aura of complete and utter darkness, profoundly pure in its essence. Ding Wang's strength had escalated to an astonishing level. He was a 7th-tier martial sovereign, yet capable of vanquishing even an 8th-tier martial sovereign. The steward beside him displayed a notable shift in expression, realizing that his young master's power had grown alarmingly, and it wouldn't be long before he surpassed him. Gather the members of the Ding family. We shall promptly head to the federal division, Ding Wang declared, his countenance grim, ultimately opting for immediate departure. One by one, members of the Ding family assembled, each a 9th-tier bloodline martial sovereign. Ding Wang understood that in this venture, only the 9th-tier martial sovereigns could prove effective, with the most pivotal battles relying on the prowess of the sovereign-level individuals. Alongside him, several formidable figures emerged, those of sovereign rank. Everyone, please board the flying ship, the steward instructed, having summoned their dedicated vessel. However, the 9th-tier martial sovereigns appeared oblivious to the steward's command, remaining rooted in place, their frigid gazes fixed upon him. A chill coursed through the steward's spine. It felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Their looks imbued with a palpable sense of malice, even harboring lethal intent. What is happening? He muttered, wiping the perspiration from his brow. Suddenly, a shiver ran down his back as those sovereigns of the Ding family turned their deadly gazes upon him, revealing their murderous intent without reservation. This is bad. The steward quickly realized that his identity had been compromised. In a desperate bid, He unleashed a surge of primal energy. However, before he could fully manifest it, an overwhelming force descended upon him. He coughed blood, his eyes wide with terror, realizing that multiple sovereigns had struck simultaneously, leaving him powerless to resist. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the Ding estate, as the steward was utterly transformed into a mist of blood, dissipating into the air. Yet, the members of the Ding family observed coldly, devoid of any emotional reaction. In truth, during this period, Ding Wang had already communicated with the other members of the Ding family, leaving only the steward unaware that his identity had long been exposed. Ultimately, a fleet of Ding family flying ships departed from Chengdu, en route to Beijing. Meanwhile, Ding Wang incessantly attempted to contact Mu Qing, but all his messages vanished into silence, as if cast into an endless void.